J-E-L-L-O.
The Jell-O program, coming to you from Hollywood, California, starring Jack Benny, with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Dennis Day, and yours truly, Don Wilson. The orchestra opens the program with Silver Threads Among the Brass Section. As welcome as spring, as colorful as an April rainbow, that's Jell-O. One of the gayest, cheeriest desserts you ever laid eyes on. Jell-O's glowing colors offer a rich invitation you simply can't resist. And when you taste its intriguing flavor, you're tasting a flavor that's beyond compare when it comes to downright goodness. Because Jell-O's grand flavor is just as delightful and refreshing as the juicy, ripe fruit itself. Jell-O is one of the easiest desserts to prepare, too. It dissolves instantly in lukewarm water, sets as quick as a wink. So ask your grocer for several packages of Jell-O, choosing any or all of Jell-O's 6 delicious flavors: strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, or lime. By the way, next time you try strawberry, raspberry, or cherry Jell-O, just notice how much better they are than they've ever been before. Each has a new improved flavor obtained by using a natural flavor base artificially enhanced. And the result is something truly distinctive, really swell. Try a rich, shimmering mold of Jell-O tomorrow. Section played by the orchestra. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you our master of ceremonies who has just returned from a quick trip to Chicago, Jack Benny.
Thank you. Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking, and Don Quick Trip is right. I was in Chicago and back before I knew it. 3,600 miles.
Oh, that's really traveling. Did you fly, Jack, or did you go by train?
I took the train, Don, and you know, that's the first time I've ever been on the Streamliner. You talk about modern design, I never saw anything like it. Like, the engine was streamlined, the coaches were streamlined, and the compartments were so compact and narrow.
Well, you see, Jack, that's to cut down wind resistance. Everything has to be streamlined.
I know, Don, and I'm in favor of it. But when the conductor asked me to tape back my ears, I thought that was going too far. After all, how much can they slow the train down? But at that, you do save a lot of time.
Oh, there's no question about it. In fact, the next time I go east, I think I'll take the Streamliner myself.
With your hips? And that would spoil the whole effect, huh?
After all, Jack, I could do the same as you did and tape my hips back.
You could, eh? Well, Don, let me know when you're going to use that much adhesive tape. I want to buy some Johnson & Johnson stock. That'll really start a boom. Oh, hello, Mary.
Hello, Jack. Good to see you. We kind of missed you around here all week.
Well, thanks, kid.
I bet it was pretty chilly in Chicago, huh?
Well, it was for me, Mary. I'm used to this warm California climate, and that cold air sort of got me. My teeth were chattering all the time.
Why didn't you put them in your pocket?
Well, there's our little Mary right on schedule. I go all the way to Chicago to appear at a benefit, and you can't even ask me, did they like me? How did I go over? Was I a big hit?
I'll ask you, Jack. Were you a big hit?
Don, they adored me. There were 6,000 people in that Civic Opera House, and when I made my entrance, you'd think that, oh, let's forget it. Nobody but a conceited ham could describe that ovation. Now, really, the minute I walked on that stage, the audience screamed.
Well, how often do they see a guy with his ears taped back?
That wasn't the only reason. I've always been a big hit in Chicago.
Hiya, Jackson. You back in town?
Yep.
Well, I was hoping you wouldn't make it. You know, I was going to do a lot of those snappy gags tonight.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I had a swell monotone already.
That's monologue. Monotone.
I wish you wouldn't correct me all the time, Jackson. It makes people think I don't know big words.
Well, you don't. Been going to night school for 6 months now. When are you going to learn something?
Don't worry, I'll get there. Romeo wasn't built in a day.
Oh, fine. Romeo, yes.
Say, Phil, why don't you ask Jack if he was a big hit in Chicago? Don and I got a face full of it already.
Well, I was a hit. What do you want me to do, lie about it?
Oh, yeah, you played that big benefit for the Greek war relief, didn't you?
Yes, and it was a swell affair, too.
Did you get paid for it?
No, it was a benefit, Mary. Naturally, I didn't get any money.
Did you know that ahead of time?
Well, certainly. Certainly I did. Of course.
Well, didn't you even sell magazines on the train?
Oh, quiet. And that reminds me, Mary, I want you to stop kidding me about being cheap. Thanks to you, I had the most embarrassing thing happen at the station in Chicago.
What was it, Jack?
Well, Mary keeps saying I'm cheap so much, people get to believe it. Here's what happened, Don. I got off the train in Chicago carrying 4 heavy grips, and all the red caps just stood there looking at me.
You mean they didn't offer to take your baggage?
No, they just stood there. So I said, well, how about it? Will one of you fellows help me or not? Finally, one little red cap came over and said, I'll take your grips, Mr. Benny.
Uh-huh.
So I said, are you sure you want to? He said, yes, if you can do a benefit, I can. So you see, Mary, you're to blame for the whole thing.
All right, why don't you buy a second-hand gun, 1 bullet, and shoot me?
That's exactly the kind of remark I'm referring to.
Hello, Mr. Benny. Did you have a good time in Chicago?
You're a little late tonight, aren't you, young man?
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, Dennis, but I'll have to fine you $10.
Well, the benefit's over.
Mary, that's an old established rule on this program. The last one in gets it. I'm sorry, Dennis.
Well, it's not my fault, Mr. Benny. I was stuck in a phone booth for 10 minutes.
Stuck in a phone booth? What do you mean?
Well, I was talking to my girl over the phone,
Uh-huh.
and when I kissed her goodbye, my lips got caught in the mouthpiece.
Well, my goodness, Dennis, as long as your girl wasn't right there, you didn't have to kiss her with so much feeling.
Well, she says I'm better over the phone than in person.
Well, she ought to know. What a kid.
Say, Jackson, that reminds me. Did you call up that number I gave you in Chicago?
What number?
You know, the one I gave you before you left. Mamie Peterson.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was a smart trick you pulled on me, Phil. I called her up and her husband answered the phone.
That was Mamie. She talks like a man. What? You ought to hear her sing Asleep in the Deep.
I can imagine. Well, I'm not going to discuss it now, Phil, as we have a long show. Dennis, are you ready for your song?
How can I sing with this mouthpiece on?
You'll sing. You'll sing. Go ahead.
This is some program. Dennis is wearing a mouthpiece, you got tape on your ears, and my slip is showing.
Well, pull it up. Sing, Dennis.
Magical light of the moon, knowing how soon night is gone. Ooh, hearts that join in a glance and discover romances are made only to fade with a dawn. So for now you are mine, and my heart was aglow with a power beyond divine. Two hearts that tasted delight, must they always be lonely, alas? Two hearts that pass
was Two Hearts That Pass in the Night, sung by Dennis Day through a mouthpiece which belongs to the Southern California Telephone Company. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we announced last week, for our feature attraction this evening and our cultural contribution of the season, we have with us tonight 4 youngsters from one of radio's most popular programs, which comes to you every Wednesday night from Chicago, The Quiz Kids. These children are here tonight to match wits with Mary Livingston, Don Wilson, Dennis Day, and Phil Harris. And I will be the quizmaster. That is, I will ask the questions.
You're picking out a pretty safe job, ain't you, Jackson?
No, that's not it. That's not it at all.
Of course not. I can understand Jack's side of it. He's had much more experience in the quiz kids, and naturally he doesn't want to take advantage of them.
Certainly.
And besides, he's as yellow as a banana.
Oh, I'm yellow, eh? Well, for your information, Mary, a week from next Wednesday, I am going to be quizzed on the Quiz Kids program.
Well, you won't need that tape. They'll pin your ears back.
Oh, quiet. Now, let's see. Where did I put that list of baffling questions?
Oh, Mr. Benny,
Yes?
do I have to answer some of the questions, too?
Yes, Dennis, and I'm depending on you to pull the Jello team through to ultimate victory. Do you think you can do it?
Yes, sir.
Good. And now, folks,
Ultimate? What does that mean?
oh, fine. That's a nice start we're getting, huh?
Don't worry, Jackson. Ask me the tough ones. I'll pull it through to ultimate. That's ultimate victory.
Phil, that's ultimate victory. Ultimate is an adjective.
Why not?
Well, I'd call this off right now, but the Quiz Kids came all the way from Chicago. Don, I hope you won't let us down.
I'll do my best, Jack. Of course, it's only fair to tell you that in school I flunked in everything but cooking.
I see.
What's going to happen to us shouldn't happen to Einstein.
You've got something there, Mary. Oh, well, we'll do the best we can. And now, ladies and gentlemen, this battle of wits will go on immediately after a short number by Phil Harris. And then we will... Hold it a minute. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Benny. This is Rochester.
Rochester, I'm very busy right now. You'll have to call me later.
But this is important, boss. Carmichael just came out of hibernation.
Carmichael? Why, that's impossible. That polar bear was supposed to sleep in the basement for 2 more weeks. How did he happen to wake up?
Well, the gas man went downstairs to read the meter, and all of a sudden it sounded like feeding time at the zoo.
Oh, my goodness. Well, what happened to the gas man?
I don't know, but I doubt if we get a bill this month.
Now, that's just silly. Rochester, Carmichael wouldn't hurt a fly. He was just playing, that's all.
Yeah, but where's the man?
Stop being so pessimistic. Now, Carmichael's pretty hungry after sleeping all winter, so the first thing you have to do is give him a big dinner.
Well, all we got in the icebox is some roast beef.
All right, put that on a plate and give it to him.
Uh-huh.
But don't let him eat too fast. This is his first meal.
Second meal, where's the man?
Forget about the gas man. He must have run away. Now, there's nothing to be afraid of, Rochester. After you feed Carmichael, take him in the bathroom and give him a nice warm bath.
Uh-huh.
Scrub him good, comb his hair, and brush his teeth.
Uh-huh.
And then, after you've done that...
After I've done what?
After you brush his teeth.
I forgot to tell you while I was combing his hair, I fainted.
What?
Threw some brandy on me.
Now, cut that out. And if you're such a baby, I'll take care of the whole thing when I get home. Now, goodbye.
Goodbye. Oh, say, boss.
Now what?
Are you really going to have the quiz kids on your program tonight?
Yes, I am.
They're supposed to be pretty smart, ain't they?
They're brilliant. They know everything.
Well, ask them what happened to the gas man.
Will you forget about that? And goodbye. I can't understand why Carmichael got up so early this year. He must have had coffee before going to bed. Play, Phil. I'm sure the gas man got away all right. that was a very short number played by Phil Harris and his orchestra, and quite enough, believe me. Oh, Gerard, are all you children here?
Yes, we are, Mr. Benning.
Good, good. Well, here we go, folks. The Quiz Kids versus the Jello Kids. And may the best team win.
May the better team win.
Oh, yes. Right, better. That's right, just a little mispronounced the word there. All right, I will now call the roll. First, the Quiz Kids. Richard.
I am Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Neat cute. You know, folks, that Richard's a whiz at mathematics. Claude?
I am Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School.
Well, I was a sophomore once. Yes, sir, I was sharp as a tack.
Now you can sit on one and not even feel it.
Quiet. Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Well, she's sweet. You see, Joan knows everything about music.
She does, huh?
Yes.
Fortissimo, kid. Top that.
Keep out of this, Phil. You don't even know what fortissimo means.
Oh, stop, will you? Fortissimo means when you're playing a violin and you pluck on the strings.
That's a cadenza. Isn't it, Joan?
No, Mr. Benny. When you pluck the strings, the musical term is pizzicato.
Oh, yes, of course. I was thinking of raviola. That's it, Joan.
Oh, brother.
I'll be all right, Joan. Don't worry. Now, who's next? Oh, yes, Gerard.
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School.
8 years old, yeah. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the Jello Kid, Philip.
I'm Philip Harris, and I attend the Hollywood Recreation Bowling Alley.
Isn't he adorable? What do you specialize in, Philip?
Funny monotones.
We know. And now, Mary. Mary?
I am Mary Livingston. I am 6 years old, and I graduated from the May Company.
Oh, that's a lovely school. What did you learn there, Mary?
If you worn the stockings, madam, you cannot exchange them.
Very good. Isn't she bright? Now, Donald.
I am Don Wilson. I'm 7 years old, and I have 8 chins.
Isn't he a doll? Sit down, Donald, but easy. Now, Dennis.
I am Dennis. Dennis?
Day. Dennis Day. Fine chance we've got. How old are you, Dennis?
I'll be 1 in December.
You'll be 1?
Yes, my mother's raffling me off.
Well, I don't blame her. And now, folks, we will proceed with the Battle of Wits. And I would like to announce that I am personally awarding a prize of $10 to the winning team.
That's fair enough.
You'll find out.
Now, our first question this evening comes from Miss Edna West of Evanston, Illinois. Listen carefully, Gerard. A Coleoptera, a Musca domestica, and a Lepidoptera were having a bit of a tete-a-tete on a screen door. Now, if you suddenly appeared with a fly swatter, one of the party would leave quite hastily. Who would it be? The Coleoptera, the Musca domestica, or the Lepidoptera?
Wipe your chin.
Quiet. Now, Gerard, have you the answer?
Yes, sir. The Musca domestica had a reason to leave in a hurry because it was the common housefly.
Uh-huh.
The Coleoptera and the Lepidoptera shouldn't leave in a hurry because the Coleoptera is the beetle, the Lepidoptera is the moth.
Very good, Gerard. That's 1 point for the quiz kid. Now, Dennis, in order to be absolutely fair, I'm going to ask you a question along the same line. Now, listen carefully. What fly would you associate with butter? That's a little tough, so I'll put it this way. Butter is associated with what fly?
The butterfly, of course.
Gerard, I didn't ask you. This question is for the Jello kid. Dennis, do you know the answer?
No, sir.
Mary Livingston. Mary Livingston.
The butterfly.
Correct. And there's a point for the Jello team. Both sides are even. Now, let's see.
Or is it a bumblebee?
The question is over. Now, here's a problem in mathematics sent in by Miss Catherine Johnston of Los Angeles. I think this is in your department, Richard.
I'm ready, Mr. Benny.
Now, listen carefully. Two men who earn $450 and $150 a month, respectively, decide to build a house and divide the cost in proportion to their incomes. Each of these two men has three sons who help with the work, but they cannot work full time. Listen carefully. One works every day, the second every other day, the third every third day, and so on. Are you following, Richard?
Yes. Are you?
Don't worry about me, Bub. Now, they all work the first day. Get this carefully. They all work the first day and finish the house the second day that they all work together.
Each guy has 3 kids, huh?
They'll go away, will you? Now, Richard, one joint owner had to pay $1,500 more than the other. How much did the house cost, and how long did it take to build it? Well, Richard, have you figured out the answer yet?
Yes, sir. The house cost $3,000, and it would be 60 days before the house was finished.
Excellent. $3,000 and 60 days is correct.
How do you know?
I trust Richard. Now, Dickie boy, Richard, will you please tell us how you arrived at the 60 days?
Well, you find the prime factors in each number and multiply them the most times they appear in any one group of numbers. So that would be multiplying 1 by 2 by 2 by 3 by 5.
Oh, yeah. If you don't get that prime factor, you're a dead pigeon. No, really. You must prime it up, you know.
If I was Richard, I'd kick you right in the shins.
Quiet. Continue, Richard.
By multiplying these prime factors together, you get the product of 60, which is the least common multiple of these numbers.
Obviously. Very good, Richard. I was afraid you'd miss on that least common multiply. And there's another point for the quiz kids, making the score 2-1. Now, Mary, here's your question.
The answer is 15.
Wait till I ask you. Now, Mary, concentrate. If you had 20 apples and your mother took away 5, how many would you have?
I give up.
You know it's 15. The score is now 2 for the quiz kid and 2 for the Jello kid. That was a tough one, Mary, but you came through.
There's something funny going on around here.
Gerard, if you don't think that's fair, I'll ask one of the Jello team another question. Donald Wilson.
Yes, sir?
Now listen carefully. If you were on your way to your neighborhood grocer, and his store was 2 miles from your house, and you could make it in 17 minutes by rowing a boat across a river, have you got it so far?
How wide is the river?
350 feet.
I see.
However, on this particular day, there's a strong current carrying you downstream at the rate of 3.6 miles per hour. So it takes you an extra 23 minutes to reach the grocery store. Now, here's the question. What did you buy when you got there?
Jello!
Absolutely correct. Now, Don, what flavors of Jello would you purchase?
Strawberry, raspberry, cherry.
Yes, go on.
You say there was a strong current downstream?
Yes.
Orange, lemon, and lime.
Very good. Very good. Don, you're a big fat genius. The score is 2-2, and both teams are even.
Wait a minute. I demand a recount.
Dennis, you're on our side.
Oh.
Remember that. Now, Claude,
Yes, sir?
here's a problem in the field of ichthyology.
Ichthyology? What's that?
How do I know? Now, Claude, name the 5 subclasses of fish in order of their development and give examples of each. Go ahead, Claude.
As far as these differ, but I prefer this setup.
Oh, I do too.
First come the cyclostomata, which are the lamprey eels and hagfishes. Next, we find the elasmobranchii, which are the sharks and rays. After that, we come upon the gainoidii, which are the armored fishes, an example of which is the sturgeon.
Oh, the sturgeon, yes, I have it quite often, the sturgeon. I get it in Lindy's a lot.
Then come the teleostomi,
the tele, the tele.
Of which 90% of the fish world are composed.
I see.
And last but not least come the dipnoi, which are the lungfishes, of which there are only 5 species living in the world today.
Only 5? I thought there were 6. Well, that's right. Very good, sir. Now, Phil Harris, I'm not playing any favorites, so I'm going to ask you a question on the same subject. Are you ready?
Yeah.
How do you spell fish? Go ahead, fish.
F-I-S-C-H.
That's right, Joe Fish. I know him well. That's 3 points for each side. Both teams are even. Isn't it wonderful how we're running neck and neck?
I'm sorry I know you.
Quiet. And now for the final question, and this is the toughest one of all. Joan Bishop.
Yes, Mr. Benny?
I understand you're an authority in the field of music. That is, you can identify any number played, whether classical or popular. Is that correct?
Well, I think I can.
You can. That's your specialty. Now, Mr. Harris and his orchestra will play a few bars of a musical selection. Now, Joan, I won't tell you whether it's classical or popular, but see if you can identify this melody.
The kid ain't got a chance.
We shall see. Go ahead, Phil. Boys, all right. All right, Joan, what's the title of that number?
Well, I'm sure I don't know.
Well, is it popular or classical?
I haven't the slightest idea.
Oh, you haven't? Well, Joan, would you like to hear that melody again?
I'm afraid that won't help.
Aha! We stumped one of the quiz kids. Here's your chance, Yellow Kid. Phil Harris, what was the name of it?
I don't know. Hey, Eddie, what was the name of that song?
I don't know. Hey, Phil, what was the name of that song?
I don't know. Hey, Phil!
Never mind. The name of that song is There I Go, and the Jello Kids win 4-3. Congratulations. Tough luck, quiz kid, but you lost fair and square. Play, Phil.
A prominent citizen arrived in town today to be with us for the Easter holidays. He's Mr. Easter Rabbit himself. In interviewing him for this program, we asked Mr. Rabbit, what's the good word? And he replied, the good word, my friends, is Jell-O. And confidentially, you might tell your listeners that a swell dessert for Easter would be a creamy Jell-O parfait. A swell dessert, ladies and gentlemen, and I might add, an easy one to make, too. Simply prepare 1 package each of strawberry Jell-O and Jell-O's grand vanilla pudding as directed on the boxes. While the Jell-O is chilling, turn the pudding into parfait glasses, filling them about 2/3 full, and then chill. When the Jell-O is slightly thickened, pour it over the pudding and chill until both are firm. The result will be a gloriously creamy, delightfully refreshing dessert. So get a package of strawberry Jell-O tomorrow and blend it with a package of Jell-O vanilla pudding for the best Easter dessert you ever tasted. Creamy Jell-O parfait.
We're a little late, so good night, folks.
It's the National Broadcasting Company.
Today, we bring you a story of a girl and a young boy. Both were exposed to the same smothering poverty on a submarginal farm surrounded by mosquito-infested marshlands. In the summer, the fog would rise from the swamps with an acrid, strangulating odor. And in the winter, its sharp, penetrating cold would slash at the flesh like a murderous knife. It was a killing environment. Yet, it gave birth to a saint in our own time. And now, the Madonna of the Marshlands.
O God, to whom it belongeth always to show mercy and to spare,
Bravo, Daddy.
we humbly beseech thee for the soul of thy servant Luigi Goretti, that thou deliver him not into the hands of the enemy, but command that he be taken to paradise, and that he may not suffer the pains of hell, but have joy everlasting. Through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Cry, Maria, my child. Cry for your papa, your daddy.
Father, thy will be done.
Well, it's about time you and your brood got back here, Mrs. Goretti. When a man's dead, he's dead. Stop that racket, all of you. I've had my belly full of it.
Oh, Giovanni, please. Don't talk like that in front of the children.
If you don't like it, get out.
You know I can.
I know. You haven't got a lira to your name.
That isn't the only reason. I've got to fill out Luigi's contract in the field.
Then get out there. But first, give us something to eat. My son and I can't work on empty bellies. Alessandro, come on, we're going to eat. And make that sniveling brat stop that noise.
Maria, shush. Rock the baby, Maria, while I get lunch.
I'll do it, Mother. If you've got to take Daddy's place in the fields, I'll take yours here.
But you're only a child, Maria. How can you cook, wash, and sew for two men, look after the children, clean the
Her
house?
father's little Madonna. Let's see how long she remains the little Madonna now.
Well, when do we eat?
Oh, right away, Alessandro. Sit at the table.
Sprinkle a little cheese on that polenta, Maria.
Yes, Mother. There. You eat, Mother. I'll rock the baby.
Where's my wine? Get my wine.
You don't need wine, you drunken old devil.
Now, you shut up. You're speaking to your father.
As if I'm likely to forget it, huh? You're not going to drive me to the lunatic asylum like you did my mother and brother.
That's just where you'll wind up.
I'll see you there first.
Now, you shut up before...
Quiet. Please, the baby's trying to sleep.
Don't you quiet us. We're the bosses here now. Did you hear me tell you to get my wine from my room, or do I have to beat it into you?
Go on up, Maria.
Yes, Mother. The fifth commandment of the law of God forbids all willful drunkenness, fighting, anger, hatred, revenge.
And while you're up there, take a good look at my picture gallery, huh?
I won't have those pictures on the walls of my home, Alessandro. When did you put them there?
Never mind when I put them there. Besides, it isn't your wall anymore. It's mine. And I'll put up anything I please.
No, Alessandro, you can't. The children...
Who's going to stop me?
But the children...
Blindfold them. My pictures are staying up there. Aren't they, Papa?
Come in. Oh, Signora Goretti. Signora, what is it? Come now and sit down. Now, what's wrong, Signora?
Oh, everything, Padre. Everything. But mostly Maria. She's like someone in a trance ever since the fever took her father. If she'd only cry...
Why don't you try talking to her about it?
And there's Giovanni and Alessandro Serenelli. The old man drinks, and the young one, he gives off an evil smell like the marshes. But that isn't all. Luigi borrowed so heavily against the crop at the store, I can hardly get enough credit to feed my children.
Don't you have some pigeons?
Oh, only a handful, and the coop's broken.
Then I'll get you some more and have some coops made. And then you could sell their eggs and the young squabs in town here.
Oh, but I've got to work in the fields from sun up to sundown. And then it's an 8-mile walk into town here on dirty, dusty roads.
Maybe Maria can manage. Don't forget she walked as far to the Mazzolini house to learn to read so that I could teach her the catechism after Mass on Sundays.
But she's so young and beautiful. I'm so afraid
Oh, but she looks and acts several years older than her years. I'm sure she can hold her own with the street vendors in town. And besides, there's a light that shines from within Maria. I doubt very much that anyone would harm her.
I know. The little Madonna, her father called her.
And so she is. Thanks to your teaching.
And to yours, too, Padre. Thank you, Padre. I feel better now.
I'm glad. I'll see to those pigeons and coops right away.
Oh, Mother. Oh, Mary, conceived without sin. Pray for us who have recourse to thee. Would Jesus please help my brothers and sisters from feeling too hungry today?
Prayer never fills the belly. Where's your mother?
Oh, isn't she out in the field, Giovanni?
I wouldn't be asking you if she was.
Good morning, Giovanni.
What's good about it? Where have you been? No work, no eat, you understand? Now, come on, get going.
Oh, Mother, I wish I could work for you.
You work hard enough, my child.
But maybe if two of us worked in the field, we could make up for...
Oh, say it, Maria, say it. Your daddy, who loved you so much. Oh, cry, darling, cry.
Senora Goretti, get out here or take your brood and get off this farm.
Oh, go, Mother, go. I'll do the washing.
There's nothing else we can do.
Daddy. Daddy. Alessandro. You frightened me for a moment, coming out of the dark like that.
You're beautiful. Even in the dark, Maria.
I sold all my eggs and squabs in town today. The first time. Wasn't that wonderful? I prayed to Jesus.
Maria, I want you. I've got to have you.
No!
Maria, what's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, there is. I can see it in your eyes.
Oh, no, Mother. Nothing. You've got enough to worry about.
Maria, come here. Sit beside me. The eyes, my child, are the windows of the soul, and I can see right through yours. Now tell me, what's the matter?
Alessandro came out of the dark as I was coming in the gate. He frightened me. That's all.
Is that all?
No, Mother. Yesterday, when I was scrubbing his room, he suddenly appeared out of nowhere and tried to force me to look at the pictures on his wall.
We could only get away from here.
But we can't.
No, not until the crop is in. Maybe not even then. I'm afraid we owe more against it than it'll bring.
Well, here's the money for the squabs and eggs. Everybody was so nice to me, even Flora.
She's an evil old...
What, Mother?
Maria, you've got to guard against two things in this world of ours. Danger from without and weakness from within. You must turn to our blessed Lord, Maria, and to his Holy Mother for help. Purity is your most precious possession. With it, you're rich. Without it, you're more poverty-stricken than the lowest beggar.
Don't worry, Mother. Don't ever worry on that score. I made Jesus a promise when I made my first communion. A promise I'll never break, never.
What was that promise, my child?
I'll repeat it before Our Lady's statue. Dear Jesus, I love you. I love you with all my heart and soul. I promise to die rather than to offend you by an ugly sin of impurity. Sweet Mother of Sorrows and my mother, help me to keep my promise to the end of my life.
Lazy good for nothing? Is that how you sew on a button? Singing and looking out the window?
Take your dirty, drunken hands off her.
Oh, so that's why none of the women in town are good enough for you, huh? It's Maria you want, you empty head.
Forgive Giovanni, dear Jesus.
If I'm an empty head, it's because you didn't put anything in it.
Here, I got something for you. Catch. Better-looking girls in those picture books than your holier-than-thou little Madonna. Hey, where do you think you're going? Come back here. Don't let her get you, son. Her goodness can be your poison. She's not for you. Not for any man, for that matter. Stay away from her, you hear me? Stick to your picture books. I'm warning you. You'll fry in hell if you don't.
I hate to sell your little ones, Mama Pigeon. Maybe next year we won't have to. I know you'll be glad. But not half as glad as we'll be. And when we leave here, I'll take all of you with me. Come in or out. Who are you? You're blocking what little light there is left, and I can't see to feed the pigeons. Well, Alessandro, what are you doing with that knife?
It's not a knife. It's a dagger. Feel it?
That hurt.
Well, what do you know about that? It hurt. Then you must be real. I'll try it again.
No, please!
Oh, that hurt even more, didn't it? Didn't it? You going to answer me? Do you want me to do it harder?
No, please!
Well, did it hurt or didn't it?
Yes!
All right. Kiss me.
No, leave me alone.
Kiss me! Kiss me! Kiss me!
Blessed one.
If you breathe one word of this to your mother, I'll kill you. Do you hear me? I'll kill you.
Mother! What is it, Maria? What is it?
Alessandro, Mother. I wish he could find his way to Jesus. He does things I know he doesn't mean.
I'll speak to him. See if I can't get him to go to church with us on Sunday.
The part about church is all right, but don't say anything else to him.
Why not?
He'll
what?
Oh, nothing, Mother, nothing. Until we can leave here, I'll manage, even if it kills me.
Maria, what's the matter with you this morning? This is the second dish you've broken.
Don't leave me, Mother, not today. I'm afraid.
Afraid of what?
I don't know.
Oh, Maria, we're threshing today. You know what that means. Every hand is needed, even those of the children.
I know, Mother. I know.
Are you coming out here to work, Senora, or aren't you? These brats of yours aren't much help, so get out here.
In a minute, Giovanni, in a minute. Oh. Maria.
Go ahead, Mother. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to worry you.
You're not sick, are you?
No, I feel fine, Mother. And I'll try not to break any more dishes.
You're sure you feel all right?
I'm sure, Mother. Holy Mary, Mother of God, pray for me now.
Hey, Angelo, take my wagon a minute, huh? I gotta get a drink of water. Well, hello, Maria.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Come inside and I'll tell you.
No.
Huh? I said come inside.
No, Mother! Mother!
So you want to shout, huh? I'll just gag you. Now, you know what I want. Here's the knife. Now nod your head. Or I'll kill you. Why die, you fool? Come on. Nod! Are you insane? Don't you know you'll be sacrificing your life in vain? Who'll believe in your purity and virtue when you're dead, huh? I'll say what I like about you. And I'll say plenty. It'll be my living word against your dead word.
No, sin.
Nobody need know it.
No, Mother.
can't trust you without the gag. All right. Now just make it so tight your tongue can't break loose from it. Oh, you're even more desirable when you struggle, Maria. Look, you gotta be mine. You got to. Nod your head. You hear me? Nod your head. Nod, nod, nod. You won't? All right. All right. Then die. Die, 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 die.
Padre, my Maria, she's dying. She's dying.
Senora, now, we'll be at the hospital soon.
Oh, Maria. Maria, can you hear me?
He wanted Mother. He but he failed. Poor Alessandro. I'm very sorry for him. You're going to hell.
Padre, she's dead. She's dead.
No, Senora. Her heart still beats.
Padre, can I see her now? She'll live, won't she? Won't she?
Senora, how she's lived this long is a miracle. 14 different times his knife pierced her vital organs. She's drained of blood, and yet she lives. It's a miracle. The doctors say she should have died instantaneously, but she lived. She lived to prove to this skeptical 20th century world of ours the power of purity.
But she's going to die. That's what you're saying, isn't it? She's going to die.
Senora, now you must try to calm yourself. Her body is going to die. But she, a martyr of purity, she'll live forever.
No.
Senora, why do you cry? God has granted burning wish of all mothers since Christ died for us. You've given birth to a saint.
Water, Mother, water.
Oh, Padre, please. Let's give her some water, no matter what the doctor says.
Senora, do you want to add to your daughter's agony? You gave her water once, and you saw how she suffered for it.
Water.
My darling.
Padre, what time is it?
It's almost dawn, my child.
Madonna is waiting for me.
Maria?
Yes, Padre.
Maria, I want you to search your soul before you answer me now. Maria, do you forgive your murderer?
I don't need to search my soul, Padre. I've already forgiven him. And may God forgive him also. Because I want him with God in paradise like a repentant.
She's pardoned him. She's pardoned her murderer. Thank you, dear God, for allowing me to behold a true martyr of Christ.
Father Girolamo was not alone in recognizing that although Maria Goretti was a mere child of 12, she was fully conscious of what the law of God commands, what it promises, and what it threatens. She could have saved her life. Instead, she elected to suffer martyrdom, shedding freely of her blood rather than to defile herself by sin. In 1944, the Pope signed a decree of her beatification. Immediately, cries came from all over the world for the Church to canonize her. And along with these cries came the skeptical cries of the world's doubting Thomases. Cries that the spirit of Maria dispelled when pilgrims flocked by the thousands to the church in Rome where Maria's body lay in state. From the four corners of the world came the lame, the halt, the deaf, the maimed, and the sick to invoke her name and to plead to be cured of medically pronounced incurable infirmities. And many were cured. And these miraculous cures were witnessed by thousands and confirmed by medical men. And one of the greatest miracles, a miracle of grace. The Alessandro of this story, after serving his prison term, entered a monastery where he is now living a life of penance in reparation for the sins of the world. In the Jubilee year of 1950, the Pope declared to a listening world that Blessed Maria Goretti is a saint. His words ring out.
Above the foul marshes and mud of the world, there stretches a heaven of purity. It is the heaven that drew Maria.
Here they are, the Quiz Kids, presented by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire. The Quiz Kids, 5 bright, lovable youngsters ready for another difficult examination in the Alka-Seltzer schoolroom of the air. The examination tonight will be conducted in exactly the same manner as all our regular Wednesday night Quiz Kid programs. And as usual, none of the children has seen or heard any of the questions in advance.
I'll say we haven't. Let's get going.
All questions were sent in by you listeners and were selected by Sidney L. James of the editorial staffs of Time and Life magazine.
I don't care who sent them in. Let's get going. That's all right.
A new Zenith portable radio will be awarded the sender of each question used on this program tonight. And now our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Ken Carpenter, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we'll proceed directly to the roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 11 years old, and I'm in the 6th grade at Harrison School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Jack Lucal?
I'm Jack Lucal. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the Oak Park and River Forest Township High School.
Joan?
I'm Joan Bishop. I'm 14 years old, and I go to the Chicago School for Adults.
Claude?
I'm Claude Brenner. I'm 12 years old, and I'm a sophomore at Senn High School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 8 years old, and I go to the Bradwell School on Burnham.
And Jackie?
I am Jackie Benny. I am 6 years old. Now, I didn't have a chance to go to school at all. I was just a poor boy, and I used to stand on the corner selling papers, barefooted in the winter. And I used to say, extra, extra, paper here. Get your paper.
Quiet, please.
Fine chance I'm going to have here, I can see that. You know.
Now, Jackie,
I know
please.
just as much as the kids, you know. You just ask the questions, that's all.
Jackie, please. And incidentally, where are your curls?
What?
Where are your curls?
On my lap. They got hot.
Well, while we're getting ready for our first question, just a word or two from Ken Carpenter.
Here's a word of friendly advice to all you parents and older folks. Alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Yes, the next time you eat too much or too fast or eat while under stress and strain, alkalize with Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer is just the thing to relieve the misery of acid indigestion and distress after meals. It helps to neutralize excess stomach acid, so often the immediate cause of the distress of an upset stomach. That isn't all. You see, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever also. And if you have a sickish headache along with the stomach upset, Alka-Seltzer can bring you mighty comforting relief in both of these disturbances. Be wise. Take Alka-Seltzer. You'll feel better fast.
You said it.
Quiet, please. We will now start with the questions. All right, quiz kids. R.S. Hart of Seattle, Washington says that he was in the desert and after taking an analysis of the only water available, found that it was 100% aqua fontis. Would you drink such water? Joan?
Yes, I would.
Well, can you give us anything further?
Well, aqua fontis is fountain water.
That's right. It's really spring water, Joan.
Oh, yeah, spring water, yeah. Joan. That's right, Mr. Kelly. It's spring water.
Yes, I know. It says so on my card here.
I know. That's where I saw it before.
All right, the next question. Pete McDonald of Vernonia, Oregon, a schoolboy who says that he never enjoyed anything in school but recess until he began listening to the quiz kids, sends in this one. Incidentally, he adds that his grades are improving. Here it is. If you had something that contained a prothorax, a mesothorax, and a metathorax.
A meso what?
What did you say?
A meso what?
A mesothorax.
Oh, a mesothorax.
That's right. And a metathorax, what would you have? Gerard?
Gerard, you answer. You had your hand up first.
Now, Mr. Benny, don't butt in, please.
Well, I just thought I can see I'm certainly going to have a fine chance here today.
The
all right, Gerard.
Mesothorax and the metathorax and the prothorax are all part of the thorax, which is a part of of an insect. On the thorax is the part between the abdomen and the head on an insect.
Well, good for you, Gerard. That was marvelous. That's very good.
I used to know that when I went to school, but, you know, when you get older, you forget those things. That's it. Can't remember everything.
Now, our next question.
I used to know algebra, too, when I went to school.
Quiet, please.
Oh.
Mrs. Burdette E. Truesdon of New York City says you can prove you have a good background by naming at least 3 persons whose names will live forever because their names have been used to identify their chief contribution to humanity. For example, the name of Roentgen is perpetuated in the word Roentgenology. Claude?
Nobel. He was a Swiss scientist who discovered dynamite, and he gives out prizes to people who do something great for the world.
That's fine, Claude. Let's see what Joan has to offer.
Well, there's Calvinism. That's a doctrine as to the downfall of man. And Darwinism, the theory of anthropology.
Very good, Joan. Jack Lucal?
Well, there's Alessandro Volta. His name is perpetuated in the volt, by which we measure electricity. And James Watt, they use his name, too, for the watt. That's what
nice going, Jack Lucal. Let's see, Richard?
Well, Martin Luther in the word Lutheran, which is a church, and Dr. Roentgen, who discovered the Roentgen rays.
That's very, very good, Richard. Jackie has his hand up. What?
Well, there's a fellow named Max. He had something to do with the Maxwell. Maxwell.
Now, wait a minute, Jackie. There's no connection there.
There is, too. A fellow named Max sold me my car. There it is. Max Maxwell. Name was Max Miller. Certainly got a fine chance on this program, believe me. Should have stayed on my own Jell-O show.
It's beside the point, but we'll accept it as half right.
Well, about time.
Claude?
Also, there's Jean-Francois Ampere. He had something to do with electricity, and his name lives in the Ampere.
Oh, the Ampere,
That's
the
right,
Ampere.
Claude. Jack Lucal.
Well, there's Cadillac and LaSalle were French explorers, and their names are names of automobiles.
Very good, Jack Lucal. I guess that will hold Jackie for a while. All right, our next question.
Of course, if everybody's going to get laughs on this program, I'm going home.
Gerard?
Well, there's also DeSoto, who was named after and he was a Spanish explorer that found the Mississippi.
That's right, Gerard. I'm glad you brought that up. Now then...
What about Johnny Chev that made the Chevrolet? For heaven's sake. You're going to go into that kind of stuff, you know. Johnny Chev. What about Harry Stood? The Studebaker. That stuff.
Well,
I can answer 1,000,000 of them, you know. Just ask me the questions, that's all.
We'll all withdraw from the garage right now and get into our next question. Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey, poses this mountain climbing and mathematics problem. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge.
Wait, pardon me. Who was it asked the question, you say?
Miss Margaret Faith of Camden, New Jersey.
Oh, Camden, New
Yes.
Jersey, I see. Important question.
Let's see, where I... Oh, yeah, here I am, right here. A mountain climber was making his way along a mountainside ledge at an altitude of 6,440 feet. While edging his way, he accidentally kicked a rock which went flying toward the bottom of the mountain at some animals who had to scurry for shelter. Ignoring the friction of the air, how long did the animals have to reach safety before the rock hit? Now, you've got to do this in your heads, kids. No pencil and paper.
What is the last question again, please? How long did it take what?
Well, that is the question. How long did it take?
1 minute and 43 seconds.
That's wrong.
Certainly got a fine chance here.
Richard?
20 seconds.
20 seconds is correct.
Well, no wonder. He squared the root. I tripled it.
Well, nice going, kids, and though I don't think you need it, you can rest a moment now. It's recess time.
We've been telling you over and over again about Alka-Seltzer. We've told you how good it is, how convenient and economical, and how fast it can bring relief in the distress of so many common ailments. And now suppose we let Alka-Seltzer speak for itself. All right, first of all, we take 2 Alka-Seltzer tablets from the package and drop them into a glass of water. Listen. You hear that fizzing, sparkling sound? Sounds good, doesn't it? Well, it is good. It looks good, tastes good, and is so good for relief in so many common ailments. That's Alka-Seltzer, all right. The 2-in-1 remedy. 2 kinds of relief in one glass. First, Alka-Seltzer is a pain reliever, just what you want for relief of headache or sore aching muscles. And second, Alka-Seltzer is an alkalizer, just what you need when excess acid upsets your stomach and causes distress. Be sure to try a sparkling glass of Alka-Seltzer the next time any of these annoying ailments cause you trouble. See for yourself how good it is, how fast it can make you feel better. Ask your druggist for Alka-Seltzer. Ladies and gentlemen, you are listening to the Quiz Kids, presented every Wednesday night at this time by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Now, just a word about the questions. You can win a new Zenith portable radio with patented built-in wave magnet if you send us a question which our question editor finds suitable for use on the air. Yes, Alka-Seltzer awards a famous Zenith portable radio for each question used on this program. Just mail your questions by postcard or letter to Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. That's Quiz Kids, National Broadcasting Company, Chicago. We reserve the right to reword questions, and if like questions are submitted, the first received will be used. All questions become the property of Quiz Kids. So send in your question and win a radio.
You better
right,
see
Joe,
that I get that
$100
$100 bond, too. That's all I worried about.
All right, Joe, you ready with the scores at the halfway point?
Yes, Ken, but in deference to our guest contestant, I hesitate to read them. I think I'll just let them go until after the second question session. Maybe a miracle will happen. By the way, Richard, that last question we had before the bell, can you tell us how you worked that out?
Well, Mr. Kelly, anybody falling through space, disregarding the friction of the air, accelerates at the rate of 32 2/10 miles feet per second. And the rule is the distance equals the time in seconds squared times half of the acceleration per second. And in this case, it was 6,440 feet equals 16 1/10 times the time squared. So I divided 6,440 by 16 1/10 and got 400, which is the square of the time in seconds. And I extracted the square root, and that gave me 20. And so the answer is 20 seconds.
Good for you, Richard, my boy.
You see, where I made my mistake there, you see, I took the least common multiple there. That's where I got wrong. That's where I got the minute 43 seconds in there, you see. I sort of square-rooted it there in the thing.
Yes, that's what I say.
Yeah.
Well, let's get along here now. Here's a question from Mrs. Daniel Stormont of Evanston, Illinois.
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
What? What did
I
you
said
say?
5,280 feet is 1 mile.
Well, nobody asked that one.
Well, if they do, I'm ready. Watch out.
All right, we'll continue.
All right.
If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent? Now, there is a tough one. If you told the election board you were a mugwump, would you be listed as a Republican, Democrat, Socialist, or Independent?
I wouldn't tell anybody I was a mugwump. So ridiculous. Huh, Claude?
Well, Claude?
I'll take a guess. I say an independent.
That's right, but how did you guess it?
I just guessed.
Oh, you just guessed. That's right. You see, the political name of mugwump, well, let's see what Joan has to say.
Well, I rather thought it was independent, too, because there's a column in one of our Chicago papers called Mugwump.
That's
on
true.
Politics.
But you see, the political name of mugwump started in 1884 when it was applied to supporters of James G. Blaine, who switched to Cleveland because of his civil service views. Blaine was Republican candidate for president. Jackie?
I know what a mugwump is.
Oh.
You do?
You see, a
All right.
mugwump is a bird that sits on the fence with its mug on one end and its wump on the other.
Well, now, let's have a little more discipline, please.
Well,
Getting back to the political situation, Jackie Benny, who was president of the United States in 1901?
Grover Cleveland.
That's wrong.
Well, I ought to know. I voted for him. It was Grover Cleveland.
You're wrong. It was William McKinley.
Just wish I had a history book, brother, that's all.
I've got one.
Well, give it to me. I got a low chair here. Grover Cleveland, that's who it was.
Let's continue with the next question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found
Me, it
these
isn't
ads in
Grover
the paper.
Cleveland, you know, I know Grover Cleveland because...
Quiet, please. I'd like to present this question. Pauline Salzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, found these ads in the paper. She would like you to tell her just what is advertised. Here's the first item. For rent, colonial estate near Charlottesville, Virginia. Designed by owner. Adjoining buildings make estate virtually a community. Right owner, T.J.
Not a lot of people know about this brand,
Virginia.
but it's one that I and a ton of...
Jackie Benny, you're holding your hand up.
I'm waving at some friends in the audience. I can have friends in the audience, can't I? Hello, Mamie.
Well, let's complete this question. Richard?
Monticello.
Monticello, the home of...
Thomas Jefferson.
That's right,
That's
Richard.
right.
Good for you. Here's the next item. For
Can't have
sale.
friends in the audience, you know. What the devil? I mean, I don't know you're appearing.
Quiet, please. Here's the second part of this question. For sale, sacrifice, $10 million marble building in the land of Veda. Stands on 313-foot square marble terrace, absolutely unique as architect's eyes poked out after construction completed. Claude?
That's the Taj Mahal.
The Taj Mahal in India. Good for you.
And it took 22,000 men 22 years to build it. And I'm right about Grover Cleveland, too. Only about Grover Cleveland, you know.
We'll continue. Frank O. Estes of Towson, Maryland, sends in this one. Last week, his wife went shopping to get her girlfriend's gifts. She bought Sue a green umbrella for $2.95. Ellen a blue scarf for $2.50. Joanne a brown leather pocketbook for $2.99. And Priscilla a yellow sports skirt for $3. What was the color of the scarf for Ellen? Joan?
Blue.
Blue is right. Good for you.
1901 was Grover Cleveland, too. I know because I won a pair of cloth-top shoes on the election. Remember that.
We'll forget about Grover Cleveland.
I won't forget about it.
Well, this next question here...
Burns me up, you know. You come over here... You
quiet, please.
Do the best you can.
Tommy Haycomb.
Tommy Haycomb.
Now, Jackie.
About Tommy Haycomb.
I'm reading a name.
All right. Read the name.
All right. Quiet. Connie Haycomb.
I'm not getting paid for this, you know. I just came over here. I'm a guest. That's what burns me up, you know.
Connie Haycomb. Listen, Jackie.
Yes.
I'm beginning to think that you're getting into what little hair I've got left.
Well, I can always tell you where to get a toupee. You know.
Quiet. Connie Haycomb of Minneapolis, Minnesota wants you to sing or hum these notes as I give them to you, and stop me as soon as you recognize the scales you are singing. All right, here's the first one. C.
Oh. That was Joan.
All right, Joan. D.
Oh.
E flat.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
G.
Oh.
A flat.
Oh.
B.
Oh.
C.
Oh.
Do you recognize the scale?
That's the harmonic minor.
That's very good. All right. Here's
if
the
I
next
had my
one.
violin here, I'd have gotten it.
Here's the next one. C.
Oh.
C sharp.
Oh.
D.
Oh.
D sharp.
Oh.
E.
Oh.
F.
Oh.
I'll tell you what we're going to do. We've got some other hands up. I'm going to give this one to Claude.
That's a chromatic.
Chromatic is correct. Good for you, Claude. And here is the last one. C,
Oh.
D,
Oh.
E flat,
Oh.
F,
Oh.
G,
Oh.
A,
Oh.
B,
Oh.
C,
Oh.
B flat. Richard?
That's the melodic.
Melodic is good. Good for you, kids.
One of the silliest questions I've ever heard. Ask me something once in a while.
Now, quiz kids, you'll need mythology.
Waving my hand all the time. Nobody even calls on you. You're standing like a big dope.
You'll need mythology as well as ornithology to answer this one. Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri, wants to know why peacock
Is that
feathers...
Paul Baker's sister, Ethel? That isn't Paul Baker's sister, is it?
When you want to talk, Jackie, will you please hold up your hand?
Because I know an Ethel Baker, you know.
I
That was
see.
Paul Baker's sister.
Well, remember to hold up your hand when you want to say something.
All right, I'll hold up my hand. For heaven's sake, you sit there. What are you, the boss or something?
Quiet, please.
Last time I'll come on this show.
You're telling us. Now, let's see, where am I? Oh, yes, here I am right here.
I care, but it's just...
Ethel Baker of St. Louis, Missouri wants to know why peacock feathers are spotted. Gerard?
The peacock has eyes in his tail feathers because of a mere myth. You see, when a long time ago, when Jupiter married Juno, after a few years, he became jealous of her, and he turned her into a calf. And he sent Argus to watch her. But Juno turned herself right back into her regular form, and Argus was the one that had 100 eyes in his head. And Juno killed Argus and put the eyes in the peacock's tail.
Well, thank you very much, Gerard. That was a very fine description. Jackie, I see you've got your hand up.
I'm wiping my forehead. It's hot here. Even raise his hand.
Fine, we'll continue.
Ridiculous questions I ever heard.
James Wilson, Jr. of Toledo, Ohio, wants you to compose a second line to his one-line verse. Here it is. Fred Allen has a funny show.
I'm going home.
Now, you keep your seat. All right, Fred Allen has a funny show. Let's hear a second line to that. Joan?
Fred Allen has a funny show, but there's not a thing he doesn't know.
Very good, Joan. All right, let's have another one.
Funny about that show, boy.
Gerard?
When Mr. Benny hears that, he'll surely blow.
All right, Jackie, what have you got to offer?
Fred Allen has a funny show. How he does it, I don't know. His jokes are old, his gags ain't funny. He ought to be paid in Confederate money. The end.
Now then, here is really one for you, Jackie Benny. Listen to this.
My father's listening in.
Yeah. All right, tell me, how many strings on a violin?
5. 4.
Yeah.
4.
Very good. How do you spell rosin?
R-O-S-O-N. Rosin.
That's wrong. It's R-O-S-I-N.
Can't understand it. I've been using it for years. Question.
Well, there's the bell, kids. I'll have your scores in just a moment.
Have you had your vitamins today? Well, here's the answer to your daily vitamin A and D problem. Take one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, now offered and guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day tablet is equal in vitamin A and D content to 2 whole teaspoonfuls of cod liver oil, meeting minimum United States pharmacopoeia standards. One a day is all you take, one a day is all you need, and a penny a day is all it costs. Listen to these low prices. 30 tablets, 35 cents, 90 tablets, only 85 cents, and 180 tablets, only $1.50. One a day is all you take, and 1 penny a day is all it costs. Remember, one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets have been developed and are guaranteed by the makers of Alka-Seltzer, tested and approved by Good Housekeeping Bureau, and commended by Consumer Service Bureau of Parents Magazine. Every member of your family should take one-a-day tablets every day. Ask your druggist for one-a-day tablets. That's the name, one-a-day brand. Look for the big 1 on the package.
Just when I got rolling, the show had to be over.
Well, kids, as a group, you missed only one question tonight, and the individual winners are Richard first, Joan second, and Claude third.
Of course, I knew I wouldn't be in it.
I congratulate you. I congratulate you, as I said before. I congratulate all you quiz kids and take pleasure in presenting to each of you, in behalf of the makers of Alka-Seltzer, a $100 denomination United States savings bond. And, Jackie Benny, I don't have one for you. You see, these bonds are to help the children pay for their future education, and we didn't think you'd spend your money in going to college. But here's a Zenith portable radio. Maybe you can learn something listening to the Quiz Kids every Wednesday night.
Well, at least I can hawk the radio. I can get something.
Friends, we'll be back in Chicago next week, and we'll resume competition with only the 3 highest scorers remaining for the succeeding examination. The 3 winners on our last competitive program were Claude, Richard, and Jack. Completing the board will be Gerard and Joan, the same children on the program tonight. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until next Wednesday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Come on, ask some more questions. Let's get going here. Come on.
Listen again next Wednesday night to the Quiz Kids. The makers of Alka-Seltzer present 3 programs each week, all of them on NBC networks. On Friday night, Alec Templeton Time. On Saturday night, the famous Alka-Seltzer National Barn Dance. And next Wednesday night again, the Quiz Kids. For interesting variety and entertainment, listen to the Alka-Seltzer shows. Ken Carpenter speaking. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater, transcribed in Hollywood, a story by Thomas Hardy. A story of witchcraft on the moors of southern England, entitled The Withered Arm. The adaptation is by Ernest Kenoy. Here now, The Withered Arm.
The wind do howl dismal over the slopes of Egdon Heath. 'Tis an old country, and 'tis here that the ancient men did worship demons and the spirits of the heath, before the cross of Christianity came to Britain. To the north are the giant pillars of Stonehenge, and to the south the sea, and betwixt the twain the folk of Wessex scratch their living from the soil. South of Holmstoke stand the good tight barns of Farmer Lodge. 80 fine cows line up at night for the milking, and the chatter of the milkers echoes through the stalls.
So now, you demon-haunted animal, get over.
He do bring his bride home tomorrow, I hear. Come as far as Anglebury today.
Has anybody seen her?
Nay, they say she's a rosy-cheeked, pisty-tosty little body enough.
Years younger than he. Get over. So.
How old do you call him, then?
30.
More like 40.
Hey, what be the difference to us of Farmer Lodge's new missus?
It's hard on she.
His new missus? Why?
Not her, but Rhoda Brooke.
He ain't spoken to her for years.
Hush now, she'll hear you.
She's at the other end of barn. Can't be a pleasant day for her. Farmer Lodge bringing home a proper missus. So now, careful there. Stand. Now, you witch beast. You've upset the pail.
down in the barn that your father brings his new wife home from Anglebury tomorrow.
Did they tell you?
They didn't think I could hear. I shall want to send you for a few things to market. You'll be pretty sure to meet them.
Yes, Mother. Is Father married then?
Yes. You can give her a look and tell what she's like if you do see her.
Yes, Mother.
If she's dark or fair, and if she's tall as I, and if she seems like a woman that has worked or one that show the marks on her of a lady, as I suspect she do.
I'll try, Mother.
See if you can notice if her hands be white, or if they look as though they've done housework or are milker's hands like mine. Look at her well, Jimmy. Mark it all and tell me.
Maybe almost there now, darling. Get up there, up. Hey.
Is the road always this lonely?
Aye, but on market days and fair time. Do you like the new rig? Red wheels and had them painted special for you.
It's very pretty, dear.
There's not another farmer of Wessex got a rig like this. Nay, no prettier bride to ride in it.
Oh, don't! Stop. There's someone on the road.
Oh, naught but a village boy.
He stopped to look. Hurry up, but let's pass him quickly.
Get up there. Up. There you are. Left in the dust.
How that lad stared at me.
Aye, I saw that.
He's one of the villagers?
I think he lives with his mother a mile or so off.
She knows who we are.
Oh, yes. You must expect to be stared at just at first, my pretty Gertrude.
I know. I thought perhaps the boy might have wanted help. He was carrying a very heavy load.
Oh, these country lads will carry 100 weight once they get it on their backs. Think no more of it, dear. Now, another mile and I'll show you our house in the distance. You can see the chimneys clear over the fold. A brave sight, I warrant you.
Did you see her?
Yes, close.
Is she ladylike?
Yes, and more. A lady complete.
Young?
Well, she's grown up. She looked a woman to me.
What color is her hair and face?
Lightish. Her face is comely and live dolls.
Her eyes are not dark like mine.
No, bluish. I couldn't tell if she were tall. She was sitting down.
Then do you go to Holmstock Church tomorrow morning, go early, and notice her walking in, and then come home and tell me if she's taller than I.
Why don't you go and see for yourself, Mother?
I go to see her? I wouldn't look up at her if she were to pass the window this instant. You never told me what sort of hands she had.
I never seen them. She never took off her gloves. I don't see why you don't look at her yourself, Mother.
You wouldn't understand, Jimmy. Now, come to supper.
You said. We have regular live stream collections of old-time radio shows on our Chesterton Radio YouTube channel. This is an example. https://youtube.com/live/DJ4-ITBME. These live streams play shows randomly from a single folder via OBS. Can you create a list of the shows in a complete live stream along with a link to each specific show on our channel? All the shows on the live stream are also on the channel individually. That would help viewers of the completed live streams find specific shows and would allow them to know what shows are in the recorded live stream collection. Absolutely. That's a great idea for making your content more accessible and user-friendly.
I know you.
Extract all the shows that were played during the live stream.
Get away from me. Go away.
But I've come to show you something. See? It's gold. My ring.
Leave me alone.
But you must see my wedding ring. Here, look. Look at it close. Look.
No.
It's gold. It flashes in the light. He gave it to me. It's mine. Do you like it?
Get out of here.
Get out! Get out! Get out!
Jimmy. Go back to sleep. I've had a dream.
Oh, good night.
Good night. Merciful heaven. That was no dream. She was here. But she couldn't have been. I could feel her arm where I grasped it. The flesh and bone of it. It must have been a dream. But the feel of her arm, that was real. Jimmy, where are you? Oh, come in here.
I was only playing.
Do you see anyone at the fork in the path? Am I dreaming again?
Huh? Oh, that's only her. Farmer Lodge's wife. She said she would come.
Said so? When? How does she know us?
I talked to her in church.
I told you never to speak to anybody from that house.
She spoke to me first, and we're in church, not the house.
What did you tell her?
Nothing. She said, "Are you the poor boy who had to bring the heavy load from the market?" And she looked at my boots where they were cracked from the wet. She said she'd bring me a new pair. Shall I lift the latch? Shh. Mother?
All right. Let her in.
Well, you are in. I thought I'd come to the wrong house. Is this your mother?
Aye.
I've brought your little boy a new pair of boots. I do hope you won't mind.
Your voice is the same.
I beg your pardon?
Nothing.
You will take the boots for the boy. His are so worn and cracked.
Mother, may I take them?
What? Oh, yes. Yes, Jimmy. Say thank you to Mistress Lodge.
Thank you, Mom. Thank you.
It's my pleasure, Jimmy. I don't believe I know your name.
Rhoda Brooke. Jimmy, run outside.
Yes, Mother.
You're one of my husband's milking maids, aren't you?
Yes.
I hope you don't mind my stopping by. You see, I do love to walk, and your cottage is the nearest one.
It is the nearest. I know.
Well, I hope you're well. You don't look quite well somehow.
I'm well enough, Ma'am.
I'm not used to the winds from the heath and the fog. I come from up country, you know.
I hope you will find this air agreeable, ma'am, and not suffer from the damp of the water meads.
You know, now that you mention it, I have had one little ailment that puzzles me. Oh, it's nothing serious, but I can't make it out.
A fever, ma'am?
No. This, on my arm. Here, I'll turn back my sleeve. See? It's a mark, almost as if someone had grasped my arm. Oh, it must be some rash. But it does look strange, doesn't it? Almost as if you could see the shape of fingers.
How did you get that?
I can't tell. The other night I was asleep, dreaming.
Dreaming?
I felt I was away in some strange place. And suddenly a pang shot through my arm there. And I woke up. You know, I tell my husband that it looks as though he'd flown into a rage and struck me there. I suppose it will go away soon.
On what night did it come?
Yesterday Eve. I was quite frightened by the dream. I didn't know where I was till I heard the clock strike 2. Well, good day, Rhoda. And I shall see you again.
Good day, ma'am. 2 o'clock. And I heard the chime when I woke. It can't be that I have that power. That's witchwork. I didn't want to harm her. Not really. Yes, Mum.
Stand there. Oh!
Something wrong, Mum?
My arm.
Was it no better?
Oh, no. pains me dreadfully now.
Perhaps you'd better go to a doctor, Mum.
I've seen one. Mr. Lodge insisted I go. But the doctor didn't seem to understand what was wrong. He told me to bathe it in hot water.
May I see it, Mum?
No. Well, all right. There.
Oh.
It does look much worse, doesn't it? You can see the shape of 4 fingers. Oh, it frightens me. My whole arm seems to be shriveling from the spot.
I'm so sorry, Mum.
My husband says it's as if some witch had taken hold of me there and marked me.
No, it couldn't be that. That's only fancy.
I suppose so. I wouldn't mind it, but I have a notion it makes my husband dislike me. Men think so much of personal appearance.
Some do. He, for one.
Yes. He was very proud of my appearance at first. My serving maid told me that there is one way that I might be able to find the cause and so the cure.
Some medicine?
No, a clever man over on Egdon Heath. I don't remember his name. Millie said you might know where he was.
Not Conjurer Trendle.
Yes, Trendle, that's it. Why do they call him Conjurer?
Well, folks say he was that he had powers others had not.
But that's superstition. I thought he was a medical man. I'm ashamed of Millie, really.
Did Millie say why she thought I would know about the conjurer?
Why, no.
They talk about me in the barns, they do.
Why should they?
No matter. Some folk have a viper tongue.
Do you know much about this conjurer, Trendle?
No, of course not. Why should I?
No reason, I suppose. Do you think it would hurt if I just visited him from curiosity?
'Tis your affair, Mum.
Is it far to where he lives?
Yes, 5 miles, in the heart of Egdon Heath.
I should have to walk, I suppose. Will you come with me to show me the way?
No, not I.
Why not? You will help me, won't you? You do want me to get well, don't you, Rhoda?
Aye, Mum.
Then take me to Conjurer Trendle.
All right, Mum. We must start early. 'Tis a long way over the heath.
Is it much further, Rhoda?
Only over the fold, Mum.
It's getting dark, isn't it?
It always seems to come quicker on the heath. 'Tis here they tell the stories of the old king who died on Egdon Heath. Him that they call Lear.
King Lear?
King over all Wessex he was. There's the conjurer's cottage.
Tumble down, Freddy.
Aye, come on. Oh, there'll be a storm. Hurry.
There's no light inside.
Conjurer Trendle don't need one. Knock.
I can't.
Here, then. Let me.
Is he at home?
I don't know.
What do you want of me this night?
Are you Conjurer Trendle?
Conjurer? I be no conjurer. Just a dealer in furs and turf and sharp sand.
But they said you had powers.
Aye, there be fools that will believe anything. Still, when a wart disappears, when a fever goes away, there are them would buy old Trendle a glass of grog. You, Stella, what are you doing here?
I came to show her the way.
Oh, that be all, eh? No other reason?
No.
Can you help me, Trendle? It's my arm.
Let me see it.
Oh, it pains me so.
Aye, there be the mark and the withering. Got worse, ain't it?
Yes. My whole arm is twisted.
Been to doctors, eh?
They gave me some medicine, but it didn't help.
Medicine can't cure it. It be the work of an enemy.
An enemy?
Aye.
What enemy?
That be best known to yourself. If you like, I can show the person to you. I can do no more, and I don't wish to do that. Come inside. down.
What do I have to do?
Nothing. He takes a tumbler. Now, watch the glass. Look closely into it where the egg whirls.
So dark.
Look closely. Now, do you see the likeness of any face as you look?
I can't tell. It changes.
Then look careful, and you'll see the enemy. Do you see it? Do you see it now?
I think so. I can't believe it. I don't understand.
Did you see the enemy?
Yes. Yes, I see it now. Rhoda, was it you that told me of this man? How strange.
She left me there on the heath, her face rigid, aged in one moment. And as she walked, she held her arm close against her body to hide the twisted, withering shape. And behind her walked Rhoda Brooke. 6 years passed over the heath. The boy, Rhoda's child, disappeared from the neighborhood of Holmstoke, and Farmer Lodge's great house grew dour and gloomy. The woman he had wooed for her grace and beauty stayed hidden in a room, brooding on a strange, twisted arm marked with the shape of an angry hand.
Are you in there, Gertrude? Gertrude! Gertrude!
I'm here.
I wanted you at table tonight. The squire asked after you.
I was not feeling well.
You've not been feeling well nigh 6 years. What's this?
Nothing.
Nothing. Smells worse than the cow barns.
It's a medicine.
Another one. You've got the whole house cluttered up with these witches' brews.
I keep thinking that this one might cure, or this one.
Blast me if you won't poison yourself with these apothecary messes sometime. I married a wife, not an alchemist familiar. Oh, now, there, lass, there'll be no call for blubbering. I only meant it for your good.
Oh, you don't love me, do you? You haven't since...
No, there. You want something to cheer you up, that's all. Perhaps if there'd been children.
Perhaps.
I thought of adopting a boy once. But he's too old now, and he's gone away, and I don't know where. No, will you stop this confounded rowing?
Look out, you'll spill the bottle.
Spill it. I'll spill it. I'll spill the whole stinking mess of it. There. Now, when you find out you're the same wench I married, come search me out. Until then, I want no part of you.
Oh, the arm. The withered arm. Oh, if it could only be smooth and round as it was when he first saw it. Conjuring, you must help me.
You think too much of my powers. This be no ordinary wound. It will not be cured by pastes and ointments and amulets.
But there is a cure.
Aye, there be only one chance known to me.
Tell me.
You must touch with a withered arm the neck of a man who's been hanged.
Hanged?
Aye, before he be cold. Just after he be cut down.
But how can that do good?
It will turn the blood. You must go to the jail when there be a hanging, and wait for him when he be brought off the gallows. Lots have done it. though perhaps not so pretty a woman as you.
You say it works.
Never know it to fail. I used to send dozens to Costa Bridge for the hangings, but they don't hold with it nowadays. Aye, but it turns the blood. Remember that. It turns the blood.
Now what? Oh, dear lady. What does he want here?
I want to speak to you.
I was just going to bed, but I don't mind stopping a minute for such a one as you. Come into the house.
You're Davy?
Aye. But if you come to me for gardening work, I can't come. I never leave Casterbridge for gentlefolk nor simple. Not I. My real job is officer of justice.
Yes, you're the hangman tomorrow.
Well, what's wrong with that? And it's no use to come to me about the knot. I tell them all, one knot be as merciful as the next if you keep it up under the ear. You'll be a relation to him?
Oh, no. What time is the execution?
Same as usual. After the London stage gets in. We always wait for that in case of a reprieve.
A reprieve? I hope not.
Yeah, as a matter of business, so do I. But still, if ever a fella deserved to be let off, it's this one. Only 18 and accused of burning a hayrick. 3 men swore he was in the next town. But they're obliged to make an example of him. Ah, so that's it, is it? But they don't look the so. What's the complaint?
My arm.
All a scram, ain't it? Well, perhaps I might manage it for a suitable, tidy fee.
And it must be kept secret.
Lover not to know, huh?
My husband.
Oh.
I think he'd kill me if he found out. He told me he was going to market at Wade and Price, and I stole out to come here.
Well, now I think I can get you a wee touch of the corpse.
Where is it now?
You mean he's living yet? Now, you be punctual. You be waiting at the little wicket in the jail wall. If you don't want nobody to know you, wear a veil.
It will go all right. There's no chance of failure?
He'll swing sure as tomorrow be Saturday. You can rest easy on that.
There he is. There they go up the scaffold. Now, don't shove. I paid as much for my seat as you did for yours.
You should have paid for 2.
Why, skinny bag of bones.
Hush now. What's the sense of our spoiling the joy of the hanging for both of us?
I suppose so. Here's Davies with the rope fixing it about the lad's neck.
Fancy taking money for that. Why, it's unchristian. Here now, don't lean forward. You're blocking my view.
He's ready now.
Right here.
Hurry. Now, lay the arm bare.
I'm ready.
Lay your arm along the mark of the rope, you understand?
Yes.
In here. They've just now cut him down. There he be.
So young.
Waste no time. Now, if the blood is to turn, now you... Here, give me your arm. There.
Gertrude!
What are you doing here?
Did you see her?
Rhoda!
Gertrude! What are you doing here?
I know. She's coming between us and him.
John, I don't understand. Why are you here, both of you?
He's our son, and his dead hanged.
This is my child, and we've come to take him home to be buried.
No, no. This is the meaning of the vision Satan showed to me. You are like her now. The woman in my dream. I took her arm. My arm! My arm!
Gertrude.
My son.
Hangman, get a doctor. Help her. She's fainted.
Aye, sir.
That cursed arm. Hurry, man. Get doctor.
You'll not need a doctor. Her blood changed all right, but too far. She's dead.
Dead?
Aye, but the charm worked. Look you, the withered arm. It's like it were a young girl, round and fair and smooth as a newborn babe's.
You have heard transcribed a dramatization of The Withered Arm by Thomas Hardy, as adapted for radio by Ernest Kenoy. In our cast, the conjurer was Donald Morrison. Elsie was Queenie Leonard. Agnes was Betty Harford. Rhoda Brooke was Naomi Stevens. Jimmy, her son, was Johnny McGovern. Farmer Lodge was Ramsey Hill. Gertrude, his wife, Virginia McDowell. And the hangman, George Pembroke. Your announcer, Don Stanley. We hope that you will join us next week at this same time when, over most of these same stations, NBC will inaugurate a new series of dramatic broadcasts entitled NBC Presents Short Story. First broadcast, 50 Grand by Ernest Hemingway. And in the ensuing weeks, dramatizations of some of the most powerful and significant short stories of our time. Crazy Sunday by F. Scott Fitzgerald. Mr. Arcularis by Conrad Aiken. The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. Shadow of Evil by James Aswell. Executive producer for the NBC Theater is Wade Arnold. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This is NBC, the national broadcast.
Section 42 of G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Larry Wilson. G.K. Chesterton's newspaper columns, The New Witness, 1921, by G.K. Chesterton. At the sign of the world's end, the ugliness of utopia. It is a pity that the people who are trying to attack the worst sort of Bolshevism have got hold of the very worst way of doing it. I have been called a reactionary, and in one sense I am a reactionary. But I am quite sure there is one golden rule for all good little reactionaries to learn. It is no good to give a superficial answer to a fundamental suggestion, even if it is fundamentally false. Indeed, if it is fundamentally false, it is all the more necessary to answer it with what is fundamentally true. There is no answer to anything radical, even radically wrong, except being more radical still. If the other man has dug deep enough to have almost torn the plant up by its roots, we must dig deeper and see that it brings its own soil with it, so that it can live. If the enemy is mining, we must be countermining, and the countermining must be undermining. If the wrong sort of revolutionist is indeed undermining society, he will most certainly blow up society unless we can undermine him. The revolutionist will win unless we can be more revolutionary than he, in the fundamental sense of being at once more skeptical and more visionary. Now, our real hold on the skeptic is almost always in this, that there is something which he does not doubt, and we do. Challenged upon his own first principles, he finds the whole of his movement checked. Thus, for instance, as long as we tell the Bolshevist that his ideal is a beautiful and bewitching illusion, he will lead men to worse fates in the future, if they follow it now. He will not altogether unnaturally say that it seems odd to refuse to follow an ideal because it is beautiful, and that even by our own account there is as yet nothing to show that it is deceptive. But if we tell him at the beginning that we think his ideal is ugly, that it is ugly as an ideal and not merely as a reality, and that as it is ugly in itself, we are naturally not going to be bothered to follow it. If we tell him that, he is brought to a much more serious standstill. In order to convert us, at any rate, he has to show that his ideal is not ugly, but beautiful and worth following. Now, the modern materialist will find it much more difficult to charm like a poet than to plan plausibly like a company promoter. He will be less insinuating when he woos like a lover than when he takes chances like a tipster. It is not really so difficult for him to convince people that his idea is attainable, that he has figured it all out, like a man with a financial tip or a system for Monte Carlo. But we, by hypothesis, are not telling him that his idea is unattainable. We are telling him we do not want to attain it, whether it is attainable or not. What he has to create in us is a motive, that is, a thing that makes other things move. And it is not an easy business to create a motive. Not half so easy as to assume a motive and explain a plan. What he has to do, if he can, is what the great prophets and religious founders did. He has to make a sort of music in the air, to which things stir and march, even when they have seemed stiff as hedges or rooted as trees. And the modern economic materialist is no Orpheus. In short, it is easier to refute Bolshevism as an ideal than Bolshevism as a business proposition. And this for a very vital and interesting reason. That business can be mystifying, whereas idealism must be plain. Anyone can see this by imagining any working example. Suppose a man knocks at the door with a proposition for providing everybody with a pair of stilts, so that they can henceforth all walk about undefiled by mud and breathing a purer air on a level with the tops of trees. It would take a long time to prove to him that he cannot provide everybody with stilts. You might spend many happy hours with him in your library, looking up encyclopedias, uncovering papers with calculations, before you had proved to him from the census, or the reports of the timber trade, or the blue books on afforestation, that the thing was impossible. Perhaps it isn't impossible, an idea to be kept in mind about the other ideal also. If you want to get rid of the gentleman selling stilts at the door, it is much quicker to tell him that you don't want any stilts, that you don't like stilts, and that he has aroused no stilt motive like music in your mind, or in short that walking on stilts forms no part of your ideal. In short, the idealistic answer is short, sharp, and practical, whereas the practical answer is long-winded, elaborate, and tiresome. If a man proposes to take you to Johannesburg on one of those new amphibio-automatic oil bicycles, which are, for all I know, among the brightest and briskest business propositions advertised in that brilliant seat of culture, it will take a long time to disprove to the tout that the bicycle can travel over land and sea. It will need very complicated scientific calculation to demonstrate that the design is a swindle, though since it emanates from the high places of imperial and scientific finance, it very probably is. It is much simpler to tell him the truth that burns immortally in the breast of every plain, true-hearted Englishman. It is better to tell him that you do not want to go to Johannesburg, any more than to hell. That is what I have to say to the Bolshevist about the Bolshevist utopia. But the point here is that it would take a long time to go into the merits and demerits of the bicycle, whereas it takes a very short time indeed to dismiss the merits and demerits of the South African city. To get to the ideal is to get to the goal, and be done with it. To linger on the practical process may be interminable. The idealistic method is businesslike. The businesslike method is the devil of a business. In the same way, the really swift and simple modes of attack on Marxian materialism and collectivism is simply pointing out that it is ugly, not proving that it is unpractical. It is in preventing people from desiring what the innovators think desirable, much more than in merely prophesying whether they can get what they desire. For a prophecy, however practical, is always arbitrary and mystical, whereas a desire is a definite and objective fact, like a dog or door-knocker. All men know what they want, but only inspired seers know whether they can get it. If men want property and liberty and the life of the distributive state, as we maintain, we will attempt to follow it up by proving it to be practical and probable. But if men do not want collectivism and regimentation and compulsory labor and the rest of the Bolshevist utopia, then it will be a waste of our time to prove it impossible. None of us will sit down to discuss the baffling difficulties of starting a pestilence or the little hitches and worries in the way of procuring a mad dog. There is a truth, probably unconscious, in the common phrase that utopian revolutionists hope to make a new heaven and a new earth. It is true that nobody makes a new earth without first making a new heaven, and this is no more specially true when the heaven is full of gods and angels than when the heaven is empty of everything but ether and stardust. It is quite as true when the heaven is only an abyss or bottomless pit of space. It is quite as true when the heaven is rather like hell. The higher thing, towering over the earth and typifying the general nature of the universe, is still the dominant condition and determining factor in all the earthly regulations and reforms. The heaven of the atheist makes the earth of the atheist, as much as the heaven of the saint makes the earth of the saint. The basis of the whole Marxian business is the religion of monism and materialism. Every man gets his economics from his religion. Only this religion is so laboriously topsy-turvy as to teach the opposite. The notion that the religion came from the economics. The answer to this is really quite simple. The Marxian socialist says that mental states come only from material conditions, to which I reply that his material conditions are bad by his own account, and therefore his mental conclusions are wrong by his own argument. If the situation makes the soul, and if it is a bad situation to be a proletarian, then it is probably a worse situation to be a class-conscious proletarian. If capitalism is a mood of material origin, socialism is a mood of the very same material origin, and that admittedly a very bad and misleading origin. If economics produces ethics, we have no more reason to trust the psychology of a proletarian brought up in a capitalist state than that of a capitalist brought up in a capitalist state. The truth is that this is one intrinsically impossible and intolerable school of thought, because it is thought against thinking. The man who says that ideas are mere material results has in that very sentence destroyed all ideas, including that one. But there is an even deeper element among these elements of the case. It is perhaps the element of emotion rather than thought. Why should a man want to maintain that his will is a blind plant of the swamp, or that his ideals are idols made of mud? Why should men desire to entertain such a dogma as the materialist version of history? I do not speak here of puzzle-headed skeptics who reluctantly digest such dogmas, because they cannot reason their way out of them, but of men who shout them like a war cry and intone them like a creed. We can only say that there seems to be some such pessimistic perversity and spiritual suicide, and that this sect must be counted among the strange sects so afflicted. In practical fact, I think they are often fighting against very real plutocratic tyranny. But in truth there are two very different fights against tyranny. There is the revolt against the tyrant by the slave, and there is the revolt against the tyrant by the free man. What Nietzsche said of Christianity, what was emphatically not true of Christianity, actually is true of Marxian materialism. It is a slave morality, a protest against particular authorities made by the spirit of slavery, and not by the spirit of liberty. For if it were really working from the love of freedom, it would certainly begin with free will. End of section 42.
answers. Well, anyway, to a few of the answers. You start even Steven because they never hear the questions until you hear them on the broadcast. And now here's our schoolmaster, the chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Bob Murphy, and good evening, everybody. As our special guest this evening, we are honored to have with us Miss Inga Mansky, lyric soprano of the Chicago Civic Opera Company. We'll have her help in our musical questions later on. Right now, class begins with roll call. Richard?
I'm Richard Williams. I'm 14 years old and sophomore at Roosevelt School, East Chicago, Indiana.
Tommy?
I'm Tommy Franklin. I'm 12 years old and in the 6th grade at the Bobian School.
Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 14 years old, and I'm a freshman at the South Shore High School.
Patrick?
I'm Patrick Conlon. I'm 7 years old, and I'm in 2nd grade at the 4th year of school.
Well, good for you, Patrick. And last but not least, Maureen.
I'm Maureen Buckley. I'm 10 years old and in the 7th grade at Resurrection School.
Folks, National Education Week starts tomorrow, and parents all over the country are being urged to visit their schools. We're going to invite the Quiz Kids' parents to visit our classroom next Sunday. And more than that, we're going to put them right on the spot and see how they are at answering questions. Yes, sir, we'll ask them to trade places with their own children for the last half of next week's program. Of course, just who the parents will be depends on which 3 of you 5 children win tonight. So, on your toes for the first question, because here it is. Virginia Connolly, an officer now stationed at San Francisco, wears black stockings. What branch of the service is she in? Maureen?
The Waves.
The Waves? Harvey?
I think it's the Spars.
The Spars? We have another hand up, Richard.
I was going to say the Waves, too.
You were going to say the Waves, Harvey?
Well, in any case, she's in the Navy.
That's right, but what is she in the Navy? Maureen?
To be a Navy nurse.
That's right, a Navy nurse. Miss Connolly is a Navy nurse. She's an ensign at the United States Naval Hospital on Mare Island. Now, Catherine Draper of New York City is reminded that anything may happen in an American presidential election, and often has. What presidential candidate went to bed on election night thinking he had been elected only to learn the next morning that he hadn't been? Maureen?
Hughes, and that was in 1916 between Hughes and Wilson.
That's right. Good girl. What president was kept in suspense for 4 months as to the outcome of the election? Harvey.
Well, that was in the Hayes-Tilden election when it was very close and the outcome wasn't decided until March 2nd by the House of Representatives.
That's very good, Harvey. That's correct.
And Hayes won.
What president slept through his entire term of office? Harvey?
Well, that's a man named David Rice Atchison. And I believe it occurred just after Zachary Taylor's assassination or death in office. And he was president pro tem of the Senate. And because of that, he was president during the time that the president died and the vice president took office.
Well, now, Harvey, I'm afraid you're slightly off the beam. You gave me the right name. President Polk's term expired on March 4th, 1849. Zachary Taylor took the oath of office on March 5th, since the 4th was on Sunday. In the meantime, David Rice Atchison, as president pro tem of the Senate, became chief magistrate of the nation. Since it came after a trying Senate session, he slept through the entire term of office. John A. Hanson of Morristown, New Jersey, sends this question, kids. If you were a detective, you could find all these criminals inside the covers of Dickens. What teacher, in what book, would you arrest for being mean to Smike? Pat?
Mr. Squeers.
That's
Nicholas Nickleby.
That's right, Patty. Good boy. Whom would you arrest for stealing from Mr. Whitfield? Maureen?
Well, it was in Oliver Twist. He went to school for pickpockets. I think that was it. And they trained one of them. I can't remember his name. And they were trained to pick pockets. And they picked a man's pocket and they blamed it onto David Copperfield. Oliver Twist.
Well, now, wait just a minute. You're partly right, Maureen, but you will remember I said for stealing from Mr. Wickfield. So that definitely takes it out of the book Oliver Twist and puts it in another book. What book would that be? Mr. Wickfield. Harvey?
Yes, this is just a stab, but I think that in David Copperfield he steals from an elderly gentleman who befriends him and takes him in.
Who steals?
David Copperfield.
No.
At least he's...
No, I'll tell you, Maureen gave me the name of the book when she was giving me that other information. Uriah Heep in David Copperfield is the character we were talking about. All right, who would you arrest for the murder of Nancy? Harvey?
Oh, that's Bill Six. There's Sykes.
Sykes in what book?
In Oliver Twist.
Oliver Twist, that's right. August Wedler of Peru, Illinois, knows, of course, that all children love to go to bed. So he thought you quiz kids would like this one. Can you think of 3 popular expressions which mean to go to bed or to get some rest? 3 popular expressions. Richard?
Hit the hay.
Hit the hay,
or,
that's a very good one.
Pound your ear.
Pound your ear is another one. Let's have some more. Tommy?
Count some sheep.
Count some sheep, yes. Harvey?
Well, in the Army, they call it blanket drill.
Blanket drill, that's very good. Any more, Richard?
You could saw some wood.
Saw some wood. Uh-huh. Those are all cute, kids. Maureen?
Well, maybe jump in the lake, because if you jumped in the lake, you'd probably be committing suicide, and then you'd be dead, and you'd be sleeping then.
Yeah, well, you're right, Maureen. Of course, that's the tough way to get some sleep, isn't it? Life is really sweet. Well, kids, we've dabbled around quite a bit on this program with square root and cube root. And now, Mr. C.P. Lawson of New York City gives us a problem in the 5th root. He admits this sounds impossible, but he says the problem can be done mentally if you know enough mathematical tricks. To raise a number to the 5th power, you multiply the number by itself 4 times. Thus, the 5th power of 2 is 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2, or 32. And the figure 2 is the 5th root of 32. All right, what is the 5th root of 4,984,209,207? Richard?
That'd be 87.
87 is right. That's wonderful. Richard, what system did you use to get that answer?
Well, the 5th power of 80 is 3 billion. is 3,276,800,000, and the 5th power of 90 is 5,904,900,000, and the number was between those two, so I knew it was in the 80s. And since the number ended in 7, and any number 5th power ends in the same digit that the original number did, then I knew that the second digit was 7, and so it had to be 87.
Well, if it's as easy as all that, Richard, I guess we can all do it, can't we? That was my system. That's the system I use on that, too. Now, let's see. Next question here. The Reverend Clyde Walter Earhart of Murfreesboro, Tennessee, sent this question, children. Authors of the world's bestseller, the Bible, were not professional writers. What was the trade or profession of these 3? Matthew, Luke, and John. Pat?
Well, Matthew was a tax gatherer.
That's right.
And Mark was...
We didn't ask for Mark. Matthew, Luke, and John.
Well, Luke was a physician.
That's right.
And John was one of the apostles also.
Yes, and
so was Matthew.
Well, yes. But what was John's trade or profession, Pat?
Well, I don't know that.
Maureen?
I think he was a fisherman.
He was a fisherman, that's right. That's very good, kid. Now, between questions, let's visit Professor Murphy's elocution class.
Oh, come on, Kay. It's time to get up. The Navy's waiting for its little career girls.
Oh, Suzanne, I can't get up. I've got a headache that was built for an elephant. Oh, another cold, doggone it.
Not another one.
Oh, I ache all over. So I'm not going in this morning. Will you be an angel and type those form letters for me? Lieutenant Jones waiting for them first thing.
Listen, Kay, I'm getting tired of doing your work while you stay home and nurse your cold. Why don't you do something about them?
What else can I do, Suzanne? I get plenty of rest, I eat right, I dress sensibly, I exercise, and... and still I get cold.
Well, beginning today, dear, you're going to join me in the vitamin brigade. I don't get nearly so many colds since I've been taking these one-a-day tablets. Of course, I can't prove that the vitamins did the trick, but if they didn't, I don't know what did.
Yeah, let's see that bottle. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets. How many of these do you take every day, Sue?
Just one, Kay, and that's what makes one-a-day brand so easy to take. One tablet each day, and it costs just about a penny a day. Come on, open up and swallow it down. There you are.
And that's a good thing for everyone to remember. Do everything you can to help keep up your normal resistance to colds. Take a one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet every day. Each tablet contains as much vitamin A and D as a teaspoon and a half of USP minimum cod liver oil. Ask your druggist for one-a-day brand and look for the big one on the yellow box.
Thank you, Bob. You know, friends, last Sunday on our GI special program, we undertook to give servicemen in advance the scores on 3 of yesterday's football games. Our guest last Sunday, Red Grange, and our own Tommy Franklin, age 12, each made predictions. Well, the time has come to check the actual scores and see which of these brave souls came closer. Let's look at the record. Michigan, Pennsylvania. Predictions. Tommy, Pennsylvania to win 12-6. Red Grange, Michigan to win 21-14. Actual score, Michigan 41, Pennsylvania 19. The winner, Red Grange. Second game, Wisconsin-Purdue. Predictions. Tommy, Purdue to win 21-7. Red Grange, Purdue to win 14-7. Actual score, Purdue 35, Wisconsin nothing. The winner, Tommy Franklin. Third game, Notre Dame Navy. Predictions. Tommy, Navy to win 27-7 or 14. Red Grange, Notre Dame to win 21-7. Actual score, Navy 32, Notre Dame 13. The winner, Tommy Franklin. Well, Tommy, you bested the great Red Grange on that guessing contest, and Red called me up this morning to ask me to extend his congratulations. Also, he wanted me to ask you whether you can think up any alibis for him to tell our listeners on why he might logically have missed it so far on the Notre Dame Navy game. How about it, Tommy?
Because Notre Dame had, I think they score more points this year than Navy, and their opponents had only crossed the goal line once. And, well, he's a businessman, and he hasn't got as much time as I have to look up things.
Well, that's very true, Tommy. Did you want to add anything more to that?
Well,
you don't have to. I thought maybe you wanted to talk a little further. Maureen has her hand up. What did you want to say, Maureen?
Notre Dame's a better team than Navy.
Oh, you think they are, huh? Well, of course, it's obvious that Notre Dame had no business losing. Anyway, Tommy, you and Red were both good sports, and I want to thank Red again for paying us such a pleasant visit last Sunday. Well, the opera season is in full swing, and we have with us tonight a young lyric soprano who made her successful debut just last week with the Chicago Civic Opera Company. She is the daughter of the famous Dorothy Mansky of the Metropolitan. Here she is, Miss Inga Mansky. Miss Mansky, I have here an opera question from Mrs. Ann Harris of Dorchester, Massachusetts. And if you'll do the singing for us, we'll see if the quiz kids can do the answering. Now, children, if you heard Miss Mansky singing these arias at the opera, what roles would she be singing? I'd like for you to get 2 out of 3 on this. Here's the first one. Harvey?
I think that's The One of Whom I Dream. It's from Traviata.
That's very, very good, Harvey. Very good. All right, now let's listen to the next one. Maureen?
I think that's the Jewel song from Faust.
That's right, Maureen. Maureen, who sings that in the opera?
I think, I can't think of his name, the one that's under the power of the devil.
Well, Pat?
Faust.
Who?
No, Mephistopheles.
No, now, wait a minute. Harvey?
Well, I don't think it could possibly be a man because it's a lyric soprano song.
All right. Who would be singing?
I guess Margarita.
Marguerite, that's right. And here's the last one. Harvey?
That's the mad scene from Lucia. Lucia de Lammermoor.
That's right. Very good.
And
thank you very much, Miss Mansky. Now, don't go too far away because we have something else up our sleeve here. Here's an interesting question from Mrs. Bert Hughes of Buffalo, New York. Everyone is talking about all the new gadgets there will be when the war is over and industry turns back to civilian production. Can you think of any new gadgets you personally would like to see somebody invent and put on the market? You kids ought to have some very modern ideas along those lines. A new gadget of some kind. Maureen?
Some kind of a roller that you set it some way, and then when you roll out your pie, it'll fit the pan exactly.
Well, now, say, there is an angle. And I would suggest that they sort of make that out of this sponge rubber, too. Wouldn't you, Maureen? All the jokes go around about the rolling pins. Richard?
Well, I'd like to have some sort of a special type of shoe, sort of possibly like a roller skate, and that you just might have some way of running so that you just turn it on and you go running down the street.
You mean motorized feet, huh?
Yeah.
That's a good idea, all right, Richard. Harvey?
Well, I'd like to have a magnetic bowling ball so that it went right into the 1-3 pocket every time he threw the ball.
Well, say, now, you're not alone on that, Harvey. I'd go for that myself. Tommy?
Well, they ought to have a machine that could pull your house up to, high enough so that you could see a football game.
Over the fence. Oh, man. Now, that is a dandy, Tommy. I'm heartily in favor of that. Maureen?
They should have some kind of a gadget that makes salt in the summertime so it won't get clogged up in the bottom of the salt shaker and you can't get any salt out to put on potatoes.
Well, now, all you have to do is to put a little rice in there, you know. That
I
is
know,
my
but
grandmother.
that doesn't work very good.
Oh, it doesn't? Used to work for my grandmother. Harvey?
Well, I think they've already done that. I'm not going to give any plugs or anything, but when it rains, it pours.
Now, of course, we never give any plugs on this show, do we, Harvey? Tommy?
Well, they ought to have a gadget that makes the cigar last for a long time. It never grows smaller because, if you run out of cigars, then you can't always go to the store and buy another one.
Oh, who smokes cigars in your family, Tommy?
No one.
Huh? Oh, you're just thinking about the cigar smoker. I see.
Yes.
Pat, how about you? Can't you think of any new gadgets that might help things along?
Well, you could, I'd have a gadget that, Well, something that would carry go down and get the groceries and carry them home.
Well, Pat, that's the invention that ends all inventions, I want to tell you. Let's get along, kids. Those were all fine. From Whiting, Indiana, comes this question thought up by Arthur Brown, Jr. The Russians first entered Yugoslavia through what country, and through what 6 other countries is it possible to enter Yugoslavia? Richard?
Well, they first entered Yugoslavia through Romania.
That's right.
And you could also enter it through Italy or Austria, yes. Or Hungary, or Bulgaria, or Greece, or Albania.
It's all 6 of them. Nice going, Richard. Now, before this next set of questions, Bob Murphy has a special message for all you parents listening in.
I'm sure that if you have boys and girls growing up in your family, I don't have to point out to you the importance of giving them plenty of vitamins A and D, because your family doctor or baby specialist has made that clear to you. Vitamin A, among other things, helps keep up their normal resistance to colds and similar infections, while vitamin D helps build and preserve strong bones and teeth. Now, you may know these vitamins as the cod liver oil vitamins. Well, let me ask you this. Do you have trouble coaxing your youngster to take these vitamins regularly? Then you'll be glad to know about a pleasant, easy-to-take product that contains these A and D vitamins in pleasant-tasting tablet form. Tablets that have no unpleasant taste or aftertaste. They're one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets put up by the makers of Alka-Seltzer. Each one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablet contains the full basic daily supply of A and D, as much A and D vitamins as you'd get in a teaspoon and a half of USP minimum cod liver oil. And one little tablet scarcely larger than a navy bean is all you take each day. Not only is one-a-day brand pleasant from the taste standpoint, but from the budget standpoint as well. One tablet each day costs you just about 1 penny each day. Now, to be sure you're getting the guaranteed potency in each tablet, ask your druggist for one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets, and look for the big 1 on the yellow box. Now, back to school and Quizmaster Kelly.
Well, this question from Marjorie Conrady of Wilmette, Illinois, requires you quiz kids to try singing grand opera. And that's only fair because Miss Mansky, a real opera singer, was nice enough to sing for you. If you can sing well enough for Miss Mansky merely to recognize what you're singing, we'll call that good enough. So now remember, when you answer this question, don't tell what you're going to sing, just sing it. What would you sing if you were a bullfighter? Harvey?
Well, I don't know the real words, so I'll just kind of have to dot it out.
All right, Harvey.
Da 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 da.
How about that, Miss Mansky? Could you tell what that was?
Yes, I certainly could. That was the Toreador song from Carmen.
And a bullfighter sang it, didn't he? So that answers the question. I thought at first it was the Ta-da-da song. Well, anyway, what would you sing if you were a gondolier? Richard?
Well, you might sing the... you might sing la 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 la.
Well, how beautiful. Miss Mansky, what is that, by the way?
That is from the Tales of Hoffman and Fright. It's the Baccarat.
Well, look, Miss Mansky, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear you and Richard sing that together. I'll tell you what, Richard. Now, this is going to be a lot of fun now. You start it out, Richard, and Miss Mansky will join in.
La 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 la.
Well, that was a lot of fun. Thanks a lot, Richard, and thank you, Miss Maskey. You were kind to come up and help us out. Now, kids, try this one, thought up by Mrs. R.H. Fletcher of Carrollton, Georgia. Let's imagine that some of the characters in Shakespearean plays suffer with amnesia and forget in just what play they belong. You are to put them in the right play. Now, here's the first set of 3. Imogen, Cloten, Posthumus. Pat?
Cymbeline.
Cymbeline, that's right, Pat. Here's the next threesome. Hero, Beatrice, Don Pedro. Pat?
The hero Beatrice and Don Pedro appeared in Much Ado About Nothing.
That's right. Good boy. And last, Mistress Page, Mistress Ford, Mistress Quickly. Maureen?
At first, when I heard the page, I thought it might be, wasn't Romeo and Juliet in the castle?
No. Richard?
The Merry Wives of Windsor.
The Merry Wives of Windsor. That's right. Children are always asking why. So Mrs. Elsa L. Ild of Berkeley, California, thought we'd turn the tables and ask you why. Why did the 3 bears go for a walk prior to the coming of Goldilocks? Harvey?
Well, their porridge was kind of hot, so they figured rather than burn their mouths, they'd go out and walk for a while.
Until the porridge cooled off. That's right. Why did the little old woman make the gingerbread boy? Maureen?
Wasn't it for a Thanksgiving or a Christmas dinner?
Well, look at the hands. Harvey?
Well, I believe they were very lonely, and they wanted someone. They didn't have any children, and they wanted someone to comfort them.
That was the reason. That's the reason. All right, well, questions are over once you hear the bell quiz, kids. Now we'll just have to sit tight while the judges add up your points, and let us know which 3 of you win another chance in our classroom of the year. Remember, though, whether you win or lose in the scoring, you get a $100 war bond from the makers of Alka-Seltzer just the same. Bob Murphy, while we're waiting, will you tell the folks about our questions, please?
Why, sure, Mr. Kelly. The questions are sent in by you folks listening in. For each one we use on the broadcast, the makers of Alka-Seltzer give a priority certificate good for one of the first post-war Zenith portable radios. It will be a Zenith radio of the future, complete with shortwave and the latest improvements in radionics. However, if you prefer, instead of the post-war radio, you may have a $50 war bond now. Just think up a question and mail it to Quiz Kids, Chicago. Well, Joe, do you have the report cards yet?
Well, the judges aren't quite ready, Bob, so I'll fill in with a reminder for all grade school and high school students. It's time to join the American Junior Red Cross. Junior Red Cross members, among other worthwhile projects, make articles of comfort like ashtrays, sewing kits, and games for our servicemen in camps and hospitals. Ask your teacher to enroll you. Well, the judges have handed me tonight's verdict, and here's the news. As a class, you quiz kids missed 1 question. Harvey was first, Richard second, Pat and Maureen tied for third. So, you 4 quiz kids will be back again at your desks a week from tonight, and you'll defend your scholastic honors against Joel Superman Copperman, age 8. And remember now, bring your parents along because they're going to change places with you during the last half of the examination next Sunday. I see most of them here in the audience tonight, and I hope they aren't as nervous next Sunday as they look right now. Meanwhile, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids class until the same time next week when the Quiz Kids' parents will visit our classroom. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
And, folks, isn't it about time to check the supply of Alka-Seltzer in your home? Remember, for the ache-all-over feeling and the headache of a cold, Alka-Seltzer's comfort is worth its weight in gold.
This is the Blue Network.
My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them all.
You're listening to the voice of Lynn Fontanne reading The White Cliffs of Dover by Alice Dewar Miller. Me, that there's some corner of a foreign field that is forever England. There shall be in that rich earth a richer dust concealed, a dust whom England bore, shaped, made aware, gave once her flowers to love,
her ways to roam. A body of England's, breathing English air, washed by the rivers, blessed by sons of home. And think, this heart, all evil shed away, a pulse in the eternal mind, no less gives somewhere back the thoughts by England given, her sights and sounds, dreams happy as her day, and laughter learnt of friends, and gentleness in hearts at peace under an English heaven. A few very beautiful thoughts of England expressed by the English poet Rupert Brooke in The Soldier. Our featured work on this afternoon's edition of Anthology also concerns England. Thoughts of England, a story of England, written by the American poetess Alice Dewar Miller. Miss Miller's narrative poem, The White Cliffs of Dover, covers a span of 2 generations, 2 world wars. It tells the story of an American wife faced with the problem of adjusting her life to the English way of life. On the screen in 1944, Susan Dunn was portrayed by Irene Dunn. This afternoon, we'll hear the role played by Lynn Fontanne in a Victor recording of the poem. The special musical score was written and conducted by Frank Black. And now, The White Cliffs of Dover.
Loved England dearly and deeply since that first morning, shining and pure, the white cliffs of Dover I saw rising steeply out of the sea that once made her secure. I had no thought then of husband or lover. I was a traveller, the guest of a week. Yet when they pointed the white cliffs of Dover, startled I found there were tears on my cheek. I have loved England and still as a stranger. Here is my home, but I still am alone. Now in her hour of trial and danger, only the English are really her own. 1914, early May, London was crowded and rich and gay. A light blue carpet on the stair and tall young footmen everywhere, tall young men with English faces standing rigidly in their places. I went up the stairs between them all, strange and frightened and shy and small, and as I entered the ballroom door, saw something I never had seen before except in portraits. A stout old guest with a broad blue ribbon across his breast. That blue as deep as the southern sea, bluer than skies can ever be. The Countess of Salisbury, Edward III, no damn merit, the Duke. I heard my own voice saying, upon my word, the Garter, and clapped my hands like a child. Someone beside me turned and smiled, and looking down at me said, I fancy you're Bertie's Australian cousin Nancy. He told me to tell you that he'd be late at the Foreign Office and not to wait supper for him, but to go with me and try and behave as if I were he. I should have told him on the spot that I had no cousin, that I was not Australian Nancy, that my name was Susan Dunn, and that I came from a small white town on a deep-cut bay in the smallest state in the USA. I meant to tell him, but changed my mind. I needed a friend, and he seemed kind. So I put my gloved hand into his glove, and we danced together and fell in love. Young and in love, how magical the phrase, how magical the fact. Who has not yearned over young lovers when to their amaze they fall in love and find their love returned? We went to the Tower, we went to the Zoo, we saw every flower in the gardens at Kew. We saw King Charles a-prancing on his long-tailed horse and thought him more entrancing than better kings, of course. At a strange early hour in St. James's Palace yard, we watched in a shower the changing of the guard. And I said, what a pity to have just a week to spend when London is a city whose beauties never end. John had one of those English faces that always were and always will be found in the cream of English places till England herself sink into the sea. A blonde, bold face with prominent eyes, a little bit bluer than English skies. And what a voice he had, gentle, profound, clear, masculine. I melted at the sound. And still I did not see my life was changed, utterly different, by this love estranged forever and ever from my native land, that I was now of that unhappy band who lose the old and cannot gain the new, however loving and however true to their new duties. I could never be an Englishwoman. There was that in me, Puritan, stubborn, that would not agree to English standards, though I did not see the truth because I thought them good or ill, so great a people, and I think so still. The English are frosty when you're no kiss or kin of theirs, but how they alter when once they take you in. The kindest, the truest, the best friends ever known. It's hard to remember how they froze you to the bone. They showed me all London, Johnny and his friends. They took me to the country for long weekends. I never was so happy. I never had such fun. I stayed many weeks in England instead of just one. But a day came when I was forced to face facts. I went down to see the family place, John's mother, and the cradle of his race. A red brick manor house in Devon in a beechwood of old grey trees, ivy climbing to the clustered chimneys, rustling in the wet south breeze, gardens trampled down by Cromwell's army, orchards of apple trees and pears, casements that had looked for the Armada, and a ghost on the stairs. Johnny's mother, the Lady Jean, child of a penniless Scottish peer, was warm, handsome, high-coloured, lean, with eyes like Johnny's, more blue and clear, like bubbles of glass in her fine, tanned face. And presently she said, as they sooner or later always say, "You're an American, Miss Dunn. Really, you do not speak like one." She seemed to think she said a thing both courteous and flattering. I answered, though my wrists were weak with anger, "Not at all. I speak, at least I've always thought this true, as educated people do in any country, even mine." Really? I saw her head incline. I saw her ready to assert, "Americans are easily hurt." I saw the house with its oaken stair and the Tudor rose on the newel post, the panelled upper gallery where they told me you heard the family ghost. A gentle, unhappy ghost who sighs outside one's door on the night one dies. I saw the picture of every son, Percy the eldest and John and Bill in Chinese customs, and the youngest one, Peter the sailor, at Osborne still, and the daughter, Enid, married, alas, to a civil servant in farm address. A little thing happened just before we left. The evening papers came. John, flicking them over to find a score, spoke for the first time a certain name, the name of a town in a distant land, etched on our hearts by a murderer's hand. Mother and son exchanged a glance, a curious glance of strength and dread. I thought, what matter to them if Franz Ferdinand dies? One of them said, "This might be serious." "Yes, you're right." The other answered, "It really might." The English love their country with a love steady and simple, wordless, dignified. I think it sets their patriotism above all others. We Americans have pride. We glory in our country's short romance. We boast of it and love it. But Englishmen will serve day after day, obey the law, and do dull tasks that keep a nation strong. Once I remember in London how I saw pale, shabby people standing in a long line in the twilight and the misty rain to pay their tax. I then saw England plain. Johnny and I were married. England then had been a week at war, and all the men wore uniform as English people can, unconscious of it. Percy, the best man, as thin as paper and as smart as paint, bade us goodbye with admirable restraint, went from the church to catch his train to hell, and died, saving his batman from a shell. We went down to Devon in a warm summer rain, knowing that our happiness might never come again. I, not forgetting till death us do part, was outrageously happy with death in my heart. Lovers in peacetime, with 50 years to live, have time to tease and quarrel and question what to give. But lovers in wartime better understand the fullness of living with death close at hand. My father wrote me a letter. My father, scholarly, indolent, strong, teaching Greek better than high school students repay. Teaching Greek in the winter, but all summer long sailing a yawl in Narragansett Bay. So, Susan, my dear, the letter began, you've fallen in love with an Englishman. Well, they're a manly, attractive lot, if you happen to like them, which I do not. I'm a Yankee through and through, and I don't like them or the things they do. Whenever it's come to a knockdown fight with us, they were wrong and we right. If you don't believe me, cast your mind back over history, and what do you find? They certainly had no justification for that maddening plan to impose taxation without any form of representation. Your man may be all that a man should be, only don't bring him back to me saying he can't get decent tea. He could have got his tea all right in Boston Harbor a certain night when your great-great-grandmother, also a Sioux, shook enough tea from her husband's shoe to supply her house for a week or two. The War of 1812 seems to me about as just as a war could be. How could we help but come to grips with a nation that stopped and searched our ships and took off our seamen for no other reason except that they needed crews that season? I can get angry still at the tale of their letting the Alabama sail and Palmerston being insolent to Lincoln and Seward over the Trent. All very long ago, you'll say, but whenever I go up Boston way, I drive through Concord, that neck of the wood where once the embattled farmers stood. And I think of Revere and the old South steeple, and I say, by heck, we're the only people who licked them, not only once, but twice. Never forget it. That's my advice. They have their points. They're honest and brave, loyal and sure as the grave. They make other nations seem pale and flighty, but they do think England is God Almighty. And you must remind them now and then that other countries breed other men. From all of which you will think me rather unjust. I am your devoted father. I read and saw my home with a sudden yearning, the small white wooden house, the grass-green door, my father's study with the fire burning and books piled on the floor. I saw the dear Curie, 2 black kittens, stalking relentlessly an empty spool. I saw a little girl in scarlet mittens trudging through snow to school. I settled down in Devon when Johnny went to France. Such a tame ending to a great romance. 2 lonely women with nothing much to do but to get to know each other. She did, and I did too. Mornings at the rectory learning how to roll bandages and always saving light and coal. Oh, that house was bitter as winter closed in. In spite of heavy stockings and woolen next to skin, I was cold and wretched, and never unaware of John more cold and wretched in a trench out there. All that long winter I wanted so much to complain, but my mother-in-law, as far as I could see, felt no such impulse, though she was always in pain, and as the winter fogs grew thick, took to walking with a stick heavily. And not for the blinking of an eye did she ever stop thinking of the suffering of Englishmen and her 2 sons in the trenches. Now and then I could forget for an instant in a book or a letter, but she never forgot either one, Percy or John, though I knew she loved one better, Percy the wastrel, the gambler, the eldest son. I think I shall always remember until I die her face that day in December, when in a hospital ward together she and I were writing letters for wounded men and dying, writing and crying over their words, so silly and simple and loving. Suddenly looking up, I saw the old vicar moving like fate down the hospital ward until he stood still beside her where she sat at a bed. Dear friend, come home. I have tragic news, he said. She looked straight at him without a spasm of fear, her face not stern or masked. Is it Percy or John? She asked. Percy. She dropped her eyes. I am needed here. Surely you know I cannot go until every letter is written. The dead must wait on the living, she said. This is my work. I must stay. And she did the whole long day. Out of the dark and dearth of happiness on earth, out of a world inured to death and pain, on a fair spring morn to me a son was born, and hope was born, the future lived again. To me a son was born, the lonely, hard, forlorn travail was, as the Bible tells, forgot. How old, how commonplace to look upon the face of your firstborn and glory in your lot. To look upon his face and understand your place among the unknown dead in churchyards lying. To see the reason why you lived and why you die. Even to find a certain grace in dying. To know the reason why buds blow and blossoms die, why beauty fades and genius is undone, and how unjustified is any human pride in all creation save this common one. And John came home on leave, and all was joy and thankfulness to me, because my boy was not a baby only, but the heir to the Devon acres and a name as old as England. Somehow I became almost an Englishwoman, almost at one with all they ever did, all they had done. I want him called John after you, or if not that, I'd rather... But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. I don't ask to call him Hiram after my father, but the eldest is always called Percy, dear. But I hate the name Percy. I like Richard or Ronald or Peter like your brother, or Ian or Noel or Donald. But the eldest is always called Percy, dear. So the vicar christened him Percy, and Lady Jean gave to the child and me the empty place in her heart. Poor lady. It was as if she had seen the world destroyed, the extinction of her race, her country, her class, her name, and now she saw them live again. And I would hear her say, "No, I admire Americans. My daughter-in-law was an American." Thus she would well repay the debt, and I was grateful. They must come in the spring. Don't they care sixpence who's right? What a ridiculous thing saying they're too proud to fight. Saying they're too proud to fight. Wilson's pro-German, I'm told. No, it's financial. Oh, quite. All they care for is gold. Seem to like writing a note. Yes, as a penman he's bold. No, it's the Irish vote. What could I do but ache and long that my country, peaceful, rich and strong, should come and do battle for England's sake? What could I do but long and ache? And at last, like the dawn of a calm, fair day after a night of terror and storm, they came, my young, light-hearted countrymen, tall and gay, looking the world over in search of fun and fame, marching through London to the beat of a boastful air, seeing for the first time Piccadilly and Leicester Square, all the bands playing, over there, send the word to beware. And as the American flag went fluttering by, Englishmen uncovered, and I began to cry. How beautiful upon the mountains, how beautiful upon the downs, how beautiful in the village post office, on the pavements of towns, how beautiful in the huge print of newspapers, beautiful while telegraph wires hum, while telephone bells wildly jingle the news that peace has come. That peace has come at last, that all wars cease. How beautiful upon the mountains are the footsteps of the messengers of peace. In the depth of the night, when the old house was sleeping, I lying alone in a desolate bed, heard soft on the staircase a slow footstep creeping, the ear of the living, the step of the dead. In the depths of the night, betwixt midnight and morning, a step drawing near on the old oaken floor, on the stair, in the gallery, the ghost that gives warning of death by that heartbreaking sigh at my door. Bad news is not broken by kind, tactful word. The message is spoken ere the word can be heard. The eye and the bearing, the breast make it clear, and the heart is despairing before the ears hear. I do not remember the words that they said. Killed, Douay, November. I knew John was dead. All done and over that day long ago. The white cliffs of Dover. Little did I know. Nanny brought up my son as his father before him, austere on questions of manners, habits, and food, generously yielding a mother's right to adore him, thinking that mothers never did sons much good. Ready to lay down her life for her charge and ready to administer discipline without consulting me, bringing him up much better than I could do it, teaching him to be civil and manly and cool in the face of danger, and then, before I knew it, the time had come for him to go off to school. Off to school, to be rid of women's teaching, set on the road to manhood at 7 years old, into a world where a mother's hands vainly reaching will never more clasp and comfort and hold. Rabbits in the park scuttling as we pass, little white tails against the green grass. Next time, Mother, I really must bring my gun. I know you don't like shooting, but John's own son, that blonde, bold face, those clear, steady eyes, hard to be certain that the dead don't rise. Jogging on his pony through the autumn day, bad year for fruit, Mother, but good salt hay. Bowling for the village as his father had before, coming home at evening to read the cricket score, back to the old house where they had begun, just as his father and his grandfather had done. Later than many, earlier than some, I knew the die was cast, that war must come, that war must come. Night after night I lay, steeling a broken heart to face the day when he, my son, would tread the very same path that his father trod. When the day came, I was not steeled, not ready. Foolish, wild words issued from my lips. My child, why should you die for England too? He smiled. Is she not worth it if I must, he said. John would have answered yes, but John was dead. Is she worth dying for? My love, my one and only love, had died, and now his son asks me, his alien mother, to essay the worth of England to mankind today. I thought of my father's deep traditional wrath against England, the redcoat bully, the ancient foe, that second reaping of hate, that aftermath of a ruler's folly and ignorance long ago. Long, long ago. Yet who can honestly say England is utterly changed? Not I, not I. Arrogance, ignorance, folly are here today. And for these my son must die? I thought of these years, these last dark, terrible years, when the rulers of England bade the English believe lies as the price of peace. Lies and fears, lies that corrupt and fears that sap and deceive. Rulers of England, for them must I send out my only son to die? And then, I thought of the history of Englishmen, of Queen Elizabeth stepping down over the stones of Plymouth Town to greet the men who had sailed away from Rocky Inlet and Wooded Bay, free men, undisciplined, uncontrolled, some of them pirates, all of them bold, feeling their fate was England's fate, coming to save it a little late, much too late for the easy way, much too late, and yet never quite too late to win in that last, worst fight. Men who had governed England know that dreadful line they may not pass. Even Elizabeth, long ago, honored and loved and bold as brass, daring and subtle, arrogant, clever, yet even the great Elizabeth never dared oppose the sullen might of the English standing upon a right. And were they not English, our forefathers? Never more English than when they shook the dust of her sod from their feet forever, angrily seeking a shore where, in his own way, a man might worship his God. Never more English than when they dared be rebels against her. that stern, intractable sense of that which no man can stomach and still be free, writing, when in the course of human events, writing it out so all the world could see whence come the powers of all just governments. The tree of liberty grew and changed and spread, but the seed was English. I am American bred. I have seen much to hate here, much to forgive. But in a world where England is finished and dead, I do not wish to live.
Anthology is brought to you by WNBC in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YW and YMHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. Anthology is produced by Steve White, written and directed for WNBC by Draper Lewis. Until next Sunday at 3, this is Fleetwood wishing you good luck and good reading.
Great Plays. The National Broadcasting Company presents Great Plays, a series of famous plays selected to show the development of drama from the sunrise performances in ancient Athens down to the contemporary theater. Mr. Burns Mantle, outstanding American drama critic and known throughout the country for his yearly volume of Broadway's best plays, will act as commentator at today's production of Redemption by Leo Tolstoy. Mr. Mantle.
By way of contrast, we are giving you something fairly modern and quite Russian as the great play of today. Count Leo Tolstoy's Redemption was written out of the misery of Tolstoy's search for an understanding of life in 1900. We had no contact with it as a written play until 18 years later, but it belongs to the early days of the realistic drama and is, in many of its scenes, tremendously dramatic and soul-searching. The Living Corpse was Tolstoy's cheerful title. Tolstoy, as a dramatist, occupies an interesting position in the history of the world's theater. After devoting his early writing years to the novel, he turned to the drama. This great lover and teacher of humanity was forever in search of the truth, the plain, unvarnished, brutal truth. Whenever he found it, or thought he had found it, he gave it the freest expression of which he was capable. All the Tolstoyan adventures resulting in the reordering of his life stem from his personal spiritual revelation. It is told of him that his first realization of human injustice followed his experience as a gay lad of 19 when, after he had spent a happy evening feasting and dancing at a great ball, he found his peasant coachman practically dead from freezing when he returned to his droshky. He came to hate war through his adventures as an artilleryman in the Crimea. He could not stand the sight of one Christian killing another and claiming God's endorsement. His revulsion toward the drastic processes of the law followed his sight of a public execution in Paris. His determination to live as a peasant followed what he accepted as the peasant's discovery of a simple and holy faith. He later decided this was a purely selfish and superstitious search for personal security. Tolstoy's effort as a dramatist seems always to be to expose humanity to itself, however ugly the picture may be, and to follow the exposure with a promise of redemption through spiritual awakening and understanding. The basis of the play Redemption is a case that came before the Russian law courts in which a husband sought to free his wife by letting it appear that he had killed himself. The law interfered, and great suffering resulted. The story of redemption is so simple that it needs no illumination from me, Arthur Hopkins wrote after he had produced the play in 1918, and it had run for 204 performances with John Barrymore and Helen Wesley in the cast. The characters, continued Mr. Hopkins, may walk in strange lands without introduction. They are part of us. Fedor is in all of us. His one cry, there has always been so much lacking between what I felt and what I could do, instantly makes him brother to all mankind. In our cast today, Tom Powers is the Fedor, Mona Hungerford the Masha, as she was in the Hopkins production, and Kay Strozzi the Lisa. When Redemption opens, Fedor, its hero, has deserted Lisa, his wife, and taken up with a band of gypsies. Lisa's mother, Anna, long disgusted with her daughter's love for Fedor and her willingness to put up with his waywardness, is trying to get her to agree to divorce her husband and marry Victor Karenin. We are at the Protosov flat in Moscow when Victor, summoned by Anna, arrives for a conference. He is announced by the maid.
Victor Karenin.
Show him here. And tell my daughter.
Greetings, Anna Pavlovna. Elizaveta sent me a note to come at once. I should have been here tonight anyway. How is your daughter? Well, I hope?
Not very. The baby has been upset again. However, she'll be here in a minute. Will you have some tea?
No, thank you.
Tell me, do you know that Elizaveta and her husband have...
Yes, I was here 2 days ago when she got his letter. Is she positive now about their separating?
Oh, absolutely. To come to this decision has caused her much pain, but now it's final. And he understands perfectly that his behavior has made it impossible for him to come back on any terms.
Why?
After breaking every oath he swore to decency, how could he come back? And so why shouldn't he give her her freedom?
What freedom is there for a woman still married?
Divorce. He promised her a divorce, and we shall insist upon it.
But your daughter was so much in love with him.
Oh, her love has been tried out of existence. Remember, she had everything to contend with. Drunkenness, gambling, infidelity. What was there to go on loving in such a person?
Love can do anything.
Oh, how can one love a rag torn by every wind? Do you suppose it's agreeable for me to have my daughter admit her marriage a failure? But anything's better than for her to throw away her life in a lie.
Yes, I know. Here she comes. I'm sorry to have been a little detained, Lisa.
Oh, thank you so much for coming. Victor, I have a great favor to ask of you, something I couldn't ask of anybody else.
I'll do everything I can.
Well, I think I'll leave you two young people to yourselves.
Please, Mother. Victor, Phaedra wrote to me saying it was all over between us. That hurt me so, bewildered me so that, well, I agreed to separate. I wrote him saying I was willing to give him up if he wanted me to.
And now you're sorry?
I feel I oughtn't to have said yes. I can't. Anything is better than not to see him again. Victor, dear, I want you to give him this letter.
Give him this letter?
And tell him what I've told you and bring him back to me.
I'll do what I can.
Tell him I will forget everything if only he'll come back. Are you surprised I asked you?
No. Well, candidly, yes. I am rather surprised.
But you're not angry.
Oh, you know I couldn't be angry with you.
I ask you because I know you're so fond of him.
Of him and of you, too. Thank you for trusting me. I'll do all I can.
I know you will. Now I'm going to tell you everything. I went today to a Fremov's to find out where he was. They told me he was living with the gypsies. Of course, that's what I was afraid of. I know he'll be swept off his feet if he isn't stopped in time. So you'll go, won't you?
Where's the place?
It's that big tenement where the gypsy orchestra lives, on the left bank below the bridge. Tell him I've forgotten everything and that I'm here waiting for him to come home. Do it out of love for him, Victor, and out of friendship for me.
I'll do all I can. Goodbye, my dear.
Goodbye, Victor.
At the gypsies, in a room that is beautiful in the shadows cast by flaring torches, Fedor is lying on a sofa, his coat off, his eyes closed, drinking in the music. Beside him sits Masha, a beautiful gypsy girl.
Asleep?
Don't talk. That's wonderful. What lovely things that music says. Where does it all come from? What does it all mean? Marcia, sit close here beside me, my angel. To think that men can touch eternity like that, and then nothing. Nothing at all. You turn my soul inside out.
Do I? But what was it I asked you for?
What? Oh, money. Voila, mademoiselle. Look at this strange creature. When she sings, she rushes me into the sky. And all she asks for is money. Little presents of money for throwing open the gates of paradise. You don't know yourself at all, do you?
What's the use of wondering about myself? I know when I'm in love. And I know that I sing best when my love is singing.
And do you love me?
I love you.
But I'm a married man, and you belong to this gypsy troupe. They wouldn't let you leave it.
Oh, the troupe's one thing, but my heart's another. I love those I love, and I hate those I hate.
Ah, you must be happy to be like that.
I'm always happy when handsome gentlemen come and say nice things to me.
Someone asking for you, Feda Potosov.
Who is it?
Don't know. He's rich, though. Fur coat.
A fur coat? Well, show him in.
Who wants to see you here?
Who knows? Ah, Victor, you're the last man in the world I expected to break into this enchanting milieu. Take off your coat, and they'll sing for you.
I want to talk to you alone.
No? What about?
I've come from your home. Your wife gave me this letter.
Do you know what's in this letter, Victor?
Yes, I know. But really,
now,
Fedor,
please don't think I'm drunk and don't realize what I'm saying. Of course, I am drunk, but I see everything very clearly. Now, go ahead. What were you told to tell me?
Your wife asked me to find you and to tell you that she's waiting for you. She wants you to forget everything and come back. Fedor, Lisa wants you to come home.
Yes?
I ask you not so much for her as for myself.
You're a much finer person than I am, Victor. Of course, that's not saying much. I'm not very much good, am I? But that's exactly why I'm not going to do what you want me to do. How could I?
Come along to my rooms, Fedor, and I'll tell her that you'll be back tomorrow.
Tomorrow's can't change what we are. She'll still be she, and I will still be I tomorrow. No. It's better to have the tooth out in one pull. Didn't I say that if I broke my word, she was to leave me? Well, I've broken it, and that's enough.
Yes, for you, but not for her.
You know, it's rather odd that you, of all men, should take so much trouble to keep our marriage from going to pieces.
Good heavens, Fedor. You don't think...
Come now, my dear Victor. Come, you shall hear them sing. Masha, tell them to sing.
What's his name? We must honor him with a song.
Oh, yes. Honor him by all means. His name is Victor Mikhailovich. Victor, my lord, son of Mikhail.
Fedor, it's hopeless. I must
go. Where's Victor? Oh, gone. All right. May the devil go with him. Masha, do you know who that was?
I heard his name.
Ah, he's a splendid fellow. He came to take me home to my wife. You see, she loves even a fool like me. And look what I'm doing. Caressing your hair.
You should go back to her and be very sorry.
Do you think I should? I don't think so. I think I shouldn't.
Of course. You needn't go back to her if you don't love her. Love is all that counts.
Yeah, and how do you know that?
Well, I just know it, that's all.
Yeah, Masha, that's wonderful, divine. If I could only lie this way forever, with my arms around the heart of joy, and sleep, and die.
Oh, why is it I love you so?
Masha.
Masha. What does that mean? If you loved me by now, you would have had your divorce. You say you don't love your wife, but you stick to her like grim death.
You know why.
Nonsense. Oh, they're right when they say you're no good. You can never make up your mind.
The only joy I've got in life is being in love with you.
Oh, it's always my joy, your love. But where's your love and my joy?
Well, Masha, after all, you've got all I can give because you're so young, so beautiful that sometimes you've made me know how to make you glad. So why torture yourself?
Oh, I won't. If you're sure you love me.
Ah, my beautiful young Masha.
You do love me?
Of course, of course.
Only me? Only me?
Darling, only you.
Fedya.
Sophia Karenya, Victor's mother, sits reading a book in her boudoir. She is a great lady of 50 or over who has tried a little obviously to make herself appear younger. A visitor is announced.
Prince Sergei Abreskov.
Show him in, please. Dear me, I hope my hair is arranged properly.
Madam Karenyan, I hope that I'm not de trop.
You know well that you are always welcome, Prince. Tell me, you have received my letter?
I did.
Oh, my dear friend, I begin to lose hope. She's bewitched Victor, positively bewitched him. He's changed completely since that woman, Elizaveta Protosova, left her husband.
He's in love, and when a man's really in
In
love...
our time, love could remain pure, coloring one's whole life with a romantic friendship. Such love I understand and value.
However, the present generation refuses to live on dreams. But tell me more of Victor, your son.
Oh, there's not very much to say. He seems bewitched. Did you know I'd called upon her? Victor pressed me so it was impossible to refuse. But Dieu merci, I found her out. So I merely left my card, and now she has asked me if I could receive her today. And I'm expecting her at any moment now. Really, I need your help.
Thank you for the honor you do me.
You realize this visit decides Victor's fate. I must refuse my consent. Oh, but that's impossible.
Have you met her?
I've never seen her, but I'm afraid of her. No good woman leaves her husband. She should bear her cross without complaint. What I don't understand is how Victor, with his religious views, can think of marrying a divorced woman.
But, cher ami, why not approve of the inevitable? After all, suppose he conceived a passion for someone, not a good woman.
How can a good woman leave her husband?
Here comes your son.
Prince Sergei? Mother, I've come to tell you that Elizaveta Protosova will be here directly. Do you still refuse your consent to my marriage?
I most assuredly do.
Oh, Mother dear, I just want you to know her.
Oh, how can you want to marry Lisa Protosova, a woman with a living husband?
Mother, that's cruel. Life is too complex to be managed by a few formula. Why are you so bitter about it?
Come, Victor. You know your mother speaks more severely than she could ever act.
I shall tell her exactly what I think and feel. But I hope I can do it without offending her.
I'm sure of it. Here she is.
I'll go.
Elizaveta Andreevna Protosova.
Now, Mother, be gentle. I'll leave you.
Show her in. Please remain, Prince Sergei.
I thought you might prefer a tete-a-tete.
Oh, no. I'd rather dread it. And if I want to be left alone in the room with her, I'll drop my handkerchief. It all depends. Oh, how do you do, Elizaveta? It is most kind of you to come to see me. I'm so grateful that you permit me. You know Prince Sergei Abreskov?
Yes, I've had that pleasure. My niece has spoken often of you.
Yes, we were great friends. I never hoped that you would wish to see me, madame. I know your husband quite well.
The last time I had the pleasure of seeing you was in those tableaux at the Denishovs. You were charming in your part.
How good of you to think so. Yes, I remember perfectly. Sophia Karenina, please forgive me if what I'm going to say offends you, but I don't know how to cover up what's in my heart. I came here today because Victor Karenin said... Because he said that... Because you wanted to see me. It's rather difficult, but you're so sweet.
There, my dear child. I assure you there's nothing in the world to... Pardon, Madame Karenina. You've dropped your handkerchief. Permit me. 5 o'clock already. Madame, in your salon, pleasure destroys the memory of time. You will excuse me, please.
Au revoir, mon ami.
Au revoir.
Now listen, my child. Please believe how truly sorry for you I am. But I love my son alone in this world. And I know his soul as I do my own. I know. He's never loved a woman before. You're the first. I don't say I'm not a little jealous. I am. But that's something we mothers have to face. I was ready to give him up, though. But I wanted his wife to be as pure as himself. And I? Am I not? Forgive me, my dear. I know it's not your fault. You've been most unhappy. But you must know how strongly my son has always felt about divorce. Yes, I've thought of all that. Lisa, my dear, you're a wise woman. And you're a good woman, too. You can't want to cripple him so that he'll be sorry all his life. Yes, sorry, even though he never says a word. If you could persuade him not to marry me, you know I'll agree, don't you? Yes, I know. And I think I love you, too. I really do. Oh, it's all so dreadful. If only he had fallen in love with you before you were married. He says he did, but he had to be loyal to his friend. It's heartbreaking. But let us love each other, and God will help us to find what we are seeking.
We are back at the Gypsies. Now the room is practically deserted. Fedor sits by himself at table, bottle and glass at hand. Out of the shadows, Prince Sergei appears.
Excuse me, Fedor Protasov. Huh? I'm afraid I'm intruding.
With whom have I the honor? Prince Sergei. How do you do?
Well, to begin, I've come...
Excuse me, Prince, but my present social position hardly warrants a visit from you.
I know that. But to be as brief as possible, Victor Karenin, the son of my old friend Sofia Karenina, and she herself have asked me to discover from you personally what intentions you have regarding your wife.
I've got no intentions. I've given her full freedom. I know she loves Victor Karenin. Let her. Personally, I think he's a bore, but he's a good bore. So they'll probably be very happy together, at least in the ordinary sense, and may the good Lord bless them.
Yes, but we...
Please don't think I'm jealous. Oh, if I've said Victor was dull, I take it back. He's splendid, very decent. In fact, the opposite of myself. And he's loved her since her childhood. Yes, I think she's always loved him more than she would admit to herself. This feeling of mine has been a black shadow across our married life. No, I don't suppose I should be talking like this to you.
Please go on. My only object in coming was to understand this situation completely. And I begin to see how the shadow, as you so charmingly express it, could have been...
No brightness could suck up that shadow. And so I suppose I never was satisfied with what my wife gave me, and I looked for every kind of distraction, sick at heart because I did so. I was a shocking bad husband. I say was because now I don't consider myself a husband at all. She's perfectly free. Now, there, does that satisfy you?
I must confess that you bewilder me. You, with your gifts of charm and wonderful sense of what's right, how could you have permitted yourself to plunge into such tawdry distractions? Tell me, why did you let your life fall into this ruin?
Well, first, drink. Because everything I did disappointed me so, made me so ashamed of myself. I feel ashamed now while I talk to you. Whenever I drank, shame was drowned in the first glass, and sadness. And then music, not opera nor Beethoven, but gypsy music. The passion of it poured energy into my body, while those dark eyes, those bewitching eyes, looked into the very bottom of my soul. And the more alluring it all was, the more shame I felt afterwards.
But what about your career?
My career? This seems to be it. Once I was director of a bank. There was always something terribly lacking between what I felt and what I could do. Oh, but enough. Makes me rather nervous to think about myself.
What answer am I to take back?
No, tell them I'm quite at their disposal. They want to marry. There mustn't be anything in their way. Is that it? Is that it? There mustn't be anything in their way.
Yes. When do you think you'll have the evidence ready?
Will a fortnight do?
Yes, I'm sure it will. May I say that you give them your word?
Yes. Goodbye, Prince Sergei. And again, thanks. Why not? Why not? No longer to be in the way, to be ashamed. And it's good not to be ashamed. Waiter, bring me a bottle of champagne.
Yes, sir.
May I sit here with you?
Who are you?
It's I, Ivan Petrovich.
If you want to. All right, sit down.
I've heard something of this.
Hmm?
Yeah. You're going to write an answer to the demand, is that it? I'll help you. I'll tell you what to say. Speak out. Say what you mean. Hit straight from the shoulder. That's my system. Hello? What's this in the box? Gun. Going to shoot yourself, of course. Why not? I understand. They want to humiliate you and to show them what courage is. Put a bullet through your head and heap coals of fire on theirs. I understand perfectly. I understand everything and everybody because I am a genius. The waiter has brought champagne. Thank you, my friend.
No, you're very welcome.
Here's to your immortal journey. May it be swift and pleasant. Why should I stop you? Life and death are the same to genius. I'm dead during life, but I live after death. You kill yourself in order to make a few people miss you. But I am going to kill myself to make the whole world know what it lost. I won't hesitate or think about it. I'll just take the revolver, 1, 2, and all is over. But I am premature. My hour is not yet struck. Take back your revolver. But I shall write nothing. The world will have to understand all by itself. The world. What is it but a mass of preposterous creatures who crawl around through life, understanding nothing at all? Do you hear me? Oh, I'm not talking to you. All this is between me and the cosmos. Pardon me. I shall have another drink.
Oh, go away, please.
Away? Me?
Yes.
So be it. I shall go away. I'll not deter you from accomplishing what I shall commit. All in its proper moment, however. Only I should like to say this...
Later, but go now.
Very well. But wait for me to come back. I've something rare to tell you, something you'll never hear in the next world. At least, not till I get there. Goodbye. Goodbye. And good luck.
Well, he's gone. I may as well have this thing over. It can't be very difficult. The revolver. So, at the temple, just the right angle. I can't do it. I can't do it. Marcia.
Fedya, I've been looking everywhere for you. Then I guessed you'd be here. Fedya! What are you doing with that revolver? Oh, you fool! You hideous fool!
Oh, it's been awful. I tried, and I couldn't.
As if I didn't exist. As if I weren't in your life at all. Oh, how godless you are. Tell me, what about all my love for you?
I wanted to set them free. I promised to, and when the time came, I couldn't.
But what about me? What about me?
I thought you'd be free, too. Surely my torturing you can't make you happy.
Oh, I can look out for myself. Maybe I'd rather be unhappy, miserable, wretched with you every minute than even think of living without you.
If I'd finished it all just now, you would have cried bitterly, perhaps, my Masha. But you would have gone on living.
Oh, can't you even be sorry for me?
I only wanted to make everybody happier.
Yourself happier, you mean?
Would I have been happier to be dead now?
I suppose you would. But, Fedya, do you know what you want? Tell me, what do you want?
I want so many things.
But what? What?
First of all, I want to set them free. They're such good people, my wife and Victor. I can't bear having them suffer. I can't crawl through the muck and filth of a divorce.
Oh, where's the good in her if she left you?
She didn't. I left her.
She made you think she'd be happier without you. But go on, blame yourself. What else?
Well, there's you, Masha, young, lovely, precious to me. If I stay alive, now what will become of you?
Don't bother about me. You can't hurt me.
But the biggest reason of all, is myself. I'm just lost. I'm no good.
I won't unfasten myself from you. I'll stick to you no matter where you take me, no matter what you do. You're alive, terribly alive, and I love you. Oh, Fedya, drop all this horror.
How can I?
Oh, you can. You can.
When I look at you, I feel as though I could do anything.
Oh, my darling, you can do anything. Get anywhere you want to. Oh, so you've been writing to them? To tell them you'd kill yourself, is that it? Fedya, listen to me. Do you remember the day we all went on the picnic to the White Lakes? And you buried the bottles of wine in the sand to keep them cool while we went in bathing? Do you remember how you took my hands and drew me out beyond the waves till the water was quite silent and flashing almost up to our throats? And then suddenly, it seemed as if there was nothing under our feet. We tried to get back, but we couldn't. And you cried for help. And after, how wonderful it was to stretch out safely in the sands, in the sunlight. Oh, how nice everyone was. And you kept on being sorry for forgetting you couldn't swim.
Oh, Masha.
Fedya, don't you see? Of course she must know you can't swim. Oh, it's all getting as clear as daylight. You will send her this beautiful letter. Your clothes will be found on the riverbank. But instead of being in the river, you will be far away with me. Don't you see, Fedya? You'll be dead to her, but alive for me.
In the drawing room of the Protosov's apartment, Victor Karenin is making his report of Fedya to Lisa.
He's promised me definitely, and I'm sure he'll keep to it.
I'm rather ashamed to confess it, Victor, but since I found out about this gypsy, I feel completely free of him. There's another woman, and he doesn't need me anymore. My only worry is the divorce.
Dearest, everything will be settled soon. Now, after all, he's promised. Though sometimes, if I didn't know him, I'd think he was trying on purpose to discomfort us.
No. It's only the same weakness and honesty fighting together in him. But, darling, I've only one desire now, and that is to have you forget the past and love as I do.
What strange, contradictory instincts and desires make up our beings.
Why?
I don't know. When I came back from abroad, knew I'd lost you, I was unhappy terribly. Afterwards, when we became friends and you were kind to me, and into our friendship weaved a spark of something more than friendship, I was almost happy. Only one thing tormented me. Fear that such a feeling wronged Fedya. Then you told me that Fedya was gone out of your life. Out of your life forever. And there was only me. Oh, Lisa, for what more could I ask? And yet the past tortured me.
Victor.
Forgive me, Lisa. I only tell you this because I don't want to hide a single thought from you.
Dearest, I'm so happy. Everything has happened in my heart to make as you wish.
All?
All, beloved. For I never could say so. What is it?
The secretary has come back.
Oh,
sir.
show him here, Marina, and take the child, will
This
you?
will be Fedya's answer.
Oh, at last we shall know when.
Well?
He's not there, sir.
Not there. He's not signed the petition for divorce, then?
No. But here is a letter addressed to you.
More excuses. More excuses. It's perfectly outrageous.
But read the letter, dear. See what he says.
Shall you need me, sir?
No, that's all, thank you. Lisa, Victor, I wrote you both without using terms of endearment. Since I can't feel them, nor can I conquer a sense of bitterness and self-reproach when I think of you together in your love. I know in spite of being the husband, I was also the barrier, preventing you from coming earlier to one another. I stood in your way. I worried you to death. Yes, it's unjust, isn't it?
What's all that for?
However, to the point. I'm going to fulfill your wishes in perhaps a little different way from what you desire. To lie, to act a degrading comedy, to bribe women of the streets for evidence, that's one thing I can't do. I can't tell lies. My solution is, after all, the simplest. You must marry to be happy. I am the obstacle. Consequently, that obstacle must be removed.
Victor!
Must be removed? By the time this letter reaches you, I shall no longer exist. All I ask you is to be happy, and whenever you think of me, think tender thoughts. God bless you both. Goodbye, Fedya.
Oh, He's killed himself.
My secretary. Call back my secretary.
Fedya, darling.
Lisa.
Oh, it's not true. It's not true that I've stopped loving him. He's the only man in the whole world I love. And now I've killed him. I've killed him as surely as if I'd murdered him with my own 2 hands.
Lisa, for God's sake.
Oh, stop it. Don't come near me. Don't be angry with me, Victor. You see, I, too, cannot lie.
Fedor has fallen very low. We find him now in a dirty, badly lighted underground dive. He is sitting at table with Petushkov, an artist. Fedor is in rags. The artist still has some hold on respectability. Both are pretty drunk. Fedor is in the midst of a confession.
I know. Well, that's real love. So what happened then?
Now, this girl was a gypsy, reared in greed, yet she gave me the purest sort of self-sacrificing love. Such contrasts are amazing.
In painting, we call that value. Only to realize bright red fully when there's green around it. But what happened?
No, we parted. I felt it wasn't right to go on taking where I couldn't give. One night, we were having dinner in a little restaurant. I told her we'd have to say goodbye. I could hardly help crying.
And she?
Oh, she was awfully unhappy, but she knew I was right. So we kissed each other a long while. She went back to her gypsy troupe. Maybe she was glad to go.
I wonder.
Yes. The single good act of my life was in acting decently with that girl. I loved her, really. Now it's a tender, beautiful memory.
I know so well what you mean. But where is she now?
I don't know. I don't want to know. All that belongs to another life. I couldn't bear to mix that life and this life.
Your life's wonderful. I believe you're a real idealist. I would have been awfully happy myself if I'd had a decent wife. As it was, she ruined me.
I beg your pardon. Did you say marriage? Oh, yes, of course. Well, I've been married, too. My wife was quite an ideal woman. I don't know why I should say was, by the way, because she's still living. But there's something, I don't know, it's rather difficult to explain, but you know how pouring champagne into a glass makes it froth up into a million little iridescent bubbles? Well, there was none of that in our married life. There was no fizz to it, no sparkle, no taste. The days were all one color, flat and stale and gray as the devil. That's why I wanted to get away and forget. You can't forget unless you play. So, trying to play, I crawled into every sort of muck there is, and... You know, it's a funny thing, but we love people for the good we do them, and we hate them for the harm. That's why I hated Lisa. That's why she seemed to love me.
Why do you say seemed?
Oh, she couldn't creep into the center of my being like Masha, but that's not what I mean. You see, before the baby was born, and afterwards, when she was nursing him, I used to stay away for days and days and come back drunk and love her less and less each time because I was wronging her so terribly. Yes, that's it. I never realized it before. The reason why I loved Masha is because I did her good, not harm. But I crucified my wife, and her contortions filled me almost with hatred.
I think I understand. But you say she's living. What happened?
Another man loved her, a good man, rich. And I'd squandered everything I had or could get. I left her, and after a while, they asked me for a divorce.
Well?
I couldn't bear all the lying that was to be got through. I tried to commit suicide. I couldn't. Then I sent my wife a farewell letter. The next day, my clothes and pocketbook were found on the bank of the river. Everybody knew I couldn't swim. Well, you understand, don't you?
Yes. But what about the body? They didn't find that.
Oh, yes, they did. About a week afterwards, some horror was dragged out of the water, and my wife was called in to identify it.
Oh.
It was in pretty bad shape, you know. Is that your husband? They asked her, and she said, yes. Well, that settled it. I was buried. They were married. They're living very happily right here in this city. I'm living here, too. A live corpse. We're all living here together.
Excuse me.
Huh?
But you know, I've been listening to that story of yours.
Huh?
It's a very good story, and what's more, a very useful one. You say you don't like being without money. But really, there's no need of your ever finding yourself in that position.
Now, look here, I wasn't talking to you, and I don't want your advice.
And I'm going to give it to you just the same. So you're a living corpse. Well, suppose you come to life again, eh?
Huh?
Then your wife and that fellow she's so happy with, they'd be arrested for bigamy. The best they'd get would be 10 years in Siberia. Now you see where you can have a steady income, don't
Stop
you?
talking and get out of here.
Now, the best way is to write them a letter. If you don't know how, I'll do it for you. Just give me their address. And afterwards, when the ruble notes commence to drop in, how grateful you'll
Get out, I
be.
say. I haven't told you anything.
Oh, yes, you have. Here's my witness. This waiter heard you saying you were a corpse.
You dirty, blackmailing beast.
Oh, I'm a beast, am I?
Beast, yes.
We'll see about
Dirty,
that.
blackmailing
Police!
beast.
Police! Police! Let me out, please, police!
Victor and Lisa, having married, are living happily in the country. On the veranda of their pretty home, with a bright awning overhead and the sunlight drenching the yard beyond, Lisa and her small son have come to meet Victor's mother, Sophia, and Lisa's mother, Anna, who have come from the city with Victor.
My darling Lisa.
Mother.
And Sophia Karenina, how do you do? Victor met me and insisted on my coming down.
This is perfectly charming. Madame Pavlovna, you will see how happy they are. Here is Victor now.
Mother, Lisa. Madame Pavlovna. Well, congratulate me, everybody. I have a bit of luck. I don't have to go to town again for 2 days. Now, isn't that wonderful?
Oh, 2 days? That's glorious. We'll drive over to the Hermitage tomorrow and show it to Mother.
I hear the baby's so like his father. I do hope he hasn't inherited Phaedria's disposition.
After all, Phaedria's heart was in the right place.
Well, I'm not so sure about that. But I do feel sorry for him.
I know. That's how Victor and I feel. All the bitterness is gone. There's nothing left but a very tender memory. Oh, by the way, Victor, did you bring my wool?
I certainly did. Here's the wool. Here's the eau de cologne. Here are the letters. One on government service for you, Lisa. Well, Anna Pavlovna, I know you want to make yourself beautiful, and I must tidy myself up, too. Almost dinner time. Lisa, you've put your mother in the blue room, haven't you?
Oh!
What's the matter, Lisa? What is it?
Oh, he's alive! He's alive! Oh, I shall never be free from him. Oh, what does this mean? What's going to happen to us?
Let me have the letter. Oh, I don't believe it.
What is it? What's the matter? Why don't you tell us?
He's alive. They're accusing us of bigamy. It's a summons for Lisa to go before the examining magistrate.
The examining magistrate? No, he can't be.
That horrible man.
So it was all a lie.
Oh, I hate him so. Victor, Phaedria. Oh, I don't know what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying.
He's not really alive.
The rooms of the examining magistrate are bare. The magistrate sits at a table, and an attendant stands at the door. The magistrate has just ordered the calling of the Karenyan case.
Madam Protosova? Madam Protosova?
Here? Please sit down, won't you? Let me see. The Karenyan case. Yes. You are Elizaveta Protosova. I am extremely sorry it is necessary to ask you questions. But please be calm. You needn't answer them unless you wish. Only in the interest of everyone concerned, I advise the entire truth.
I've nothing to conceal.
Let's see. Your name, station, religion, I've got all that. You are accused of contracting a marriage with another man, knowing your first husband to be alive.
But I did not know it.
And also you are accused of having persuaded, with bribes, your first husband to commit a fraud. Pretended suicide in order to rid yourself of him.
That's not true.
Did you or did you not send him 1,200 rubles in July of last year?
That was his own money, obtained from selling his things.
Just so. Very well. When the police asked you to identify the corpse, How were you sure it was your husband's?
Oh, I was so terribly distressed that I couldn't bear to look at the body. Besides, I felt so sure it was he, and when they asked me, I said yes.
Very good indeed. I can well understand your distraction. And permit me to observe, madame, that although servants of the law, we remain human beings, and I beg you to be assured that I sympathize with your situation. You were bound to a spendthrift, a drunkard, a man whose dissipation caused you infinite misery.
But I loved him.
Of course. Yet naturally you wished to be free, and you took this simple course without counting the consequence, which is considered a crime, bigamy. I understand. Therefore, madame, I urge you to disclose the entire truth.
I've nothing to disclose. I never have lied. Do you want me any longer?
Yes, I must ask you to remain. Show in Victor Karenin. I think you'll find that a comfortable chair. Please sit down also, sir.
Thank you. I shall stand. What do you want from me?
I have to take your deposition.
In what capacity?
In my capacity of investigating magistrate. You are here, you know, because you are charged with a crime.
What crime?
Bigamy. You've married a woman already married. Sure you'll not sit down?
Quite sure.
Your name?
Victor Karenin.
Rank?
Chamberlain of the Imperial Court.
Your age?
38.
Did you know that Fedor Protosov was alive when you married his wife?
No. We were both convinced that he was drowned.
All right. Then why did you send him 1,200 rubles a few days before he simulated death on July 17th?
That money was given me by my wife.
Excuse me, you mean by Madame Protosov?
My wife to send to her husband. She considered this money his property, and having broken all of her relations with him, felt it unjust to withhold it. What else do you want?
I don't want anything except to do my official duty. You certainly better not conceal things which are sure to be found out. Since Protosov is in such a weakened condition, physically and mentally, he is certain to come out with the entire truth. I advise you...
Please don't advise me, but remain within the limits of your official capacity. Are we at liberty to leave?
Sorry, but it's necessary to detain you. Kindly sit down. Show in Fedor Protosov.
Fedor Protosov?
Dreadful-looking creature, this. Come here. You must answer my questions.
Ask them.
Your name?
You know it.
Answer my questions exactly, please.
Fyodor Protosov.
Your rank, age, religion?
Aren't you ashamed to ask me these absurd questions? Ask me what you need to know, only that.
I shall ask you to take care how you express yourself.
Well, since you're not ashamed, my rank, graduate of the University of Moscow, age 42, religion Orthodox, what else?
Did Victor Karenin and Elizaveta Andreevna know you were alive when you left your clothes on the bank of the river and disappeared?
No, of course not. They knew nothing of it. They thought I was dead, and I was glad of it. Everything would have been all right, except for that beast of a blackmailer. So if anyone's guilty, it's I.
I perceive you wish to be generous. Unfortunately, the law demands the truth. Come, why did you receive money from them? Why don't you answer me? The truth now.
The truth? What do you know about the truth? Your business is crawling up into a little power that you may use it by tantalizing morally and physically people 1,000 times better than you. You sit there in your smug authority, torturing people.
I must ask you.
Don't ask me. I'll speak as I feel. And you, clerk, write it down so for once some human words may get into a deposition. There were 3 people alive. He and she and I. We were all engaged in a spiritual struggle beyond your comprehension. A struggle between anguish and peace. Between falsehood and truth. Suddenly, this struggle ended in a way that set us free. Everybody was at peace. They loved my memory, and I was happy, even in my downfall, because I'd cleared away my weak life from interfering with their strong, good lives. When suddenly a bastard adventurer appears who demands that I abet his filthy scheme, I drive him off as I would a diseased dog. But he finds you, the defender of public justice,
the appointed guardian of morality, to listen to him, and you, who receive on the 20th of each month a few kopecks gratuity for your wretched business, you get into your uniform and in good spirits proceed to torture, to bully people whose households you're not fit to enter, not clean enough to pass. Then, when you've had your fill of showing off your wretched power, then when you're satisfied and you sit and smile in your complacent dignity...
Be silent or I'll have you turned off.
What should I be afraid of? I'm dead, and away out of your power. What can you do to me? How can you punish me, a corpse?
Silence! Take him out! Take him out!
At the courthouse, the trial of Victor and Lisa is still on. The corridors are filled with a whispering, gossiping crowd, which attendants try to control.
Be silent.
Let me through! Let me through!
Are you here on business?
No, I am the public. But this wretched peasant won't let me pass.
There's no room for the public at this trial.
Perhaps, but I'm above the general rule. Ivan Petrovich, a genius.
Will you wait outside? Ah, Prince Sergei, you have arrived just in time.
How does the case stand, Counselor?
The defense has just begun.
What of Protasov?
He's frightfully unnerved, trembling all over, but that's natural, considering the sort of life he's led. Yes, he's all on edge, and he's interrupted both judge and jury several times already.
How do you think it will end?
Hard to say. The juries are mixed. At any rate, I don't think they'll find the Karenins guilty of premeditation. Do you want to go in?
I should very much like to.
There's an empty chair just at the left.
Prince Ba! I am an aristocrat of the soul, and that's a higher title.
Excuse me.
Oh, there you are, Ivan. Well, how are things going?
Speeches for the defense have begun, but this ignorant rascal won't let us in. Curse his petty soul.
Silence. Where do you think you are?
Quiet.
Oh, it's simply wonderful. When he spoke, I felt as if my heart were breaking. It's all far better than a novel. I don't see how she could ever have loved him. Such a sinister, horrible figure. Oh, he's the prisoner. There he is. See how wild he looks?
Petrovich, did you bring it?
There, wrapped up in this paper. Quick!
Thank you. Well, all those people so excited. How foolish, how vulgar, and how boring all this is. Isn't it, my friend? Ah, here is my lawyer with words.
Well, my friend, it's all going along splendidly. Only remember, don't go and spoil things for me in your last speech.
Tell me, what will the worst be?
I've already told you. Exile to Siberia?
Who'll be exiled to Siberia?
You and your wife, naturally.
And, at the best?
Religious pardon and the annulment of the second marriage.
You mean that we should be bound again to one another?
Yes. Only try to collect yourself. Keep up your courage. After all, there's no occasion for alarm.
There couldn't be any other sentence, you're sure?
None other.
Ah.
Pass on. No loitering in the corridor.
What is it? Let me get through. Let me go through.
Ah, Lisa. This time, Lisa, it's well done.
Phaedra, what have you done? Oh, why?
Forgive me. There's no other way. Not for you, but for myself.
You will live. You must live.
No. Goodbye.
Basha, you're too late. Ah, happiness.
And so, with the echo of the gypsy's song in our ears, we come to the end of Fedor's tragedy and the close of another of the great plays. Next Sunday, we will still be visiting with the realists, the play being Henrik Ibsen's A Doll's House, in which Nora Helmer, one of the outstanding heroines of the modern drama, will be played by Ruth Gordon and Helmer by Vincent Price. You would be wise, I think, to make your armchair reservations early.
Today's performance was produced under the direction of William S. Rainey, who also adapted the play for the microphone. The commentator was Burns Mantle, prominent dramatic critic. The orchestra was conducted by Joseph Honty, and the original Russian gypsy songs were supervised by Alexander Kirillov. Included in today's cast were Tom Powers, who played Fedya, Kay Strozzi as Lisa, his wife, Lillian Tong as Anna Pavlovna, Lisa's mother, Arthur Maitland as Victor Karenin, Catherine Lane Anderson as Sophia Karenina, James Kirkwood as Prince Sergei, Mona Hungerford as Masha, Harry Neville as Petushkov, Joseph Granby as Artemiev, Harry Mesteyer as the investigating magistrate, Mark Smith as Ivan Petrovich, and others in the cast were Percy Helton, Eustace Wyatt, and Minerva Courtney. The Great Plays series is an educational feature of the National Broadcasting Company. Next week at this same hour, A Doll's House by Ibsen will be presented. A study manual, Part 2, giving complete background material for the Great Plays by Blevins Davis, who arranged for the series, is available to our radio audience at the cost of 10 cents. Send coin or money orders to the National Broadcasting Company in care of Great Plays, Radio City, New York. Consult your local library for reading material on the remaining great plays of the series. Today's play, Redemption, was a presentation of the National Broadcasting Company, RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
From South Bend, Indiana, Minneapolis, Minnesota, and New York City, New York, the National Broadcasting Company presents the College Quiz Bowl. Here again transcribed is the All-American Quiz Game, which pits against each other the varsity scholars of two great American colleges in the College Quiz Bowl. Tonight we'll hear the University of Minnesota, Quiz Bowl winner for 6 consecutive weeks, on the air from Minneapolis to defend its title against the challenging varsity scholars of Notre Dame University, broadcasting from South Bend, Indiana. And here in Radio City, New York, is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Hello there, everybody. It's good to have you with us. We're ready to go with another intercollegiate battle of the brains. Tonight, Notre Dame tackles an assignment which has proved to be too much for Northwestern, Radcliffe, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Illinois, and NYU. They're out to beat Minnesota. And Notre Dame might do it. On the other hand, with 6 scalps already tucked under their belts, the Gophers are confident they can outfight the Fighting Irish. Well, we'll know the outcome in 30 minutes, but now, let's get out to the Minnesota team at Minnesota campus and meet the Minnesota team. With them to serve once again as the Minnesota referee is Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. Are you there, Ben?
Right here, Alan, and all set to introduce the Minnesota team, which will be gunning for victory number 7. Here they are.
Tom Clayton, Winona, Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein, Pelham, New York.
Colleen Helgeson, Excelsior, Minnesota.
And Jack Davies, Coleraine, Minnesota.
Yay! Rah, rah! Gophers! Okay, and we've met the Minnesota team. Now let's skip down to the Notre Dame campus in South Bend, where Charles Chan of NBC Chicago is on hand to act as referee for the Notre Dame team. How are you, Chan?
Well, Alan, I came out here with laryngitis, but I feel better since meeting these Notre Dame representatives in the Quiz Bowl. Somebody's got to wallop that Minnesota team, and here to introduce themselves are the Notre Dame students I think can do it.
Tom Calder, Worcester, Massachusetts.
Joe Imbriaco, Elizabeth, New Jersey.
Dave Burrell, Akron, Ohio.
And John Griffin, Salem, Massachusetts.
Okay, Howard Reed, we've met both teams. Now, before we get started, will you give us the rules in this battle of wit?
Right, Alan? Well, the quiz is set up to determine how much these varsity scholars know and how quickly they can call upon their knowledge. And so we have toss-up questions. This is the way they work. Alan Ludden asks a question, and the first team to signal it has the answer gets a chance to answer. When Notre Dame signals, you'll hear. When Minnesota signals, you'll hear. By means of a special electronic selector, the team which signals first, even by a split second, activates its light here on the board in front of Alan and makes it impossible for the other team's light to flash. Now, if the team winning a chance at the toss-up question gives a wrong answer, the question goes to the other team. And whichever team gives the right answer gets a bonus question. Each question is worth a designated number of points, and the team with the most points at the end of the game is the winner and returns next week to defend its title in the College Quiz Bowl. Well, that's the way the game is played, so let's play it.
Okay, and that's the opening whistle, and here's the first toss-up question. Before I read it, may I remind you that if you get a chance, if you win the toss-up, you'll get a chance at a 20-point bonus. All right, here is the first toss-up question. We're going to give you 10 points. If you can name the mythical kingdom in which horses were kings and yahoos were slaves. Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell. Prester John.
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Yes, Tom Clayton.
Bob Dingnag.
I'm sorry, you were near Minnesota, but not right. It was from Gulliver's Travels, but it was from the mythical kingdom was the Winnims. Remember the Winnims? Supposed to pronounce it like you do a horse's whinny, I think. Okay, here's another toss-up question. See if you can get this. The 20-point bonus is still coming up. Tell us for 10 points, when is the next leap year? Minnesota.
Jack Davies has his hand up.
1956.
Right, Minnesota, and you win a chance now at a 20-point bonus. For 20 points, anybody on the Minnesota team, tell us, in the solar system, which planet is the furthest from both the sun and the earth?
Pluto.
Pluto. Everybody on the Minnesota team knows that. You're right for 20 points. Okay, coming up next is a 30-point bonus, so on your toes, Notre Dame, Minnesota. Here we go. Here's your toss-up. For 10 points, tell us, what poet wouldn't think of taking his girl out without bringing his lunch along? Oh, nobody's going to take this? I'll take it. Omar Khayyam. A loaf of bread, a jug of wine, and thou from the Rubaiyat. Okay, here we go with another toss-up. On your toes. Tell us for 10 points why the following numbers made headlines recently. 275 against 244. Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
It was the vote by which the president's policy in France was approved, the vote of confidence.
That's right. Premier Laniel was given his vote of confidence by that. Okay. You have a chance now to 30-point bonus, Minnesota. Now, history and literature are full of allusions to brave men and gallant ships. Now, for 5 points each, you are to name the famous and, in some cases, infamous commanders of the following celebrated ships. You get 5 points each time. Let's go. Anybody on the Minnesota team, and let's go fast. Commander of the Half Moon.
Hudson.
Hudson.
Right. The commander of the Cane. Captain Queeg. All right. The commander of Bona.
We got that, didn't we? Roger said it.
Oh, did you hear it? I didn't hear it, and I was too late.
I said it just as you were saying.
Oh, okay. Mr. McGregor says okay. We'll accept it for 5 points. The Bonhomme Richard.
John Paul Jones.
Right for 5 points. The Flying Enterprise.
Captain
Kurt Carlson.
That's right for 5 points. The Victory. The Victory.
Nelson.
Right for 5 points. Almost. Man. The wooden shoe which had 3 commanders.
Lincoln, Blinken, and Nod.
Right for 5 points, Minnesota. Well, what do you know? Now, before we move along to another toss-up question, let's find out what the stakes are in this quiz game. Howard Queeg?
Well, each week NBC will award to the school of the winning team a $500 gift to be administered by the college. It may go to a scholarship fund or to a campus activity.
And each member of the losing team will receive an attractive, dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches. Since 1866, maker of watches of the highest character. Those are the stakes, and now with the score Minnesota 70, Notre Dame 0, we go back to a toss-up question. Remember, the team answering it correctly gets a chance at a bonus question. Alan Queek.
Thank you, Howard Bree. Okay, here is your toss-up question. Now, on your toes. In the woods of Powhatan, a princess used her royal prerogatives to save the life of a captain. For 10 points, name the princess. Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson has her hand up.
Okay, Colleen.
Pocahontas.
Pocahontas, right for 10 points. And Colleen, you won a chance at a 25-point bonus question for the Minnesota team. Now, here it is. The first, fourth, and 24th letter in the alphabet, along with the numeral 2, has caused quite a lot of controversy in scientific circles and some embarrassment to the Republican administration of late. Now, you're going to get 25 points if you can tell us what these 3 letters and numbers stand for and what's the controversy. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
It was ADX. I forget that last number.
Well, the number...
ADX4.
ADX2, that was in the question.
And it was a battery additive.
Yeah?
And the government was buying it, and I think the Bureau of Standards, or some government bureau that checks up on the value of...
The Commerce Department, Secretary Weeks.
Yeah.
Yes, well, it was under the Commerce Department.
Yeah.
And the head of this Bureau of Standards, who goes about seeing if it's worthwhile, said that it wasn't worthwhile. And its manufacturer said it was, and I think Senator Thigh from Minnesota says that American businessmen who are using this know that it's good, and therefore it must be good.
Yeah. So what was the outcome? The latest outcome?
They found out that it really wasn't good.
Yes.
And it was quite useless. And it didn't help the batteries at all. And
all right. I think you've got the controversy pretty well outlined. Aston was reinstated after this latest finding. You did then understand that the first, fourth, and 24th letter of the alphabet along with the numeral 2 referred to the ADX2 battery controversy, okay? And for doing that, Minnesota got 25 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
We're ready.
Are you on your toes? Because here we go. Don't answer that question. For 10 points, what famous Reformation priest-turned-family man wrote the children's Christmas carol, Away in the Manger? Sorry, you answered before I finished the question. You pushed the button, and so I will disqualify the question. It was, of course, Martin Luther who wrote Away in the Manger. Here's another toss-up question. Men have often been made to look like monkeys. Now, for 10 points, how recently did the reverse of this make news? Minnesota.
Tom Clayton.
The Piltdown skull found in England was found to be almost a counterfeit. Only the cranium was actually belonged to prehistoric man. The rest of it belonged to a modern ape.
You put your finger right on it, Tom Clayton, for 10 points. And for doing so, Tom Clayton, you won Minnesota a chance at a 30-point musical bonus question. Now we're going to play 3 musical numbers which mention exact times of day in their titles. For 10 points each, what time is mentioned in the following titles? First...
I think it's the 1 o'clock jump.
No. Just keep playing it. High noon?
High noon, right for 10 points. Okay, here we go. What time of day is mentioned in this title?
3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, well, thank you for getting that one. Okay, now what time of day is mentioned in this one?
That's the 1 o'clock jump?
That's the 1 o'clock jump. I had an awful time there not saying you think it was. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Are you ready, Notre Dame?
Ready.
All right, here we go. During World War I, a man called Nicky sent a lot of telegrams to a man called Willie. For 10 points, who were Willie and Nicky? Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
Nicholas was the Tsar of Russia, and Wilhelm was the Emperor of Germany.
Kaiser Wilhelm of Germany. You're right for 10 points. And for getting it right, Minnesota, you've got a chance at a 20-point bonus. 20 points if you can identify the U.S. Air Force Base, which bears the name given by ancient geographers to the northernmost part of the habitable world. You know it? The Air Force Base, which has the same name as the name the ancient geographers used to call the northernmost part of the habitable world.
They haven't heard that it was reduced from top secret yet.
Well, you will when I tell you. It's Thule, Greenland. And you may remember that Ultima Thule means end of the world in Latin. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. For 10 points, tell us the names of the couple in the famous opera who were married as a result of a singing contest. Notre Dame.
Joe Imbriaco.
In a Meistersinger,
the names of the couple. You're right for the opera, but I've got to take it if you don't know the names. Do you know the names, Minnesota?
Yes, Colleen Helgeson has it.
Elizabeth and Walter.
No, I'm sorry. It's Ava and Walter. You would have got it right if you'd said Ava. Okay, let's go back to a toss-up question. It was from Die Meistersinger by Wagner, though. All right. Here we go back to a toss-up question. Everybody remembers that Dolly Madison saved the Declaration of Independence when the English burned the Capitol. Some say she saved the White House silver. We're going to give you 10 points now if you can tell us what else Dolly saved. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein.
The portrait of General Washington.
Right. Stewart's portrait of General Washington. That's 10 points. Okay, you won a 30-point bonus, Minnesota, and I'm going to ask you to complete the following statements. You are to complete the following statements of relationship, so think very carefully, for 10 points. World War II was chronicled by Winston Churchill as the Peloponnesian War was chronicled by whom? What?
Thucydides.
You're right for 10 points. Thucydides.
That was Clayton, by the way.
Tom Clayton. That's very good. You remember that? Can you describe that war, Tom, incidentally?
It was a war between the Spartan League and the Athenian League.
That's right. Who lost?
The Spartan League. No, the Athenian League.
The Athenian League. That's right. Okay. Here's another statement of relationship. Mona Lisa was to Leonardo da Vinci what the famous Olympia painted in 1863 was to whom?
Manet.
Manet, right. Edward Manet for 10 points. You're right. Now let me know if you're going to get this one. For 10 points, I want you to complete this statement of relationship. Dialectical materialism was to Karl Marx what hedonistic calculus was to whom?
Jeremy Bentham.
You got it right. You got it right for 10 points. Okay.
Hold it, Alan. That's the halftime whistle, which calls for a 1-minute timeout.
All right, here we go now. With 60 seconds to go, I want to spend 30 seconds talking to you, Colleen, out in Minnesota campus. Because I have heard, my spies out there have told me, Colleen Helgeson, that tonight you're wearing a very attractive corsage. What does it mean?
Well, this corsage is from the Brothers of Sigma Chi, and it's a congratulatory message on my being on the Quiz Bowl.
Uh-huh. Why would the Brothers of Sigma Chi send you a corsage?
Well, I'm engaged to a Sigma Chi.
Oh, I see. That makes you a sweetheart of the Sigma Chi.
But I'm sitting next to her.
Okay, tell me about the corsage, Colleen. Anything to identify it?
Well, it's made of white roses, and it has blue and gold ribbons, the colors of Sigma Chi.
Very good, and congratulations, Colleen. Now I'd like to move down to South Bend and the Notre Dame campus and talk to Dave Burrell. Because, Dave, I noticed a very interesting fact after your name here. I noticed that you are called a Great Books Major. Now, I'm sure a lot of our friends don't know what that means, and I'd like to have you explain it. What is a Great Books Major at Notre Dame?
Well, the Great Books program is a 4-year program of study integrated about the Western tradition of philosophy, literature, and the natural sciences. And we spend most of our time studying the primary source material. We seldom see a textbook. We spend 4 hours of our study a week in seminars, which are concerned with reading the great books from the Greeks to the moderns in the first 2 years, and then more comprehensively from the Greeks to the moderns in the last 2 years. That's it in a capsule.
Well, that's fine, and I'm very glad...
Okay, Alan, it's time to get back to the quiz. And now with the score, Minnesota 195, and Notre Dame, a sheer unmentionable. Let's get back, and how about another toss-up question?
Okay. You mean the score is 0 for Notre Dame? Okay. I would like to tell you before I read the next toss-up question that coming up is a bonus question worth 50 points. It'd do a lot for you, Notre Dame, so let's go. Here we go. Just 52 years ago today, December 12th, the letter S resounded throughout the world. Now, for 10 points, why? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Was it Morse inventing the telegraph?
Can you take it, Minnesota?
Was it a volcanic eruption?
No, neither one of you can take it. In 1912, 1901, in December 12, 1901, was the day that Marconi sent the first transatlantic message from England and Newfoundland. And the message consisted in part of 3 dots, the letter S. Okay, here, let's go with another toss-up question. Coming up yet is a 50-point bonus. Here we go. For 10 points, what nursery rhyme animal went in for interplanetary space travel? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
That would be the cow that jumped over the moon.
That would be right, Colleen Helgeson. And for getting that nursery rhyme animal, Colleen, you won for Minnesota a chance at a 50-point bonus. Now, the lines of many famous poets have been set to music. Now, here are 5 well-known songs, and for 10 points each, I want you to tell us what famous poet wrote the words. First of all, Auld Lang Syne.
Burns.
Robert Burns, right, for 10 points. The recessional God of our fathers known of old.
Kipling.
Rudyard Kipling, right, for 10 points. Believe me if all those...
Ben Jonson.
No. Thomas More.
You're right, Colleen. Believe me if all those endearing young charms written by Thomas More. All right, now for 10 points, tell us what poet wrote the words to the song, Who is Sylvia?
Shakespeare.
Right, from Two Gentlemen of Verona. Right, for 10 points. Now, for 10 points more, tell us what poet wrote the words to Drink to Me Only
Ben
with Thine Eyes.
Jonson.
Ben Jonson. Right, for 10 points. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up. Coming up is a 30-point bonus. A 30-point musical bonus, incidentally. We've all heard of the Daughters of the American Revolution, but for 10 points, we want you now to identify the Sons of Liberty. Minnesota.
Roger Feinstein. That was an organization in New York at the time of the American Revolution.
All right. Can you tell us any of the members in that organization?
John Jay.
Yep. Okay, we're going to leave it there. You got it right. It is a secret organization that sprung up in the American colonies to protest the Stamp Act, and it included all the colonies. Okay, you got 10 points, Minnesota, and a chance at a 30-point musical bonus. Here is a 30-point bonus question about villains. Now, we're going to play 3 arias from great operas, each sung by a dyed-in-the-wool villain. You're going to get 10 points each time you identify the villain and the opera. Here we go first of all. What villain is singing that? Well, you'll know it when I tell you. It's the Iago's Creed from Othello by Verdi. I believe in a cruel God. That was Iago, a black villain if there ever was one. Now, what villain is singing this song from opera?
Oh, up, 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 galop, galop, my broomstick nag can do not lag at dawn of day.
The Witch.
From Hansel and Gretel.
Right for 10 points. The Witch from Hansel and Gretel. That was the Witch's song. Hansel and Gretel by Humperdinck. All right. Now, what villain from opera and what opera, incidentally, is this song?
I would say that was Mephistopheles from Faust.
You would say right, Colleen Helgeson, for 10 points. Here we go to a 10-point bonus question coming up. What 2 Major League Baseball teams might have been named by an ornithologist? Minnesota.
Jack Davies. The St. Louis Cardinals and the Toledo Mud Hens.
Is there a Toledo? No.
Major leaguer.
Major League. Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Baltimore Orioles.
Right, Notre Dame.
That was Minnesota.
Can you take it, Notre Dame? Can you take it, Notre Dame?
Joe Embriaco.
St. Louis Cardinals and the...
Go on. All right, I'm going to throw it out. They gave you the answer of Minnesota, Notre Dame. It was the Baltimore Orioles and the St. Louis Cardinals. You remember on a toss-up question, we have only one answer from one member of a team. They gave you the answer there, but I realized that it was a bit confusing. Well, here we go back to another toss-up question. Now, for 10 points, tell us what known Stoic philosopher was also a Roman emperor? Notre Dame.
Dave Burrell.
Marcus Aurelius.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. And you won for Notre Dame. Well, here we go, Notre Dame. You got a chance now at a 40-point bonus. A long list of literary characters have languished in jails, dungeons, and assorted kinds of pokies. Now, for 10 points each, give us the names of the following prisoners of fact and fiction. First of all, the prisoner, the English playwright prisoner who wrote the Ballad of Reading Jail. Notre Dame.
Who wants to do it?
Anybody in the Notre Dame team? The Ballad of Reading Jail.
Oscar Wilde.
Right for 10 points. All right. The American poet prisoner who wrote The Enormous Room. The Enormous Room.
Edgar Allan Poe.
No. Anybody in the Notre Dame team?
E.E. Cummings.
Right for 10 points, Notre Dame. All right, for 10 more points. The Russian ex-commissar of the people who was an inmate of cell number 404.
Dostoevsky.
Anybody in the Notre Dame team?
Turgenev.
No, I'm sorry, it's Rubishov from Kessler's Darkness at Noon. All right, for 10 more points, the French doctor who, as a prisoner of the Bastille, spent 18 years as an occupant of number 105 North Tower.
Dr. Manet.
Right, in what book?
This was in Tale of Two Cities.
That would be right for 10 points. And here we go back to a toss-up question. What's the score, Howard?
Well, right now the score is Notre Dame 40, Minnesota 285 with 4 minutes left to play.
Okay, here we go with a toss-up question for 10 points. Tell us, what story with a holiday theme commences with the statement, Morley was dead to begin with? Notre Dame.
Christmas Carol.
What?
Christmas Carol.
Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Right, Notre Dame, and for that you won a chance at a 35-point bonus question. Here we go for 15 points. What mythical character gave fire to mankind and was punished by Zeus for 13 years?
Dave Burrell.
What was that?
Prometheus.
Right for 15 points for 13 centuries. Thank you very much. All right, but you got the answer right. Now, for 10 more points, I want you to name a Greek author who created a classical tragedy based on this myth around 470 B.C.
Aeschylus.
Aeschylus is Prometheus Unbound.
Prometheus Bound, yeah.
Prometheus Bound. All right, now, in 1820, I kind of jumped my question, didn't I? In 1820, another writer created a lyric drama titled Prometheus Unbound. Now, for 10 points, give me the name of this writer.
Shelley.
Shelley, right for 10 points, Notre Dame. Okay, here we go back to a toss-up question. Tell us for 10 points, what was Galileo attempting to prove when he dropped the cannonballs off the Leaning Tower of Pisa? Minnesota.
Jack Davies.
That unequal weights of equal mass will fall to the ground at an equal rate.
That's right. I couldn't have said it better if I'd read it off the card myself. And you won for Minnesota, Jack Davies, a chance at a 20-point bonus. What sport would I be describing if I said some of them babbled and were disqualified, others were tossed out for running cunning, but even so, 2 grays were killed and a red cornered? What sport?
Fox hunting.
Fox hunting, right for 20 points, Minnesota. Babbling, you know what babbling is, incidentally? Who is this, Jack?
I don't know what it is, but it's Jack.
Okay, Jack. Babbling is baying before the scent is picked up, and running cunning is working the wrong trail. Here we go. For 10 points, here's a toss-up question. Tell us, what 2 pre-adolescents ascended an incline to obtain a vessel of H2O? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Jack and Jill.
Right for 10 points, Minnesota. And here you go with a 25-point bonus question. You need your pencils and papers for this one, Minnesota. Anybody on the team work as a team. Now, first of all, it's a mathematical question. You are to start with the date of the Norman conquest of England. And from that number, you are to subtract the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony. Now, divide by the number of peppers, in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop. Divide by the number of peppers in the series of stories by Harriet Lothrop, and give me your numerical answer. Anybody on the Minnesota team?
212.
Right for 25 points, Minnesota. 212. 1066 was the Norman Conquest, of course, minus 6, which is the number of Beethoven's Pastoral Symphony, divided by 5, which was the number of peppers in the Harriet Lothrop series, equals 212. Okay, here we go back with a toss-up question for 10 points. Is the mythological animal Pegasus omnivorous, carnivorous, or herbivorous? Minnesota.
Colleen Helgeson.
Herbivorous.
Right, he's herbivorous. He's an animal, meat-eating animal, right? He eats both animal and vegetable. Both animal and vegetable food. All right, I want you to call out your cook now, Minnesota, because I'm going to read you the ingredients of a souffle, and I want you to find the missing ingredient in the list. Butter, flour, egg yolk, salt, milk, and cheese. Now, what essential ingredient is missing for 20 points in a souffle? Butter, flour, egg yolk.
That's it. Time's up. Sorry, Alan. The game's over for this week.
All right. May I say, though, the missing ingredient was, of course, egg whites, which would give the souffle lightness. Okay.
Okay, Alan. And the final score in the College Quiz Bowl tonight is Notre Dame 85 points and 360 points for the winner, Minnesota. To each member of the Notre Dame team, it's our pleasure to award an attractive and dependable Whitnor wristwatch, a distinguished member of the Longines Whitnor family of fine watches. Since 1866, makers of watches of the highest character. For fielding the winning team tonight, Minnesota will receive a $500 gift to be administered by the college. And these varsity scholars from Minnesota will return next week to compete in this new All-American quiz game with the varsity scholars of the University of Georgia. Now here once again is your master of the quiz, Alan Ludden.
Congratulations to Minnesota, and may I say thanks to the Notre Dame team. Tom Calder, John Griffin, Dave Burrell, Joseph Imbriaco. You did a great job. Now, in the weeks to follow, we'll have varsity scholars from Brown University, the University of Michigan, Georgetown University, and other outstanding colleges and universities all over the nation. So won't you be with us again next week and every week for an exciting quiz game here in the College Quiz Bowl. This is Alan Ludden saying see you tomorrow on Weekend, and so long, everybody.
Your referees tonight were for Notre Dame, Charles Chan of NBC Chicago, and for Minnesota, Ben Layton of station KSTP in Minneapolis. College Quiz Bowl is a transcribed NBC Radio Network production, originated and produced by John Moses and Don Reed, directed by Ken McGregor. Howard Reed speaking. Tonight, enjoy a salute to the Queen of Roses on the NBC Radio Network.
We're on the air with the School Kids Questionnaire, brought to you by the makers of Alka-Seltzer and One-A-Day brand vitamin tablets. And here they are, the Quiz Kids. All right, we're going to play school now, and here are the rules. You listeners send in the questions, and 5 Quiz Kids answer them. Incidentally, the children never hear or see the questions before the broadcast. We give a Zenith portable radio for every question we use on the show. We may reword them, and if we get similar questions, we're the sole judges. Now, you mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago, that's all. Now, the classroom's in charge of our chief quizzer himself, Joe Kelly.
Thank you, Fort Pearson, and good evening, everybody. Well, Quiz Kids, at the end of our school session tonight, we will hear from a special guest listener in New York who will talk to us by special wire. She is a woman whose name will go down in history with such names as Florence Nightingale and Madame Curie. She's the Australian nurse whose work has meant new hope for victims of infantile paralysis all over the world, Sister Elizabeth Kenny. And now, just like in regular school, we start out with roll call. Harvey?
I'm Harvey Bennett Fishman. I'm 12 years old,
and I'm in 7A at the Bradwell School in Chicago.
Gerard?
I'm Gerard Darrow. I'm 10 years old, and I'm in 6A at Bradwell School in Chicago.
Margaret?
I'm Margaret Merrick. I'm 14 years old. I live in Western Springs, and I'm a sophomore at Lyons Township High School.
And our kindergarten department, Joel?
I am Joel Kupperman. I am 6 years old in 2B at Fulton School.
And a new quiz kid who's currently playing in that famous stage hit, The Watch on the Rhine, Smela.
I'm Smela Bryn. I'm 14 years old, and I'm in second year high school in Professional Children's School in New York.
Smela, where have you attended school before you went on the stage?
I went to kindergarten in Vienna, and then we went to Paris, and I went to school there for 4 years. And after that, we went back to Vienna several times and to visit grandmother. And once it was 5 days before Hitler came over, and that was the last time I saw her.
Well, Smela, we're certainly glad you're with us tonight instead of your old schoolroom in Vienna or Paris. Our first question is a race against time. You pick a subject, and you have just 30 seconds to talk about it. You'll get 5 points for every fact you can squeeze into 30 seconds. Ready for it?
Okay, Joe. My subject is Alka-Seltzer. Alka-Seltzer can be a great comfort when you have a cold. Alka-Seltzer helps ease up the headache and that ache all over feeling a cold brings. Now, if your cold makes your throat feel raw and raspy, try this soothing gargle. An Alka-Seltzer tablet dissolved in a quarter glass of warm water. Alka-Seltzer can be most helpful, too, when you're bothered with a little stomach upset, simple neuralgia, or sore, aching muscles. Alka-Seltzer is sold at all druggists in 2 sizes. 30 cents and...
That's all, Ford. That's all. Time's up. Let's see. Now, you brought out 13 points, which gives you a high score of 65 points. Well, that was all right, Ford. Nice going. And now then, our next question is all for the quiz kids. Your first question tonight comes from Arthur A. Gladstone of Arlington, Virginia. Would you be pleased or displeased if varicella paid you a visit? Margaret?
Well, I wouldn't be pleased because it's some kind of a disease.
You say you wouldn't be pleased?
I wouldn't be pleased.
You wouldn't. Well, that's all right. Let's see if we can find out just what that stands for, what it means. What disease? Smela?
Chicken pox?
Chicken pox is right. That a girl. Yeah. You know, Joel, I thought you might have some definite opinions about that. I understood you had a little experience with chicken pox lately.
But I never heard of the other name.
You never heard of the other name? Well, okay, now here's our next question. I beg pardon, Joel?
They usually call it chicken pox, not the other name.
Yeah, well, that's the best to say chicken pox. Then you really know what you've got. Mrs. Ida Glenn of San Francisco, California, submits this current events question. Why were each of these men in the news of the last year? The only joker in this question is that Mrs. Glenn makes it really hard by giving you first names only. Now, here's the first one. Fulgencio. Margaret.
That's Fulgencio Batista, the president of Cuba, who visited the United States and President Roosevelt recently.
That's right. All right, now here is the next name. Jawaharlal. Harvey?
Well, that is the first name of... Well, his real name is Nehru, his last name, and he is the second leader in India, next to Gandhi.
Very good, Harvey, very good. And here's the next name. Chester. Smela?
Nimitz. He's the ambassador.
No.
That's as far as I know.
No, you gave me the right last name. Joel?
I think he's the leader of the ships in the fleet in the Pacific.
Good! Very good, Joel. Yes, sir. Joel, your finger is working all right tonight. Admiral Chester William Nimitz, Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Pacific Fleet. I'm getting to talk like Joel here. Well, it sounds cute anyway, doesn't it? 2 out of 3 on this one. Since we are now fighting a global war, Mr. A.F. Humphreys of Washington, D.C., thinks you children should have a comprehensive idea of the world as a whole. Compared with North and South America, how far north or south is each of these cities? In other words, what points in the Western Hemisphere have approximately the same latitude as these cities in the Eastern Hemisphere? The first is Rome. What large city in this hemisphere has approximately the same latitude as Rome? Joel?
Chicago.
Chicago. That is very good. Now the next is Port Darwin, Australia. Port Darwin, Australia. Margaret?
Well, I'll take a town named Punta Arenas, in Argentina.
No, I can't accept that. I'm sorry. I was thinking of Lima, Peru. All right, we still have one more chance here. How about Stalingrad? Joel?
The northern boundary line between United States and Canada above the state of Washington on the map.
That's just right, Joel, my boy. Just right. Joel, you're going to have to get the chicken pox again sometime. All right. By the way, I received a novel wire this week from Columbia Pictures Corporation in Hollywood. They've been looking for a cute little 2-year-old girl smart enough to handle dialogue. They want her for their next Blondie picture, Blondie Buys a Horse. I guess they figured we had a corner on the bright youngsters department. Of course, 2 years old is a little young even for quiz kids, but that didn't stop us. We just sent them pictures of Margaret Merrick's little sister, Susie. Margaret, think Susie would be all right?
Well, I suppose so, but if I know that little youngster, I think she'll make her own dialogue.
She will. I'll bet you would, too. Well, maybe some of our listeners know of a cute little 2-year-old girl who can speak lines. Well, we better get back to the radio business. All of us know the old counting out rhyme, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, but James N. Rasmussen of Tacoma, Washington, thinks other rhymes are now used on schoolyards to count players out of games. Do you know any others that are used to see who gets first turn? Well, we'll start out with Harvey.
Well, this isn't exactly a rhyme, but we always do odds and evens, and that is we throw our fingers out, then we count around, and the one who has the last number usually drops out or is picked to do something.
Uh-huh. Well, that's all right, Harvey. It doesn't exactly have to rhyme. Margaret?
Well, we hold out our fists. At least I used to. Say 1 potato, 2 potato, and on the 7th one, you put one fist behind you, and you go around till one person is out.
Uh-huh.
And that way we figure.
That's a good way, too, yeah. Smeela?
Well, that rhymes. It's 1 potato, 2 potato, 3 potato, or 4 potato, 5 potato, 6 potato more.
Well, good for you, Smeela. Joel?
And there's one that's called 1, 2, 3, 4. Mary at the college store. 5, 6, 7, 8. Eating cookies off the plate. and there's another one that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I caught a fish alive. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I let him go again. And there's still another that's eeny, meeny, miny, no.
Well, look, Joel, we've... wait just a minute. You can't use that.
Trouble starts when nations grow. Someone has to stop it, so eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Well, that...
Makes you it.
Oh, me it? All right, I'm it. Margaret?
Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All good children go to heaven. And
Uh-huh.
you say that, and the person that's on heaven is out.
Uh-huh. Yeah, that's right. Very, very good. That was a lot of fun. That sort of takes me back through the years. Oh, dear. I can't tell you how many. Well, all right, next question now. Miss Elizabeth Pignatelli of Providence, Rhode Island, wants you to count legs a while. How many legs has a laughing jackass? Margaret?
I think it's 2, or rather 4. It's a hyena.
Well, let's see what Gerard has to say.
Oh, the laughing jackass is a bird from Australia, and that has 2.
That is right. That's right. Uh-huh. All right, how about a spider? Harvey?
I think it has about 8. 8 legs.
What were you going to say, Margaret?
That's what I was going to say.
Well, 8 is correct. Uh-huh. All right, how about a centipede? Margaret?
Well, he has anywhere from 26 to 109 legs. And he doesn't always have to have 100.
No, that is right. However, let's see if we can get some more on this. Gerard?
Well, I have a specimen at home called a millipede, and that has 19 legs.
19 legs. Uh-huh. Harvey?
Well, I had one that somebody sent me. I think it had 39 or 40. Yes, it had 40, and, 20 on each side.
Mm-hmm. Well, you kids were all right. There's 2 sources on authority. One of them is from 30 to 170 legs, and the other from 38 to 400 legs. Well, kids, that's just about all the time for the questions right now. Friends, with a shortage of doctors in many communities due to the war, and with the possible scarcity of certain foods, here are some questions that every mother should be prepared to answer.
What can I do to safeguard the health of my family? What facts should I study about food to make sure my family is getting a healthful, nourishing diet in spite of possible food shortages?
Well, Mrs. America, vitamins are going to play an important part in answering those questions. And here's one suggestion that we would like to make. Why don't you supplement your meals with one-a-day brand vitamin tablets? The Miles Laboratories make 2 kinds of one-a-day tablets, one to supply the A&D, or as they are also called, the cod liver oil vitamins, and the other to give you those very important vitamins of the B-complex.
Just think. One-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets contain the same A and D vitamins that you get in butter, cream, milk, cheese, and the fish liver oil. Yet there is absolutely no fishy, oily taste to them, and no aftertaste.
And just a single tablet contains a normal day's supply of these A&D vitamins. So even if those foods aren't as plentiful as they used to be, you're still guaranteeing your children that safeguarding supply of A&D vitamins.
And not only that, Fort, but you're doing it at a cost of just 1 1/5 pennies a day.
Let's not limit this to children, Charlie. Grown-ups as well as children need those A&D vitamins, especially with the cold season in full swing. We should all do everything we can to build up resistance.
So ask your druggist today for one-a-day brand vitamin A and D tablets made by Miles.
And Mr. Kelly, the quiz kids wait with bated breath for the next question.
All right, Fort. This literature question is from Mr. Jerry M. Holmes of New Orleans, Louisiana. What literary character would you be if you found yourself face to face with these distressing situations? You are facing a wild bison who has a beautiful girl tied to his horn. Mila?
Well, that's, I think, in Quo Vadis, the monster. I mean, the giant, the Legion giant that, I know the princess on it, her name was Legia, and Ursus maybe.
Ursus, that's right. Good for you, Smila. All right? Now listen, you are facing what appears to be a large army, but when you attack, the soldiers turn out to be peaceful sheep. What literary character would you be? You are facing what appears to be a large army, but when you attack, the soldiers turn out to be peaceful sheep. Well, that would be Don Quixote from The Adventures of Don Quixote by Cervantes. Now, here's the next one. You don't care especially for children, and now, unexpectedly, 6 of them are dependent on you. Harvey?
Well, that's in the Pied Piper, and, in the screen version, Marty Woolley is burdened with 6 children whom he has to take back to England to safety.
That's right. Harvey, can you give us the Pied Piper's name?
I think it's Mr. No, I don't remember.
I don't know what's wrong with Joel tonight. Every time he raises his hand, he squeaks. Well, wait just a minute. We want to give Harvey a chance on this.
Well, I don't believe I remember it.
Well, that's really beside the point, Harvey. I thought maybe we could get his name. Let's see. Joel has his hand up.
Mr. Howard.
Mr. Howard, that's right. John Howard. I guess it was as cold in Ithaca, New York last week as it was here in Chicago because Chester L. Marks, who lives there, wants you to sing out some song titles that might have warmed us up a little. Can you think of any titles that might alleviate winter weather? All right, Margaret?
There's one that goes, I don't want to set the world on fire.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been so long ago that I think I can do it, but I'm not sure.
Well, just the title is all you have to give us.
I don't want to... No. Well, I've forgotten that, but maybe somebody else could sing it, but there's one that Keep the Home Fires Burning.
Keep the Home Fires Burning?
And I think it's I don't want to set the world on fire.
That's it. That's right, Margaret. All right, let's have some more, kid. Gerard?
Well, there'll be a hot time in the old town tonight.
Yeah, we mustn't forget that one. Mila?
Something Hotfoot Flutie or... Oh, I got my titles mixed.
Harvey?
Well, I think she means Flatfoot Flutie with a Floyd.
I think so, too, Harvey. Did you have one for us, Harvey?
Well, I was thinking of two of the ones that already have been named.
Oh, I see. Joel, did you have a song in mind, a song title?
Yeah, but it was said.
Oh. Yes, sir. Well, I'll tell you, there's nothing like protecting oneself, is there? Well, I think we'd better move along here. Pauline Saltzman of Grand Rapids, Michigan, wants us to imagine that these two military men of the past are broadcasting messages home to their wives. Now, listen carefully to the first one, and you're to tell us who he is.
Hello, Mary. How are you and the 7 kids? As you've probably heard by now, we didn't do so badly at Manassas. We gave that man Pope a run for his money.
Harvey?
Well, that would be General Robert E. Lee. His wife was Mary Park Custis, and he did have 7 children. And the Battle of Manassas, I believe, was better known as Bull Run, Manassas Junction.
Good for you, Harvey. All right, now, kids, listen carefully to this next one.
Allô, Joe. Comment vas-tu, Égypte? Et tout va très bien. Fais mes compliments à Hortense et Eugène.
Mila?
Well, that was Napoleon to Josephine, and Hortense was her daughter, and I didn't hear.
Well, that's right, but, Smila, what was he saying?
Hello, Josephine. I think it was give my regards to Hortense, and I'm speaking from Egypt, and I don't remember what he said.
Well, that's very, very close, Mila, very close. All right, now, who might this be broadcasting a message to his people?
Deutsche Volksgenossen, die Lage in Russland ist schrecklich. Die Lage in Afrika ist schrecklich. Die Lage ist schrecklich überall. Ach, 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 ach.
All right, Smila?
Well, it's Hitler, but I doubt whether he'd say that to his people. He says the situation in Russia is terrible. The situation is terrible all over. I don't think he'd say that. They cover up pretty well.
All right, kids. Franklin Shaw of Battle Creek, Michigan, wants you to put on your thinking caps, not your nightcaps, and think of 3 kinds of beds that you wouldn't ordinarily sleep in. 3 kinds of beds. Gerard?
Well, there's a trundle bed. Most kids nowadays don't sleep in that. That was very
right,
old-fashioned.
right.
And then the Eskimos are usually, they have beds on blocks of ice. And then the natives in Africa, they usually sleep on straw or grass.
Very good. Gerard, Margaret?
Well, there's a bed that an old giant had in which he put all the travelers that stopped by his wayside inn. And if they were too short for the bed, he stretched them on a rack. And if they were too long, he lopped off their heads or their feet. And I wouldn't want to sleep on that one.
Oh, no.
I like to live.
That bed is definitely out. Harvey?
Well, it's a bed of roses. Well, you might want to sleep in a bed of roses. There's these beds that the Egyptian men sleep on. They're full of nails. And also a bed of hornets.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right, Harvey. Thank you. Joel?
Well, a big boy wouldn't put on a sleep in a cradle.
No. We certainly wouldn't. And now we'll let you catch your breath a minute before this next question, quiz kids. Fort Pearson, would you like to continue your vitamin lesson?
Yes, thank you, Joe. We covered the A and D vitamins the last time, so now I'd like to mention the B vitamins, the ones you get in one-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets. These B vitamins are found in meats, whole grains, various fruits, and vegetables. They're extremely important where energy, digestion, and nerves are concerned. So if you're feeling sort of all tired out and nervous, it could be you're not getting enough of those B vitamins. And just so you won't have to bother with them 3 or 4 times each busy day, the Miles Laboratories developed this single one-a-day brand B-complex tablet to give you the full minimum daily supply of all the B vitamins for which requirements have been established. Yes, all in one little pleasant-tasting tablet. And what's more, they're pleasantly low priced, too. A whole month's supply for just 90 cents. Now, that's a name to remember when you're buying vitamins. One-a-day brand vitamin B complex tablets. One-a-day is the registered trademark of the Miles Laboratories, who also make Alka-Seltzer. Now, on with the brain battle, teacher.
All right, Fort. Mrs. L.M. Friel of Rochester, New York, sends this question. She wants you to tell how the following military men fooled the enemy through subterfuges. What subterfuge did Richard the Lionhearted use against the Saracens at the citadel of Acer? Can you answer that one? Well, let's go on to the next one. What subterfuge did Ulysses avoid by stuffing his men's ears with wax and tying them to the ship's mast? The men, not the ears. Smila?
Well, the siren, they were going between Cirrus and Charybdis. Charybdis and, well, the siren would bewitch the men, and so he stuffed their ears with wax so they wouldn't hear it and wouldn't stay there. And Charybdis was a whirlpool, and they were going through that, so I guess that's why he tied them, so he wouldn't want to be taken in the water.
Well, that's all right, Smila. Now let's see if we can get some more, Margaret.
Well, the sirens I guess must have had beautiful voices because nobody could withstand their power. It must have been something like a lodestone or a magnet. And so he stuffed their ears with wax so they couldn't hear him.
That's right.
And I think he tied them to the mast because they might have heard a little anyway. But he tied himself to the mast, too, I know, because somebody had to steer the ship, and then he couldn't.
That's
he
right.
Couldn't go away.
All right, thank you. Now, on this next one, how did General Zhukov fool the Germans not so long ago when his heavy artillery crossed the river near Rzhev on an invisible bridge? Margaret?
Well, he had his men build a bridge backwards underneath the river, starting from the German bank, so it was higher, so that tanks could go over and get the Germans.
That is absolutely right. Good for you. Well, that's all there is. There is no more, kids, except those report cards, which let us know which 3 of the 5 children win a chance to come back next week.
Joe, how about those important rewards?
Oh, yes. Quiz kids, there's a $100 war bond for each of you, winners and losers alike, from the makers of Alka-Seltzer.
You know, Joe, with a little girl like Smila on the program tonight, it brings home to us the real purpose of those war bonds. The reason why every father and mother should buy them. For every youngster like Smila who escaped the Nazi bullets and starvation, there are thousands who didn't escape. So that it may never happen to our children, buy war bonds. Now, I see you have the report cards, Joe.
Yes, they're ready for it, and here's what they say. Quiz kids, as a class tonight, you missed 1 question, and Smila was first, Margaret second, and Harvey third. And Smila, it's a shame about you. Here you are, one of the winners who should come back next week, but you can't because your show is moving out of town. That gives a break to the next one in line, who is Joel. Also in class with you winners next week, we'll have Richard Porter, age 9 of Chicago, and Claude Brenner, age 14 of Lake Forest. And say, folks, those youngsters next week are going to need a lot of good questions, so send them in, won't you, please? Remember, we give a dandy Zenith portable radio for each question we use. That's the Zenith model with the famous wave magnet, and it's a real prize these days, believe me. Just mail your questions to Quiz Kids, Chicago. All right, and now then, we turn things over to Margaret Merrick. All right, Margaret.
Well, I'm supposed to introduce Sister Kenny. And her name has been very saintly to me for so long. I never thought I'd have an honor like this. Well, her story goes this way. 32 years ago, Sister Kenny was a bush nurse in the wild country of Australia, and she was 100 miles from the nearest doctor or the hospital. An epidemic of infantile paralysis broke out, and she didn't know how doctors treated this disease, so she just did the best she could. And she discovered a treatment which gives normal life back to 80% of the victims. And before her treatment, only 17% recovered. I met Sister Kenny last Friday. I'm sorry I didn't meet her a year and a half ago, when infantile left me with a crippled leg. So you see why I speak her name as Reverend. Sister Elizabeth Kenny.
I'm sorry, Margaret. My treatment was not available in Chicago the morning you woke to find both your legs paralyzed. It still isn't available in many parts of the country. But thanks in a large measure to the National Foundation for Infantile Paralysis, the March of Dimes, 40 states now have special clinics. It takes time, Margaret, and money. I've been in this country less than 3 years. If the Kenny treatment were limited to the patients I could treat with my own hands, I could do little. The United States has many, many cases of infantile paralysis. We must train many doctors and nurses so that they can carry on this work in their own communities. We're making progress, Margaret. We still have a long way to go. We'll get there, mile by mile, dime by dime, as people give those miles of dimes in this campaign which ends next Saturday with President Roosevelt's birthday. This fund trains nurses and doctors in the Kenny treatment. It pays for research to find the cause of the disease, and then we hope a preventative or infallible cure. Most important, it assures every victim of infantile paralysis, regardless of race, creed, or financial circumstances, the very best of care. Surely everyone listening in can spare a dime or a dollar to save the children from the curse of twisted, shrunken limbs. Please send your contributions to agencies in your own communities or directly to the President in the White House. And remember, you may be helping yourself, because next year, from 8,000 to 10,000 of you will have infantile paralysis. And, Margaret, don't give up hope about improving that leg of yours. I'll be back in Chicago soon, and we'll talk it over.
Thank you very much, Sister Kenny. It was a great honor to have you speak on our program. And now, this is Joe Kelly dismissing the Quiz Kids until next Sunday at this same time. Good night, kids.
Good night, Mr. Kelly.
Listen to the Quiz Kids every Sunday at the same time. And on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, listen to your old friends, Lum and Abner, on most of these same stations. This is Fort Pearson speaking.
This program came to you from Chicago. This is the Blue Network.
WENR Chicago.
Hello, this is Father Bob Warren of the Franciscan Friars of the Atonement. Thank you for listening to this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour radio show. The Friars' popular Ave Maria Hour was first brought to the radio airwaves in 1939, recorded in New York City and on the mountainside grounds at Graymoor, our home in Garrison, New York. These timeless classic stories of the Bible and the lives of the saints came to life each week through dramatic reenactment by professional actors and actresses. You know, friends, Christ once said, "Do not hide your treasure under a bushel." In saying this, he meant share your gifts, share your talents. The Friars of the Atonement feel the message in these broadcasts remains as powerful and timely as when they were originally aired, and we are so happy to be able to share them with you today. To learn more about the missions and ministries of the Friars of the Atonement, I invite you to visit our website, www.atonementfriars.org. In the meantime, sit back and enjoy this rebroadcast of the Ave Maria Hour.
And now, in the Ave Maria Hour's New York studio, we begin the story of St. Teresa, the Little Flower.
Our story begins not 1,000 years ago, or even 100, short as these times are in the history of the Church. For the story of St. Teresa of Lisieux is a tale of only yesterday, a tale of radiance shining through the grubbiness of a modern commercialized world. And so we take you back over the span of a few short years. The date is October 1917. The place is the Cathedral of Bayeux in France. Outside the cathedral, a vast throng is gathered. This is the overflow, the many thousands who could not be accommodated inside the sacred building. Many in the vast multitude bow their heads in prayer as they wait for news from within. The mood is solemn, yet exultation is on many of the faces. What is the meaning of this great gathering? What ceremony is going on inside the cathedral so sanctified that pilgrims from all over the world are in attendance? Let us journey inside to discover. As we enter, the soaring voice of a great congregation meets us. Then the Bishop of Bayeux and Lisieux speaks.
Your Eminence, Antonio Cardinal Vigo, my venerable brethren in the Episcopacy, pilgrims from many nations, we are gathered here by the decree of the Sacred Congregation of Rites in Rome, authorized by the Holy Father. It is our duty, in accordance with the apostolic process, to investigate the life on earth of one Sister Teresa of the Child Jesus. This investigation is almost without precedent in the annals of our Church. Sister Teresa was not the founder of a new holy order. She did not die the death of a martyr propagating the faith in distant lands. She was not even Mother Superior of her own convent. She was nothing more than the novice mistress, hardly out of her novitiate herself. Nor did she live to a great age, enjoying the veneration gathered from long years of sanctity. Sister Teresa's life ended on earth at the age of 24. What is more, scarcely 20 years have passed since her death. Yet so far and so fast as news of this little flower of Jesus traveled, so many have been the remarkable favors she has bestowed upon the faithful, that His Holiness has, by special decree, set aside the canonical law, which requires 50 years to elapse from the time of death before authorizing beatification, and order this investigation to proceed immediately. We are a court, and as such we must review facts objectively. We are concerned here with the evidence upon a single question: whether or not Sister Teresa, during her short stay upon earth, practiced virtue in an heroic degree. Upon that one point will her elevation to the category of saints depend. The stand supporting the claims of Sister Teresa will be taken by the Advocatus Dei, God's advocate. Opposed to him will be the Advocatus Diaboli, the devil's advocate. The investigation will now begin with the Advocatus Dei taking the stand, and God himself as the judge.
Monseigneur, for my first witness, I will call Mother Agnes of Jesus, Prioress of the Carmel of Lisieux.
Mother Agnes of Jesus, take the stand.
You are Mother Agnes of Jesus, are you not?
I am.
And in life, you were blood sister of Sister Teresa, were you not?
I was.
your sister, christened Marie-Françoise Theresa, was born at Alençon, France, on January the 2nd, 1873, and died at Lisieux on September the 30th, 1897, at the age of 24. Is that right?
It is.
Now, Mother Agnes, will you draw upon your reminiscences and tell the court something about your parents and early life? We must prove beyond a doubt that the home you and your sister Theresa were brought up in was a truly Christian home.
My father was Louis Martin, a devout and good man. My mother, before her marriage, had presented herself at the convent of the Sisters of Charity in the hope of gaining admission. But the Mother Superior, guided by the will of God, turned her away, knowing she was wanted in the world. And my mother, accepting the judgment,
"Oh, my God, since I'm unworthy to be thy spouse in the religious life, I will enter the marriage state to fulfill thy holy will. I beseech thee to make me the mother of many children, and to grant that all of them be consecrated to thee."
And so, Mother Agnes, your mother married Louis Martin, and her prayer was answered. Of the 9 children born to her, Sister Theresa was the youngest, was she not?
She was.
As you were older than your sister Theresa, and doubtless have many vivid memories of her, can you tell the court what she was like as a child?
Oh, she was always pure in heart. She was humble, shy, retiring, and sensitive to a degree that, it's terrible to remember.
Take heart, Mother Agnes. Remember, she is now in heaven. Make her virtue live for us here on earth.
Well, then, you must know that a great bond existed between my sister Theresa and our father. Our mother had died shortly after Theresa's birth, and our father had dedicated himself to be both parents to his grieving children, especially his youngest. Theresa was the apple of his eye, and she reciprocated with a like affection. He called her his little queen. She called him her king. One day, when she couldn't have been more than 7 or 8, I heard her calling through the house. "Oh, Papa!" "What are you calling Papa for? You know he's out of business and won't be back until this evening."
"But he is back. Look, he's standing outside. Come over to the window, Agnes, and see for yourself."
"Theresa, you're imagining things again. How could it be, Papa? It's only 2 o'clock,
Agnes, I'm frightened. Take hold of my hand.
What's the matter, Theresa, you silly little child?
That man there. That's like Father. Why does he stand with his back to the house? Why doesn't he turn and come toward us?
What man? I don't see any man.
But you must. Out there in the black clothes. Agnes, he is turning.
Oh, Theresa, what is it?
Old and so white, as if he couldn't even speak. Oh, Papa. Oh, Papa.
You mean, Mother Agnes, that in that moment, Theresa saw her father as an old man?
She saw more than that. She saw then, while still a child, what we were all destined to see later. My father, stricken with a paralysis that consumed his whole body.
Monseigneur! The Cartus Theobald, you may speak.
Monseigneur, the issue before us is to prove or disprove the heroic virtue of Sister Theresa of the Child of Jesus during her stay on earth. It seems to me that the episode we have just heard related rather proves her supernatural powers, with which we are not here and now concerned.
The Cartus Dei, how do you answer that charge?
Monseigneur, I agree with the devil's advocate that such things as miraculous powers are in God's hands rather than in ours. But I submit that the extreme sensitiveness of the child Theresa has an important bearing on this investigation, as I will show if I'm permitted to proceed.
Will you permit the Advocatus Dei to proceed?
I will, Monseigneur.
And now, Mother Agnes, It is only natural to suppose that a child as sensitive as your Sister Teresa, and already at that tender age so deep in the love of God, was thinking of the joys of serving him in some religious order.
She may have been contemplating that in her heart, but if so, we did not know about it until later.
And when was that?
In the year 1882, my Sister Teresa underwent an experience that transformed her and assured her that her vocation in life lay in service to God.
1882? She must have been only 9 years old.
She was. And whereas others of us have a whole lifetime to learn the wonders of God's love, she only had 24 years.
And, Mother Agnes, what was this experience?
It came about during a fever. She had been so seriously ill that it was realized only divine intercession could save her. Our father sent to Paris for a novena of masses to be said at the shrine of Our Lady to obtain the cure of his poor little queen.
My queen.
Father, I want to be carried to the window. I want to see once more God's beautiful world.
Once more?
Lift me up in your strong arms.
All right, my darling. Come now. There. Is there pain?
Don't mind. Carry me.
Yes, my darling. There. We're at the window.
Oh, God, who has created this beautiful world, I cannot leave it yet. I have yet to serve thee.
My little queen.
Father, I must live. That statue of the Virgin at the foot of my bed. Kneel down and pray for me, Father. Leave me here in this chair.
But, my dear,
Pray, Father, please.
Hail Mary, full of grace, the Lord is with thee. Blessed art thou among women, and blessed is the fruit of thy womb, Jesus.
Father, look.
Teresa, you're standing up.
Father, look. Our Lady. She's smiling at me.
From that moment on, she knew what she had to do in life.
Monseigneur.
Advocatus Diaboli.
Again may I remind the Advocatus Dei that we are here to determine a question of heroic virtue. I do not question that Our Lady interceded to save the life of Sister Teresa during her grave illness. But heroic virtue is something else. It has to do with qualities inside the person herself. Indomitable courage, fortitude, and faith. Will the Advocatus Dei proceed to the proof of these?
I will, Monseigneur. And I will proceed in the order that the devil's advocate has listed them. First, courage. Now, Mother Agnes, can you relate to this court an act of courage such as will put Sister Teresa's fortitude in the service of God beyond question?
There were so many acts of courage. All her life she bore so much, so bravely.
Well, tell us of one specific example. Perhaps, as the later events of her life are so well known, an earlier incident drawn from your memory.
Well, there was the time when, to enter the vocation God had chosen for her, she had to resort to desperate measures.
How was that, Mother Agnes?
It was soon after her 14th birthday. She knew then that to perform God's will on earth, she must enter the convent at Carmel. But the superiors at the convent, unaware of the precious shortness of her life, decided she was too young and tried to put her off for a few years. It was while Teresa was suffering from this bitter disappointment that she accompanied our father on a pilgrimage to Rome. The day came when the pilgrims were to be received at the Vatican. And overcoming her fears, Teresa resolved to supplicate the Holy Father himself. But when they were actually in the audience chamber...
When you have kissed the hand, pass quietly on your way.
How can I disobey such an order? Yet I must speak to perform thy holy will.
Take courage, little Teresa. Speak to the sovereign pontiff, and he will listen.
Your next Holy Father is a child called Marie-Françoise Teresa Martin. She is the daughter of Louis Martin, whom you have just blessed. Teresa?
Yes?
Don't keep the Holy Father waiting. You may kneel now and kiss his hand.
Holy Father, I beg
Teresa, I forbid you to speak.
But I must speak, I must. Holy Father, allow me to enter the Carmel at the age of 15.
What's this?
He is a headstrong child, Your Holiness, who desires to become a Carmelite and does not know how to wait.
Oh, I see. Child, Teresa, is that your name?
Yes.
You must learn patience. You must obey your superiors in this matter and do what they decide best.
But one word from you, Holy Father. I can't wait. I can't have patience because I have not long enough to live.
Come, child, come. Take her, Monsieur Martin. And now, Holy Father, the next supplicant for your blessing.
Wait a minute, Father Reveroni. This child, Teresa. In my name, tell the Carmelites to do the best they can for her. It may be that it is God's will she enter the convent now, despite her tender age.
And so, Mother Agnes, as the result of this conspicuous act of courage in a girl so young, Teresa was taken into the convent at Carmel at the age of 15.
Yes.
Thank you, Mother Agnes. You may step down now.
The Carter, stay. You will be the next witness you will call.
I will call no more, Monseigneur.
No more?
No, Monseigneur. I have brought many more witnesses whom I had intended to take the stand, but I no longer think that necessary. Through the testimony of Mother Agnes, we have already covered the first 15 years of Sister Teresa's life. We have proved her courage and determination of spirit. We have demonstrated her sensitiveness of soul, amounting at times almost to prophetic vision. And we have established beyond doubt the consuming nature of her piety and devotion. At the age of 15, she became a Carmelite and remained a Carmelite till she ended her earthly pilgrimage at the age of 24. 9 years of constant sacrifice, constant service, dedicated to the delight of him she loved above all. I could call witnesses, if I chose, to attest to the humiliations and mortifications she suffered during those years without a sound of complaint ever emanating from her lips. It could be told how she always sought the hardest work, the most cruel tasks, delighting in the fact that what was weakening her physical body was lifting her soul nearer to heaven. And I could show how, at the end, she died a martyr's death, refusing to acknowledge illness, refusing to give up the duties of her vocation despite the agonies of her last days on earth. I could call witnesses to testify to all of this. But the whole world knows of the heroic nature of her life in the Carmel convent. To tell the story again would be superfluous. And so, Monseigneur, I rest my case, challenging the devil's advocate to shake, in any particular he can, the glorious record of Teresa of Lisieux. Just Sister Teresa, she now is called. If the sovereign pontiff in Rome, as a result of this investigation, can elevate her to the blessed state of beatification, rest assured the whole world will rejoice. Monseigneur, I rest my case.
Zacchatus, Diabolis, it is now for you to speak and summon what arguments you can to show why Sister Teresa of Lisieux should not be recommended for beatification by this court.
Monseigneur, prelates of the church, priests and pilgrims from many lands, I am called the devil's advocate because it is my duty to examine critically the lives of those pure spirits for whom popular claim demands sanctification. The Advocatus Dei has sought to show that Sister Teresa was humble, self-sacrificing, virtuous, courageous, devout, unswerving in her great love for God. That she was all this, indeed far more, I do not for one moment contest. And yet I claim, for the purpose of this investigation, these qualities are not enough. We are here to pass upon whether Sister Teresa practiced virtue to an heroic degree. That means that her life, in order to be worthy of veneration, must in some way have served as a model, as a symbol which will have meaning for future generations of men. Sheer goodness is not enough. Sister Teresa was good, yes, but that is not the question before us. Did her life have meaning in the heroic sense?
Yes.
Mother Agnes, what do you mean by this interruption?
Her life had meaning. I see it now. I must speak.
You should have spoken before when you...
But, Monseigneur, it was only now as the devil's advocate was speaking that I knew.
Well, it's against all procedure, but... Advocatus Diaboli, will you give way to new evidence?
Gladly, Monseigneur. If Mother Agnes can prove that Sister Teresa's life had heroic meaning, I will gladly give way.
Mother Agnes, you may take the stand again. Now, what is it you have to tell?
The symbol. It was when she was saying goodbye to our father as she was leaving to enter the convent. They were walking in the garden.
Oh, my little queen, I'm going to lose you.
Oh, Papa, you make it so hard.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. It's just that parting... Well, never mind what I said. I should rejoice that you go to serve the father of us both.
Oh, what happiness that will be. The father in whose eyes we're both little blossoms in his garden.
Then, little blossom, take this. And if you keep it always, I will always be with you.
A little daisy.
Yes, the humblest of all God's flowers.
Papa, I will keep it as a relic. And I'll try to model my life after it. Teresa, the child of Jesus, will be a humble flower. And I'll try to live so that always afterwards, humble people, the little souls, can imitate me. I'll do nothing that's out of the ordinary. I'll dedicate my life to praying for and working for the little people of this earth. And after my death, I'll always be where they can reach me. In paradise, I'll scatter flowers upon them.
Silence! Silence! What is the meaning?
Oh, Monsieur, look. Rose petals are falling from the vault of the cathedral.
And so the investigation into the heroic virtue of Sister Teresa ended with the triumph of her cause. There still remained the searching examination of the miracles attributed to her intercession, but these were readily forthcoming and approved. On April 29, 1923, the Venerable Teresa of the Child Jesus was enrolled among the blessed, to the great joy of the whole world. The canonization of St. Teresa followed in March 1925. Truly might the Sovereign Pontiff, Pope Pius XI, say of her as he did on that occasion, "In our own day, when men seek so passionately after temporal goods, this young maiden lived in our midst, practicing in all simplicity and devotedness the Christian virtues in order to honor God and win eternal life."
The National Broadcasting Company presents Great Plays. Great Plays. Seventh production this season in the series of great plays, the National Broadcasting Company presents Shakespeare's romantic comedy, The Tempest, with Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Jessica Tandy, Louis Hector, and Irene Wicker. This charming and imaginative drama represents the Bard of Avon at the full maturity of his art. It may have been the last play that he wrote. It is certainly his most highly original work. It stands alone in bold perfection among the great plays of all literature.
The isle is full of noises, sounds, and sweet airs that give delight and hurt not. Sometimes 1,000 twangling instruments will hum about mine ears, and sometimes voices that if I then had waked after long sleep will make me sleep again. And then, in dreaming, the clouds methought would open and show riches ready to drop upon me, that when I waked, I cried to dream again.
So spoke the monster Caliban, for a time the only inhabitant on the uncharted remote island which is the scene of the tempest. Caliban, the misshapen son of the witch Sycorax, inherited the marks of evil which disfigured his mother's mind. Sycorax died soon after she had borne this grotesque son of hers, and Caliban grew up alone on the island, eating what food he could get with his hands, speechless, for he knew no language, more like an animal than a man. One day, Caliban's solitary kingdom was invaded by a man from the outer world and a small girl that was his daughter. They were Prospero and Miranda, marooned here by the treachery of Prospero's enemies. Had been Duke of Milan before he was cast away on this island. But he was not the type of ruler to succeed in a corrupt world. Rather than pomp and glory, he preferred ease and quiet. Rather than warfare, he chose a scholar's life. Instead of being wary and suspicious, Prospero was a trusting man, quick to smile. Foolishly, he put his faith in his brother Antonio. Leagued with the King of Naples, Antonio usurped Prospero's ducal throne.
12 years since, Miranda, 12 years since, thy father was the Duke of Milan and a prince of power.
Oh, my father. What foul play had we that became from then?
My brother and thy uncle called Antonio. I pray thee mark me, that a brother should be so perfidious. The government I cast upon my brother, and to my state grew stranger, being transported and wrapped in secret studies. The King of Naples, being an enemy to me inveterate, hearkens my brother's suit to presently extirpate me and mine out of the dukedom, and confer fair Milan with all the honors on my brother. Whereon a treacherous army levied, one midnight fated to the purpose, did Antonio open the gates of Milan, and in the dead of darkness, the ministers for the purpose hurried thence me and thy crying self.
Alack, for pity.
They hurried us aboard a bark, bore us some leagues to sea, where they prepared a rotten carcass of a boat, not rig, nor tackle, sail, nor mast. The very rats instinctively had quitted. There they hoisted us to cry to the sea that roared to us.
How came we ashore?
By providence divine. Some food we had, and some fresh water that a noble Neapolitan Gonzalo did give us. Knowing I loved my books, he furnished me from mine own library with volumes that I prize above my dukedom.
Would I might but ever see that man.
Here in this island we arrived, and here have I, thy schoolmaster, made thee more profit than other princesses can, that have more time for vainer hours, and tutors not so careful.
Heaven thank you for it.
Although Prospero's first task was the upbringing and education of his daughter Miranda, yet in his kindness he found time to teach that strange creation Caliban how to live more comfortably, and above all, how to speak. One day, by chance, Prospero discovered an exquisite spirit of the supernatural world, a former servant of the dead witch Sycorax. This was the mischievous, delicate, frolicsome, childlike sprite, Ariel. Ariel, the ethereal personification of will and accomplishment with the lightning speed. Prospero, having released him from his prison in a cloven pine, Ariel swears lasting obedience. He fills the isle with sweet music. He revels in his fun. On a summons from Prospero, he appears.
All hail, great master! Grace, hail! I come to answer thy best pleasure. I come from the deep nook, where once thou call'st me up at midnight to fetch dew from the still vexed Bermoothes. I come to answer thy best pleasure. Seek to fly, to swim, to dive into the fire, to ride on the curled clouds, to thy strong bidding, tosk Ariel, and all his gaiety.
With a dainty servant such as this, a featherless angel, as he has been called, Prospero developed great knowledge of magic from his rare books and attained great power. With Ariel's help, he could even control the elements. One day, Ariel brings Prospero startling news. The very two villains who had deposed him and callously set him and his daughter adrift, Antonio and the King of Naples, are at that moment traveling on the high seas. Prospero calls Ariel to him. Go, Ariel, he says, and create such a tempest upon the seas that my enemies will be shipwrecked and cast ashore here. Such a storm does Ariel create. The wind howls, the thunder roars, the waves roll like mountains. The ship begins to sink. The passengers cast themselves into the sea and struggle to make the shore of the island. Ariel, under Prospero's orders, is careful that each passenger and member of the crew reaches land safely, though on different parts of the island. Prospero, at last, has his enemies in his power. The King of Naples' son, Prince Ferdinand, is one of the castaways. If my daughter Miranda should marry Ferdinand, muses Prospero, she would one day become both Duchess of Milan and Queen of Naples, occupying the thrones of both my enemies. Might not this be a quaint beginning to revenge? Prospero directs Ariel to bring Prince Ferdinand to him, to lure him across the island with a song.
Sounds no more. And sure it waits upon some god of the island. Sitting on a bank, weeping again the king my father's wreck, this music crept by me upon the waters, allaying both their fury and my passion with its sweet air. Thence I followed it, or it hath drawn me rather, but 'tis gone. No. It begins again.
Full fathom 5, thy father lies. Full fathom 5, thy father lies. Of his bones his core made, those of those that were his
Lured on by Ariel's song, Prince Ferdinand nears the place where Prospero and Miranda stand. And Miranda, who has never before seen any man except her father, looks at the young prince in wonder.
What is? A spirit? Lord, how it looks about. Believe me, sir, it carries a brave form. But 'tis a spirit.
No, wench, it eats and sleeps and has such sense as we have, sir. This gallant which thou seest was in the wreck. He hath lost his fellows and strays about to find them.
I might call him a thing divine. For nothing natural I ever saw so noble.
It goes on, I see, as my soul prompts it. Spirit, fine spirit, I'll free thee within 2 days for this.
Oh, most sure the goddess on whom these airs attend. Vouchsafe my prayer, may know if you remain upon this island. My prime request, which I do last pronounce, is, oh, you wonder, if you be maid or no?
No wonder, sir. But certainly a maid.
My language. Heavens.
At first sight they have changed eyes. They are both in either's powers. But this swift business I must uneasy make, lest too light winning make the prize light. A word, good sir. I appear you have done yourself some wrong. A word.
Why speaks my father so ungently?
I charge thee, Ferdinand, that thou attend me. Thou dost here usurp the name thou owest not, and hast put thyself upon this island as a spy, to win it from me, the Lord on.
No, as I'm a man.
There's nothing ill can dwell in such a temple. If the ill spirit had so fair a house, good things will strive to dwell with it.
Follow me, sir. Daughter, speak not you for him. He is a traitor. Come. I'll manacle thy neck and feet together. Sea water shalt thou drink. Thy food shall be the fresh brook mussels, withered roots, and husks wherein the acorn cradled. Follow.
No, I will resist such entertainment till mine enemy has more power.
Oh, dear father, make not too rash a trial of him, for he is gentle and not fearful.
Put thy sword up, traitor, who makes to show but darest not strike. Thy conscience is so possessed with guilt. Come from thy ward, for I can here disarm thee with this stick, and make thy weapon drop.
Beseech you, father.
Hang not on my garments.
Sir, have pity, I'll be his shoulder.
Silence! One word more shall make me chide thee, if not hate thee. Come on, sir, obey. I cast a magic spell upon thy limbs.
Why?
Thy nerves are in their infancy again and have no vigor in them.
So they are. My spirits, as in a dream, are all bound up. My father's loss, the weakness which I feel, the wreck of all my friends, no, this man's threats to whom I'm subdued are but light to me. Might I but through my prison once a day behold this maid.
Come, sir, follow.
Father.
Speak not for him, Miranda.
Meanwhile, Ferdinand's father, Alonso, King of Naples, sits on the shore of a different part of the island with Prospero's brother Antonio and his own brother Sebastian, and Gonzalo, the kindly old nobleman who had helped Prospero and Miranda many years before. As Alonso sits bowed in grief, Gonzalo attempts to console him.
Beseech you, sir, be merry.
Oh.
You have cause, so have we all of joy, for our escape is much beyond our loss. Our hint of woe is common. Every day some sailor's wife, the master of some merchant, and the merchant have just our theme of woe. But for the miracle, I mean our preservation.
Prithee, peace.
He receives comfort like cold porridge.
The visitor will not give him more, so...
Look, he's winding up the watch of his wit. By and by it'll strike.
Sir.
One, tell.
Though this island seem to be desert, uninhabitable and almost inaccessible, yet the air breathes upon us here most sweetly, and here is everything advantageous to life.
If but one of his pockets could speak, would it not say he lies?
Methinks our garments are now as fresh as when we put them on first.
Oh, what impossible matter will he make easy next?
I think he'll carry this island home in his pocket and give it to his son for an apple.
And sowing the kernels of it in the sea, bring forth more islands.
Sir, we were talking that our garments seem now as fresh as when we were at Tunis at the marriage of your daughter, who is now queen.
You cram these words into mine ears against the stomach of my sense. Would I had never married my daughter there, for coming thence my son is lost. Oh, thou mine heir of Naples and of Milan, what strange fish hath made his meal on thee?
Sir, he may live. I saw him beat the surges under him and ride upon their backs, his bold head above the contentious waves he kept.
No, he's gone.
It is foul weather in us all, good sir, when you are cloudy.
Foul weather?
Very foul.
Had I plantation of this isle, my lord?
He'd sowed with nettle seed.
Or docks, or mallows.
And were the king on't, what would I do?
Escape being drunk for want of wine.
In the Commonwealth, I would by countries execute all things. For no kind of traffic would I admit, no name of magistrate. Letter should not be known, riches, poverty, and use of service, none. Contract, succession, born, bound of land, tilth, vineyard, none. No use of metal, corn, or wine, or oil, no occupation, all men idle, all, and women too, but innocent and pure, no sovereignty.
Yet he would be king on't.
The latter end of his commonwealth forgets the beginning.
I would with such perfection govern, sir, to excel the golden age.
Save his majesty.
Long live Gonzalo.
And do you mark me,
Prithee no more. Thou dost talk nothing to me.
Another part of the island, Caliban grumbles over his menial tasks demanded of him by Prospero in punishment for his attempted violation of Miranda. Enraged, the bestial creature curses.
All the infections that the sun sucks up from bogs, fens, flats on Prospero fall, and make him by inch meal a disease. His spirits hear me, and yet I needs must curse. But they'll nor pinch, fright me with urchin shows, pitch me i' the mire, nor lead me like a firebrand in the dark out of me way, unless he bid them. But for every trifle they are set upon me, sometimes like apes that mow and chutter at me, and after bite me. Sometime am I all wound round with adders, who with cloven tongues do hiss me into madness.
Caliban's cursing is interrupted by the approach of Trinculo, King Alonso's jester, who, since the tempest, has been vainly searching the island for his lost shipmates.
Oh, here's neither bush nor shrub to bear off any weather at all, and another storm brewing. Oh, I hear it sing in the wind. I know not where to hide my head.
Lo, now lo, here comes the spirit of Prospero's, and to torment me for bringing wood in slowly, I'll fall flat. Perchance he will not mind me.
What have we here? A man or a fish? Dead or alive?
A fish. He smells like a fish. A very ancient and fish-like smell. A strange fish. Leg like a man and fins like arms. Oh, mummy trough. This is no fish, but an islander that has lately suffered by a thunderbolt. Oh, the storm has come again. My best way is to creep under his cloak. There is no other shelter hereabout. Oh, misery acquaints a man with strange bedfellows.
Trinculo huddles beneath Caliban's cloak. Caliban, believing him to be some punishing spirit of Prospero's, lies still as death, paralyzed with fear. when through the woods, a second man approaches.
I shall no more to see. Here shall I die a show. Yes, 'tis a scurvy tune to sing at a man's funeral. Well, here's my comfort.
That was the voice of Stephano, the king's butler, one survivor of the wreck who cared very little about his predicament. For Stephano had floated to land on a barrel of wine, and having tugged it ashore, promptly started to sample its contents.
Master the swabber, the fold and I, the gunner and his mate, the small make Marion and Master I, but none of it's cared for Kate. Do not torment me! Oh! What's the matter? Have we devils here? The spirit torments me. This is some monster of the isle with 4 legs, who hath got, as I take it, an ague. Where the devil should he learn our language?
Do not torment me, prithee. I'll bring me wood home faster.
He's in his fit now, and does not talk after the wisest. He shall taste of my bottle. If he have never drunk wine afore, it will go near to remove his fit.
Thou dost me but little hurt. Thou wilt anon. I know it by thy trembling.
Come on your ways. Open your mouth. Here is that which will give language to you, cat. Open your mouth. This will shake your shaking, I can tell you. And that soundly. Open your chaps again.
Know that voice? It should be. Oh, but he's drowned, and these are devils. Oh, defend me.
4 legs and 2 voices? The most delicate monster. If all the wine in my bottle will recover him, I will help his ague. Come, drink. Amen. I'll pour some in thy other mouth.
Stephano!
Doth thy other mouth call me? Mercy, this is the devil and no monster. I will leave him.
Stephano! If thou be a Stephano, touch me and speak to me, for I am Trinculo. Oh, be not afeard, thy good friend, Trinculo.
If thou beest Trinculo, come forth. I'll pull thee by the lesser legs. If any be Trinculo's legs, these are they. Thou art very Trinculo indeed. How camest thou to be in the siege of this mooncalf?
I took him to be killed with a thunderstroke. But art thou not drowned, Stephano?
No.
I hope now that thou art not drowned.
No.
And art thou living, Stephano? Oh, Stephano! Do Neapolitans escape?
Prithee, do not turn me about. My stomach is not constant.
These be fine things, and if they be not sprites, that's a brave god, and bear celestial liquor. I'll kneel to him.
Trinculo, how didst thou escape? How camest thou hither? Swear by this bottle how thou camest hither. I escaped upon a butt of sack which the sailors heaved overboard. By this bottle, which I made of the bark of a tree with my own hands since I was cast ashore.
I'll swear upon that bottle to be thy true subject, for the liquor is not earthly.
Trinculo, swear then how thou escapest.
I swam ashore, man, like a duck. I can swim like a duck, I'll be sworn.
Oh, Stephano, hast any more of this?
The whole butt, man. My cellar is in a rock by the seaside where my wine is hid. How now, mooncalf? How dost thine ague?
Hast thou not dropped from heaven?
Out of the moon, I do assure thee. I was the man in the moon when time was.
I've seen thee in her, and I do adore thee.
Come, swear to that on my bottle. I will furnish it anon with new contents. Swear.
By this good light, this is a very shallow monster. I afeard of him. Oh, a very weak monster. The man in the moon. A most poor, credulous monster.
I'll show thee every fertile inch of the island, and I will kiss thy foot. I pray thee be my guard.
By this light, a most perfidious and drunken monster. When God's asleep, he'll rob his bottle.
I'll kiss thy foot. I'll swear myself thy subject.
Come then, down and swear.
And I'll show thee the best springs. I'll pluck thee berries. I'll fish for thee and get thee wood enough. A plague upon the tyrant that I serve. I'll bear him no more sticks, but follow thee, thou wondrous man.
A most ridiculous monster. To make a wonder of a poor drunkard.
I pray thee, let me bring thee where crabs grow, and I with my long nails will dig thee pig nuts, show thee a jay's nest, and instruct thee how to snare the nimble marmoset. I'll bring thee to clustering filberts, and sometimes I'll get the young scammels from the rocks. Wilt thou go with me?
I prithee now, lead the way without any more talk. Trinculo, the king, and all our company else being drowned, we will inherit here. Here. Prepare my bottle. Fellow Trinculo, we'll fill him by and by again.
Farewell, master. Farewell. Farewell.
A howling monster, a drunken monster.
No more dams I'll make for fish. No fetching, firing, and requiring. No straight trencher. No washing.
No.
Ban. Caliban has a new master. Get a new man.
Meanwhile, as Caliban deserts his labors, Ferdinand works diligently at his. For Prospero, to test the mettle of his love for Miranda, has set him to hard labor, scarcely befitting his rank.
This my mean task would be as heavy to me as odious. But the mistress which I serve quickens what's dead and makes my labors pleasures. I must remove some thousands of these logs and pile them up upon a sore injunction. My sweet mistress weeps when she sees me work. I forget, but these sweet thoughts do even refresh my labors.
Alas, now pray you work not so hard. I would the lightning had burnt up those logs that you're enjoined to pile. Pray set it down and rest you. My father is hard at study. Pray now rest yourself. He's safe for these 3 hours.
Oh, most dear mistress, the sun will set before I shall discharge what I must strive to do.
If you'll sit down, I'll bear your logs the while. Pray give me that. I'll carry it to the pile.
No, precious creature. I'd rather crack my sinews, break my back, than you should such dishonor undergo while I sit lazy by.
It would become me as well as it does you. And I should do it with much more ease, for my goodwill is to it and yours it is against. You look wearily.
No, noble mistress. 'Tis fresh morning with me when you are by at night. I do beseech you, chiefly that I might set it in my prayers. What is your name?
Miranda. Oh, my father, I have broke your hest to say so.
Admired Miranda. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest to the world. For several virtues have I liked several women, never any with so full soul. But some defect in her did quarrel with the noblest grace she owed, and put it to the foil. But you, oh, you, so perfect and so peerless, are created of every creature's best.
How features are abroad, I am skilless of. But by my modesty, the jewel in my dower, I would not wish any companion in the world but you. Nor can imagination form a shape besides yourself to like of.
Hear my soul speak. The very instant I saw you did my heart fly to your service.
Do you love me?
Oh, heaven, oh, earth, bear witness to this sound. I, beyond all limit of what else in the world, do love, prize, honor you.
I am a fool to weep at what I'm glad of,
Wherefore weep you?
at mine unworthiness, that dare not offer what I desire to give, and much less take what I shall die to want. But this is trifling, and all the more it seeks to hide itself the bigger bulk it shows. Hence bashful cunning, and prompt me plain and holy innocence. I am your wife, if you will marry me. If not, I'll die your maid. To be your fellow you may deny me, but I'll be your servant whether you will or no.
My mistress, dearest, and I thus humble ever.
My husband, then?
I, with a heart as willing as bondager of freedom. Here's my hand.
And mine, with my heart in it.
On another part of the island, sprawled out before a great cask of wine, are those three bibulous companions, Stefano, Trinculo, and the quaint monster Caliban.
Tell not me. When the butt is out, we will drink water. Not a drop before. Servant monster, drink to me.
Servant monster? Oh, the folly of this island. They say there's but 5 upon this isle. We are 3 of them. If the other 2 be brain like us, the state totters.
Drink, servant monster, when I bid thee. My eyes are almost set in my head.
Well, where should they be set else? He were a brave monster indeed if they were set in his tail.
Thou shalt be my lieutenant, monster. Or my stand. Mooncalf, speak once in thy life if thou beest a good mooncalf.
How dost thy honor? Let me lick thy shoe. I'll not serve him. He is not valiant.
Thou liest, most ignorant monster. Oh, I'm encased as just a constable. Why, thou debauched fish, thou. Was there ever man a coward that has drunk so much sack as I today? Wilt thou tell a monstrous lie, being but half a fish and half a monster?
Lo, how he mocks me. Wilt thou let him, my lord?
Lord, quotha. That a monster should be such a natural...
Lo, again. Bite him to death, I prithee.
Trinculo, keep a good tongue in your head. If you prove a mutineer, the next 3. Poor monster's my subject, and he shall not suffer indignity.
I thank me, noble lord. Wilt thou be pleased to hearken once again to the suit that I made to thee?
Marry, will I?
As I told thee, 'tis the custom with Prospero in the afternoon to sleep. There, thou mayest brain him, having first seized his box, or with a log, batter his skull, or punch him with a stake, or cut his weasand with thy knife.
Monster, I will kill this man. His daughter and I will be king and queen, save our graces. And Trinculo and thyself shall be viceroys. Dost thou like the plot, Trinculo?
Oh, excellent. Excellent.
As the conspirators plan their treachery, Ariel overhears them and brings back news of their plot to his master. Prospero, however, has more important business at the moment than dealing with the 3 drunkards, for he has decided to have his brother Antonio and Alonso brought before him so that he might confront them with their crimes against Miranda and himself. It is to this end that he dispatches Ariel on an important mission.
By Lakin, I can go no further, sir. By your patience, I needs must rest me.
Old lord, I cannot blame thee. Sit down and rest. Even here I will put off my hope and keep it no longer for my flatterer. My son is drowned whom thus we stray to find, and the sea mocks our frustrate search on land. Well, let him go. What harmony is this? My good friends, hark! Marvelous sweet music.
As Alonso and his companions watched, strange shapes, like neither man nor beast, materialize from the air, and straightway begin to prepare a banquet. Foods, viands, steaming dishes, even a table itself appears before them. The preparations for a feast concluded, the weird shapes gently salute their awestruck spectators, and with gestures invite them to dine. Alonso is the first to step forward, and as he does so, the shapes suddenly vanish.
Give us, keep us, heavens. What were these?
A living drollery. Now I will believe that there are unicorns, that in Arabia there is one tree, the phoenix throne, one phoenix at this hour reigning there.
They vanish strangely.
As the spirits vanish, Ariel appears, not in his familiar boyish form, but in the horrible shape of a vulture. Like a bolt of lightning from the sky, he descends, hovering above the great banquet table, clapping his wings.
You are three men of sin, whom destiny has caused to be belched up upon this island, where man does not inhabit. I and my fellows are ministers of fate, and you, most men being most unfit to live, we are made mad! Oh. And even with such like valor, men hang and drown their brothers, sir! Oh.
In the name of something holy, sir, why stand you in this strange stare?
Oh, it is monstrous, monstrous. Methought the billows spoke and told me of it. The winds did sing it to me, and the thunder, that deep and dreadful organ pipe, pronounced the name of Prosper. It did base my trespass. Therefore my son in the ooze is bedded, and I'll seek him deeper than e'er plummet sounded, and with him there lie muddy.
Before the cave, hand in hand, stand Ferdinand and Miranda, facing a now smiling Prospero.
If I have too austerely punished you, your compensation makes amends. For I have given you here a thread of mine own life. All thy vexations were but my trials of thy love, and thou hast strangely stood the test. Here, afore heaven, I ratify this, my rich gift, my daughter Miranda. Oh, Ferdinand, do not smile at me that I boast her of, for thou shalt find she will outstrip all praise, and make it halt behind her.
I do believe it, against an oracle.
Then is my gift and thine own acquisition worthily purchased. Take my daughter. Sit then and talk with her. She is thine own. And for your entertainment, I'll bestow upon your eyes some vanity of my art.
True to his word, Prospero calls forth nymphs and goddesses to dance and sing and give a marriage blessing to the young lovers. Enraptured, Ferdinand and Miranda watch till the players in the scene fade slowly from sight like a spent vision.
Our revels now are ended. These our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a wreck behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Sir, I am vexed. If you be pleased, retire into my cell and there repose. A turn or two I'll walk to still my beating mind.
We wish your peace.
I had forgot that foul conspiracy of the beast Caliban and his confederates against my life. The minute of their plot is almost come. Come with the thought, Ariel, come.
My thoughts I cleave to. What's thy pleasure?
Spirit, we must prepare to meet with Caliban.
I, my commander.
Say again, where didst thou leave these varlets?
I told you, sir, in a filthy, mantled pool beyond your cell. They're dancing up to the chin.
This was well done, my bird. Thy shape invisible retain thou still.
Aye, master.
The finery in my house, go bring it hither for bait to catch these thieves.
I go.
I'll plague them all, even to roaring.
As a decoy to lure the three drunken conspirators away from their murderous purpose, Prospero and Ariel hang out a line, and on it the richest garments they can find, silken doublets, robes of state. These they put in plain sight, then quickly hide themselves as the would-be murderers approach.
Pray you, tread softly, that the blind mole may not hear a footfall. We now are near his cell.
Monster, your fairy, which you say is a harmless fairy, has done little better than play the jack with us. Do you hear, monster? If I should take a displeasure against you, look you...
Oh, thou wert but a lost monster. Oh, good my lord, give me thy favor still. Speak softly. All's hushed as midnight yet.
Aye, but to lose our bottles in the pool. There is not only disgrace and dishonor in that, monster, but an infinite loss.
Oh, prithee, me king, be quiet. Seest thou here? This is the mouth of Prosperous' cell. No noise. And do that good mischief which may make this island thy known forever. And I, thy Caliban, for I, thy forgetter.
Give me thy hand. I do begin to have bloody thoughts.
Oh, King Stefano! Oh, dear, oh, worthy Stefano, look what a wardrobe is on the line here.
Let it alone, thou fool. It is but trash.
Oh, monster, we know what belongs to a frippery. Oh, King Stefano.
Put off that gown, Cinctulo, by this hand. I'll have that gown.
Aye, Grace shall have it.
There dropsy drown this fool. What do you mean to dote thus on such luggage? Let's along and do the murder first.
Will you quiet, monster? Mistress Lyde, is not this my jerkin?
Monster, come quickly now and away with the rest.
I'll have none of it. We shall lose our time and all be turned to barnacles or to apes.
Oh, monster, lay to your fingers. Help to bear this away where my hogshead of wine is, or I'll turn you out of my kingdom. Go to. Carry this.
And this.
Aye, and this.
As the three thieves are about to leap off with their loot, Prospero calls his avenging spirits to him in the shape of dogs and hounds.
After them!
Let them be hunted soundly.
As my project gather to a head, my charms crack not, my spirits obey, and time goes upright with his carriage. How's the day?
On the 6th hour, at which time, my lord, you said our work should cease.
I did say so when first I raised the tempest. How fares the king and his followers?
Confined together in the same fashion as you gave in charge all prisoners, sir, in the lime grove which weather fends your cells. They cannot budge till your release. The king, his brother, and yours abide all three distracted, and the remainder mourning over them, brimful of sorrow and dismay. But chiefly him that you turn, sir, the good old Lord Gonzalo. His tears run down his beard like winter's drops from leaves of reeds. Your charm so strongly works them, that if you now beheld them, your affections would become tender.
Dost thou think so, spirit?
Mine would, sir. Were I human.
And mine shall. Though with their racks I am struck to the quick, the rarer action is in virtue than in vengeance. They being penitent, the sole drift of my purpose doth extend not a frown further. Go, release them, Ariel. My charms I'll break, their sense I'll restore, and they shall be themselves.
I'll fetch them, sir. I go.
Ye elves of hills, brooks, standing lakes, and groves, and ye that on the sands with printless foot do chase the ebbing Neptune, and do fly him when he comes back, and you whose pastime is to make midnight mushrooms that rejoice to hear the solemn curfew, by whose aid, weak masters though ye be, I have bedimmed the noontide sun, called forth the mutinous winds, and twixt the green sea and the azured vault set roaring war. To the dread rattling thunder have I given fire, the strong base promontory have I made shake, and by the spurs plucked up the pine and cedar. But this rough magic I here abjure. And when I have required some heavenly music, which even now I do, to work mine end upon their sense that this airy charm is for, I'll break my staff, bury it certain fathoms in the earth, and deeper than did ever plummet sound, I'll drown my book.
Soon Ariel returns, leading Antonio, Alonso, Sebastian, and the old Lord Gonzalo. They come forward like men walking in their sleep, neither seeing nor hearing. Ariel leads them inside the magic circle which Prospero had drawn upon the ground.
There stand, for ye are spell-stopped. A solemn air and the best comforter to an unsettled fancy cure thy brain.
So, while the stately music begins slowly to restore their understanding, Prospero retires to the inner cave to dress himself in the robes of state which rightfully belonged to him as Duke of Milan. And as Prospero dressed, the charm cast about Alonso and his companions dissolved. They look about and wonder at the strange cave. Suddenly, Prospero reappears before them.
Behold, Sir King, the wronged Duke of Milan, Prospero. For more assurance that a living prince does now speak to thee, I embrace thy body. And to thee and thy company I bid a hearty welcome.
Whether thou beest Prospero or no, or some enchanted trifle to abuse me, as late I have been, I not know. Thy dukedom I resign, and do entreat thou pardon me my wrongs. But how should Prospero be living and be here?
First, noble Gonzalo, let me embrace thine age, whose honor cannot be measured or confined.
Whether this be or be not, I'll not swear.
You do yet taste some subtleties of the isle that will not let you believe things certain. Welcome, my friends all. For you, most wicked sir, whom to call brother would even infect my mouth, I do forgive thy rankest fault, all of them, and require my dukedom of thee, which perforce I know thou must restore.
If thou beest Prospero, give us particulars of thy preservation. How thou hast met us here, whom 3 hours since were wrecked upon this shore. Where I have lost, how sharp the point of this remembrance is. My dear son, Ferdinand.
I am woe for it, sir.
Irreparable is the loss, and patience says it is past her cure.
Alas, sir, the like loss is mine too.
You, the like loss?
As great to me as late. For I have lost my daughter.
A daughter? Oh, heavens, that they were both living in Naples, the king and queen there. When did you lose your daughter?
In this last tempest. But welcome, Alonso. This cell's my court. Here have I few attendants and subjects, none abroad. Pray you look in.
Thus Prospero directs their attention to the entrance of his cell. Speechless with amazement, they behold there Ferdinand and Miranda playing chess.
If this prove a vision of the island, one dear son shall I twice lose.
Most high miracle.
Father.
My son.
Though the seas threaten, they are merciful. I have cursed them without cause.
Now all the blessings of a glad father compass thee about. Arise and say how thou camest here.
Oh, wonder! How many goodly creatures are there here! How beauteous mankind is! Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
'Tis new to thee.
What is this maid with whom thou wast at play? Your else acquaintance cannot be 3 hours. Is she the goddess that hath severed us and brought us thus together?
Sir, she is mortal, but by immortal providence she's mine. She is the daughter to this famous Duke of Milan, of whom so often I have heard renown but never saw before, of whom I have received a second life and second father this lady makes him to me.
I am hers. But oh, how oddly will it sound that I must ask my child forgiveness.
There, sir, stop. Let us not burthen our remembrances with heaviness that's gone.
I have inly wept, or should have spoke ere this. Look down, you gods, and on this couple drop a blessed crown.
I say amen, Gonzalo.
Sir, all this service have I done since I went?
Yes, Ariel, my trickster spirit.
Was it well done?
Bravely my diligence, and thou shalt be free anon. Sir, I invite your highness and your train to my poor cell, where you shall take your rest for this one night, which part of it I'll waste with such discourse as I not doubt shall make it go quick away. The story of my life, and the particular accidents gone by since I came to this isle. And in the morn, I'll bring you to your ship, and so to Naples, where I have hoped to see the nuptial of these, our dear beloved, solemnized. I'll deliver all, and promise you calm seas, auspicious gales. I, Ariel Chick, that is thy charge. Then to the elements be free, and fare thou well.
During the past hour, you have heard Shakespeare's The Tempest, as adapted for the air by Charles Newton, with the following cast. Sir Cedric Hardwicke, Prospero, Jessica Tandy, Miranda, Irene Wicker, Ariel, Louis Hector, Caliban, William Podmore, Stefano, Horace Braham, Trinculo, John Abbott, Alonzo, John Moore, Antonio, Carlton Young, Ferdinand, J.P. Wilson, Gonzalo, William Rainey, narrator. Original music composed by Gail Kubick. The orchestra was directed by Joseph Honte. During which Shakespeare wrote his masterpieces of comedy and tragedy,
was a highly productive period of the drama. Besides Shakespeare, it produced such poet-playwrights as Marlowe, Ben Jonson, Beaumont, Fletcher, and many others whose names are immortal. And it was during this age also that a handful of the most brilliant of them wrote a series of plays which became later known as the Revenge Tragedies. Next Sunday at this time, the Great Plays series will present an original script which tells the story of the Revenge Tragedies.
A Great Plays Drama Guide by Blevins Davis, who arranged for the series, is available to our radio audience through the Columbia University Press at the cost of 25 cents. Send coin or money orders to Great Plays, National Broadcasting Company, New York City. The Great Plays Drama Guide contains a summary of the plot, sketch of the author's life, and pertinent facts about each of the 30 plays in this series. Consult your local library for reading material on the remaining great plays of the series. This is a special announcement. Every service of your Red Cross is vital in national defense. Your membership is Mercy's badge of honor. Join the Red Cross and tell your friends to join. This program has been presented as a public service for the National Broadcasting Company and the independent radio stations associated with the NBC networks. It came to you from the RCA Building, Radio City, New York.
This is Don Hollenbeck for CBS at Confederate Army Headquarters near Appomattox Courthouse in Virginia. On this Palm Sunday morning of April 9th, 1865, the moment which 8 million men, women, and children of the Confederacy have been expecting and dreading has come. General Robert E. Lee, Supreme Commander of the Southern Forces, has left his headquarters here for a meeting with the command of the Northern Armies, General Ulysses S. Grant. That meeting was arranged at Lee's request, and it can mean only one thing. The gray-haired chieftain of the South is prepared to ask Grant what terms he is willing to offer for the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia. General Lee is reported to be accompanied by Colonels Taylor and Marshall of his personal staff and by Sergeant Tucker, Chief Courier of the old 3rd Army Corps.
April 9, 1865, Appomattox.
How long it will be.
Lee rides to meet Grant. You are there.
An anguished South looks into the face of defeat. CBS takes you back to the final moments of an unforgettable day in the making of the United States of America. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there, you are there. You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
Lee's headquarters near Appomattox.
says, ever since Grant forced Lee out of his defenses at Petersburg and Richmond last week, the Southern position has become progressively worse. Lee has been retreating across Virginia with 10,000 effective, 15,000 stragglers. All that is left of the once powerful army of Northern Virginia, 70,000 strong. Grant's northern forces number nearly 100,000, including almost 3 armies: the Army of the Potomac, the Army of the James, and General Sheridan's cavalry. Those northern armies have overtaken Lee and are now astride his front lines as well as behind him in the red hills of Appomattox. Lee made a last desperate attempt this morning to break through on the Lynchburg Pike. He hoped to reach the mountains of southwest Virginia, but the attempt failed. General John B. Gordon, who led the attempted breakthrough, reported to Lee, and I quote him, "I have fought my corps to a frazzle. I can do nothing unless heavily supported." It is believed that General Gordon's failure decided Lee to go and see Grant and ask for surrender. What terms will Grant offer? Will they be acceptable to Lee, to his men? Here is Quincy Howe with an analysis of those questions.
What terms will Grant offer? The best opinion is that those terms will be, as they always have been, unconditional surrender. Will they be acceptable to Lee? Probably not. To his men, certainly not. They'd rather fight it out to the death. U.S. Grant. Unconditional surrender Grant. That's what his men call him. Ever since General Grant has commanded a federal army, his terms have always remained inexorable. Unconditional surrender. He made this clear at Fort Donelson. He made it clear again at Vicksburg, where the tragic condition of the Confederate Army, garrison, and civilians did not move him to mercy. His terms have never changed. It was unconditional surrender every time. When Grant took command of all the northern armies more than a year ago, he publicly announced that he would fight it out against Lee at Richmond if it took all summer. It not only took all summer, it took all autumn and all winter. It also took over 100,000 federal casualties, inflicted by the surviving 30,000 men of the Army of Northern Virginia. These casualties earned for Grant the name of Butcher from his own men. If Grant showed no mercy to his own men, why should he show mercy to the enemy, especially now that he has Lee's army trapped by 2 federal armies, by Sheridan's cavalry, and by the James River on his flank? 100,000 men against 10,000, odds of 10 to 1. On the other hand, Lee cannot accept unconditional surrender. The record of his Army of Northern Virginia is the most brilliant in the military history of this country. 4 bloody years, its bayonets have carried the Confederate cause. Lee has defeated Grant every time against almost the same odds. He would prefer to fight it out rather than accept what he considers dishonorable terms. As for his men, Ken Roberts, with General Longstreet's corps in the rear of the Confederate Army, reports that a truce has been arranged. So, over to Ken Roberts.
The truce between the armies of the North and South was personally arranged by General Lee and General Humphrey, representing General Meade, commander of the Federal Army of the Potomac. As far as we can learn, no definite time has been set, but all firing has ceased, both in the front lines and here at the rear. News of the truce was brought by a special courier from Lee a few moments ago and announced by General James Longstreet in command of the 1st Corps. General Longstreet's men are busily throwing up fresh breastworks and digging trenches. General Longstreet is with me now, a veteran of many battles beginning at First Manassas. He was wounded recently in the fighting before Richmond. His right arm is in a black sling. General Longstreet, where is General Lee now?
I would not deign to know.
Well, sir, doesn't the fact that you just received word from General Lee of a truce mean that he is meeting with General Grant?
I have no official confirmation to that effect.
Sir, do you agree with General Lee's decision to ask for terms from General Grant?
General Lee is my immediate superior, the commander-in-chief of the Confederate States Armies of America. It is not for me to agree or to disagree with his decisions, but to carry out his orders.
Will you carry them out if the terms are unconditional surrender?
I will obey any orders from General Lee.
General Longstreet, do you think General Lee will accept unconditional surrender terms?
I shall abide by whatever decision he may make.
However, you expect the decision to be a fighting one, sir. Your men seem to be more concerned with preparing for battle than for peace.
There is no peace yet. There is only a truce.
Well, if the truce should break off, sir, excuse me, General Longstreet, a federal cavalry officer is riding in under a white flag of truce. He's coming in not from the rear of this army where Lee and Grant are supposed to be conferring, but from up toward the front where Federal General Sheridan's cavalry is blocking the Confederates. He's flanked by two Confederate officers. One is Major Hunter, and the other is Captain Sims, I think. Yes, it is Captain Sims. The federal officer is wearing a wide sombrero turned up to his rugged face, and curls, yellow curls hanging loosely over his shoulders, and a gold-trimmed blue sack uniform with a bright red scarf. The federal officer is close up now. He just raised his horse back on his haunches with a flourish. Now he's swung himself to the ground. He's wearing the largest shoulder straps for a major general I've ever seen. Huge Mexican spurs, a tremendous saber, pistols in both boots. He's driving over here towards General Longstreet. He's a young man, can't be more than 25. General Longstreet is waiting for him, a scowl on his heavily bearded face. The federal officer is saluting.
In the name of General Sheridan, I demand the unconditional surrender of this army.
And who are you, sir?
I am General Custer.
Oh, the hangman of Front Royal. By what authority do you come into our line, General Custer?
There is authority enough behind me. General Sheridan is in a position to destroy you if you do not surrender at once.
Sir, you are rash, ignorant, and discourteous. Not only to me, your superior in rank, but to your own command.
I only wish to prevent the splitting of your
I am not the commanding general, my young friend. But if I were, I would receive no communication from you, nor from General Sheridan, nor from any other underling.
Sure. Well, I didn't mean to. Well, that is.
Well, that's good. Since you are now growing more moderate in your tone, I will say to you that General Lee is in communication with General Grant.
Yes, sir.
Now go and act as you and General Sheridan choose. And I will teach you a lesson you won't forget.
Yes, sir.
Now go!
Yes, sir.
Well, gentlemen, that did me a world of good.
The federal cavalry officer and his Confederate escort are mounting up. And there they go back toward the front lines where they came from. The tension here has relaxed. The Confederate officers are still chuckling over the tongue lashing that General Longstreet just administered to the brash and cocky young federal officer. Oh, here comes a Confederate courier riding in from the rear of this army. Perhaps he's bringing a message. Yes, it's General Lee's courier. In a moment, we'll have news on the meeting between the two commanding generals. The courier is coming up to General Longstreet now.
Compliment, sir. He requested to join him in the front ranks of the army.
Joan, watch it. Come with me.
Let's go.
An order from General Lee to General Longstreet. Join him up front. The general and his staff are mounting up. I don't know what this means. There's still no word on Lee's meeting with General Grant.
This is Don Hollenbeck at General Lee's headquarters near Appomattox. We've interrupted Ken Roberts. General Lee has failed to meet General Grant. The federal commander did not appear. General Lee has left the rear of his army, and he's now on his way with his staff toward his own front lines on the outskirts of Appomattox. Quincy Howe's here in the studio with me. What do you make of it, Quincy?
Well, Don, perhaps Grant didn't get Lee's communication last night asking for the meeting. Or if he did get the message, maybe he just couldn't reach the appointed place in time. Another possibility is that maybe he received the request and turned it down because he preferred to attack rather than talk. However, the fact that the truce is still in effect makes this last possibility kind of unlikely. General Lee is probably riding up to his front lines now to continue his efforts to locate General Grant. That's the best I can make of it, but you've got something new there, haven't you, Don?
I do, Quincy. It looks important. The village of Appomattox Courthouse up beyond the front lines of the Confederate Army has just been declared neutral ground. Picket lines of the opposing armies have been posted on opposite sides of the town, and that suggests that Lee and Grant are now going to meet at Appomattox Courthouse. John Daly up at the Confederate front reports that General Lee has arrived with his staff. Go ahead, John Daly.
General Lee is waiting here for the arrival of a federal courier who will bring Grant's answer to Lee's request for a meeting. If General Grant agrees, the meeting in all probability will be held somewhere in the village of Appomattox Courthouse. Lieutenant, under an apple tree is the edge of an orchard about 50 yards in front of me here. The General is resting on a crude cot made out of fence rails covered with army blankets. They are red color, faded from long use. The Southern commander is wearing a brand new full-dress uniform. It's hard to tell from here what expression is on his gray bearded face, but the General looks very solemn as he talks quietly with his aides. There's General Mahone, General Alexander, Colonel Marshall, Colonel Venable, Taylor, Talcott, and, by the way, a cordon of engineers has been thrown around the apple tree to keep back the tattered, barefoot Confederate veterans who, as usual, are pressing around, anxious for a close look at their beloved commander, and this time also for word on the surrender possibility. They've heard rumors that General Lee is about to meet with Grant. I've talked with some of these Confederate soldiers, and they refuse generally to believe it. They'd rather die than surrender, but still they're devoted to General Lee, and they'll follow him anywhere and do anything he says. In just a moment, we'll have General Henry Wise at our microphone. He is the former governor of Virginia and a close friend of General Lee's. He's standing a few feet away right now talking to one of his soldiers. General Wise is a gaunt, angular man with a much wrinkled face and thick white hair. He's wearing an old gray coat, a stovepipe hat, and gray blankets are wrapped around his legs. General Wise is smoking a pipe, and he's approaching us now. General Wise, sir, in spite of the preparations being made by both armies for a meeting of the two leaders, the two commanders, there is still some doubt as to whether Grant will actually talk terms with General Lee. Now, do you hope, sir, that there will be a meeting, or are you in favor of fighting it out?
There must be a meeting. There will have to be a meeting. This army of Northern Virginia is hopelessly whipped. My men have already endured more than I believe that flesh and blood could stand. They've been fighting day and night for more than a week without food. And by heaven, sir, they'll not move another step until somebody gives them something to eat.
Well, are you in favor, sir, of unconditional surrender?
I'm in favor of peace.
But, General Wise, do you think that the Confederacy, your country, will accept unconditional surrender?
Country, sir? There's been no country for a year or more. General Lee, he's the country to these poor men of the Army of Northern Virginia.
I see, sir, but what would you and your men do if General Lee rejected Grant's terms and ordered you to fight it out?
Well, if General Lee demands the sacrifice, we'll fight and die for him, sir. Now, if you'll excuse me, sir, I'll be getting back to my men.
I thank you very much, sir. General Wise is making his way slowly back toward his men up on the hill behind me. He's a very tired, a very weary man, and General Longstreet is coming up the pike, coming up from the rear of the army, two staff officers riding with him, one on either side. And now one of General Lee's lieutenants is striding away from that apple tree where the conference has been going on, and he's coming this way. It's General E.P. Alexander. He's the foremost artillerist in the Army of Northern Virginia, a young man. General Alexander. Yes? Sir, can you tell us when the courier from General Grant is expected to arrive?
I'm not familiar with the movements of the enemy.
You've just been talking to General Lee, sir, and I thought...
General only asked me for my opinion.
What did you tell him?
I told him that we have fought under him for 4 years, and we have a right to ask one favor of him.
What favor is that, sir?
We want him to let us fight it out.
But, General Alexander, suppose you did fight your way out, some of you. Where would you go?
We could join General Johnson in North Carolina. Maybe we could return to our respective states. We could rally behind our governors. Anything is better than giving up anything.
Don't you think, sir, that guerrilla warfare would be hopeless?
If we must die, sir, we'll die like Jeff Stewart in the set with guns in our hands, not rotting away in some northern prison. Our comrades, sir, did not die for us to break faith with them. They did not die, sir, for the thousands at Manassas, Chancellorsville, Fredericksburg, the Wilderness, and Gettysburg, for us to dishonor their blood. No, sir. A little more blood spilled won't make any difference. We have a right to die for a cause we think is just, sir. We have a right...
Excuse me, General Alexander. A federal officer is riding down the hill from Appomattox Village, escorted by a federal cavalryman carrying a white flag. And General Lee, at the
of the apple orchard has risen. General Longstreet with him now is saying something to him. Longstreet joined the group under the tree when he rode up just a minute or two ago. The federal officer is dismounting, and he must be the courier General Lee has been waiting for, the courier from Grant. The federal courier is a colonel, perhaps a staff aide with that rank. He's talking to General Lee now, and the soldiers about here have stopped talking. Everyone is silently watching that little group under the apple tree. We'll know in a moment whether the meeting between the two is to... Oh, General Lee is getting up on his horse. Colonel Marshall, too, the General Lee's aide, and his orderly, Sergeant Tucker. General Lee and his aides are riding away now up the hill toward Appomattox Courthouse. It didn't take very long. That federal officer and the cavalrymen carrying the white flag are with them, and Lee is on his way to meet General Grant. The long-awaited meeting is about to take place. This is John Daly, and I return you now to Confederate headquarters and Don Holliday.
CBS has been given permission to pass Ned Calmer through the Confederate picket lines into the village of Appomattox Courthouse. He's on his way there now in a mobile unit. As soon as he's ready to report, we'll take you to Appomattox. Now, here's Quincy Howell.
Just imagine, if you can, the mental and spiritual tortures which General Robert E. Lee must be suffering now as he rides to meet Grant at Appomattox. Uppermost in his mind, there is probably the desperate hope that his merciless opponent in war will reverse himself and prove magnanimous in peace. Honorable terms, that is what Lee wants. Terms commensurate with the honor of his army. For only honorable terms can soothe the open wounds of the proud South. Only with honorable terms can Lee return to his men down here in the valley and say, we have lost, but we have lost with honor. We must forget the past. We must think of the future. We must think of our children. But suppose General Grant does not offer honorable terms. Then General Lee must face his men and say, the enemy is inflexible. The end has not yet come. We must fight on. Surely his heart feels compassion for the Southern women and children anxiously awaiting the return of their husbands, fathers, and sons. He must be thinking, too, of the men who fought and died for the Stars and Bars, and of their widows and orphans. Does he also fear the terrible vengeance that the radical Northern politicians have threatened against his Southern countrymen? And don't forget all the might-have-beens that must be passing through General Lee's mind. If Jackson had survived Chancellorsville, if Beauregard had stormed on into Washington after First Manassas, if a courier hadn't lost Lee's orders at Sharpsburg, if Wilcox had reinforced Pickett at Gettysburg, a few different turns of the wheel of fate, and Lee might have awaited Grant at the surrender table. If only... Just a minute. Ned Calmer is ready to report from Appomattox Courthouse. Go ahead, Ned Calmer.
Generals Robert E. Lee and Ulysses S. Grant are at this moment conferring on terms for the surrender of the Army of Northern Virginia. The conference is going on inside a two-story red brick house owned by a Mr. McLean. I'm on the front porch of that house now. The only Confederates inside are General Lee and his aide, Colonel Marshall. With General Grant are 7 federal officers. The conference has been going on for some time. Outside on the porch here are about 20 more federal officers, including General Sheridan and General Custer. The son of the President of the United States, Captain Robert Lincoln, is also here. General Sheridan is with me now at our microphone. General Sheridan, sir, what do you think will be the result of the conference going on inside?
The rebel army is being given a chance to save itself from annihilation by unconditional surrender.
Then you think, sir, that General Grant is insisting on his usual terms?
Certainly. There's no question about it. General Grant is a soldier, not a political bargainer. As a soldier, his business is to destroy Lee's army or force it into unconditional surrender.
Well, do you think General Lee will accept, sir?
Frankly, no. Lee is desperate and bold enough to risk escape by fighting it out with us. In my opinion, this whole thing is a trick, a ruse, invented by Lee to gain time for his army to rally for a last stand. And I hope he does. If he wants to fight it out here, we're ready.
Thank you, General Sheridan. The Federal Cavalry Commander has walked away. He's resumed his pacing up and down here on the porch of the McLean house. The minutes pass very slowly here. The tension is very great. General Lee's orderly out there in the yard has removed the bridles from the 3 horses in the General's party. He's letting them graze on the young grass. It's a beautiful spring day, a good day for peace. The door has opened. General Lee has come out onto the porch. Federal officers have all risen and saluted. No one speaks. General Lee stands framed in the doorway there. Tall, commanding man, gray-haired, full of gray beard and mustache, deep brown eyes. His brand new full dress uniform has 3 stars on the low collar, a double row of brass buttons, a red sash. The general wears a gold sword, black hip boots, gold spurs. Now he's putting on his gray felt hat. He's returned the salute of the federal officers who only now have brought their arms back to their sides. General Lee is now crossing slowly to the head of the steps, which lead down into the front yard. A deep crimson flush is rising from his neck, spreading up over his face. He stands at the top of the steps, drawing on his gauntlets. His eyes are fixed intently in the direction of the valley to his right, where his army lies waiting for him less than 1 mile away. He seems strangely oblivious of his surroundings. General Lee just struck his fist into his gloved hand several times. Now he glances to the left and to the right as if looking for something. General Lee is walking down the front steps. He called to his orderly, who has bridled the horses and is now waiting with them. Now the other officers are coming out the front door. There's the Confederate Colonel Marshall. He's making his way quickly down the steps and over toward the right side of the house where General Lee is mounting his chunky gray horse. Some of the federal officers are descending the steps, but I don't see General Grant yet. He's still inside the house. Now General Lee's orderly, as well as his aide, are riding out of the front yard. Here comes General Grant. He's just run through the door. He's hurrying down the steps on his way to his horse. General Lee is passing him. Grant has stopped. He's taken off his hat. General Lee removes his hat. Not a word is spoken. And now the Confederate chieftain is riding back to his army of Northern Virginia. General Grant, dressed in the plain blue uniform of a Federal Army private, has mounted his horse and with his staff is riding up to General Sheridan, who's standing close by here in the yard.
Where did you make your headquarters tonight? Here or there. Right in this yard, probably. Very well, then. I'll know where to find you in case I wish to communicate. Good day. Good day, General.
General Grant is riding away. General Sheridan, sir. What has happened? Has Lee surrendered?
Colonel Babcock, General Grant's aide is preparing a statement now. We'll give it to all correspondents shortly.
General, can't you just tell me?
Sorry, you'll have to wait for the official statement.
Thank you, General. As you heard, we'll have that federal statement in just a few moments. John Daly, however, is with the Confederate forces, and General Lee should be arriving there now, down in the valley. Perhaps we can get the information quicker there. So go ahead, John Daly.
General Lee and his aides following behind him are just coming down the Lynchburg pike from Appomattox. The Confederate soldiers are lining the road here by the apple orchard waiting for him, and a soldier has just cried out, "General, are we surrendered?" General Lee doesn't answer. He's riding straight on through the lines of his men on both sides of the road. Another soldier has shouted the question that's on the minds of all these men, and the cry is now being taken up. They've all taken up the cry. They've come out onto the road and have stopped the general's horse. Again and again they repeat that heartbreaking cry, "Are we surrendered, General? Tell us, are we surrendered?" General Lee has taken off his hat now, and he's started to speak. Let's listen.
Men, we have fought through the war together. I've done the best I could for you. So, big fellows, and go to your homes until it's day. Then we have surrendered. Yes, you are surrendered. But you are surrendered with us.
The Army of Northern Virginia has surrendered, and here's a message that has just come in. General Grant is sending over 25,000 federal rations to feed the starving Confederate Army, and the men are to be allowed to keep their horses. But in spite of the unexpected generosity of the federal commander, the Confederate soldiers here are shocked with grief. All they can think of is that, regardless of the honorable terms, they have surrendered. Men are throwing away their muskets. Grown men are crying without shame, flinging themselves to the ground, shaking with thought like children, crying with a fearful and terrible violence, rolling on the ground. Some of the men are still starting around their gray-haired general, touching his hand. Some pat his horse, traveler, smoothing his flesh. The tears are rolling down General Lee's cheeks, his eyes seeing nothing or but a line between the ears of his horse. He looks neither to the right nor left. This is a grim and tragic moment. 4 years of sacrifice, training courage, hope, despair, finally ended in disaster for this army. This is a
day that the proud veterans of the Army of Northern Virginia will never forget. A day that marks the fertility of raw courage in the great complex of modern war and its regime. For the greatest army ever produced on this continent.
April 9th, 1865, Appomattox. Grant gives Lee honorable terms, and the war between the states is over.
The only moral attraction of socialism is the ideal of equality, or at least the correction of inequality. There may be men who like centralization because it will involve officialism, and who like officialism because they hope to be the officials. But even when they are the officials of a socialist state, they will not be socialists. Their motive is one that could be as well answered in a servile state, and therefore most of them are now almost openly in favor of a servile state. But the motive which makes most honest men socialists is the motive of making a society in which there shall be no masters or slaves. And the moral ideal behind that motive can only be the ideal of equality, or the brotherhood of human beings upon the basis of human dignity. It may seem contradictory, but it is also correct to say that while the Marxians must adopt this ideal, it is difficult to see why they do. Materialism and fatalism are the foundations of their creed, and these views are more easily advanced in support of incurable inequality. It may be arguable that the movements of historic humanity can best be explained as those of animals in search of food. It may be that the Crusaders marching to a howling wilderness bore a striking resemblance to a flock of sheep trotting towards a better grazing ground. It may be that a polar expedition going north is seeking a more agreeable climate, like a flock of birds going south. But nothing is more certain than that all sheep do not find equally good grazing grounds. Nothing is more certain that some birds are left behind, some birds fall and perish, and that some birds are killed by other birds. Of course, there is a distinction here. The moral ideal of equality may, for some reason, exist in spite of materialism, but it seems clear that their equality cannot actually come from their materialism. And I confess I am considerably puzzled about where it does come from. An Irish priest, who is a friend of mine, made the only comment on Marxian egalitarianism which seems to me to cover this point about equality. They have taken the most mystical thing in religion without the religion. But when we turn from the abstract to the concrete conception of equality, we find another difficulty. Numbers of people denounce collectivist equality as impossible. But nobody seems to notice that equality is not so much impossible for anybody as particularly impossible for collectivists. The socialist state gives all power to the government, and therefore cuts much deeper than any other government. In practice, the chasm between the governor and the governed. In every society there is the public official and the private citizen. But the number of things that the public official can do to the private citizen is increased and not diminished by the collectivist change. In short, there cannot admittedly be political equality, even if there is economic equality. Even if we have abolished aristocracy and plutocracy, there can still be bureaucracy, and perhaps a particularly bullying bureaucracy. But in truth, this is only the beginning of the practical problem and the singular paradox. I have said that even if it gives us economic equality, it must very markedly refuse us political equality. But in fact, it will not give us economic equality. There is a hitch or trick in the practical process which could have been calculated beforehand, but which in any case always appears afterwards. A sort of catch in the clockwork even of this clockwork community. Its effect is that even in the purely economic field, equality can be evaded, and its nature can be defined in a single word, familiar to all sorts of people, from the highest order of professional prize-fighters down to the lowest remnant of wandering lecturers and journalists. The secret is in the word expenses. If a man always has a motor car to take him about, only a fine shade of distinction separates him from the man who always takes his motor car about. That fine shade is for us indeed very important, but for him it may be, as in the present case, it may merely be mystical and therefore unreal. The distributist will feel the difference because of the intangible sentiment of property. But the socialist definitely explains that he does not feel or wish to feel the sentiment of property. He does not wish to own things, but only to use or enjoy them. We may therefore safely repeat that if the state permits him to use the motor car, he will probably permit himself to enjoy it. And for most people a motor car is very enjoyable. It is for them more enjoyable than walking, and if one man walks and the other man motors, we have already a scene of the straight high road of progress not startlingly dissimilar to what may be seen any day in the crooked lanes of our antiquated and aristocratic land. I take the motor merely as a model, but upon this model all the new inequality is built up. The new officials must travel swiftly, and therefore they will certainly travel smoothly. But it will be found also that everything combines to enable them also to live smoothly. They must have the handling of large sums of money, and a great deal of discretion about it, especially as in the case of politicians, the sort of discretion that can cover an indiscretion. They may be regarded as public servants, but they must be in control of a large number of other public servants, and these public servants may begin to look rather like private servants. The same will be found true of 100 details of housing or food or furniture. One of the most tolerant and open-minded men I know, a distinguished war correspondent of strong liberal sympathies, told me that the Russian Revolution had kicked some salt king or other millionaire out of his magnificent mansion, which we agreed was quite cheerful and satisfactory, but that the Bolshevist politician was living in this palace exactly as the salt king had lived in it. My friend had a specially vivid memory of the massive and superb candelabra hanging from the highly decorative roof. It seems a pity it did not fall on the salt king and smash him, but since it missed its opportunity, it might just as well fall on the socialist official before it is too late. The mention of the salt king is not unimportant here, for it distinguished this criticism from the ordinary capitalist criticism. And indeed the ordinary capitalist has no right to criticize. As he himself is not even aiming at equality, he has no claim to denounce the Bolshevists for not arriving at equality. It is illogical for the capitalists to rave and wail over Moscow because it has begun to reproduce capitalism. But it certainly has begun to reproduce capitalism. My friend, the war correspondent, is the very reverse of a lover of war. But like many men who combine peaceable opinions and personal courage, he is quite capable of the generous illogicality of being a lover of revolution. He is not naturally disposed to abuse the Bolshevists, not nearly so much as I am. But he told me very positively that a new capitalist class is rising in Russia, or in other words that the bureaucracy is capable of becoming also a plutocracy. But although the capitalists have no right to condemn capitalism, we have the right to condemn capitalism, especially when it calls itself socialism, and we have the right to say that such a compromise or amalgamation is more remote from our own ideal than ordinary capitalism itself. And this is so of necessity, for the reason with which this argument began, that the official has in any case more official power than the ordinary citizen, or even than the ordinary capitalist. The new system has already sacrificed liberty, before it thus goes on to betray equality. The logical inference would seem to be that the state which set out to establish equality would end as more unequal than those that have aimed at inequality, would end as the most unequal and unjust of all the tyrannies of mankind. So once more, by a process of elimination, we come back to the ideal of distributive democracy. So in this world men frequently try all the odd things before they think of the ordinary thing. In Russia, indeed, it has always been in some rude fashion the ordinary thing, and in some rude fashion is returning to its rights. But in England, about which I care more than for a universe of Russians, it is still counted so extraordinary that this paper appears eccentric in preaching it, and outside this paper it may never be preached again, as men passing in an express train through a great city see only in one green flash a garden or a field amid the blackness of slums and factories, so in this ephemeral publication one glimpse of the everlasting sanity will flash and fade. End of section 44.
This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, an hour-length drama based on the F. Scott Fitzgerald short story, Babylon Revisited. Today's adaptation of Babylon Revisited has been prepared for the NBC Theater by Clarice A. Ross of NBC. Our intermission commentator will be the noted radio critic, John Crosby. The story we present today, Scott Fitzgerald's Babylon Revisited, is one of the finest of his short stories. It arises, in a very real sense, out of his own summing up of the period of years which was the most important in his own life. The story takes place in the early 1930s. But its motivation is in the lives led by its characters, and particularly by its protagonist, Charlie Wales, during the 1920s. The personal tragedy of Charlie Wales in 1931 is one possible arithmetical result to be obtained by adding up the years of the 1920s and dividing by the number of people present. One of the people very much present was Scott Fitzgerald. The decade of the 20s, the jazz age, as he called it, was his own. Some of his most perceptive and colorful writings are embodied in his essays on the jazz age, published recently under the title The Crack-Up. These thoughts of Fitzgerald's on the decade of the 20s form the significant background as well as the motivation for the story told in Babylon Revisited. Considering that a mirror is something of an abstraction when presented without the thing it is reflecting, we propose to introduce into our telling of the story those events and ideas which gave rise to it in the author's mind. Taking as our source material Fitzgerald's essays and notes in The Crack-Up, we allow Charlie Wales, as his story progresses, to remember, understand, and speculate on the reasons why things came to be thus and so. Herewith, Babylon Revisited, supplemented by Scott Fitzgerald's editorial notes. More. From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a radio version of Babylon Revisited by F. Scott Fitzgerald. If you are interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these NBC Theater productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, John Crosby.
F. Scott Fitzgerald died at the age of 44, 3 days before Christmas in 1940. I wrote his obituary for the New York Herald Tribune, and I'm afraid it wasn't a very sympathetic one. In fact, in its next issue, the New Yorker magazine took me rather severely to task for that obituary, declaring acidly and quite correctly that I must be a very young man, with no understanding of Fitzgerald's work or of Fitzgerald's time. Well, none of us who were brought up in the Depression understood or cared much about Fitzgerald then. And it's a sorrowful fact that at the time of his death, the novelist was in almost total obscurity. Now, 9 years later, with another world war behind us, Fitzgerald is being rediscovered, or, if you prefer his own word, revisited. His short stories, his fragments, his letters, his diaries, they've all recently been published. His best novel, The Great Gatsby, has just been made into a motion picture. And, of course, here, Babylon Revisited, probably his finest short story, is on the radio. Certainly we understand Fitzgerald better now. We're much closer to him than we were in the dark Depression days of the 30s. We are not at all the same type of post-war generation as the one Fitzgerald so sensitively described, But we are a war generation, and there are certain similarities. But what makes this writer so appealing today, on this 20th anniversary year of the stock market crash, are not the similarities, but the grotesque dissimilarities. I think it's very appropriate that NBC Theater selected, of all Fitzgerald stories, Babylon Revisited. Here the novelist tells a story of a man of total irresponsibility finally coming to grips with responsibility. And that pretty well sums up the difference between the two post-war generations, his and ours. We all got waked up out of a dream, says the hero of this story. Daylight's hard on us. And he discovers that the irresponsibilities of the past still demand their terrible penalties in the responsible present. Fitzgerald has often been described as a sort of permanent sophomore. But he isn't a sophomore in Babylon Revisited. He's an old grad returning to the old campus, a wise, hurt, and very lonely man. I think this is the loneliest story Fitzgerald ever wrote, the most revealing of himself and of his later years. In fact, if I'd read it before I wrote his obituary, I'd probably have been much more understanding and a great deal more sympathetic.
Thank you, Mr. Crosby. Our radio version of Babylon Revisited will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
Who is sound asleep? Someone who could have helped me to keep my shop open. It wasn't Lenin, and it wasn't God.
You have been listening to Babylon Revisited, an NBC Theater production of the short story by F. Scott Fitzgerald. If you wish to increase your knowledge and appreciation of literature, we suggest that you might enjoy the college-supervised courses now being offered in connection with the NBC Theater. For full information, write to NBC Theater in care of one of the following universities or colleges: the University of Louisville, Louisville, Kentucky; the University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma; Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas; Washington State College, Pullman, Washington; the University of Arizona, Tucson, Arizona; Texas College of Arts and Industries, Kingsville, Texas; or Brooklyn College, Brooklyn, New York. You also have a chance to win a set of the famous Encyclopedia Britannica. Several of the universities and colleges offering these courses are giving the encyclopedia as prizes to the students doing the best work. Enroll in a supervised course, and you may be one of the fortunate ones to win the Encyclopedia Britannica. Next week, be with us again at the NBC Theater for a new and exciting adaptation of Ernest Hemingway's great novel, For Whom the Bell Tolls. And the following week for J.P. Marquand's Point of No Return. Babylon Revisited was adapted for the NBC Theater by Clarice A. Ross. John Daner was Charlie, Anne Whitfield, Honoria. Michael Ann Barrett was Marion, Don Randolph, Lincoln, Don Diamond, Alex, Gloria Hunter, Suzette, Doris Singleton, Lorraine, Jerry Hausner was Duncan. Your announcer, Don Stanley. Our intermission commentator was John Crosby, whose commentary was recorded. The director of the NBC Theater is Andrew C. Love. This program came to you from Hollywood. Theater Guild on the Air. It's today on NBC. Two great stars, Helen Hayes and David Niven, will appear in Noel Coward's Still Life today on Theater Guild on the Air. Be sure to hear Helen Hayes and David Niven in Noel Coward's Still Life today on Theater Guild on the Air on NBC. You're tuned for the stars on NBC.
Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, sylvan historian who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme, what leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals, or of both?
You are listening to the voice of Vincent Price reciting Ode to a Grecian Urn by John Keats. Up at Mind My Manners, I'd like to thank Jean Hamilton for tending shop while I spent a few very wonderful weeks in Europe. A considerable amount of mail arrived while I was away, and since most of it concerns the Edna St. Vincent Millay program, suppose we tackle that problem first. As of this moment, there's still no decision on the status quo, or rather price quo, of the recording. All sorts of plans are in the air, and we hope we'll be able to land something concrete in the way of a decision by next week. A card reading the Macmillan Company on top and signed M. Morgan. Gentlemen, I tuned in a little late today on a poem about England. Please say why you don't consider the latecomer. What was the poem, who wrote it, and who was the speaker? Wouldn't it be as easy to announce these after as well as before the program? I look forward to the answer. Well, the answer simply is that very often it's a question of time. We feel we give each poem a clear and concise introduction. Many times, in order that the poem may be read in its entirety, we haven't time to repeat the information again at the end of the program. I'm sure you appreciate our situation. As for the information you requested, the poem on Anthology last week was The White Cliffs of Dover, the poet Alice Dewar Miller, and the speaker, Miss Lynn Fontanne. Issued first over a decade ago, the top brass at RCA Victor have alerted us that the poem will be re-released very shortly as an LP album. And since The White Cliffs of Dover so ably suggests England, suppose we follow through in this fashion. If you ran your eye quickly down the list of poems by John Keats, you'd probably assume that he sprang from a rather scholarly environment and undoubtedly lived in a lofty literary ivory tower. Hymn to Apollo, On Seeing the Elgin Marbles, Sonnet to Homer, and the two odes we're to hear this afternoon, Ode to a Grecian Urn and Ode to a Nightingale. Born in London in 1795, Keats, in reality, was the oldest son of Thomas Keats and Frances Jennings, daughter of a livery stable proprietor. When he was 10 years old, his father was killed by a fall from a horse. His mother remarried within a year, but was soon separated from her new husband and returned to her mother's house in Edmonton, where she raised her family. From such beginnings grew the poet Keats, and though he was never to fulfill a lifelong dream of traveling to those faraway places with the strange-sounding names, he brought them well within his ken, within our ken, in his many beautiful poems. Vincent Price recites two of Keats' best-known odes this afternoon. The special musical settings were composed and will be played by George Antheil. Although acting is Mr. Price's primary interest, he's also a major art collector and sponsor of several of America's most promising young painters. He also lectures on such diverse topics as citizenship, ancient cultures, art, and the stage. Vincent Price reads 2 odes by John Keats, On a Grecian Urn and To a Nightingale. Mr. Price.
Thou still unravished bride of quietness, thou foster child of silence and slow time, sylvan historian, who canst thus express a flowery tale more sweetly than our rhyme. What leaf-fringed legend haunts about thy shape, of deities or mortals, or of both, in Tempe or the dales of Arcady? What men or gods are these? What maidens loath? What mad pursuit? What struggle to escape? What pipes and timbrels? What wild ecstasy? Heard melodies are sweet, but those unheard are sweeter. Therefore, ye soft pipes, play on, not to the sensual ear, but more endeared pipe to the spirit ditties of no tone. Fair youth beneath the trees, thou canst not leave thy song, nor ever can those trees be bare. Bold lover, never, never canst thou kiss, though winning near the goal, yet do not grieve. She cannot fade, though thou hast not thy bliss. Forever wilt thou love, and she be fair. Ah, happy, happy boughs that cannot shed your leaves, nor ever bid the spring adieu. And happy melodies done weary it, forever piping songs, forever new. More happy love, more happy, happy love, forever warm and still to be enjoyed, forever panting and forever young, all breathing human passion far above, that leaves a heart high sorrowful and cloyed, a burning forehead and a parching tongue. Who are these coming to the sacrifice? To what green altar, O mysterious priest, leadst thou that heifer lowing at the skies, and all her silken flanks with garlands dressed? What little town by river or seashore, or mountain built with peaceful citadels, is emptied of this folk this pious morn? And little town, thy streets forevermore will silent be, and not a soul to tell why thou art desolate can e'er return. O Attic shape, fair attitude, with breed of marble men and maidens overwrought, with forest branches and the trodden weed, thou, silent form, dost tease us out of thought, as doth eternity. Cold pastoral, when old age shall this generation waste, thou shalt remain, in midst of other woes than ours, a friend to man, to whom thou say'st, beauty is truth, truth beauty. That is all ye know on earth, and all ye need to know. My heart aches, and a drowsy numbness pains my sense, as though of hemlock I had drunk, or emptied some dull opiate to the drains 1 minute past, and Lethe-wards had sunk. 'Tis not through envy of thy happy lot, but being too happy in thine happiness, that thou, light-winged dryad of the trees, in some melodious plot of beechen green and shadows numberless, singest of summer in full-throated eve. Oh, for a draught of vintage that hath been cooled a long age in the deep delved earth, tasting of flora and the country green, dance and Provençal song and sunburnt mirth. Oh, for a beaker full of the warm south, full of the true, the blushful Hippocrene, with beaded bubbles winking at the brim and purple-stained mouth, that I might drink and leave the world unseen, and with thee fade away into the forest dim. Fade far away, dissolve and quite forget what thou among the leaves hast never known, the weariness, the fever, and the fret. Here where men sit and hear each other groan, where palsy shakes a few sad last gray hairs, where youth grows pale and spectre thin and dies, where but to think is to be full of sorrow and leaden-eyed despairs, where beauty cannot keep her lustrous eyes, or new love pineth them beyond tomorrow. Away, away, for I will fly to thee, not charioted by Bacchus and his pods, but on the viewless wings of poesy, though the dull brain perplexes and retards. Already with thee, tender is the night, and haply the queen moon is on her throne, clustered around by all her starry face. But here there is no light, save what from heaven is with the breezes blown, through verdurous glooms and winding mossy ways. I cannot see what flowers are at my feet, nor what soft incense hangs upon the boughs, but in embalmed darkness guess each sweet wherewith the seasonable month endows the grass, the thicket, and the fruit tree wild. White hawthorn and the pastoral eglantine, fast fading violets covered up in leaves, and mid-May's eldest child, the coming musk rose, full of dewy wine, the murmurous haunt of flies on summer eves. Darkling I listen, and for many a time I have been half in love with easeful death. Called him soft names in many a mused rhyme. To take into the air my quiet breath, now more than ever seems it rich to die, to cease upon the midnight with no pain. While thou art pouring forth thy soul abroad in such an ecstasy, still wouldst thou sing, and I have ears in vain, to thy high requiem become a sod. Thou wast not born for death, immortal bird. No hungry generations tread thee down. The voice I hear this passing night was heard in ancient days by emperor and clown. Perhaps the self-same song that found a path through the sad heart of Ruth, when sick for home she stood in tears amid the alien corn, the same that oft times have charmed magic casements, opening on the foam of perilous seas in fairy lands forlorn. Forlorn, the very word is like a bell to toll me back from thee to my soul's self. Adieu. The fancy cannot cheat so well as she is famed to do, deceiving else. Adieu. Adieu. Thy plaintive anthem fades past the near meadows, over the still stream, up the hillside, and now 'tis buried deep in the next valley glade. Was it a vision or a waking dream? Fled is that music. Do I wake or sleep?
Two odes by John Keats, On a Grecian Urn and To a Nightingale, read by Vincent Price. The musical score was composed and played by George Antheil. An appropriate fanfare from Felix Mendelssohn's incidental music for A Midsummer Night's Dream ushers in our second feature on this Sunday's edition of Anthology. We'll speak now of magic love potions, of an enchanted wood, permanently leased by the king and queen of the fairies, and of the lovers who spent a most confusing evening there, through the courtesy of William Shakespeare. Such are the ingredients for a preview of a program and a performance. Tuesday night at the Metropolitan Opera House, the famed Golden Curtain will rise on this season's first important musical event, the opening of the Old Vic Company's production of A Midsummer Night's Dream, starring Maura Shearer, Robert Helpman, and Stanley Holloway. This is the same production which was such a success very recently at the Edinburgh Festival. In fact, it was flown, cast, sets, costumes, and props directly from Scotland to New York. Prior to its opening at the festival, the production was recorded by RCA Victor for a special LP album which will be on sale very shortly. And so, a preview of a program and a performance. RCA Victor has graciously lent us a pre-release pressing of A Midsummer Night's Dream. Tonight at 6:30, you'll be able to hear the album on WNBC. And Tuesday night, of course, A Midsummer Night's Dream opens at the Met. Come with us for a few moments now to that magic wood created by William Shakespeare as the stage for one of his most famous comedies. Bottom, the weaver, wears the head of an ass. Yet, through a magic potion, he's loved by Titania, queen of the fairies, who in turn is still loved by Oberon, her husband. Bottom is played by Stanley Holloway. Maura Shearer is the lovely Titania. Robert Helpman portrays Oberon, the king. and Philip Guard is Puck. Titania sits with Bottom's head resting in her lap. Behind them, Oberon listens, unseen, and rather unhappy by what he has done.
Flowery bed, while I thy amiable cheeks do coy, and stick musk roses in thy sleek smooth head, and kiss thy fair large ears, my gentle joy.
Where's Peas Blossom?
Ready?
Scratch my head, Peas Blossom. Where's Mounseer Cobweb?
Ready?
Mounseer Cobweb, good Mounseer, get you your weapons in your hands and kill me a red-hipped humblebee on top of a thistle. And, good Mounseer, bring me the honey bag. Do not fret yourself too much in the action, Mounseer. And, good Mounseer, have a care the honey bag break not. I would be loath to have you overflown with a honey bag, Signor. Where's Mounseer Mustard Seed?
Ready?
Give me your niece, Mounseer Mustard Seed. Pray you, leave your curtsy, good Mounseer.
What is your will?
Nothing, good Mounseer, but to help Cavalry Cobweb to scratch. I must to the barber's. Methinks I am marvellous hairy about the face, and I am such a tender ass. If my hair do but tickle me, I must scratch.
What, wilt thou hear some music, my sweet love?
I have a reasonable good ear in music. Let's have the tongues and the bones.
Oh, say, sweet love, what thou desirest to eat.
Truly a peck of provender. I could munch your good dry oats. Methinks I have a great desire to a bottle of hay. Good hay, sweet hay hath no fellow.
I have a venturous fairy that shall seek the squirrel's hoard and fetch thee new nuts.
I had rather have a handful or two of dried peas. But I pray you let none of your people stir me. I have an exposition of sleep come upon me.
Sleep thou, and I will wind thee in my arms. Fairies, begone, and be always away. So doth the woodbine, the sweet honeysuckle gently entwist. The female ivy so enrings the barky fingers of the elm. Oh, how I love thee, how I dote on thee.
Welcome, good Robin. Seest thou this sweet sight? Her dotage now I do begin to pity. And now I have the boy, I will undo this hateful imperfection of her eyes. And gentle Puck, take this transformed scalp from off the head of this Athenian swain, that he, awaking when the others do, may all to Athens back again repair, and think no more of this night's accidents, but as the fierce vexation of a dream. But first I will release the fairy queen. Be as thou wast wont to be, see as thou wast wont to see. Dian's bud or Cupid's flower hath such force and blessed power, Now, my Titania, wake you, my sweet queen.
My Oberon, what visions have I seen? Methought I was enamoured of an ass.
There lies your love.
How came these things to pass? Oh, how mine eyes do loathe his visage now.
Silence a while. Robin, take off this head. Titania, music call and strike more dead than common sleep of all these 5%.
Music, oh, music, such as charmeth sleep.
Sound music. Come, my queen, take hands with me, and rock the ground whereon these sleepers be.
The first of 4 pairs of confused lovers are reunited in Act 4, Scene 1 of A Midsummer Night's Dream by William Shakespeare. Tonight at 6:30, you'll hear the new RCA Victor album with the Old Vic Company here on WNBC. And Tuesday night at the Metropolitan Opera House, the production opens with its 3 exciting stars, Maura Shearer, Robert Helpman, and Stanley Holloway. So, Anthology number 28, dated Sunday, September 19th, 1954. Next week, Poetry Americana, a visit with Archibald MacLeish to hear him read some of his best-known poems, and Howard Hanson's Drum Taps, based on the poems of Walt Whitman, with the composer conducting the Eastman Rochester Symphony Orchestra and the chorus of the Eastman School of Music. David Myers featured baritone. Anthology is brought to you in cooperation with the Poetry Center of the YM and YWHA, 92nd Street and Lexington Avenue in Manhattan. John Malcolm Brennan, director. The program is produced by Steve White, written and directed by Draper Lewis for WNBC. Until next Sunday, this is Fleetwood wishing you good afternoon and good reading.
Story ever told. Today we present The Parable of the Sower, a drama based on a teaching in the 8th chapter of the Gospel according to St. Luke, a teaching from the greatest life ever lived. In ancient times, the swiftest form of travel was to be found in the beautiful and majestic Roman galleys which moved across the glistening blue waters of the great sea. Yet the Roman galleys were nothing more than slave ships. And below their decks, there was no majesty, no beauty, not for the men whose backs power the oars, and who spent their lives chained to their benches. And even when such a vessel was anchored in port, these men remained below decks, prisoners of their chains. So it is now that in the port which served the city of Rome, a galley rides at anchor. And we find two galley slaves straining to see what they can of the great city from their place below decks.
Reuben, can you see anything through the oar vent? Well, Samuel, when I bend over this way, I can see. Well, what does Rome look like? I can't tell much. Oh, wait. No, that's as far forward as I can bend with these chains. Just a harbor like any other.
All right, Sentry. Which one is he?
That's the one, sir. That one there.
Me?
Sentry, if you're looking for the one who called for the water yesterday, I'm the one you want. And if there's punishment due, it's mine. Leave this man alone.
Quiet. And now, you.
Yes, sir.
Is your name Samuel? Are you from Cana, the province of Galilee?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, Sentry. Unlock his chain.
Sir, what is it? What's going to happen to me?
I don't know. I get orders and I carry them out. You're wanted on shore. Come on, Sentry, take off his chain.
Yes, sir. They take my friend Samuel, my only friend. Take him away 2 days ago to kill him in cold blood. And why? Did he ever do anything to anyone? No. I tell you, if I could ever...
You there!
Me? What do you want? I haven't broken the rules. So you don't know me. I wondered if you would. Know you? Why should I... Wait. Samuel! You in those fine clothes, clean and dressed like a citizen of Rome?
Yes, Reuben.
I don't believe what I see. What happened to you?
I can hardly believe it myself. I'm free. The man whose testimony sent me here, he confessed he was lying, so I was set free. And the property I once had, the property that was confiscated, it's been returned to me.
Like a miracle. It is, Samuel.
I'm glad I had a chance to come back to see you before the galley sailed from here, because I've got something to say to you. To all you men. Now, men, though I'm dressed in fine clothes now, I shall bear the marks of the chains on my wrists and my legs. And those marks are a bond between all of you and me. I'll never forget that I pulled an oar alongside you for 4 years. Now I shall have my farm in Galilee again. Well, any of you are sure of a welcome there. If it be only for a meal to tide you over, or for a night's sleep, or for work if you can't find it elsewhere. Remember that. All you have to do is show me your marks. That'll be enough for me.
Samuel, you're back at last.
And it was your doing, Deborah. I know it.
Oh, Samuel.
Except for you, they would have forgotten about me. Though I were innocent, I would have died in the galleys.
All that is over now. You must forget it, all of it.
It may be over, but I will never be able to forget it. I'll remember every scar and how I got it. It's not easy to forget such a living death.
Samuel, there's one thing you must promise me now that you're back. That you will not hate. That you will forgive everyone who was involved.
Even the man whose lies sent me to the galleys?
Even him.
It is not possible.
Samuel, listen to me. While you've been away, a wonderful thing has happened here in Galilee. A new teacher. A new prophet. Yes, a Messiah has come to us.
A Messiah?
Yes, the Messiah. And as soon as you are rested and have regained your health, you will go to hear him teach. But through him you will find a way to forgive even that man whose lies sent you to the gallows.
Oh, Deborah, within myself, I couldn't find willingness to forgive any of them. But because you say it's possible, I will believe it. For without your love to sustain me, without your faith to give me strength, I couldn't have lived through all this. We shall go to hear him teach, because you believe.
Samuel, it's time to put out the lamps. Time for you to sleep. There'll be another day's work tomorrow.
What, Deborah?
Oh, you still think about it, don't you?
Every so often. It was the same time of year they first came for me, remember?
Will I ever forget?
We were sitting here in this very house, the two of us. And there came that knocking on the door. Caesar's sentries. And they took me away.
But that was 5 years ago. Sam, you've been home almost a year. Can't you ever forget?
Who knows? Every so often I get to think... Deborah.
No. No, Samuel, it can't be that again. I'll open the door. One moment. What do you want?
Does a man named Samuel live here?
Yes, he does.
Well, tell him that Reuben is here.
Reuben! Oh, how good to see you again. Come in, come in.
Well, you see, Samuel, I have friends here with me.
Well, bring them in, all of them. Deborah, these men were my friends in the galley. Food, all the food we have for them. Come in, friends, come in. The house is yours.
Well, it turned out to be quite an eventful evening, didn't it?
Such hungry men. You would think they had not eaten in weeks.
Believe me, it did my heart good to see them eat the way they did. You don't know what it was like there.
I can imagine. Samuel, will they be staying with us long?
As long as they want to.
All four of them?
I gave them my word.
Oh?
When I left the galleys, I promised them there'd be work here for them. A home. Forever if they wanted it.
But they're criminals.
They were my friends. They deserve a chance, just as I would have.
But you were different. You were innocent.
They wouldn't be near here now if they hadn't rescued that Roman officer when the ship was wrecked. That's how they won their freedom. You see, they've changed. And we can help them change even more. Now, don't worry. Nothing will happen. We'll all get along fine. In fact, the next time the master comes here to Cana and we go to hear him, they'll go with us to listen to him, to follow his teaching. You'll see.
I hope so.
May I have a little more yet? That's delicious.
This was by far the finest day's work we've done, men.
Well, at that, it's easier than breaking your back as a galley slave, right, Kitty?
Who would know better than we, Reuben?
Well, I guess you men have been wondering what happens to all the produce we've been raising here.
We know it goes to market, Samuel.
But you never see any of the money. Is that it?
It's not our place to ask questions, is it, man?
Well, I know good work when I see it. And I know deserving men, too. So tomorrow we're having a bit of a holiday here.
Holiday?
Yes, the master is coming to Cana. I thought you men would like to go with Deborah and me to hear him.
You mean to be talked at, preached at? I've heard too much preaching in my time.
Don't be a fool, Matthias. Of course, we'll all go.
Good. For it will give you the chance to go into the town, too. And that's where the money comes in. Deborah, bring the pottery jar here.
The jar?
Yes, of course. Bring it here at once.
All right, my dear, one moment.
Each of you is to have some money. When a man gets to town, he finds things he'd like to buy. I want you to have the money you'll need.
Oh, that's very kind of you, Samuel. But don't think it's necessary, after all. Your kindness is reward enough for us.
Here, Samuel.
Ah, thank you.
Now, let's pour out some of these coins.
Wow.
It's quite a bit of money there, eh, Samuel?
Enough. And now for the shares. Reuben,
Thank you.
and yours, Gideon.
Ah, thank you very much, Samuel. Far more than I deserve.
Matthias.
Thank you.
And Ezra.
Thank you very much, Samuel, and bless you. No need to thank me. Any of you would have done the same. And now, Deborah, you can put the jar back.
Yes, Samuel.
Well, friends, tomorrow we rise a little later, and then we set out for the town. Good night to all of you. Good night, Samuel.
Samuel, the morning meal will be... Oh, Ezra.
Pardon, mistress. I was up earlier than the others. I thought you might need help in the kitchen.
No, thank you, Ezra. Though it is nice of you to offer.
You've wood enough? Water enough?
Yes, everything. Tell me, Ezra, what did you do?
You mean the galleys? How?
If you want to tell me.
I don't mind. I was young, alone, no family. I worked when I could. When I couldn't, I stole. That's how.
Oh, I see.
If anybody had ever been this decent and kind to me before, it never would have happened. Your husband is a kind man, understanding, and brave, too.
Brave?
Only a brave man would take a chance on men like us.
Deborah, is everything ready? We don't want to be late, not to hear the master. Oh, good morning, Ezra.
Morning, Samuel.
Are the others up yet?
They should be. I called to them as I left the room. Reuben answered, and so did Matthias.
What is it, Ezra?
I just thought of something. There wasn't any answer from Gideon. Well, maybe he was still asleep. I'll go find out. I'll go.
What's the matter with him, Deborah?
I don't know. But he did seem upset. Where could Gideon have gone? Why should Ezra be so worried about him?
I don't know. I'll find out. Ezra! Ezra! Gideon!
Reuben, I couldn't find him.
Neither could I. What do you think, Samuel? Well, he was free to leave any time at all. He didn't have to sneak away.
I think maybe...
Yes, Ezra?
Reuben, Matthias, don't think badly of me because I accuse another man, but Samuel, the money jar. Have you looked at it this morning?
No, I haven't. Deborah, the money jar.
Yes, dear, I'll get it.
Well, we'll know soon enough now. Deborah?
Samuel, I went to look.
Well, where is it?
Gone. It's pretty obvious now, my dear. Gideon gone, the money jar gone.
Why, the ingrate. If I could find him, I'd teach him to abuse decency, to take advantage of hospitality. Imagine acting this way in the face of your kindness.
Well, I will admit I'm rather surprised.
Not nearly as surprised as Gideon will be.
Why do you say that, Deborah?
Last night, when you took out the jar, when you showed the money, I was afraid this might happen. So before I put the jar back, I took the money out and put in stone.
Oh?
Yes, Gideon has betrayed himself for nothing.
It'll serve the fool right. I always suspected that, Gideon. The oily way he talked, the compliments he used to pass out so freely. Well, I'm glad we've discovered him for what he is.
And thanks to Deborah, at no loss either. Well, my friends, we shouldn't let this one unfortunate incident stop us. We've a day to spend in Cana, a day to hear the master. Are you ready?
Samuel, Deborah, I've never heard such teaching before in all my life. Never seen such a person as the master. One has but to look at him to feel his strength, his compassion.
Ezra, that's why I was so anxious for you to be here.
If only I'd heard such teaching long ago.
It's not too late, Ezra. It never is. For the master forgives those worthy of forgiveness. But wait, he's ready to speak again.
Be ye merciful, as your Father also is merciful. Give, and it shall be given unto you. Good measure,
pressed down and shaken together and running over, shall men give into your bosom. For with the same measure that ye meet withal, it shall be measured to you again.
Well said. Very well said. And now, Ezra, I think that's all the teaching for this day.
Oh?
For the master stepped down from the rock where he stood.
The teaching is over, you're sure?
Yes. See, the crowd disperses. Well, we must get back before dark.
Yes, dear, we should hurry. It's almost dusk now.
Matthias?
I'm ready.
And Reuben?
Reuben? Why, he's not here.
But he was here. I saw him before. Then I became absorbed in the teaching and forgot about him.
If we wait for him, we'll have to travel most of the way in darkness. And we brought no torch with us.
Yes, my dear. Well, perhaps he remembered something he wished in the marketplace and went back to buy it. He'll find his way home. We should start out now.
Samuel, do you think that perhaps Reuben went back to the house by himself?
You mean he wasn't feeling well?
I don't mean that.
You think? Oh, no, Deborah, not Reuben. Why, he's my closest friend. In the galleys, we were chained to the same oar for 2 years.
I only thought...
You mean because Gideon turned out that way? Well, that doesn't mean we'll have to suspect Reuben, too. Come on, we'll all start home and hope that Reuben catches up with us on the road. Come.
If we stop to look back anymore, Samuel, it'll be dark before we're halfway home.
I can't understand it. Reuben should have caught up with us by now. We haven't been going too fast.
Perhaps he was detained in town.
Deborah, that isn't what you mean at all, is it?
No.
Well, I tell you you're wrong. I'd trust Reuben with anything I have. Now, we'll just walk a little faster. Not that I'm worried. I just want to get home before dark, that's all.
It's sure now that Reuben did not come back because there's no light showing in the house.
Of course it's sure.
Samuel, wait.
Yes, Ezra?
When you left the house, you did latch the door, didn't you?
Of course. Why?
Well, perhaps it's too dark for me to see well, but I think the door is open. It's moving back and forth in the breeze. Isn't that the door?
It is. It is.
Samuel, wait. Wait for us.
Come, Deborah.
Samuel. Samuel. Samuel.
Look at the place.
Chairs turned over. Cupboards broken open. Things hurled to the floor.
Deborah.
Yes, dear.
The money. Where did you hide it this time?
I look.
Behind the loose rock. Is that where? Well?
The money. It's gone.
Reuben. The one I trusted most of all. And he committed this crime while we thought he was listening to the master. Oh, the shame of it.
I'm sorry, Samuel. We're both sorry.
You're sorry. But you can save all that, Ezra.
Please.
Quiet. I don't want to hear anymore. I took all of you in. I gave the 4 of you a home where you had no place to sleep. Work where no one else would give you work because you bore the mark of the galleys. And this is the way you repay me. Well, I'm not a man who doesn't learn. Ezra?
Yes, Samuel?
Matthias?
Yes?
Get out of here. And off my land. And never come back. Because if you do, I'll have you back in the hands of the authorities before you know it. Now, get out.
Please, Samuel, understand. We didn't have anything to do with this. Well, this place is my home. The only home I ever really had.
Get out. Do you hear me? Get out.
Yes, Samuel. Come, Matthias. We better be on our way.
Samuel, please, let me say this. I'm not asking for more than you've already given me. I don't even blame you for the way you feel now. You're right. But I do want to thank you. I don't know what lies ahead for an old man who's spent too many years in the galleys. I do know that what I had here was better than I deserved. So I only want to say thank you. You too, mistress. You're a good woman. God's blessings on you. Come, Ezra.
Samuel, I didn't like to see those two go.
What's the matter with you? First you suspect them all, now you're taking their side. Why?
Because it wasn't their fault. They didn't steal. They didn't use our home to betray us.
Still, I want no part of any of them anymore.
But you've just heard the master teach. Surely this wouldn't be his answer.
How much can a man stand before he strikes back? I gave him a chance.
I know you, Samuel. You have a conscience which will trouble you if you decide later that you did wrong. The master is here in Cana. We could go to his camp this very night and speak to him.
I won't go.
Please, Samuel, for your own peace of mind, come with me. Ask him.
Well, not that I think he'll change my mind, but to please you, I'll go. Because I know you love me and think only of my good.
Samuel, we've come at a good time. The crowd is gone. The master's with his disciples round the fire. You can feel free to talk to him. Go on.
Yes, Deborah. Master, if I am not intruding, I should like to ask your help. Surely no man ever set out with better intentions than I. Perhaps because I myself bear the marks of a galley slave, because I know the hardship, I opened my home to 4 men who were criminals. And 2 of them have deceived me. One stole, one tried to steal. The other 2 I've driven from my house, barred it against them. I have done the right thing, haven't I, Master?
A sower went out to sow his seed, and as he sowed, some fell by the wayside, and it was trodden down, and the fowls of the air devoured it. And some fell upon a rock, and as soon as it was sprung up, it withered away because it lacked moisture. And other fell on good ground, and sprang up and bare fruit 100-fold.
Master, what has a sower of seed to do with me?
The seed is the word of God. Those by the wayside are they that hear. Then cometh the devil and taketh away the word out of their hearts, lest they should believe and be saved.
And the seed which fell on a rock?
There on the rock are they which, when they hear, receive the word with joy. But these have no root, which for a while believe, and in time of temptation fall away.
And the good ground, which are they?
That on the good ground are they which in an honest and good heart, having heard the word, keep it, and bring forth fruit with patience.
Samuel, don't you see? The master knows his seeds of truth will find root only with those who have the capacity to receive his word. Yet he does not stop teaching because there are some who reject his teaching.
Yes. I understand now.
Well, then, should you give up doing good? Should you drive good men from your door because a few seeds have fallen by the wayside? Because a few men took advantage of your goodness and returned evil instead?
Deborah, you're right. I've done a cruel thing to them. We should find Ezra and Matthias at once. And, Master, I thank you for showing me my mistake. Come, Deborah. We may still find them. Come.
they would have taken this road.
I think so. It leads from the town toward the sea. It's the way they choose.
Oh, I hope we're not too late.
If only this torch gave a brighter light. I'll hold it higher. There.
Samuel.
Yes?
Hold the torch up again. There, by the side of the road. I'm sure there were two men.
We'll find out. Ezra! Matthias! Do you hear me?
They've stopped.
Ezra, is that you?
Yes, Samuel. We took nothing with us. You can search us if you like.
Wait, Ezra. I haven't accused you of anything like that, have I?
What do you want with us? To tell us once more that we were thieves, that no one will ever trust us again?
I don't blame you for feeling bitter, Ezra. Nor you, Matthias.
I'm an old man. I've seen everything and learned to expect anything. Now let us go in peace.
No, wait. Listen to me. The fault was mine. To expect perfection, where even the master does not expect it. Because two men betrayed me, I withdrew my kindness and friendship from all four of you. Because Reuben and Gideon repaid good with evil, shouldn't have blinded me to the fact that my kindness did find root in the two of you. Can you forgive me for what I said to you, for driving you away from my house? Would you come back with Deborah and me?
Would we? Matthias, what do you think?
Oh, it would be home now, Ezra.
Home. Yes. Samuel, we will go back with you.
Good. Good. Did you hear that, Deborah? We're all going home together. Together.
Next week, on this same network at this time, we will present another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived. The greatest story ever told. Today, we present Of Such is the Kingdom, a drama inspired by events set forth in the 12th chapter of the Gospel according to St. Matthew. Events from the greatest life ever lived. At the northern end of the Lake of Galilee lies the town of Bethsaida. There was a time when Bethsaida was a peaceful, almost a sleepy town of fishermen and merchants. But these days, there's a new excitement in Bethsaida, for the word is abroad concerning one who was a carpenter in Nazareth, and who is now a teacher bringing the word of God. And even more, one in whose hands there is the healing touch of God. It is no wonder, then, that at this moment, just outside the town walls of Bethsaida, a large and curious crowd is gathered to see him. But curiosity is greatest among children, and their eyes open widest. Now, as we move through the crowd, we come upon a little girl and boy who stand staring up at the master's face from a distance. The little girl's eyes are fixed in wonder, and without even turning her head, she says to her brother,
David. Oh, David, just look at him. Yes, Sharon. You know, David, I think I've seen his face before. How could you? I think I saw it in a dream. What kind of dream, Sharon? I don't know. I only remember his face, his eyes. But it was a nice dream.
Will you children keep babbling that way forever?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. We didn't mean to disturb you.
But you have. And after all, the master did not come here to be stared at by silly children. He has come here to teach to grown-ups, to people who can understand him. We shouldn't be disturbed by children.
Oh, I'm very sorry, sir. When he begins to teach, we'll be quiet, won't we, David? Oh, yes.
Children always say that. Now, I think you'd better go along home and not disturb your elders.
But, sir, we promised.
Why would you want to stay anyhow?
To hear him. You said he teaches.
Not things that children can understand. Now, get along.
Sharon, maybe we should if the man says so. I don't know. I would like to hear him.
Please, children, leave now, else you'll disturb the others later.
All right, sir. Tell me, sir.
Well, what is it?
Is it true, what I heard? Does he heal the sick and the lame?
That's what they say.
And he does. He does.
You see? That's what I mean. A child will believe anything, but a grown-up has to be shown. I'll believe it only when I see it. Now, be on your way home. Children.
Oh, David, I wish we could have stayed. Don't you? It would have been nice, but grown-ups, you know how they are. You know, I feel sorry for them. Do you? They only know what they see. You mean they never dream about them? The kind of dreams you even have by day? No, they don't. Are we going to be like that, too? It seems to be a disease that all grown-ups catch. That's not good. No. David. Yes, Sharon? Do you think you could have a dream now? If it's a nice dream. Oh, this is a wonderful dream. We can wish anything that's in our hearts. All right. In this dream, Uncle Noah will be with us, and we'll be walking through a field. And a light wind is blowing, a cool wind, and it bends the grasses so that they make a path for us. Oh, yes, Sharon, yes. And we walk along that way. And Uncle Noah has my hand in his. Your hand? What's the matter, David? If he's holding your hand, then he can't hold mine. Oh, but he can in this dream. But, Sharon, you know he only has... Well, I don't like to say it. I don't even like to think about it. David, that's the wonderful part about this dream. Well, in this dream, Uncle Noah's hands are both whole and strong. But you know they're not. Oh, David. I'm sorry, Sharon. Maybe I'm growing up too fast, but I can't dream like that. Not about Uncle Noah. Yes, you can. Because Uncle Noah goes to the master, and his withered hand is cured. In the dream? David, suppose it wasn't just a dream. What do you mean? Suppose we really took Uncle Noah with us, and then he was cured. Yes, suppose he was. David, give me your hand. We're going home. But you know Uncle Noah doesn't like to talk about it. Give me your hand, David.
Tell you, children, I was worried, very much worried.
I'm sorry, Mother.
Well, at least you're back safe. Now sit down and eat your evening meal. I'll have your food in a moment.
Sharon, shouldn't we ask Mother about it? She won't like it. But we have to talk to her. She'd want to see Uncle Noah cured, too, wouldn't she? Of course. Still, here she comes.
And you're to eat every drop of this broth, do you hear?
Yes, Mother.
David? And yours, Sharon? Well, why don't you eat?
Mother?
Yes?
Mother, may we talk to Uncle Noah when he comes back to the house this evening?
Who's to stop you? Of course you can.
But, Mother, this is different.
You're not to ask him for anything, if that's what you mean. He pampers you too much as it is. Sometimes I think you care more for him than for your own parents.
Mother.
Well, maybe I shouldn't have said it. But you're not to ask him for any gifts. Is that clear?
Suppose we wanted to give him something.
Give? What do you have to give?
Mother, the master is here. We saw him today, David and I, and we've heard that he can do wonderful things. He can cure people of anything, even of a withered.
Sharon, you're not to mention that. How many times have I told you?
But, Mother, if it could be cured, if Uncle Noah went with us... Oh, please, Mother, say we can talk to him.
Sharon, David, listen to me, both of you. It's true you're young, but now is a good time to learn about this. Long ago, your Uncle Noah and I, we were children together, just as you two are now. And Noah was a fine boy, very fine, strong and swift. I remember once when we were young, word came that a famous man would arrive here at our town. Everyone gathered at the city gate to watch for him. And some of the people started running to greet him. Your Uncle Noah ran so swiftly that, though he started after the others, he was the first to greet the man. That's the way he used to be.
He doesn't run anymore.
No, he doesn't. Or does he sing as he used to? No, laugh in the same way.
He laughs with us.
Yes. You're the only one. He's changed. Everything was changed suddenly when that evil thing happened to his hand.
Mother, how did it happen?
He was just a boy. He was climbing a tree and he fell. He hurt his arm. After a time, it didn't heal. It just withered, that's all.
Mother, could it change just as suddenly, couldn't it?
Of course not.
How do you know, Mother?
Because I've seen enough to know. Your grandfather, you never knew him. This was the thing that killed him. He tried everything, anything. He worked himself to death to find a cure for your uncle, to buy a cure. Nothing helped. That's how I know.
Mother, all we want to do is talk to Uncle Noah.
I forbid it. He's had enough unhappiness, enough bitterness. I know what happens to him when he begins brooding over it. You only stir up sad memories. Now, children, please. Let him live in peace.
But, Mother...
Eat. Your food is getting cold.
Yes, Mother. I can see him. He's coming along the road now. Yes, David, there he is. Uncle Noah! Uncle Noah! Come on, David.
Sharon! David, Ma, you two run swifter every day, yes? I tell you, I don't remember any children ever running so fast.
Do we run as fast as you used to, Uncle Noah? David. I'm sorry, I forgot. Uncle Noah, you have something for us. I can tell.
Have I? Well, if you know that much, tell me. What is it?
A pomegranate.
No.
Sweets, that's what it is.
No, and we can't stand here guessing all evening. You shall have your surprise later. Come now, your uncle's a very hungry man. Come, back to the house.
Yes, Uncle. It's my turn today, Sharon. Remember that. Of course, David. You take Uncle Noah's hand this time.
There, David. A tight hold, and now back to the house. Well, then how much can a man eat, huh? Enough is enough. It was good, Ruth, very good. Maybe that's why I continue to live here. Who else could cook like our mother used to?
It wouldn't be the same house if you didn't live with us, Noah.
Now, the surprise for the children. Are you ready?
Oh, yes, Uncle.
No, you spoil them. My own children, and I say you spoil them. Spoil them, Judah? No, I spoil myself. They are only innocent victims of the joy I get in giving them things. Now, both of you, close your eyes.
Yes, sir.
Come, David, I can see. Close them.
Yes, Uncle.
Now, listen.
Oh, Uncle Noah. A bell. A silver bell. It's so small and delicate. It's beautiful. Uncle Noah, may I ring it?
Of course, David. Here.
There, isn't it a wonderful sound?
It's for both of you, and I will tell you why. This bell is the closest thing to the laughter of children that I ever heard. You should keep it forever as a reminder of childhood.
Oh, Uncle. Uncle. There.
Why, thank you, Sharon. That's the nicest kiss I ever received.
Uncle, we would like to give you a gift, if it were possible.
What do you mean, Sharon?
Children, it's time for bed. Come with me, both of you.
But Ruth, the child was saying something.
Children will do anything to delay their bedtime. Come, Sharon. David?
Yes, Mother. Good night, Father. Uncle Noah.
Well, we've never been at a loss for conversation in this house before. Neither of you has said a word since the children went off to bed.
Oh, no. I hadn't noticed. Did you, Judah?
Me? Why, I don't know. I suppose if there were anything to talk about, we'd have talked.
You're not very good at it, either of you.
Now, Noah, what do you mean by
The
that?
child was going to say something. You wouldn't let her. Why?
You know how children prattle.
It was not the prattling of children that made you so tense.
Why should you think it was anything more?
This evening, David asked me, does he run as fast as I used to when I was a boy?
Oh.
You have been talking about me again, haven't you?
Please, Noah. It's been so long since I've seen that particular look in your eyes. Don't stir up old bitterness. It tastes worse each time.
I suppose this time had to come. The children had to wonder and worry and puzzle their little minds till they got up the courage to ask, why is Uncle Noah different? Why is Uncle Noah's hand the way it is? Why doesn't he have two hands to give the children instead of making us choose for one?
Noah, don't,
Each day, I live it over in 100 ways, the little tricks you have to use to make one hand do the job of both. Dressing, holding something heavy, opening a door from the right side. All those little things that two-handed people never even think about.
Noah, please don't say any more.
You think you can forget. And maybe sometimes you do. But then, at the moment you least expect it, something happens. Well, today it happened.
I'm sorry if the children upset you.
It was before the children spoke.
What was it, Noah?
Oh, Mordecai.
He didn't discharge you, did he?
Oh, no. But one of the men had left. A new job was open, a better job. I was entitled to it. I thought so. I said it. And he just looked at me. Then he looked at the hand. It was very clear after that.
Oh, Noah, I'm so sorry.
So it wasn't the children, not at first. Of course, what they said didn't help. But somehow you can accept it from children. They're not supposed to know better.
I shall talk to them in the morning.
No, Judah. Don't say anything to them. I wonder what Sharon meant when she said she'd like to give me a gift. Do you know?
Oh, it was just childish nonsense. You wouldn't want to hear it, Noah.
Oh, of course not. I'm sorry about all the things I said. I didn't mean to upset you. I shall go out now and walk a bit before going to sleep.
I'll talk to those children first thing in the morning. I will.
Please, Judah, let them forget it. By tomorrow, the whole idea will be gone.
The idea that he could be cured. Who else but a child could believe that?
Well, if you think about it for an instant, it seems possible. Then your good sense takes hold again, and you know it cannot happen. Master, you must have made a great impression on them.
Yes. Sharon has never talked that way about anyone before. She seemed to glow from within, as she described him. But curing a withered hand, that's a different matter. Let's hope they don't mention it again. It only brings pain to know it.
He's gone. Not a trace of the master, David. And only yesterday he was here. All his followers, they were camped right here. Now it's just an empty field again. I don't know how I feel, except that we've lost something. It's too late now, anyhow. Yes? If Uncle Noah... If we'd only had the chance to tell him...
If you'd only had the chance to tell me what, Sharon?
Uncle Noah...
Yes, Sharon, I followed you out here.
I didn't mean for you to hear... No, Mother said...
Mother doesn't know, and you didn't tell me. I asked. That's why I followed you. What was it, Sharon?
No, Uncle, please.
The gift you wanted to give me, what was it? Why wouldn't they let you speak?
David? I don't know, Sharon. Sometimes you never know what's right or wrong.
Come here. Now, Sharon, tell me. Well?
Uncle Noah, we wanted to have your arm cured.
Oh. So that's it.
Please, Uncle, listen. The master, we saw him yesterday. We looked at him and we knew that he could do it.
It's impossible.
But he's cured others.
How do you know?
We know because we've seen him. Because we can feel it inside here. That's how we know.
You're only children. You don't know anything about life, about its disappointments. That's why children are happier. No, this useless hand cannot be cured. I know that.
Uncle Noah, please. If we asked, wouldn't you at least try?
What's useless is useless. No.
Uncle.
Oh, don't cry, my dear. I didn't mean to sound so harsh. Don't cry.
We wanted it so much for you. You wouldn't even try. You wouldn't even try.
I'm sorry, child. If it would make you feel better, if it would make you stop crying, I'd go. I'd try anything.
Would you?
Yes. You'll have to learn sometime. Grow up sometime. It happens to some earlier than to others. And this seems your time to learn. Yes, we'll find your master. We'll shatter those precious, fragile little things that are the dreams of children. Come.
In this temple, you said he was here, Uncle.
I know, but Sharon, you must be quiet. We must not disturb the many people here.
There he is, Uncle Noah. There he is.
Quiet, children. Have you no respect for a holy place?
Uncle, there he is, standing at the altar. Oh, come on.
Child, you were told to be quiet. The master is here to teach to grown-ups.
But my uncle, we came a whole day's journey to see the master.
Be quiet.
No, I won't be quiet. My uncle, he needs the master's help.
Quiet, child.
Warren, remember him? His name's Peter. Remember we saw him yesterday.
Did you, lad? Well, in any event, you must be quiet. You're disturbing your elders who have come here to learn.
Please, sir. We must see the master at once. Talk to him. Ask him about my uncle's hand.
But you can't disturb all the others now. Sir, please take these children out of the temple.
You say the master teaches to grown-ups. Is it then forbidden that children learn?
I do not understand you, sir.
Allow us to remain. For they must learn something here today, too. A lesson for children.
But the master doesn't teach to children. Please take them out. Master? Master, you look toward me as though you have something you wish to say to me.
Suffer the little children to come unto me, and forbid them not, for of such is the kingdom of heaven.
Yes, Master. Of course. Come, children. You too, sir. Come with me. I shall make room for you beside him. Come. Here, Master, are the children.
Go, Sharon. David, the master beckons you.
His arms go out to embrace them.
Verily I say unto you, whosoever shall not receive the kingdom of God as a little child, he shall not enter therein.
He's closed his eyes.
He blesses them now.
Master, I have something to ask of you.
No, Sharon, please. You don't know what such a disappointment can do to you.
Master, my brother and I, we have brought my uncle with us to see you. Because we know what you can do.
Yes, Master. We knew it when we first saw you.
Children, please, no.
Don't stop them, sir. Not now. Look at their faces. The belief and the hope that is there. Truly, only children can believe that way. Go on, child. Speak.
Master, my uncle is a fine man and a good man. He's never done an evil thing to anyone. And we love him. We want him to have the one thing in the world he wishes. And only you can give it to him. Only you. Uncle, give me your hand.
Sharon, no.
Please, Uncle. Look, Master. His hand, withered and no good. Not even for children to hold on to. Please, Master. Can you heal our uncle?
Stand forth.
Sir, he talks to you.
Yes. Yes, Peter. Master, it is strange. Perhaps because these two little ones believe so strongly, it is possible for me to feel again as I did when I was young and this affliction first came on me. Then I believed that it could be healed. I felt it. But it did not happen. And so I grew embittered and despondent and hopeless. But now, Master, I feel once again that it could be. Yes, Master, I believe it can be healed if you will it.
Stretch forth thine hand.
This hand over which I have mourned and wept and even cursed. Look at it. Everyone, look at it. I hold both hands up for you to see. Can any one of you tell which one was withered only a moment ago? Master.
Uncle, when we get back home, just think what Mother will say. And Father.
What can one say? One can only believe now. Eh, David?
Oh, yes, Uncle, yes.
Oh, the strength of children to dream and to believe the things they dream. I couldn't have done it.
Why are most grown-ups like that, Uncle Noah?
Our minds become crusted over with the worries of this world. The eyes of our hearts are veiled by the things we see and touch, and we can never open them long enough to admit that things could be any other way. That's why the Master said, we must be as children to enter the kingdom of God, free of evil, eager in our belief, welcoming the new.
He said, of such is the kingdom of God, and his arms were around us.
Yes, Sharon. What older minds thought themselves too wise to believe, young hearts have proved right.
Next week, on this same network at this time, we will present another episode in the greatest story ever told from the greatest life ever lived.
Et Dieu, si j'eusse étudié au temps de ma jeunesse folle, et à bonne mœur dédiée, j'eusse maison et couche molle. Mais quoi, je fuyais l'école comme fait le mauvais enfant.
La voix que vous entendez est celle de Georges Guy, qui est en train de lire un poème de François Villon. Oh, excuse me. I should be reading the English subtitle, which says, "You are listening to the voice of Georges Guy reading the poetry of François Villon, a page from this afternoon's edition of Anthology." Come and see the chimney pots etched against the light. Half a moon of gold above the lovely phantomed night, half a silver moon below underneath a span, mirrored in the vaulted dark like a jeweled fan. Dust in dormer window ledge, age in bolted door, rooftops leaping from the dark, jumbled towards the shore. Beauty in the shadow lanes like an old refrain, hanging in the hearts of trees, lyric with the rain. Yellow lines across the black shimmering and pale, falling from the bridge's lights, undulating, frail. Crimson lanes beside the gold, piers that lie in wait, crimson lamps to warn the ships, crawling homeward late. Come and see the magic dust and the silver fire, dome and tower, turret, gate, moonlight on a spire. Heart of you may wander long through the careless day, soul of you comes home by night, never goes away. Charles Devine's poem, Paris the Seine by Night, to help us introduce the first portion of this afternoon's bilingual edition of Anthology. If you have your French dictionary handy, suppose we listen first to a selection of poems by François Villon, read on a new period LP by Georges Guy and Lynette Fisher. An outcast, burglar, perhaps a murderer, tender and violent soul, superb artist of language. François Villon ranks with his opposite, Dante, as the greatest poet of the Middle Ages. But he is also the first of the modern Western writers in his perception of bare reality, his psychological understanding, his definitely personal way of expression. Death and destruction, decay and misery obsessed him. However, his confidence in the indestructible quality of man, his profound sense of sin, always prevailed. The poems you will hear are Ballade que Villon fit à la requête de sa mère pour prier Notre-Dame, and L'Épitaphe Villon, which is supposed to have saved the poet from the gallows. Here are Georges Guy and Lynette Fisher.
Dame du ciel, régente terrienne, empérière des infernaux palus, recevez-moi, votre humble chrétienne, que comprise soit entre vos élus, ce nonobstant qu'on que rien ne valut. Les biens de vous, madame et ma maîtresse, sont trop plus grands que ne suis pécheresse, sans lesquels bien, âme ne peut mérir n'avoir les cieux. Je n'en suis jongleresse. En cette foi, je veux vivre et mourir. Femme je suis, pauvrette et ancienne, qui rien ne sait, on que l'être ne lut. Au moutier voix dont je suis paroissienne, paradis peint, où sont harpes et luttes, et un enfer où damnés sont boulus. L'un me fait peur, l'autre joie et liesse. La joie à voir me fait, haute déesse, à qui pécheurs doivent tous recourir, comblés de foi, sans feinte ni paresse. En cette foi, je veux vivre et mourir. Vous portâtes, digne Vierge, princesse, Jésus régnant qui n'a ni fin ni cesse. Le Tout-Puissant, prenant notre faiblesse, laissa les cieux et nous vint secourir. Offrit à mort sa très chère jeunesse. Notre Seigneur, tel est, tel le confesse. En cette foi, je veux vivre et mourir. L'Épitaphe Villon.
Frères humains, qui après nous vivez, n'ayez les cœurs contre nous endurcis, car si pitié de nous pauvres avez, Dieu en aura plutôt de vous merci. Vous nous voyez si attachés, 5, 6, quand de la chair que trop avons nourrie, elle est piéça, dévorée et pourrie. Et nous, les os, devenons cendres et poudre. De notre mal, personne ne s'en rit, mais priez Dieu que tous nous veuillent absoudre. La pluie nous a débués et lavés, et le soleil desséchés et noircis. Pis, corbeaux, nous ont les yeux cavés, et arraché la barbe et les sourcils. Jamais, nul temps nous ne sommes assis, puis ça, puis là, comme le vent varie. À son plaisir sans cesser nous charrie, plus becquetés d'oiseaux que des accoudres. Ne soyez donc de notre confrérie, mais priez Dieu que tous nous veuillent absoudre.
There were several discussions while this particular edition of Anthology was being prepared on the subject of translations. It was suggested that I read an English translation of each poem, and although it would have been a pleasant task, I feel, as many other people, that there is such a lyric beauty in the poetry itself that any translation would be cumbersome by comparison. Georges Guy, who selected and arranged this album, is now living in the United States, where he has taught French literature at Barnard and Hunter. Since 1945, he's been writing a long poem to be called La Lettre de Deuil, a major section of which will shortly appear under the title of Logique de la Mort. Lynette Fisher is at present teaching in the French department of Barnard College. A collection of the correspondence between Edmund Gosse and André Gide, introduced and edited by Miss Fisher, is soon to be published. Our Parisian background music, incidentally, is through the courtesy of the new Columbia album, I Love Paris, by Michel Legrand and his orchestra. From the poetry of François Villon, we turn through the pages of French literature to the 1800s to find the poetry of Charles Baudelaire. The perverse author of Fleur du Mal, Baudelaire was an eccentric in his style of dressing, his manner of living, the exotic and satanic content of his poems. He's been called a vampire and literary scarecrow. Convinced of man's wickedness and filled with a pathological melancholia, he described himself as burdened by his inescapable flesh, which death alone could redeem. He thought the poet's mission was to shock the reader, stir doubt, and point out the other faces of love and beauty. Georges Guy and Lynette Fisher have chosen 4 poems from the works of Baudelaire for their LP album of French poetry, Une charogne, Chant d'automne, Le cygne, and Correspondance.
Rappelez-vous l'objet que nous vîmes, mon âme, ce beau matin d'été si doux, au détour d'un sentier, une charogne infâme sur un lit semé de cailloux. Le soleil rayonnait sur cette pourriture comme afin de la cuire à point et de rendre au centuple, à la grande nature, tout ce qu'ensemble elle avait joint. Et le ciel regardait la carcasse superbe comme une fleur s'épanouir. La puanteur était si forte que sur l'herbe vous crûtes vous évanouir. On eût dit que le corps, enflé d'un souffle vague, vivait en se multipliant, et le monde rendait une étrange musique, comme l'eau courante et le vent, ou le grain qu'un vanneur d'un mouvement rythmique agite et tourne dans son vent. Les formes s'effaçaient et n'étaient plus qu'un rêve, une ébauche lente à venir sur la toile oubliée, et que l'artiste achève seulement par le souvenir. Et pourtant, vous serez semblable à cette ordure, à cette horrible infection, étoile de mes yeux, soleil de ma nature, vous, mon ange et ma passion. Oui, telle vous serez, ô la reine des grâces, après les derniers sacrements, quand vous irez, sous l'herbe et les floraisons grasses, pourrir parmi les ossements. Alors, ô ma beauté, dites à la vermine qui vous mangera de baisers que j'ai gardé la forme et l'essence divine de mes amours décomposés. Charles Baudelaire, Chant d'automne.
Bientôt, nous plongerons dans les froides ténèbres. Adieu, vive clarté de nos étés trop courts. J'entends déjà tomber, avec des chocs funèbres, le bois retentissant sur le pavé des cours. Tout l'hiver va rentrer dans mon être, colère, haine, frisson, horreur, labeur dur et forcé. Et, comme le soleil dans son enfer polaire, mon cœur ne sera plus qu'un bloc rouge et glacé. J'écoute en frémissant chaque bûche qui tombe, l'échafaud qu'on bâtit n'a pas d'écho plus sourd. Mon esprit est pareil à la tour qui succombe sous les coups du bélier, infatigable et lourd. Il me semble, bercé par ce choc monotone, qu'on cloue en grande hâte un cercueil quelque part. Pour qui? C'était hier l'été, voici l'automne. Ce bruit mystérieux sonne comme un départ. Charles Baudelaire, Le Cygne.
Andromaque, je pense à vous. Ce petit fleuve, pauvre et triste miroir, où jadis resplendit l'immense majesté de vos douleurs de veuve, ce Simoïs menteur, qui par vos pleurs grandit, a fécondé soudain ma mémoire fertile, comme je traversais le nouveau carrousel. Le vieux Paris n'est plus, la forme d'une ville change plus vite, hélas, que le cœur d'un mortel. Je ne vois qu'en esprit tout ce camp de baraques, ces tas de chapiteaux ébauchés et de fûts, les herbes, les gros blocs verdis par l'eau des flaques, haies brillantes aux carreaux, le bric-à-brac confus. Là s'étalait jadis une ménagerie. Là je vise un matin, à l'heure où sous les cieux froids et clairs, le travail s'éveille, où la voirie pousse un sombre ouragan dans l'air silencieux, un cygne qui s'était évadé de sa cage, et, de ses pieds palmés frottant le pavé sec, sur le sol raboteux, traînait son blanc plumage. Près d'un ruisseau sans eau, la bête ouvrant le bec, baignait nerveusement ses ailes dans la poudre et disait, le cœur plein de son beau lac natal, « Oh, quand donc pleuvras-tu? Quand tonneras-tu, foudre? » Je vois ce malheureux, mythe étrange et fatal, vers le ciel quelquefois, comme l'homme d'Ovide, vers le ciel ironique et cruellement bleu, sur son cou convulsif tendant sa tête avide, comme s'il adressait des reproches à Dieu. Paris change, mais rien dans ma mélancolie n'a bougé. Palais neuf, échafaudage, bloc, vieux faubourg, tout pour moi devient allégorie, et mes chers souvenirs sont plus lourds que des rocs. Aussi, devant ce Louvre, une image m'opprime. Je pense à mon grand cygne avec ses gestes fous, comme les exilés, ridicules et sublimes, et rongés d'un désir sans trêve. Et puis à vous, Andromaque, des bras d'un grand époux tombé vil bétail sous la main du superbe Pyrrhus, auprès d'un tombeau vide en extase courbé, veuve d'Hector, hélas, et femme d'Hélénus. Je pense à la négresse, amaigrie et phtisique, piétinant dans la boue et cherchant, l'œil hagard, les cocotiers absents de la superbe Afrique derrière la muraille immense du brouillard. À quiconque a perdu ce qui ne se retrouve jamais, jamais, à ceux qui s'abreuvent de pleurs, était la douleur comme une bonne louve. aux maigres orphelins séchant comme des fleurs. Ainsi, dans la forêt où mon esprit s'exile, un vieux souvenir souffle à plein souffle du corps. Je pense aux matelots oubliés dans une île, aux captifs, aux vaincus, à bien d'autres encore.
In just a moment, poetry from Puerto Rico for this afternoon's edition of Anthology. We've received some very nice letters in regard to our current poetic problem, to wit, WNBC's sign-off on Sunday and Monday mornings. A listener who signs her letter only as a listener suggests these lines from Rupert Brooke's Day That I Have Loved. Close in the nest is folded every weary wing, hushed all the joyful voices, and we who held you dear eastward return and homeward alone, remembering. Day that I loved, the night is here. Our anonymous friend from the Bronx also approves of the Zoe Atkins poem we read last Sunday. A letter from Philadelphia and another suggestion. From the poem Night by William Blake, these lines. The sun descending in the west, the evening star does shine. The birds are silent in their nest, and I must seek for mine. The moon, like a flower in heaven's high bower, with silent delight sits and smiles on the night. Farewell, green fields and happy grove, where flocks have ta'en delight, where lambs have nibbled, silent move the feet of angels bright. Unseen, they pour blessing and joy without ceasing on each bud and blossom, on each sleeping bosom. Well, by next week we have to make a decision and start recording the new station sign-offs. We'll let you know what we choose. In fact, we'll even audition them for you on Anthology, Sunday, August 22nd. Next week, we're taking a brief hiatus in order that you may enjoy a special program in commemoration of the 12th anniversary of the Waves. Looking ahead just a little, August 22nd will highlight children's poetry on Anthology as we join WNBC's Back to School weekend. August 29th, in answer to many, many requests, we'll repeat the Edna St. Vincent Millay Memorial Program, with Deems Taylor reading excerpts from Miss Millay's last book of poetry, Mine the Harvest. September 5th, be sure not to miss Canada Lee's thrilling version of the Rubaiyat of Omar Khayyam. September 12th, one of the great English poetic dramas, Christopher Marlowe's Dr. Faustus. And September 19th, the poetry of Yeats, read for you by Vincent Price. There are a few of the coming attractions you'll be hearing in the very near future on Anthology. Several months ago, the News and Special Events Department of WNBC presented The Sixth Borough, a series of 8 documentary programs based on the problems currently being faced by Puerto Rican Americans living in New York City. The series was produced in cooperation with New York University's Center for Human Relations, and one of the student workers with whom we had the pleasure of working was Miss Raquel Ruiz. For our bilingual edition of Anthology this afternoon, we're indebted to Miss Ruiz for 2 very striking and beautiful poems of her native island. Miss Ruiz reads first excerpts from the poetry of Luis Pales Matos, Poet Laureate of Puerto Rico. This is known as Afro-Puerto Rican poetry, since the rhythm is similar to that of the African drums. Matos used this rhythm to express his ideas of the hopelessness of the Puerto Ricans because of the existence in the island's history of the African slaves, who brought with them the bongos or drums. Here is Miss Ruiz,
Por la encendida calle antillana baten bandumba de la quimbamba, flor de tórtola, rosa de Uganda. Por ti crepitan bombas y bámbulas, por ti en calendas desenfrenadas quema la antilla su sangre ñáñiga. Haití te ofrece sus calabazas, fogosos rones te da Jamaica, Cuba te dice dale mulata, y Puerto Rico melao melamba. Sus mis cocolos de negras caras, tronad tambores, vibrad maracas, que por la encendida calle antillana rumba, macumba, candombe, bámbula, baten bandumba de la quimbamba.
We hear next a poem called Puerto Rico by José Beniter Gautier. This is a description of the island which Senor Gautier calls Borinquen, the name given to Puerto Rico by the Indians. He calls Borinquen the Garden of America, America being the Garden of the World. Accompanying Miss Ruiz's reading of this colorful and descriptive poem will be the Glee Club of the University of Puerto Rico.
Borinquen, nombra al pensamiento grato como el recuerdo de un amor profundo. Bello jardín de América el ornato, siendo el jardín América del mundo. Perla que el mar de Embre su concha arranca al agitar sus ondas placenteras. Garza dormida entre la espuma blanca del níveo cinturón de tus riberas. Tienes la caña en la feraz sábana, el lago de miel que con la brisa ondea, mientras la espuma en la gentil guájana como blanco plumón te balancea, y la palma que se mece en el ambiente encerrada en el ánfora colgante, la linfa pura de su área fuente, y de tus montes en la ancha falda donde el cedro y la péndola dominan, luce el cafeto, la gentil guirnalda del combo ramo que a la tierra inclinan las vallas de carmín y de esmeralda. Tú tienes, sí, tus noches voluptuosas, que amor feliz al corazón augura, y en el verjal de lirios y de rosas manantiales de plata que murmuran.
This is the NBC University Theater, bringing you a full-hour dramatization of The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, starring Brian Aherne. Today, a story by one of the most exciting writers of the last century, Joseph Conrad. He knew wherever he wrote, for he had been there. He was born in Poland. At 17, was a sailor of France, and not many years later was a master mariner of the seven seas. He knew the world and its wickedness, and put both down on paper with great zest. Conrad is known as an English novelist, but he drew his imagery from the richness of three languages. The Heart of Darkness is one of his most masterful stories, drawing heavily on personal experience in the Congo. Its hypnotic style and intensity of mood have been well captured in today's adaptation for radio by Morton Friedman. Here, then, The Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad, starring one of Hollywood's most articulate gentlemen, Mr. Brian Aherne, as Marlowe.
are well separated, Kurtz and I. We are separated by life and death. I live, and Kurtz does not. We are separated by a year. Exactly 1 year ago, I saw his body swallowed by the mud of a river bank in Africa. We are separated by thousands of miles. We are well separated, Kurtz and I. And yet, less than an hour ago, I saw him again. And again I heard him. His magnificent voice, whispering, pealing, proclaiming, begging. And again I heard the beat of the drums, regular and muffled like the beating of a heart. The heart of a conquering darkness.
I trust you will pardon this intrusion, Mademoiselle Marlowe, but I have come to see Captain Marlowe on business, company business.
Oh, dear, how awkward. I'm afraid you can't see my nephew, monsieur.
Can't?
I mean now. I believe he's taking a nap.
I must insist, mademoiselle, upon seeing your nephew, the captain, now. He is involved in a matter of the utmost gravity. The company is quite perturbed.
But if he's napping, I can't wake him.
That won't be necessary. He is awake. There is a light in his room, the corner room.
Well, really now.
You smell it? Tobacco. The captain is smoking.
I'll tell him you're here, if he's awake. Charlie?
I'm awake, Artie.
The director of the company.
I know, I heard you talking. Tell him to go away. I don't want to see him.
Charlie, don't you think you ought to get it over and done with? You know...
I coughed twice. You both were so engrossed, I'm afraid you didn't hear.
Monsieur Director.
I'm so very glad to see you, Captain. You can't imagine how anxiously I have looked forward to seeing you again.
And to talk to me, Monsieur Directeur, to ask some questions, Monsieur Directeur? Some questions about Kurtz?
I see you are an intelligent man, Captain. I am pleased.
Oh, can't we dispense with the sham? You're not here as a friend, but as a representative of the company.
Say rather both. As a friend and as a representative, as you put it, of the company. Both.
If you don't mind, I think I'd like to go to my room.
I think that's wise, Auntie.
Oh, there is no real need for you to go, mademoiselle. Whatever we have to say, your nephew and I
think I shall be able to like you both better if I don't hear what you have to say to each other.
Perhaps. Who knows? Now, Captain, about Kurtz. Shortly before this unfortunate death, Mr. Kurtz gave you a package containing some papers of his, did he not?
Some papers and a photograph in a shoebox.
Oh, you still have them? Where are they? Let me have them.
I still have them. I have them with me. And I will not let you have them.
I beg your pardon. I meant to say, if you had them, might I see the documents Kurtz left in your care?
Look here, when the manager of the central station told you I had the documents, he must also have told you that he tried to get them and couldn't.
He did so report.
And what makes you think I would change my mind because you asked me?
Because they concern company territory, very valuable territory. A completely unexplored portion of the Congo until Mr. Kurtz...
They have nothing in them in reference to commerce. They're all purely personal.
There may be much of great value to science, geographers, anthropologists.
I doubt very much if you're concerned with any values or any other profit than to yourself and the company.
I confess I do not understand your obvious hostility. But you would do well to be civil.
Oh, you're being ridiculous. After all, you insulted me first. You insulted my intelligence with your prattle about science.
I do not make idle threats, Captain Marlowe. So believe me, I shall...
You'll do nothing. Remember Kurtz's papers. There may be lots of profits in them. And I've got 'em, remember?
Let's be sensible. What do you want for those papers? How much?
Oh, so that they may be used for the promotion of science, of course.
Oh, of course. How much?
I'll match your generosity, monsieur. Take it. For science. free. Here, this little pamphlet on the bed table.
This is it? Been in front of me all this time?
Right. A report written by Mr. Kurtz entitled The Suppression of Savage Customs.
Oh, nothing. This is nothing. Not at all what I had expected. Keep it!
2 days later, I had another caller, a man who said he was Kurtz's cousin. This self-identified cousin was a musician.
Yes, a musician, an organist. I have studied music for years. But did you know, sir, that my cousin Kurtz was essentially a great musician?
No, I didn't. In plain truth, I couldn't tell what Kurtz's real profession was. He painted well, wrote well. I couldn't tell which of his many talents was the greatest.
Oh, yes, you are quite right, sir. Yes, quite right. My cousin Kurtz was undoubtedly a universal genius.
I agreed with the old chap. Kurtz undoubtedly was just that. Well, he left after a while, taking with him some family letters that had been among Kurtz's papers. Why couldn't I be done with it all? I wanted to forget, to wipe my mind and memory clear of Kurtz and the horror, to use his own word, that was inextricably associated with him in my mind. The horror and the darkness and the death. But mostly the darkness. Another caller, this time a journalist, a self-proclaimed colleague of Kurtz.
You should have heard him address large meetings. He could electrify them. He had the faith.
Faith? Faith in what?
Anything. Kurtz could get himself to believe in anything. And anything he believed in, he could get anyone to believe. He would have had a great career in politics. What a splendid leader of a party he would have been.
What party, for example?
Any party. So long as it was an extreme party. He was himself an extremist. Don't you agree?
I evaded the answer, or rather the true answer, and gave him instead Kurtz's pamphlet. The journalist took it most eagerly and left with it, saying it would be published at once. So now I am left with a slim packet of letters and the girl's photograph. All that had been Kurtz's, save these, have passed through my hands. His soul, his body, his station, his plans, his ivory, his career. There remains only his memory and his intended. I have gone to see Kurtz's intended, the girl of the photograph, to return the letters and the picture, to surrender to his memory, and to wipe my memory clear of all that oppresses it and me. We sit in the formal drawing room of her house. We sit and talk, sporadically. She is still in deep mourning, although a year has now passed since his death.
You knew him. You knew him well, didn't you?
I knew him as well as it is possible for one man to know another.
And you admired him. Oh, it was impossible to know him and not to admire him, wasn't it?
He was a remarkable man. As you say, it was impossible not to...
Love him? Oh, how true, how true.
She talks about Kurtz. I hardly listen. For her words in the twilight gloom have conjured up for me again a vision of the man. I see him again, and only occasionally hear snatches of her voice as it pierces the phantom that besets my mind and my eyes.
He drew men towards him by what was best in them. Oh, it is the gift of the great, and he had it.
It's unbearable, the burden of observing her grief. A noble grief that comes from her core with nothing of pose or convention in it.
And at the end, he whose goodness shone in his every act, he died as he lived.
His end was, in every way, worthy of his life.
And I was not with him. No one near him who understood.
I was with him.
To the very end.
To the very end.
Oh, please. Please, his last words to live with. Don't you understand? I loved him. I loved him.
eyes and her heart in her eyes, she's begging, making the silence clamorous with the begging words she restrains, refusing to give them utterance. I cannot answer.
Oh, please. Just his last words. Just tell me his last words.
She bows to my silence. She sits, immobile, grave. She has long since learned to accept silence and to bear. And I sit, and I cannot reply. I cannot tell her of the last, for I am caught up once more in the beginning. And in the silence it begins again, from the beginning, almost 2 years ago. 30 days from the port in Europe to the coastal station of the company in Africa. The station where I first heard of Kurtz.
Your boat, Captain Marlowe, is at the central station, 200 miles up the river.
Oh, then I should be on my way there.
You shall have to walk.
What, 200 miles?
Yes, I know it sounds ridiculous, but everything here in this foul country is ridiculous, or fatal, or both. And you shall leave with the next caravan for the central station. As I said, that will be in 10 days. Maybe longer. The caravan will leave the day after tomorrow, Captain.
Well, I can't say I'll be sorry to leave.
You have one interesting prospect. In the interior, you will no doubt meet Monsieur Kurtz.
And who is this interesting Mr. Kurtz?
Oh, believe me, Captain, Monsieur Kurtz is a remarkable person. A most unusual man.
Oh, is he in charge of the central station?
No. He is much further out, in the very bottom of the Congo. His trading post is in the true ivory country. He sends in as much ivory as all the others put together. "15 days after leaving the coastal station, I hobbled into the central station, where I was immediately taken into tow by a bearded young man who informed me that his name was Malapart.
Marlowe? Captain Marlowe. Oh, you are here to take charge of the boat, huh?
To run the boat, to wherever it is I'm supposed to run it.
Ah, that's too bad, Captain. How are you to run a boat that is at this moment at the bottom of the river? Too bad.
What? How did this happen?
Oh, no,
When?
It's quite all right. I assure you the manager himself was there. All is quite all right.
All right? What, my boat sunk and you say it's all
please,
right?
The manager
will
explain. He's waiting. You must go see him at once.
You're a very long time getting here, Captain Marlowe.
The delays were beyond my control, Monsieur Renard.
I could not wait. As manager of the central station, I'm responsible for the agents at the upriver stations. I had to start without you.
But without a captain, why, the risk to the boat was enormous.
Are you questioning my judgment, Captain? Ah. There were rumors that a very important station is in danger, that its chief, Mr. Kurtz, is ill. I do hope the rumors are false. Mr. Kurtz is...
I know all about Mr. Kurtz.
Oh? Well, then, you can understand my anxiety. Tell me, Captain, how long will it take to get the boat off the bottom and repair it?
Well, how the devil can I tell? I haven't even seen the wreck yet. Besides, I'm hungry and tired. I've walked 20 miles today, and I haven't eaten or sat down yet. Oh, it probably will take months.
Months? Let's say 3 months. That ought to do it perfectly.
The next day, I began operations to raise the boat from the bottom. Fasten that stern line and keep bailing.
Well, Captain Marlowe, you're an example of industry.
Eh? Oh, hello, Malapart. Keep those pumps working.
You will be able to repair the boat.
Oh, worry about that later. Right now, the problem is to get her on the bank to work on her.
Well, of course, you know all about these things. Tell me, Captain, confidentially, what do you think about our manager, Renard?
I haven't thought about him at all. Why?
Oh, nothing. No reason, just curious. I was wondering if you did not find it strange that one so obviously mediocre as he should be manager.
I said I haven't thought about him at all.
I must tell you, in confidence, of course, that I used to find it strange when first I came out here.
You're doing the talking, Malapert. I'll listen.
You are most discreet. Very wise. However, do you know that I no longer find it strange that Renard is manager? He is manager because he is never ill. He inherited his position. Think of it. 9 years out here, and never once ill.
That's very interesting. So what?
Oh, nothing. You know, you cannot imagine how many men have come here from Europe hoping to replace Renard as manager. And every one of them has failed. And do you know why? It's of a magnificent simplicity, the answer. Renard outlives them. They die. Renard remains the manager.
What are you getting at?
Getting at? Oh, Captain Marlowe, I'm amazed. One might think that you suspected me of giving you a warning.
I suspected Malapert of something, but of what I didn't know. Certainly I couldn't credit the obvious inference that I'd come out to oust Renard from his job as manager. There were 18 or 19 other white men at the station besides Malapert, who whiled away the time with backbiting and petty intrigue. And it was not long before I learned that Malapert was the manager's spy. He had indeed been warning me. But why? Why?
I do hope you don't mind my coming aboard the boat, Captain Marlowe.
Oh, you're aboard already.
I brought something I thought might interest you. A painting. It's small, but interesting, I think. Here, look for yourself.
Oh, subject's interesting. Native girl holding a torch, looks like. Hey, that's not bad. Not bad at all. Who painted it?
Mr. Kurtz.
Huh. Tell me, who is this Mr. Kurtz?
The chief of the inner station.
Much obliged. And you are the manager's spy. Everybody knows that, too. Come, talk.
Kurtz is a prodigy. Today he is chief of the best station. Next he will be assistant manager. In a year or two... But I dare say you know what he'll be by then. You are of the new gang. I know.
You know? Malapert, you've been reading the company's confidential correspondence. When Mr. Kurtz is general manager, you won't have the opportunity. The last repairs were being made on the steamboat when the station was invaded by a mob of pack animals, porters, and white men, calling themselves the El Dorado Exploring Expedition. The uncle of our manager Renard was the leader. I found them so distasteful that to contain my temper I took to staying aboard my steamboat. Well, the evening before the expedition left, I was stretched out on the deck when I heard the voices of the manager and his uncle on the bank against which the boat lay.
I know I'm the manager, but I was ordered to send him there. Ordered.
It is unpleasant, but the man has great influence.
Influence enough to jeopardize my position and yours, my dear uncle.
Is he alone there?
Yes. Sent his assistant down the river with a note to me. I remember it word for word. Clear this poor devil out of the country, and don't bother sending more of this sort. I'd rather be alone than have the kind of men you can dispose of with me. That's the note he sent me, the manager, me.
Anything since then?
Ivory. Lots of it. Prime stuff. Lots.
But how? He's been without supplies for over 9 months now. No goods, no store.
Perhaps some wandering white man who gets ivory from the natives.
Well, perhaps the climate will do away with your problem, Renard.
Yes. I know that.
Don't worry, then. Trust to the jungle, the river, the fever, the savages. Trust to this. And your magnificent health. You stand the climate. You outlast them all. And at the worst, here, anything can be done.
From Hollywood, the NBC University Theater is bringing you Brian Aherne in a radio version of Joseph Conrad's The Heart of Darkness. This play is part of a series devoted to the classic novels of Anglo-American literature. If you're interested in supplementing your enjoyment of these productions with home study under college supervision, be sure to listen to the announcement at the close of this program. And now, our intermission commentator, Mr. Granville Hicks, author of The Great Tradition, Small Town, and John Reed, The Making of a Revolutionary. Speaking from New York, here is Mr. Granville Hicks.
The process by which Joseph Conrad became a master of English fiction was as full of coincidences as one of Thomas Hardy's novels. In the first place, he was not a native Englishman, and in the second place, he chose for himself a career that was far removed from literature. He was born in Poland in 1857, and when he was 17, he went to France to become a sailor, in itself a surprising decision for a youth who had grown up in an inland country. In 1878, quite by accident, he signed on a British ship. This led to other voyages under the British flag, and eventually to his becoming a British citizen. While he was recuperating from a fever contracted in Africa, he began his first novel. He intended to return to the sea, but his health had been impaired. The periods between voyages grew longer. He finished his first novel and began another. And so, without conscious intention, he drifted into the literary career that was to last until his death in 1924 and was so full of distinction. Like Herman Melville, Conrad based most of his novels on personal experience, and his most inspiring experiences, like Melville's, were associated with the sea. Heart of Darkness, of course, is not a sea story, but so far as the setting goes, it is autobiographical. Conrad did go to the Congo. The diary that he kept on that trip makes no mention of a Mr. Kurtz, but it demonstrates that he knew at first hand the heart of darkness. In a passage that has often been quoted, Conrad wrote, "My task which I am trying to achieve is, by the power of the written word, to make you hear, to make you feel. It is, before all, to make you see." The reader of Heart of Darkness does see the Congo and the impenetrable African jungles, but feeling is for once more important than seeing. What makes the story great is the overwhelming power with which Conrad creates a mood of terrified anticipation and realized horror. But there is something more in this tale than the evocation of a barbaric continent. Where is the heart of darkness, anyway? In Africa or in Mr. Kurtz? That is to say, in man. Today, after what we have known of concentration camps and human slaughterhouses, the story has a new meaning. Where does Kurtz's ambition lead for all his idealistic professions? To participation in obscene rites, and to that devastating postscript to his official report, "Exterminate the brutes." It is in more senses than one that we can say that Conrad knew the heart of darkness.
Thank you, Mr. Hicks. Our radio version of The Heart of Darkness, starring Brian Aherne, will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
The El Dorado expedition plunged into the patient wilderness the next day. And 9 days later, the stern wheel of the steamboat began to churn the treacherous waters of the river and started upstream. It was 2 months to the day when we came to the bank below Kurtz's station. It was like a particularly torturous dream, that journey. The sort of dream one recognizes in the dreaming as a dream, and yet is unable to escape by awakening. A great silence enveloped us, and all about us, over us, beside us, beneath us, was darkness, ever darker as we penetrated further, until it seemed that we would soon be within the very heart of darkness. Trees, millions of trees, massive, immense, running up very high, and at their foot, hugging the bank, puffing feebly against the stream, crept the little steamboat, like a small beetle crawling on the floor of a lofty portico. Where Malaparte and his fellow seekers of trading posts imagined it crawled to, I don't know. Some place where they expected to get something, I bet. But for me, it crawled toward Kurtz, exclusively. Some 50 miles below the inner station, the manager yelled up to me in the wheelhouse from the deck below.
Captain Marlowe, look over at the right bank. A flag of some sort. Can you make it out?
No. Shall we put into shore and take a look?
Yes. It may belong to one of our traders.
There's a nice stack of wood all piled up. We can use it.
Yes. Hut seems deserted. No signs of a struggle. Hello. A message of some sort on that flat piece of board.
Can you read it, Renard?
Not without my glasses. It's so faded. See what you can make of it.
It is faded. Wood for you. Hurry up. Approach cautiously. Well, there's a signature, too, but it's too faded to make out.
It's a foolish message. Hurry up. Where? Approach cautiously. Where?
Obviously not here. We weren't very cautious approaching.
Idiot. Writes a message as if we were writing a telegram. The devil with it. Let's load the wood aboard and get on our way. This looks like a good place to anchor for the night, Captain.
According to my calculations, Renard, we're only 8 miles from Kurtz's station. Let's keep going, eh?
No. I'm afraid it would be too risky. Waters here are quite dangerous. Less than an hour of sunlight left.
But we're so near.
Besides, recall the message. Approach cautiously. Now, I think we'd best wait for morning.
The manager was right. 8 miles meant 3 hours steaming for us, and the water had many suspicious ripples. It was sensible. Still, I was annoyed beyond expression at the delay. When the sun rose, there was a white fog, hot and clammy, more blinding than the night. It just lay there like something solid. At 8 or 9, it lifted all at once like a shutter lifts. Oh!
Well, thank heavens for that, Captain. I thought that fog was going to lay in all day.
You spoke too soon, Renard. It's rolling down on us again. Forget it. Drop anchor. Drop anchor.
What was that?
Savages. Did you hear that?
Malaparte, get the others. Get your rifle quickly. Cover all sides of the boat. Keep your rifles ready. Fire as soon as you see them.
Finally, the fog lifted, and the boat headed into the western passage. It was narrower than it had seemed, and shallower. The deeper water was nearer the bank. I ordered my steersman, an athletic-looking native whom I called Boy, or various of the more pungent names a sailor learns, to steer inshore, whilst I kept a sharp eye ahead for snags and rocks. Hard right, Boy.
Yes, Bwana.
Hard, I said, blast you, hard.
Yes, Bwana.
Steady now, steady. I looked below me where I could see the fireman, and suddenly he stretched himself out, prone on the deck. I was amazed, but Then I had to look at the river again mighty quick. There was a snag dead ahead. And sticks, little sticks were flying about, thick. Hard left, boy! Hard left! Arrows. The little sticks were arrows. We were being shot at.
Boy, where are you? That fool native had left the wheel, grabbed the heavy rifle that was on the wall of the wheelhouse, opened the side shutter, and was shooting. I grabbed the whistle cord and jerked out screech after screech, while with the other hand I held the wheel. The whistle checked the tumult, and the attack ended as it began, abruptly. Boy, the steersman, was on the floor with what appeared to be a long cane sticking out of his back. It was the shaft of a spear that had pierced him through. He was gashed horribly. A pool of his blood gleamed dark red under the wheel.
Captain, the manager wants you. Oh, no. Is he dead?
I suppose. Here, hold the wheel.
But I can't. I don't know.
Hold it, blast you. Just hold it steady. I reached over, shut my eyes, pulled the spear out of him, and put him over the side with a single movement. The greatest strain was on my stomach, not my strength, as I put my arms around that body.
Marlowe. Good heavens, Marlowe, you're not going to...
What do you want to keep the body hanging about for? To embalm it? The manager and Malaparte and the other whites were scandalized. And so was my crew, and for a better reason. Oh, I admit their reason was inadmissible. Besides, I'd made up my mind that if my late steersman was to be eaten, it would be by fish only.
There is really very little point in going ahead. These savages have surely burned the station to the ground.
Most probably. Kurtz, too, then, is undoubtedly dead.
Now, what do you want to do, then? Shall I turn the boat around and go back downstream?
Oh, no, not at all. We must examine the remains.
If we can, give poor Kurtz Christian burial.
Marlowe, fire does not always destroy ivory. The ivory he collected may still...
The ivory.
I felt sick. I felt like crying. All I could think was I will never hear Kurtz speak. I felt somehow as if I'd been robbed of a belief or had missed my destiny in life. I was gripped by the sense of tears in my being. I was mourning within me, for I'd lost the inestimable privilege of listening to the gifted Kurtz.
At least we're safer here, Captain. Channel is well in midstream.
Here, what's that up ahead?
The station. It's Kurtz's station.
What? Not burned.
Here, hold the wheel, Renard. I want to take a look through my glasses. As I adjusted the glasses, a long, decaying building, perched on the summit of a naked hill, swung into focus. There was no stockade or fence around it, but apparently there had been one, for near the house half a dozen slim posts remained, roughly trimmed and ornamented on top with round, carved balls. On the bank, I saw a white man wearing a hat like a cartwheel, waving his arm in frantic circles. As we pulled in close to the shore, I could see him clearly. Ahoy! You're there ashore. Are we in time?
Yes, I think so. He's up there in the house.
We've been attacked.
I know. It's all right. Come ashore. It's all right.
You stay here with the boat, Captain. The rest of you, come with me and bring your guns.
The manager and the rest of them went ashore, up to the hill and to the house. And the other chap came aboard.
They are simple people, but I'm glad you've come. It took me all my time to keep them off.
Oh?
They meant no harm. That is not exactly... You see, you just can't tell when they mean harm or no harm, or then again...
You rattled away at such a rate he quite overwhelmed me. He seemed to be trying to make up for lots of silence.
I'm afraid I'm talking too much, but I can't help myself. I've got so much talk bottled up in me.
Why, don't you talk with Mr. Kurtz?
With Mr. Kurtz? No, my friend, you don't talk with that man. Oh, you listen to him. And I tell you, this man has enlarged my mind. Not just me, no. The natives, too. Not that I mean they have minds, but whatever it is they have, he has captured it.
Then why did they attack us?
Oh, they don't want him to go.
Oh, don't they?
No. But you must take Kurtz away quick. Quick, I tell you. He is very badly off. Very badly. I have been doing my best to keep him alive.
Calm yourself. I'm sure you've done very well.
No, I have no abilities. And there isn't a drop of medicine or invalid food. There hasn't been for months. So shamefully abandoned. A man like this with such ideas is shameful. I can't do any more. I haven't slept for the last 10 nights.
I gave him a tot from the brandy flask. Medicinal. After a bit, he began to talk again. His words were satellites, revolving about the sun that was Kurtz.
We met by accident in the jungle.
And ever since you've been with him?
Oh, no, hardly ever, except twice when Kurtz was ill. Most of the time he'd be wandering through the jungle looking for ivory.
But he's had no goods to trade for well nigh a year now.
There's a good deal of cartridges left even yet.
Oh. Let's speak plainly. You mean Kurtz raided the country?
Yes.
But he couldn't do it alone, surely.
They came from the villages around the lake.
Kurtz got the tribe to follow him, did he?
Well, you see, they adore him. What can you expect? He came to them with thunder and lightning. And don't you see, they had never seen anything like it before. He was terrible. He could be very terrible.
He sounds vile and horrible.
No, you can't judge Mr. Kurtz as you would an ordinary man.
Finally subsided into silence. I picked up my binoculars and looked more carefully than before at the fence that had once enclosed the house and at the round carved ball that ornamented the top of the pole. I felt my stomach drop. Quickly I examined the top piece on each of the poles. They were all the same. Not ornaments, not round carved wooden balls, but black, dried human skulls.
He should have taken them down, but I didn't dare. Not that I'm afraid of the natives, you understand. No, they wouldn't stir until Mr. Kurtz gave the word. He controlled them completely. Why, when the chiefs of the tribes come to see Mr. Kurtz, they would crawl.
Stop! I don't want to know anything about the ceremony of approaching Mr. Kurtz.
No, don't judge him, Captain. You don't know how such a life tries a man like Kurtz.
No? Well, then how has it tried a man like you?
Me? What am I? A simple man. I have no great thoughts. I want nothing from anybody. How can you compare me to... Me, nobody, nothing. How can you compare me?
We were silent, he and I. We watched the sudden tropic nightfall. It shadowed the house, and the shadows were lengthening down the hill toward the river, which still glittered with a dazzling splendor. Not a living soul was to be seen on the shore. Not a single bush rustled. Suddenly, around the corner of the house, a group of men appeared, bearing an improvised stretcher in their midst. And instantly, in the emptiness of the landscape, as if by enchantment, streams of human beings, naked human beings, seemed to rise from out the very ground to surround the group of men bearing the stretcher.
If he doesn't say the right thing to the natives now, we are all done for.
Well, let's hope that the man who can talk so convincingly will find some particular reason to do so and spare us this time.
Oh, they're so far away. If only I could hear him. He's done it. They're gone.
Gone? They disappeared. I was watching, and they never moved, and they were gone. As if the jungle had drawn them back with a single enormous sucking breath. They brought Kurtz aboard and put him in the little cabin next to mine. We'd brought along his mail, a year's worth of torn envelopes and opened letters, now littered his bed. He waved one of the letters and, looking at me, spoke.
I'm glad to see you, Captain. They write fine things about you.
Gentlemen, would you leave us? Mr. Kurtz and I have some matters to discuss.
Did I describe his voice truthfully, Captain? Huh? Did I?
It's amazing. Such strength. And the sound of it. Why, he doesn't look strong enough to whisper.
Hey, there's something on my heart. I feel you should know, yet if it were known, it would affect Mr. Kurtz's reputation gravely.
He couldn't see that Kurtz was already as good as in his grave. To him, I suspect, Kurtz was one of the immortals.
I don't want anything to happen to you or the others here, but I must consider Mr. Kurtz's reputation.
All right, I promise you, Mr. Kurtz's reputation is safe with me.
The attack on your steamboat. Mr. Kurtz ordered it. He had sometimes the idea of being taken away. And then again, I don't quite understand it. I am a simple man. He thought it would scare you away, that you would give it up, thinking him dead. I have had an awful time of it this last month.
He's all right now, though, isn't he?
Yes.
Thanks. I shall keep my eyes open.
And your promise to keep that.
As you would yourself.
Thank you, Captain. Goodbye.
Before I could quite catch the full significance of his goodbye, he was gone, and I never saw him again. I stood there in the darkness, and suddenly, like a clarion, Kurtz's voice rang out, although I was some considerable distance from the cabin where he and the manager Renard were closeted.
Save me! Ha! Save the ivory, you mean? Don't tell me you've saved me. Why, I had to save you. Now you're interrupting my plans. Sick? Not as sick as you'd like to believe. Never mind. I'll carry my ideas out yet. I'll return. I'll show you what can be done. You and your little peddling notions. You're interfering with me. I'll return.
It was well after midnight when I awoke. I don't know why I should have, but I did. I walked out of the pilot house onto the deck. On top of the hill, a big fire was burning. And around the fire were several of the boat's crew and Malapart, or one of the manager's other jackholes, keeping guard over the enormous store of ivory that Kurtz had assembled. I turned away from the rail for a moment and glanced casually into the little cabin. A light was burning in it, but Kurtz was not there. In that moment, I knew pure terror. Kurtz was going back to the jungle.
And once he reached the natives, he would order our massacre. He would never allow us to return to tell. I went ashore quickly, and as soon as I got on the bank, I saw a broad trail through the deuce of grass. It was obvious. Kurtz was crawling on all fours, too weak to walk. I ran rapidly, bent close to the ground, following the trail, and suddenly, so suddenly that I almost fell over him, I was upon him.
Go away. Hide yourself.
Come back to the boat, quietly with me.
I was on the threshold of great things. Now this stupid scoundrel, this Renard...
Doesn't matter. Your success in Europe is assured in any event.
I already have it here. Look there by the fire. See him?
I looked. Not 30 yards away was a fire, and striding up and down before it, a black figure, majestically erect, wearing horns, antelope horns, I think, on its head.
He is a witch doctor, a priest, and I am the god he worships, and all the rest of them, it is I.
The love of your own, your family, the girl you're to marry, the awe and fear and respect of your own Kurtz. Don't you want that?
What more have I ever wanted? And yet...
And your mind, Kurtz, your mind and your talents, your genius. Where can they receive proper recognition here? Who can appreciate them here?
No one. And I am a great man. I am.
It was a terrible contest. I couldn't appeal to him in the name of anything high or low. I had, even as the savages who worshipped him, to invoke him himself, his own exalted and terrible degradation. I struggled with him, and he struggled with himself, too. I saw the inconceivable mystery of a soul that knew no restraint, no faith, and no fear, and yet struggled with itself blindly. I had to half carry him back on the boat. The brown current ran swiftly out of the heart of darkness, bearing us back with twice the speed of our journey into the jungle. And Kurtz's life was running swiftly, too, ebbing out of his heart into the sea of inexorable time. And I saw it, for he was not in the little cabin, but in the pilot house, where there was more air. And Kurtz would talk, discourse abruptly, without preamble or explanation, much as a gramophone record blares out music from whatever spot the needle is put to it.
Did you know, Captain Marlowe, that I have been commissioned by the International Society for the Suppression of Savage Customs to write a paper on the subject?
Why, I'm afraid I...
No, of course not. I hadn't told you before. Well, here, Captain. Read it for yourself.
I read it. 17 pages of it. It was magnificent. It gave me the notion of an exotic immensity ruled by an august benevolence. It had unbounded eloquence, noble, burning words, but no practical suggestions to interrupt the magic current of phrases, unless a kind of note, scrawled evidently after the report proper had been written, that appeared at the foot of the last page. It was just this: exterminate all the brutes.
Why have we stopped, Captain? It's only mid-afternoon.
One engine's broken down. It'll be a few days before they're repaired, I'm afraid.
Close the shutter. The jungle is looking in at me. Close it, please.
All right. Don't get excited, Kurtz.
Can't bear to look at it. It laughs at me. It listens to me talking of my ivory, my station, my river, my career, my intended. It listens and it laughs. It knows all these belong to me. It knows. But it laughs because it knows that I belong to its own infernal powers of darkness. I'm sold to it. I was bought by... Never mind the vile purchase price.
I know the price. And the jungle knows.
Oh, come now, Kurtz. Your nerves are getting a little low. Here, get some sleep. You'll feel better.
No, Captain. It won't be too much longer. That much is plain. I know it. You can see it. There's a shoebox under my bed. Take care of it for me. It's got some private papers and my intended's photograph. That stinking fool Renard is capable of prying into my things, and I want you to see he does not.
All right.
Please, would you mind leaving me alone for a bit?
No, not at all. Not at all. I spent the rest of the day working on the engine. It was evening before I returned to the pilot house. Kurtz lay on his bed, staring straight ahead, unblinking, immobile.
I'm lying here in the dark, waiting for death.
Oh, stop talking nonsense, Kurtz. Why, there's a candle within a foot of your eyes. A change came over his face, a change I hope never to see again. It was as if he achieved a supreme moment of complete knowledge, and in that moment lived again every detail, every temptation, and every surrender of his life. And he cried out twice, "The horror! The horror!"
Pass the salt, please, Malapart.
Here you are.
Thank you. Salt, Captain?
Oh, no, it's all right as it is.
Tell me, how is Kurtz tonight?
Oh, all right, I guess.
I think I should pop in, say hello to him.
I'll ask him if he's ready for his dinner.
Right, I'll do that.
You know, when I get back to Europe, Captain, I'm going to find the man who sells us this tinned beef, and I'm going to shoot him.
Why not torture him? Make him eat some of it.
That's very good, Captain. That's very good.
Kurtz! He's dead.
Oh. Come on, let's see. Coming, Captain.
No, I haven't finished my dinner. I didn't eat any more after they left. I hadn't gone because it was light in the dining room and so beastly dark out there. And besides, the voice was gone. Kurtz's voice was gone forever. And what else had there ever been?
His last words, please. Oh, you must tell me, Captain. Please, won't you? Won't you tell me his last words?
Kurtz's intended. I'd quite forgotten. I was in the drawing room of a house back in Europe. The house of Kurtz's intended.
You've been thinking of him, of Kurtz, haven't you?
Yes, Oh, forgive me, most impolite.
I understand. Often I sit and I think of Kurtz. Remember him. Miss him. And never miss the hours that go by.
Had I been remembering Kurtz for hours? I don't know, but the dusk is gone, and night and darkness fill the room.
You will tell me, won't you? You will tell me his last words. Oh, you must.
The last word he pronounced was your name.
I knew it. I was sure. I was so sure. So sure.
I fled the room and the house. She was weeping. She didn't notice. I didn't matter. But I thought the house would collapse on me before I could escape. That the heavens would fall upon my head. For I had lied. Lied completely. I couldn't tell her the truth. I couldn't.
it would have been too dark. Too dark altogether.
The University of Tulsa, Tulsa, Oklahoma, or Kansas State Teachers College, Pittsburgh, Kansas. The Heart of Darkness was adapted for radio by Morton Friedman. Our intermission commentator was Granville Hicks. The part of Marlowe was played by Brian Ahern, internationally celebrated star of stage and screen. Our cast included Rolf Sedan, Doris Lloyd, Tony Barrett, Lynn Allen, Roy Engel, Jerome Sheldon, Ben Wright, Whitfield Connor. Your announcer, Don Stanley. The original musical score was composed and conducted by Dr. Albert Harris. The director of the NBC University Theater is Andrew C. Love. Next week, be with us again for the NBC University Theater dramatization of Edith Wharton's fine novel, The Age of Innocence, starring John Sutton. This program came to you from Hollywood's Radio City. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
In just a moment, biography and sound. But first...
Freddie Martin. Must be NBC Bandstand. Charlie Spivak and Vaughn Monroe are on this week, too. Oh, me, better get on with the vacuuming. I can enjoy NBC Bandstand anywhere in the house. The kids will be home all too soon. Good idea, that NBC Bandstand.
NBC Bandstand, every weekday morning.
And now, stay tuned for Biography and Sound on NBC.
Ticket to the Moon, a biography and sound. At the present time, it is impossible to buy a ticket to Mars. That does not mean that it is impossible.
Science fiction is that field of literature which deals with human response to advances in science or technology.
The typical fan has two heads and is about 100 years old.
I think science fiction is probably the truest escapism.
This is a biography and sound of science fiction, a phenomenon in popular literature. A form of light entertainment with echoes of importance and significance in the world of today. Our biographer, Norman Rose.
The road to the future is long. It stretches day by day and year by year. And there are no shortcuts, no ways to hitch a ride, to hurry the weary plodding through every second of every minute of every day. It's dark ahead of us, and foggy where we have passed. Only the step we take now is clear. But man has always longed to see the road ahead, to get tomorrow's newspaper, the Almanac of 1974, the winner of next year's Derby, a road map for the centuries to come. And those of us impatient for each tick, bored with an endless succession of mere nows, can't wait. And if you are among us, if you want your Christmas and your birthday presents now, instead of in the gradual order of the calendar? Then listen. Go out to the corner newsstand or the candy store across from the neighborhood movie where the teenagers hang out. Pass up the black newspaper headlines of today and pay no attention to the angular ladies on the fashion magazines. Ignore the leers of the magazines that promise to reveal the seamy side of everybody. And somewhere, peeking out from behind the spicy detectives and the singing guns of the panhandle, you'll find the world of the future. In a handful of magazines, you can read about the everyday problems of exploring the moon, or Mars, or Alpha Centauri, or galaxies yet unknown to the feeble eyes of our astronomers, yet as familiar as their typewriter keyboards to the men and women who create the world of science fiction. How much difference is there between these magazines that dwell on Mars and their neighbors on the rack that tend to concentrate on Venus in her earthly embodiments? What kind of people fork over the usual 35 cents for a quick ticket to the moon?
My particular magazine is aimed at the professional man or the student professional.
John W. Campbell, editor of Astounding Science Fiction magazine.
I don't mean just the professional engineers either. We have a rather surprisingly large proportion of lawyers and doctors, very much interested in science fiction. Quite a number of the people I hear from are psychiatrists, doctors, professors in education. Generally speaking, these people are philosophically inclined. They enjoy thinking. They enjoy speculating, figuring out problems. Some people like crossword puzzles. Other people like a different kind of problem. Our readers like to try to think out a problem. What is the future going to be?
Of course, Mr. Campbell's magazine prides itself on a certain standard. Perhaps half a dozen books, they call magazines books in the trade, are considered the cream of the group, the Ivy League of science fiction, as it were. Astounding, Galaxy Science Fiction, the magazine of fantasy and science fiction, are perhaps the most prominent among them.
At the highest level, or what I like to think of the highest level, are those magazines which attempt to print some science fiction with literary content. By that I mean with more than simple action or excitement, little thought to it. These magazines are actually, I think, the most satisfactory to write for if you can manage it, because you can get an awful lot of your thoughts into your stories, and in general, they pay better.
This is Dr. Isaac Asimov on the faculty of Boston University School of Medicine and the table of contents of almost any science fiction magazine you might name.
But there are magazines which feature stories that are primarily intended to be vicariously exciting. You have a hero who undergoes dangers he can't undergo in the present world. Instead of fighting lions in Africa, he fights horrible monsters on Mars. Or instead of meeting a beautiful princess in the darkest Africa, he meets a beautiful Earth-like princess on Venus. Then, of course, there is the type of science fiction that is printed in comic magazines. You have the monster from the Black Lagoon and the creature from 20,000 Fathoms, and usually what happens is that Earth, or a segment of it, or at the very least the hero, is endangered by some tremendous monster whose only reason for existence is only to threaten the hero and scare the audience. And he is eventually taken care of.
But the true science fiction addict insists on the purity of his anodyne. Argument rages through the letter columns as readers debate the fundamental principles which guide their vicarious trips to Mars, the past, the future, or some other time completely. A woman scorned hath no fury like two or more science fiction editors arguing the difficult definition, just what is science fiction?
The essential difference between science fiction and fantasy, though they are both imaginative literatures, is that in science fiction we are trying to study the problem of, you might call it disciplined imagination.
John Campbell of Astounding.
In fantasy, anything that makes an amusing story is allowable. The law of gravity, for instance, can be violated at will in fantasy. In science fiction, you can have an anti-gravity device. But this is acknowledging that the law of gravity exists and making specific provision to overcome it in a known, described, or at least implied scientific manner. The airplane does not violate the law of gravity. It uses it. In fantasy, the witch's broom violates the law of gravity.
Science fiction can be defined in a number of ways, and probably if you get 20 people, you'll have 20 definitions.
Again, Dr. Asimov, biochemist in Boston and inventor of the 3 laws of robotics in the larger galaxy.
The one I use for my own purposes is this. Science fiction is that field of literature which deals with human response to advances in science or technology. Science fiction is not primarily concerned with a new invention, or at least it should not be, in my own eyes. It is concerned with human beings, as is every other type of literature. In other words, if I were writing a science fiction story back in 1870 about self-propelled vehicles, roughly like the automobiles of today, a good science fiction story would not concern itself primarily with the automobile and just describe it. That sort of thing would fit better in a popular mechanics of that day, really. But how would human beings react to the automobile? You see, it would be very easy just simply to imagine an automobile in 1870. But it would perhaps take a little more subtlety to imagine a parking problem or a highway accident problem and to deal with it.
It has been suggested that perhaps it is easier to speculate on rocket travel to the moon than to suggest a solution to the problem Dr. Asimov raises, that is, parking. However, the science fiction aficionado holds that there is a place in our culture for speculation on both topics. In fact, this matter of speculation is at the core of it all. Perhaps this serious self-examination is one of the most striking characteristics of science fiction, as if the writers and readers felt the continual urge to recline on the loneliest couch of self-analysis and contemplate their novelettes. Certainly one can't find a similar habit of cerebration in, say, Shadow magazine or True Love Stories. No editor of a Western magazine has arrived at as thoughtful a self-picture as, well, for example, editor Campbell of Astounding.
Our language, you might say our language lacks a word. We have the word impossible, but we need to differentiate between two sorts of things. The impossible is that which, by definition, can never be done. We need another word, unpossible, that which can't be done just yet. At the present time, it is impossible to buy a ticket to Mars. That does not mean that it is impossible. Eventually, that can be done. Science fiction tries to differentiate between the impossible and the impossible, to try to determine what can be done and speculate about it.
The concept that these little magazines that nestle in among the near pornography and blood and gore of our newsstands have a function far more important than their non-science fiction neighbors is not exclusively the property of editors. Willie Lay, a gentleman who is an expert on matters as diverse as sea serpents and liquid rocket fuel, and serves as consultant on fuels to American rocket research, while at the same time writing a regular column for Galaxy magazine, finds a function for science fiction far beyond the idling away of leisure hours.
Now, what happens to the researcher is that after a few years, he becomes a real specialist. Not only that he knows one field especially well, but he doesn't know much of other fields anymore, because he has no time. Now, there are some publications which are designed to remedy this difficulty, as, for example, the Scientific Monthly, an archaeologist will write about archaeology for astronomers, while an astronomer will tell about astronomical problems for physicists. The science fiction story has the same result when read by a scientist as this publication, which is meant for the dissemination of knowledge. The man who works on rocket fuels and speculates on rocket fuels professionally, so to speak, may not have had either the time or the inclination to read journals on electronics and to find out, where do we stand on interplanetary communication. But he will, for relaxation, very often read science fiction and come across a story in which a science fiction writer used information from another field to speculate on. So it serves as a kind of general stimulation even to the scientific expert.
Now, my fellow faculty members at Boston University School of Medicine are perfectly aware of my science fiction background.
Comments Dr. Asimov.
They were aware of it, or at least the people who hired me were aware of it at the time I came. They did not disapprove then, and they do not now. As a matter of fact, the acting head of the department is himself quite a science fiction fan. And this, I may extend this further. I have known a great many scientists in my time, and a large number of them have been indifferent to science fiction in the sense that they have not read it. But a sizable minority have read it, like it, follow it. A surprising number have tried more than once to write it. Some succeed. I don't know any scientist who actively dislikes it or who thinks it evil or anything like that.
The term science fiction is itself fairly new, coined sometime back in the 20s. But is the field itself new? Has man only begun to dream of reaching the chaste and constant moon since he found that E equals mc squared? You wish to know by what mysterious means I reached the moon? Well, confidentially, it was a new invention of my own. I myself discovered not one scheme merely, but six ways to violate the virgin sky. As for instance, having stripped myself bare as a wax candle, adorn my form with crystal vials filled with morning dew, and so be drawn aloft as the sun rises, drinking the mist of dawn. Or, sealing up the air in a cedar chest, rarefy it by means of mirrors placed in an icosahedron. Again, I might construct a rocket in the form of a huge locust, driven by impulses of villainous saltpeter from the rear, upward by leaps and bounds. Or again, smoke, having a natural tendency to rise, blow in a globe enough to raise me. Or, since Diana, as old fables tell, draws forth to fill her crescent horn the marrow of bulls and goats, to anoint myself therewith. Finally, seated on an iron plate, to hurl a magnet in the air. The iron follows. I catch the magnet, throw again, and so proceed indefinitely. The ingenious and versatile moon traveler Cyrano de Bergerac, in Rostand's play, first produced September 28, 1897. Note specifically Cyrano's rocket driven by impulses of villainous saltpeter, certainly a startling grandfather to the whack corporals of White Sands, driven by villainous liquid oxygen and hydrogen. But science fiction has no doubt as distinguished a genealogy as the mystery story, which claims Edgar Allan Poe and Wilkie Collins as ancestors. Science fiction can claim, stretching the term conveniently, Plato and Sir Thomas More, and Dean Swift with Gulliver's Travels, Anatole France with Penguin Island, Edward Bellamy for Looking Backward, and, of course, Verne and H.G. Wells.
Jules Verne, to a very large extent in the earlier science fiction, H.G. Wells, tended to use the technique of the fiction candy coating to induce the reader to swallow a pill of science. Much of the famous 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea is a tour through the marine gardens. Much of it is simply a discussion of what you would see according to the scientific knowledge of the time if you were taken down there. It's somewhat like taking somebody on a tour through the Bronx Zoo.
The modern science fiction writer of a certain school scorns merely sugarcoating what any mere Ph.D. in science can tell you.
Science fiction's business is to predict, yes. And necessarily, since science fiction is my business, I am a professional prophet.
Editor John Campbell of Astounding.
In March of 1944, we published a story called Deadline by Cleve Cartmel, in which there was a description of an atomic bomb, this in 1944, more than a year before the first atomic bomb was exploded. The description of the arming mechanism of the atomic bomb in that story was more accurate than any description that was published up to the time of the Green Glass spy trial disclosures. It was more accurate than the description that was published in the Smythe Report immediately after the war. The author, in working on the story, had started from the same basic scientific knowledge that the group at Los Alamos had started on. He had developed along the same basic scientific trends, and he had come to the same basic conclusions. He got there first because he didn't have to build an actual bomb. The point is that his speculation was so accurate that when the story appeared, we had the military intelligence around to visit us 2 days later. Well, they asked us at that time to drop discussion of atomic energy. And I pointed out to them, atomic energy and discussions of atomic power have been the stock in trade of this magazine for about 10 years now. To drop atomic energy from Astounding would be just as remarkable as for the New York Times to start spreading it over their front page every week. Astounding had a long history of discussing atomic energy and rocket ships and various other things. The result was that Astounding became the only magazine in the country with official permission to continue to discuss atomic energy. With the one requirement, don't be so daggone specific. From there on, we didn't mention uranium and thorium and so forth until the bomb went off.
Rocket expert Willie Lay has perhaps a more conservative approach to the long-range crystal ball of the science fiction writer.
The impression is around that science fiction writers have predicted all kinds of things. Well, this impression, like many other impressions, is partly true and partly it is not. There have been some predictions coming out of science fiction writing. The French father of science fiction, Jules Verne, for example, did invent the periscope before there was such an instrument in reality. But these are rather the exceptions than the rule. In most cases, the fundamental idea, the germ of the idea, so to speak, came from science to science fiction. A science fiction writer, a good one, reads professional journals, and he will find that somebody has been theorizing about this or that, or that somebody has been making an experiment which indicates this or that possibility. Now, this is as far as the scientist can go at this moment. He can only say it indicates this or that possibility. the science fiction writer then can go ahead and make these possibilities realities, in the story, that is. There were a number of space travel stories. Some of them became quite famous. Some of them even were good literature, with a capital L, long before Goddard and Overt developed the scientific theory of space travel. Just to make it clear, when this was done, their books appeared, respectively, in 1920 and 1923. As soon as they had appeared in print, and of course you have to add a year or two for them to become known, all science fiction spaceships changed automatically into rocket ships. So I would say that of all the things which in retrospect look like predictions, 90% originated from the science end of it, were popularized by science fiction, and then very often became true on a large scale.
Certainly, Cyrano's rocket comes in Mr. Lay's 10%. There are, of course, a great many writers in science fiction who are not really interested in how many electrical engineers can stand on the point of a cathode.
I am more interested in the sociological aspects of science fiction than in simple gadgetry.
Isaac Asimov.
And the reason for that is that gadgetry itself, while interesting, has distinctly limited interest only to other people who are also interested in gadgetry. Furthermore, in forecasting the future of gadgetry, one can quickly descend into double talk. You don't really know how to build a machine to nullify gravity. And if you're going to spend your entire story in describing such machines, you're going to have to use phrases that really don't mean anything in terms of today's technology. However, the human being is much more complex than any machine. Everybody really knows more about human beings, perhaps not scientifically, but instinctively, than they do about machines. You may not know exactly what makes the engine of an automobile run, but you have a pretty fair knowledge of what makes people angry. It seems to me that it is much more important that a story be plausible and carry conviction than that it simply dazzle people with a display of phony erudition.
Perhaps even a stronger statement of dissatisfaction with purely technological predictions in science fiction comes from writer Ray Bradbury.
Unfortunately, most of the things predicted in Buck Rogers or Flash Gordon were on a very superficial, mechanical level and had so little to do at any time with human reactions to these inventions. So the whole thing has been on a very garish and on a very simple and at times a vulgar level. Most of the people who've gone into, say, making science fiction films haven't really been interested in machinery and its effects on people, but they were mainly out for an effect. It seems to be a great part of our society. We are so enamored of effects, of surfaces, of gimmicks, as you well know in Hollywood. If you have a gimmick film, or careers are built on gimmicks, or automobiles each year are sold on gimmicks, and bits and pieces of machinery are sold to the public. Our whole society is rampant with the jazzing up, the overdoing of surfaces. And I think the real business of all the art forms is to go beneath the surfaces and find out what makes things tick. I think a very good example is my novel Fahrenheit 451 that I wrote and published several years ago. It's a book about a fireman in the future whose job it is to go out and start fires rather than put them out. And when he starts fires, what does he do? He burns books. Someone turns in an alarm and says, a very dangerous individual in a certain house in this town is reading the Bible, which is a very dangerous book, or he's reading War and Peace, or reading something of Plato's. And this is very bad. And so the firemen go out and burn the books, sometimes burn the house, and sometimes burn the man in the house with his books. So you can well see I wrote this book at a time when I was worried about the way things were going in this country 4 years ago. Too many people were afraid of their shadows. there was a threat of book burning. Many of the books were being taken off the shelves at that time. And, of course, things have changed a lot in 4 years. Things are going back in a very healthy direction. But at the time, I wanted to do some sort of story where I could comment on what would happen to a country if we let ourselves go too far in this direction, where then all thinking stops and the dragon swallows his tail, and we sort of vanish into a limbo, and we destroy ourselves by this sort of action.
We pause now 10 seconds for station identification. We continue with Part 2 of Trip to the Moon.
The use of the future as a sharp tool to carve a portrait of today is in direct contrast, for example, to Editor Campbell's statement, "The business of science fiction is to predict." As a matter of fact, some writers don't even recognize the field as having a separate existence.
I don't like the appellation science fiction. I think it's a misleading one.
Arch Oboler, perhaps the dean of imaginative writing in the Middle Ages of radio, writer of science fiction films and author of Night of the Auk, a play with a science fiction theme which opened last night on Broadway at the Playhouse Theater.
To call a thing science fiction because it happens to use apparatus that has been devised by science, to me, is as nonsensical as, for example, to call plays or books or articles written about, shall we say, domestic problems, to call them Kinsey fiction. I've been asked why I wrote Night of the Auk, setting it in the future. Why put a play in the day after tomorrow? Aren't there enough plays, enough subject matters which concern themselves with the immediate problems of today? Why reach into the future? Why not look, for example, into our past for ideas? My answer to that is this, that sometimes the dust of events of the day obscure the facts. And certainly the settled dust of the past obscures the facts. But by going into the future, one can talk about matters without being called a reactionary or a liberal or any of the other of the titles which are given one when one starts to talk about the problems of today.
Of course, a preoccupation with either technology or philosophy butters no literary parsnips. Dr. Robert Richardson of the Mount Wilson and Palomar Observatory in California, who combines astronomy with science fiction writing, finds another ingredient.
You certainly do need imagination. You certainly can't be the matter-of-fact type of personality. At the same time, I think you shouldn't give us science fiction writers too much credit. I may be getting it bad with other people, but I can't help that. There's a difference. True imagination is a very rare thing. There aren't very many people who actually have it. In my opinion, true imagination consists in taking the ordinary, everyday things of life and seeing them in a totally new light. For example, a German writer, Franz Kafka, has written a little story called The 100 Gracchus. It's only about scarcely 1,000 words long. If you read that, you'll find there's more imagination in a dozen science fiction stories.
Just as some of the writers and editors in science fiction are concerned with carving themselves a respectable niche in the halls of science, there is a nagging feeling among others that when the literary sheep are separated from the hack goats, they may be classified with their neighbors on the newsstand rather than with writers in rarer atmospheres. They perhaps feel that science fiction, like a good girl in a disreputable family, suffers from guilt by association.
In the past, it suffered from a bad reputation, a carryover from the comics and the bad science fiction and movies and what have you.
Ray Bradbury.
But the thing I look forward to most of all is writers like Hemingway and Faulkner, people all the way up and down the literary line, trying their hand in this field. Because the problem of modern man is the modern man and machine. and the machine is coming more and more into use every day. And I should think that we'd have more writers interested in the problem of the machine and mankind. And yet, when you stop and think of it, how rarely has a good novel, for instance, been written on the impact of the automobile on life in America. Here's a tremendous thing that has happened. It's been responsible for a complete change in our civilization here in this country in the last 55 years. Now, these are all valid problems and well worth being approached by men like Faulkner and other writers of our time. And it seems to be that only the science fiction writers so far have been really interested in the machine and its effect on mankind. So I think that during the next 20 years, we're going to have a reevaluation of this type of fiction, and that more and more people are going to come into it and give it a more respectable name.
Astronomer-writer Robert Richardson is not as sanguine about the future of science fiction as a literary form.
I'm not too enthusiastic about it, I'm afraid. You might think that when you have such a wide field to write for and the whole universe to explore, you'd have no trouble at all. But somehow or other, when there's no limits, no bounds on you, it makes it even more difficult in some ways. In a story where anything can happen, it doesn't make much difference what happens. It's when you have a dream, you have the most remarkable things happen in them, but you aren't particularly excited or amazed about them. Why? Because the whole thing is unreal in a dream. Anything can happen. It's only when the thing is limited, when you have it set in some way, that things begin to really make a difference.
The gradual acceptance of some science fiction by the slicks, those are the fancier magazines printed on paper with a glaze so shiny you can shave by it, the Saturday Evening Post, Collier's, and others, has opened a wider field to some writers in science fiction.
All along the way, I've worked in 2 or 3 fields.
Ray Bradbury.
I've always felt that in order to be very good in a specific field of writing, that you should have interests outside that field and then bring back from far meadows material that will refresh your own field. So my reading has been outside, almost exclusively outside the science fiction field for many years, and I've done a whole series of short stories about my childhood in Illinois that will come out in a new book from Doubleday next April or May. It'll be called Dandelion Wine. And all these will be non-fantasy, non-science fiction.
But for those who stay in science fiction, what kind of a market is it? Is there money in writing science fiction? Author A.E. Van Vogt puts it quite succinctly.
It is not a field that pays. It's a low-paying field for the author because of the time it takes him to write a novel.
Dr. Isaac Asimov expands on the problem of using tomorrow's world to pay yesterday's bills.
At the time I started writing, the best you could hope for was a penny a word. And it took a great many words to make a living. Some of the magazines paid considerably less than a penny a word, and furthermore, some of them only paid after publication, which sometimes meant a wait of a year. But conditions have improved, at least on an absolute scale. The top magazines today pay 4 cents a word at least, and some pay less. Of course, the cost of living has gone up, and you still have to sell a good many words to make a living.
Occasionally, for the writer of science fiction toiling away at 4 cents a word, or less, a miracle occurs. An invasion from the cold, bleak, star-filled vacuum that is Hollywood.
The Hollywood version of science fiction must be considerably different from what Astounding is practicing. They must interest a much larger group. They are running a type of science fiction that is quite similar to what my magazine was running back a quarter of a century ago. It's much more on the bang-bang, shoot-'em-up level. Much more on the thud and blunder type. They have done some very excellent pieces. I think perhaps the best of the bunch was George Pal's Destination Moon. That was a very carefully done job, and very beautifully done.
George Pal, armed with the accolade from editor Campbell, rises to the general defense of the science fiction film.
I think it's a little bit unfair criticism to limit this to science fiction, because there are just as many infantile approaches to westerns or musicals, for instance, plenty of infantile stories, as in science fiction. However, I think the record of the science fiction movies is as good or better as any other type of literary material.
There are, of course, special problems in the science fiction film. The writer, with a flick of the keyboard, can create vast spaceships and unspeakable walking carnivorous vegetables. But the movie man has to build them in 3 dimensions with plaster and wood and paint, and overtime to the carpenters.
Higher budget pictures, I think they make an excellent job on special effects. The proof to it that I believe 3 pictures of mine in a row got the Special Effects Award, Academy Award, you know. Good science fiction pictures are expensive. War of the Worlds, which I've made, we spent approximately 5 to 6 months on special effects. Destination Moon, not quite as long, about 4 to 5 months. However, they do pay off because all the good science fiction movies, they made lots of money. Dollar for dollar, the science fiction movies make more money than any other type of literature.
How do the science fiction films fit into the rather sober concept of comment and perhaps even satire on our life of today?
I personally do not believe that politics should be part of our entertainment. The motion picture theater, you come to the motion picture theater to enjoy yourself and escape from the everyday's life. And politics, I don't think it makes too good an entertainment.
While the special effects boys out in Hollywood build their monsters, in radio, each listener can construct his own spaceship.
Countdown for blast off. X-5, 4, 3, 2, X-1, fire.
Tomorrow evening on X-1, NBC brings a Bradbury doubleheader, 0 Hour and There Shall Come Soft Rains. An excellent opportunity for the beginner just being introduced now to the first heady sniff of science fiction, to sample the field painlessly. And perhaps in time, you may join that exclusive group, Science Fiction Fandom. There seems to be a consensus that the science fiction fan on the hoof is almost as strange a creature as those found in the pages of his favorite reading matter. Dr. Asimov, a biochemist by trade, is perhaps best qualified to observe and report.
For one thing, he feels himself to be part of a small and rather esoteric group. That is, the average science fiction fan, especially when he first starts reading science fiction, say perhaps at the age of 12, may not know very many people who are interested in science fiction. He may not be able to convert other people. In fact, he may feel that he is suspect because of this strange reading matter of his, and that other people are suspicious of him, and I think there's something queer. Well, it comes usually as a great relief to him to find out that there are others who read science fiction. And his first impulse, very often, is to form some sort of club.
Incidentally, if you are one of these lonely people and you want to meet other people or want to get married or something, why, I advise you to go and become a science fiction fan.
Dr. Richardson.
Because, naturally, people who are interested in talking to Martians and Venusians are not going to be held down because you're a certain age or a certain color or so tall or so short.
I would say that a typical fan has 2 heads and is about 100 years old.
Forrest Ackerman of Los Angeles.
The explanation for that being that one head would be male and the other female, and that a fan comes in any age from about 10 years old, such as I was when I started, to, well, we have one gentleman in our local club who was 96 years old.
And of course there is a slight inbred quality to science fiction, in that so many of today's writers have graduated from yesterday's fans, and have only themselves to blame.
I suppose because I fell in love with it when I was 8 years old. I read my first copy of Wonder Stories, I believe, when I was 7 or 8 in my grandmother's house. And then I cut my teeth on Flash Gordon and Buck Rogers as a boy, and Tarzan, and the John Carter Martian stories. But then when I got a little older, I began to read Huxley, and I made the move away from the other books into the books of Huxley, the books of H.G. Wells, and then much, much later, of course, George Orwell, and found out that there was an increasing fascination, that my enthusiasm has not dimmed with the years. I am more excited about science fiction and its future and the things that can be said within the form than I've ever been.
Of course, the thousands of non-writing science fiction fans are hardly content to just sit back and read.
I believe when I was around 15 years old or so in high school, I had something like 117 correspondents at that time, young boys and girls that I was writing to all around the world about science fiction.
Number 1 fan, Forrest Ackerman.
By 1939, when there was a World Fair in New York, there were enough enthusiasts of science fiction who felt that they would, well, for instance, 3 of us did from Los Angeles, make the 6,000-mile cross-continental trip and return in order to meet editors and authors and fellow fans face to face.
This is very nice for the science fiction writers also, because once a year they find themselves in a place where people hound them for autographs, and I don't know about others, but I like it. And you see, it doesn't happen often enough for me to get tired of it.
It is a truism that without women, the world of the future will never arrive, for quite obvious reasons. Among the legions of fandom, therefore, are numerous ladies. For example, Mrs. Forrest Ackerman.
I think the reason why many women like to read science fiction, there's quite a good number of them, is that they sort of like to enjoy a vicarious, adventurous life. Most women have rather monotonous jobs around the house, or if they work in office, it's mostly routine too, and they like something that will take them away from this eternal sameness, and also it satisfies the curious eve that is in most women. They like to know, for instance, what's going to happen in the future, or they like to speculate what is life like on other planets.
The 14th Annual Science Fiction Convention was held in New York. Next year, the 15th will be held in London. Forrest Ackerman envisages science fiction, like liberty, enlightening the world.
In America, there are approximately 20 periodicals, and they seem to be growing night and day. But America is just one part of this planet. The science fiction boom is reverberating around the world. In Germany, they have half a dozen science fiction magazines now. There is one appearing weekly, I believe it is, in Italy, and science fiction is being translated into French. And quite recently, I received one of Ray Bradbury's books, Fahrenheit 451, in a surprising language. This was in Japanese. And I believe that he has also been translated into Czechoslovakian recently and pirated behind the Iron Curtain.
And so, there it is. The future, marked down from 4 cents a word. The outer planets waiting for you at the corner newsstands. Science fiction, the product of the leisure hours of some men of science, a thoughtful comment on today by worried and hopeful men, with, of course, a certain amount cranked out of groaning typewriters by the yard to pay the dry cleaners, the milkman, and the psychiatrist. Beneath the adventure and the vacuum tubes, sober moments of frightening thought.
It's very hard to write plays in the moment, full of joy and optimism, knowing that any moment the ticking time bomb that we all sit on might explode. But if one goes far into the future, one realizes that mankind has a long way to go, a future which has great hope in it. Astronomers tell us that there's 4 billion years ahead before the sun explodes in a great supernova. Well, in that 4 billion years, or let us grant mankind only half of that time, in the 2 billion years ahead, surely mankind will find maturity.
If, by Rudyard Kipling, read for LibriVox.org by Phil Chenevert. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, if you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about don't deal in lies, or being hated don't give way to hating, and yet don't look too good nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those two impostors just the same, if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken twisted by knaves to make a trap for fools, or watch the things you gave your life to broken and stoop and build 'em up with worn-out tools, if you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it on one turn of pitch and toss, and lose and start again at your beginnings, and never breathe a word about your loss, if you can force your heart and nerve and sinew to serve your turn long after they are gone, and so hold on when there is nothing in you except the will which says to them, hold on. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, if neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much, if you can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, yours is the earth and everything that's in it, and, which is more, you'll be a man, my son. End of poem. This recording is in the public domain.
This is ChestertonRadio.com.
This is the NBC Theater. From the NBC Theater in Hollywood, we bring you an hour-length drama adapted from Elizabeth Bowen's exciting novel, The House in Paris. And at intermission, it will be our special pleasure to present a commentary on this work by Elizabeth Bowen herself, a commentary which she recorded for the NBC Theater on her recent visit to this country. Here now, The House in Paris, as adapted for radio by Richard E. Davis of NBC.
In a taxi skidding away from the Gare du Nord on a greasy February morning before the shutters were down, Naomi Fisher sat straight and thin in an olive green coat and skirt that looked black in the light of a Paris morning shed by a watery sky of wet light. Miss Fisher, Miss because her father had been English, was a French woman with all the animation gone. But this morning she was curiously emotional. The small, prim English girl who sat beside her in the plunging cab thought that Miss Fisher's manner had been very emotional from their first meeting in the railway station, when Miss Fisher had identified herself as the lady with whom Henrietta, for that was the English girl's name, would spend the day between trains. The boat train that had brought Henrietta from London, and the train for the south that would carry Henrietta to her grandmother, who was wintering in Mentone. Miss Fisher's black furs gave out a camphory smell that made Henrietta nervous, and she hugged even closer her toy plush monkey and fingered its stitched felt paws.
You must be fond of your monkey, Henrietta. You play with him, I expect?
Not nowadays much. I just always seem to take him about, you know.
Oh, for company then, I suppose?
Yes, I like to think he enjoys things. His name is Charles.
Well, I hope he enjoys his day at our house.
I'm sure he will. He has a very even disposition. Who lives in your house, Miss Fisher?
My mother and myself.
Just 2 people in the whole house?
Oh, it is only a tiny house. Although many years ago there were many more people. Well-to-do English girls from the very best families stayed with my mother while they studied in Paris. Oh, but that is no more, since my mother is so very ill.
I'm sorry to hear that. Has Madame Fisher been ill long?
It has been 10 years that my mother has been in bed. She is constantly ill, but wonderfully full of spirit. She is fond of visitors, Henrietta, and wants to see you and Leopold.
My monkey's name is Charles.
Oh, no. You see, Leopold is a little boy.
A little boy where?
Today he is at our house, as you are coming to our house while you wait for the train to Mentone. So Leopold came last night from Spezia on the Italian coast to meet someone at our house.
Is Leopold Italian? I speak a little French, but I don't speak Italian at all.
No, he is not Italian. Leopold's mother was English. His father, French-Jewish. I've been wanting somehow to ask you, Henrietta, to be a little considerate of Leopold when you meet him. You may find him agitated and shy.
Has his journey upset him?
Oh, no. It isn't that. You see, it is Leopold's mother he's going to meet, and he's never met her before. That is, since he can remember.
That is rather unusual. Has he met his father at all?
His father is dead, alas.
Then with whom does he live in Spezia?
Oh, a very kind American family who have adopted him. All these circumstances which seem so strange to you, Henrietta, are also very sad. I've only told you this much in order that you may not ask more. Do you understand?
In my own way, I think I do.
Well, I beg of you, do not ask questions of Leopold. There's so much about him that he does not know.
I never ask people questions, especially boys. Is he congenial?
Oh, yes. You would take him for perhaps French or Jewish.
Well, it would have been better if he had been a girl, as long as we have to spend the day together.
Only this morning. His mother is coming this afternoon, but when you meet him, you will like him.
When will that be?
Well, you will meet him as soon as you've had a little breakfast and then a nap.
Oh, I wouldn't want to go to bed and sleep away any of my first day in Paris.
I will arrange for you to rest yourself like a real French lady on the sofa in the salon.
Oh! Whatever can that be?
It's only old Madame Fisher upstairs pounding with her cane.
Oh. Leopold.
How did you know my name?
Miss Fisher said we would meet after my nap. What are you doing in here?
Nothing.
Then why have you come?
Because Miss Fisher told me not to. Oh, is this your monkey?
Yes, his name is Charles. I've had him ever since I was born.
Oh?
Don't twist his ear like that. You'll hurt him.
That's Miss Fisher's mother again. She's deathly ill.
You don't think she'll die while we're here, do you? That would be terrible.
I suppose it would. But I don't know Madame Fisher, so I don't care. We've never even met. And anyway, my mother is coming, so she and I will be out.
What will you and your mother do?
Oh, most likely have tea somewhere. What did Miss Fisher say to you about my mother and me, Henrietta?
Oh, she just said that your mother lived somewhere else.
Somewhere else? From where?
From you.
Oh, And I suppose you thought that was funny?
Yes, I did. I did think it was funny, rather.
And if you told it to other people, would they think it was funny?
But I promised not to tell anybody.
I don't see why. It's no secret about me.
Oh? Miss Fisher let me feel there was.
Did she ask you not to ask me things? She told me not to answer whatever you said. She hopes I won't say anything.
Then ought you to?
I don't have to be obedient to Miss Fisher. It's not my fault if you're here while I talk.
I think I hear Miss Fisher coming.
Then let her come. I'm not afraid of Miss Fisher.
Oh, you two have made friends, I see.
Yes, thank you. We've been chatting.
That is very nice. You're company for each other. That will help pass the day.
I shan't be here long. My mother is coming for me.
Of course, Leopold. Oh, that is my mother, Henrietta. She cannot leave her bed. If you are rested now, we can go up and have our little visit.
Doesn't she want to see Leopold, too?
Oh, yes, but later. For now, we will leave Leopold here to rest so he will be fresh when his mother comes.
Of course. I'll stay right here and rest, Miss Fisher.
That's a good boy. Come along, Henrietta.
Very well.
We won't be long, Leopold.
Good riddance. Now, I'll just take a look and see what Miss Fisher left behind in her handbag. Sometimes people leave letters. Oh, of all the mirrors and silly junk. Oh, here we are. A letter in my mother's handwriting, or the envelope anyway. Oh, it's empty. They're always empty. Oh, but here's another envelope from Spezia, and it isn't empty. Oh, I bet they never meant for me to read this. It's from my Aunt Marion to Miss Fisher. Dear Miss Fisher, Leopold's train will leave Italy on Tuesday and arrive in Paris. If you will be so kind as to meet him.
The idea of Leopold's meeting with his mother fills us with dread. He is highly excitable, and mental tension always affects his stomach. We know of your tender feeling for Leopold, which your tie in the past with his unfortunate father will always renew. And to you, we can say that we feel that the distressing circumstances of his birth, Leopold's heredity, instability on the father's side, lack of control on the mother's, may make conduct difficult for him. We have no idea, of course, what his mother will tell him concerning his origin. He has not yet had direct sex instruction, and almost any fact she might mention seems to us still unsuitable. We have explained to Leopold that his father is dead and his mother married in England. For the second time, we allowed him to understand. Why he is not with his mother, he has happily not asked. He appears to suspect nothing and exhibits no sign of brooding. We attempt to keep his childhood sunny and beautiful, and do entreat that our work may not be undone. Sincerely, Marion Grant.
Oh, those awful Americans. Why doesn't my mother hurry and get here? If I could only see the letter she wrote to Miss Fisher, the one that filled that empty envelope. My mother knows how to write about me. It would be a wonderful letter, too. It would go, My dear Miss Fisher, it is kind of you to have Leopold at your house for me to meet. I shall be coming at 2:30 on Thursday, so please have lunch over and be out of the way. Leopold and I shall go out, and you can come back as much as you want. We shall be very busy arranging things, as I'm taking Leopold home to England with me. He cannot go back to Spezia, as I mean to keep him. The other people there must get hold of some other child. I never did mean him to go back, but did not say so for fear of the fuss they would make. So they can put that in their pipes and smoke it. I have come to the conclusion I cannot do without Leopold, because he is the only person I want. We have a great deal to say to each other, and I would...
Leopold, what are you doing?
Close that door.
Don't shout.
Did Miss Fisher send you to spy on me?
No, she's much too busy with her mother. Madame Fisher is all upset.
Naturally. She is ill. I told you that.
Yes, but the reason why I had to leave the room was because when Madame Fisher began to talk about you, she got more ill.
What did she say about me?
Madame Fisher said that your father, whose name was Max, broke Miss Fisher's heart.
Did she say anything about my mother?
She said she was very beautiful. And she lived here once in this very house when she was a student in Paris. And your father must have been here, too, because Madame Fisher said you had his step. And Miss Fisher was engaged to marry your father.
That was all in the past. It doesn't matter now because my father's dead. My mother's coming for me at 2:30, and that's almost now.
Someone's at the door.
I wonder who.
I hear Miss Fisher coming down the stairs to answer it.
It might be my mother.
I knew you'd say that. Whatever it is, Miss Fisher's closed the door. And she's coming down the hall. This way.
I knew it would be for us.
Hello, Miss Fisher. What's the matter?
Henrietta, darling, there's just been a telegram, an unfortunate message. Would you run away a minute, dear?
Why should she? Is the message about me?
Yes, I'm afraid it is, Leopold.
Then let Henrietta stay. There are too many secrets about me.
Very well. Then you may stay, Henrietta. Whatever you wish, my poor Leopold.
I am not your Leopold. I belong to my mother.
You must try not to excite yourself, Leopold, and try to be good and understand. There has been a change in the plans.
What change?
Your mother is not coming, Leopold. She cannot come today.
Is she coming tomorrow?
She did not say.
Did she ever?
Only that she cannot come.
Why? Why can't my mother come for me? Why has she never come for me? I came for her. Why didn't she come for me? Never. Why? Why?
It has been observed that meetings that do not come off stay as they were projected. So the mother who didn't come to meet Leopold that afternoon remained his creature, able to speak the truth. He wanted to ask his mother, "Why am I? What made me be?" In the course of that meeting, whose scene remained inside Leopold, she would have told him what she had done without looking for motives. These he could supply, for he would understand. And when he asked, "Why am I? What made me be?" this, in effect, is what she would have to say.
There is no telling when you really began, Leopold. Perhaps it was the day I was born, or the day that Max first knew there was a me. One can't always say just exactly when anything begins, for fate is not an eagle. It creeps up on you like a rat. You might have begun that day in Ireland when I sat having tea with Aunt Violet at Cork and watching the ships steam up the tidal river from the Irish Sea. Aunt Violet is dead now. She was dying then, and she knew that the end was not far away. Her life was ending 10 years ago, and mine was just beginning. I was 23 and engaged to marry Ray Forestier. He was a cousin's cousin, and our family approved. But the morning after our engagement appeared in the London Times, Ray was ordered off to the East on a government mission, and so the marriage was postponed. And I went off to Ireland to stay until Ray came back for me. There I found Aunt Violet, quietly making ready to leave the life that I was about to enter.
I remember you as a child, Karen. You used to have so much character. I always felt you would have an interesting life. You do, I suppose, don't you?
I suppose so, Aunt Violet.
I admire the way you always seem to know what you want to do next.
Well, I know what I want at the moment, but not always after that.
I never had any character. I never did much of anything until other people suggested things. And when I did know what I wanted to do, it was too late. One sometimes wishes one had done more.
But being you is enough for anybody.
Perhaps, but I think I should have been more selfish. I did so many things because people liked me to do them without my being sure why. It's so important to be sure.
It's funny that you should mention that. It's what Ray said in his letter this morning. He wanted to be sure that I was sure about us.
Are you, Karen?
I thought I was until he asked me. It would be easier if Ray could be content with just me. But he always keeps wanting to know my feelings. He wants to know why and reasons. I do want to marry Ray, but I don't like to do anything that reasons have been found for. I like to do things I must do.
Couldn't love be a reason?
If you look close enough, there may be a reason for love.
I think you're suffering from a long engagement, Karen.
Perhaps.
Was there anything else in the mail?
Just a letter from Paris. Naomi Fisher wants me to come back to London and meet her there. She's engaged to be married.
Madame Fisher's daughter? Oh, she was so plain.
Naomi has come into some money from an aunt.
Well, the French gentlemen have always had a great respect for a dowry. Do you know the young man?
His name is Max Ebhardt. When I lived there, he came often to see Madame Fisher. You may remember him.
I can't recall.
He wasn't Madame Fisher's age, but he was entirely her friend. He used to ignore Naomi. He's not the sort of person you'd care for at all. I cannot think what he wants Naomi for.
Perhaps it is the money, then. Will you go back to London and meet them, Karen?
Naomi has always been so kind to me. I should see them before the wedding.
Is Madame Fisher with her in London?
Oh, no, Max came instead. They're there to settle the inheritance.
Then why don't you go to London, Karen? Not that I want you to leave, but you're getting too restless, perhaps, and, well, the trip might be just what you need.
Dear Leopold, I guess maybe that was the beginning. When I got to London, I waited for Naomi in our drawing room and tried to imagine Naomi married to Max. Dear Naomi, who loved me with that touch of devotion that can be on one side only, a thing you cannot return. And as I sat there, I practiced a smile of congratulations and worked myself to a point so that when she came in, I was able to say, "Oh, my dear Naomi, how good it is to see you again. Congratulations."
Thank you, Karen. But you are engaged yourself, are you not? You are happy, too.
Oh, yes, of course. Ray and I are almost blissful. Except, of course, they sent him away.
I know. How long will he be gone?
Oh, a year, most certainly. Oh, but let's talk about you and Max. How is he?
Oh, he is fine. You will like him now, Karen.
I always liked him.
But you were afraid of him. I remember how just the thought of his coming to visit my mother's salon used to make you almost speechless. You were so shy of him.
Yes. Oh, but that's the past, isn't it? Does he love you very much, Naomi?
Yes. Naturally, I have asked myself many times, am I stealing him? I am in no way his type. I am not a femme du monde. You know how it is. Nobody looks at me. How often have I said, Max, what can I do for you? There seems to be nothing. But he says yes, that there is, and wishes me to believe him.
Madame Fisher's very pleased, I expect.
No. My mother opposed the match.
Oh, but he and she are such friends.
That alters nothing. She is not pleased with us.
Does she interfere?
Not any more now. She simply smiles and says nothing. She washes her hands of me.
Well, where shall you live?
Oh, where I am. I cannot leave my mother, and Max would not wish me to. And there is the house. We cannot just go away.
No, I see. So you'll all go on just the same, even though things are so different.
We can only try. Good heavens, 4:00. We are to meet Max for tea in Twickenham.
Whatever is Max doing in Twickenham?
The home of my aunt who left the money is there. Max has been there all day attending to details of the estate. There is a beautiful garden just now in bloom with spring flowers. I promised Max I would make a little tea for the three of us. You will come, won't you? Max made me promise to bring you.
Oh, yes, of course. Oh, we can drive out in my car.
I'm so glad. We are all such old acquaintances.
On the drive out to Twickenham, Leopold, I thought of other afternoons when Max had come to visit Madame Fisher in the house in Paris. Max was the first man I had ever noticed. And when Naomi brought us together, I saw that he was as handsome as ever with his dark curly hair, soft dark skin, and his long childlike lashes that made his face appear flinching and sensitive. Mostly it was passive. Intellect, feeling, and force were written all over him. when I saw him in the garden, I wondered why Madame Fisher did not want him for a son-in-law. He greeted me cordially, and when Naomi went into the house to boil water for the tea, Max and I sat on the grass, not talking at first. Then he put his hand on mine.
I suppose we should say something.
Do we want to?
Not really, but perhaps it would put us more at ease.
Well, do you live indoors much?
Yes, I'm too busy. And games I never play, which is terrible in France. Do you mean I shall get fat?
Oh, no. I should think you were born thin.
Oh, I did play tennis.
Well?
Oh, fairly well, but in Paris it was too expensive. And when I was a boy, I played in the south of France.
Do you know people there?
My mother's relatives lived there.
Are they Provençal?
Oh, no. My uncle retired there to raise carnations. Karen, why do we talk like this?
We can't just sit and look at each other. What do you and Madame Fisher talk about?
Oh, we don't talk anymore. She finds me bad company after all these years.
Why, Max?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not sure, anyway.
How long have you known Madame Fisher? I never knew.
Oh, since I was 20. I was given a letter to her when I first came to Paris. That was 12 years ago. Until this year, I have not tried to separate what she made me from what I am. From the very first, she acted on me like acid on a plate.
Corrosive?
Yes. No. What her wit ate out is certainly gone, but more happened than that. As she saw me, so I became. Oh, her sex is all in her head, but she is not a woman for nothing. No, in my youth she made me shoot up like a plant in enclosed air. She was completely agreeable. Our ages were complementary. Our brains became like senses, touching and drawing back.
Well, then you acted on her, too.
To an extent only. Madame Fisher was all ready for me when I was not ready for her. She had waited years for what I had not had time to miss. We met in her house, in all senses. Women I knew whereas she made me see them. Any loves I enjoyed stayed inside her scope. She knew of them all. She mocked and she played upon my sensuality. She always had time to see me, and she did not turn upon me however angry she was.
Until now. And she is angry about you and Naomi.
She does not say so.
I think Madame Fisher is in love with you, Max.
I cannot think about her in that way.
Do you think about me?
I don't know. I knew you first as someone to leave alone. One of Madame Fisher's young girls that I might bow to but not meet. That rule of the house stood all these years. Only now we have broken it. And already we have spoken too much.
But you did not forget me, even though there was nothing to remember, really.
No. You have always been in my mind, Karen.
Perhaps we didn't meet to talk.
That is possible.
If there had been something to say, we would have written to each other. There would have been letters. But there's nothing to say about wanting to be alone together.
Ah, Karen, what would become of us?
Is there anything worse than being apart always?
Yes. Oh, yes. We should never tolerate each other if we were not in love. You would find my life mean, Karen. A good deal of what you are, I should not dare to touch. No, I am calculating and I like to see my way to my pleasures. To love you would be a leap in the dark, and you were not made to leap in the dark either.
Why not?
To leap is not only to leap, it is to hit the ground somewhere. Oh, you have a romantic idea, Karen. But we would be wretched married.
You would rather marry Naomi?
Yes.
But why?
Why are you marrying Ray Forestier?
Oh, I may not after all. We're worlds apart. He won't be back for a year. I have all that time to make up my mind. But you and Naomi will marry in July. This is May.
I am at home with Naomi. She reposes me, and I need her. I'm not ashamed with her. There is nothing to be explained. And also, I love her. I could not hurt her life. She would be my wife. And you and I expect so much the whole time.
How do you know that?
Oh, how does one know anything? I have thought about you for 5 years.
Are you telling me that I won't do?
No, there is more to it than that. I cannot live in a love affair. I am not English. You know I have no humor to cushion myself with. I am nervous the whole time. I could not endure being always conscious of anyone. Now, Naomi is like furniture. or the dark. I do not want adventure, Karen, and you are not capable of it. Now, please don't weep. You will kill me. But you don't know what you want.
Why else am I here? Why did I come from Ireland?
But we cannot be alone together in London. And I cannot stay in England another night because I must be to work by Monday by 8:30.
Then we'll never be together.
I cannot see how.
But if you love me...
I love you, but I must think.
Oh, quickly. Naomi's coming with the water for the tea.
Look, Karen, will you come next Saturday to Folkestone on the Channel?
Oh, no, I don't like Folkestone. I've been there. It's an awful place. But Hythe is nearby.
Then will you meet me there?
Oh, if you want me to, Max.
I will come from France on the morning boat.
I'll look for you.
I am supposing that you know what you are doing. It will be too late when you ask yourself, what have I done?
From Hollywood, the NBC Theater is bringing you a dramatization of The House in Paris by Elizabeth Bowen. Our radio version of The House in Paris will continue from Hollywood after a brief pause for station identification.
I go swimming every Monday and Wednesday and Friday. I feel so very good.
Pick your favorite activity and your 3 favorite days and put them together.
I play racquetball on Tuesday and Thursday and Friday, just like I know I should.
Participaction says get active 3 days a week and you'll feel wonderful and build a stronger heart.
I go hiking every Thursday and Saturday and Wednesday.
Just do it, even on Sunday.
This is Chesterton Radio, your home for podcasts of works by G.K. Chesterton, plus drama, comedy, mystery, science fiction, big bands, and much more. The soundtrack to your Chesterton day at chestertonradio.com.
Elizabeth Bowen.
The House in Paris is, for me, its author, to an extent, a mysterious book. In it, I can trace no part of my own experience. It seems to be almost perfectly clear of the me. For this reason, I rate it, in certain ways, more highly than other novels I have written. The central image of 2 children, strangers to one another, shut up for a day in a house in the heart of an unknown city, imposed itself on me like something out of a dream. Who were these children? How had it happened that they arrived here? What was to be the signal for their release? In answering those queries, I found my story. When I was last in New York in 1933, I was brooding over the theme of The House in Paris, which I began to write immediately on my return to England. So, paradoxically, The House in Paris would always seem to me to be New York's child. The book was the fruit of the stimulus, the release, the excitement I had received here. Perhaps a newcomer to a city, hitherto a legend city, always feels childish. The little girl in my story, Henrietta, reacts with bewilderment to the impact of Paris. Could I have entered into her feelings if I had not just returned from another city, equally new and significant to me? Children, as I believe Henry James said, are the ideal representatives of feeling, because in them feeling is still unmixed and pure. The child protagonists of The House in Paris are, to me, major characters in a sense that no adult could ever be. The technique problems that I encountered in the writing of The House in Paris were numerous. Insofar as I steered through them, I did so under the influence of the theme itself. This book seemed set upon being written.
Thank you, Miss Bowen.
In Hythe it rained the whole weekend, and the sea air was washed unsalt by the rain. On awakening in the middle of the night, there was only the smell of tamarisks and wet grass. I thought how frightening luminous watches are. The eye of time never stops watching. I asked myself, what have I done? I began to think of you, Leopold. And having done as I knew I must, I thought of all the things to dread. The idea of you, Leopold, began to be present with me. And having done what I had done would no longer be something that was completed and already part of the past, if there were to be you, Leopold. I should always see the hour of you. Like a wire, you would run through the past and keep it from falling apart and disappearing. You would be my enemy. Disaster.
Karen, you shouldn't sit by the window where there are storms.
Oh, I thought you were asleep, Max.
No, I've been thinking about Naomi. I have to tell her about us.
But I don't see why.
Because I must.
How unfair to Naomi. Well, she belongs to your future. This finishes the past, Max. It doesn't touch the future. What's happened doesn't belong to now. It belongs to that year in Paris.
But it could not have happened then.
How much I wanted you just to even look at me then. But if I hadn't felt that this now was something that should have happened long ago, and that belonged to when it should have been, if I had not known that you loved Naomi and felt that she was the real now, I should never have come, Max.
You should have told me this before, Karen.
But I thought you knew. There was no question in my mind. How could you love anybody but Naomi?
I was mad to think I could marry for love. For her love only. I see now that I cannot accept.
What made you think you could then?
Oh, how little you understand me, Karen. You do not know what it is to be suspect and know why. What it is to have no wall to put your back against. A fatigue I had not admitted, even to myself, made Naomi my pillow. And I victimized her.
No, Max.
Yes. One afternoon, her mother left us alone, and Naomi dropped her scissors. Seeing how gently she picked them up, I remembered that she was a woman. I said something, and she started and pricked her finger. I saw from the pitying way she sucked the bead of blood from her finger how much she pitied me. And I saw at the same time that hers was the only pity I did not resent. I was overcome with the idea that here was someone who could make for me an unattackable safe place. I asked her to marry me.
You have not regretted it?
Not then. The force of the moment lasted. It twisted my senses until I found her bountiful because she was thin, and beautiful in being ugly.
Must you say that?
Desire for what she gave seemed to be desire of her. All my life I have been alone. In France, to have no family can be more humbling than poverty. The ambition for some other, more advantageous marriage, which Madame Fisher credited me, fell away.
And all this? All this was smashed by your meeting me in London?
Yes. But you are not to blame. Madame Fisher encouraged me to go to London. She did not say so, but she knew of all the unspoken things that had gone between you and me in her house when you were there.
And Naomi, did she know?
Oh, she was not unaware. She wanted to be sure of me. That is why she wanted me to come to London. Naomi wanted to see us together before the marriage so that she could be sure.
Is she sure?
No. Since we returned from London, she has seen, though God knows how, that I love you.
And she still wants to marry you?
Yes. She desires to be desired. But her love of me is love of her own pain, and I will not live with a woman who lives with her own pain.
Do you love me, Max?
Yes.
Even though we have been two people darting across the sea to each other, without having had time yet to be much of anything else? With no time to feel anything but compulsion?
I love you, Karen. There is no doubt.
But if I had known that you loved me, I would not have dared to come here.
But now that you have, now that you know, would you marry me?
Oh, you said in London that was impossible. After that, I never let myself think about it.
But it is all quite different now, Karen.
Are you sure that this hasn't spoiled me?
Not if you love me.
Oh, I'm beginning to, Max. For the first time, I'm beginning really to love you. It was 2 weeks later, Leopold, that Naomi's wire from Paris came to me in London. When it was brought, I thought it might be from Max, who'd returned to Paris. It was not, but it was about him. Max was dead. At the end of her message, Naomi added that she would come to London as soon as possible, but that her arrival might be delayed by several days because of the inquest and the police investigations. And so, until she arrived on a Friday afternoon, I had to wait for Naomi to tell me what had happened.
Karen, you have understood why I could not come before.
Of course. I had even thought I might have gone over to you.
No, I think that was better not. It was better here. How much do you know about how it took place?
I found the account and some papers. Then there was your letter. That's all I know.
Do you want to know it all?
As much as you care to tell.
Then I will tell you. Max wrote telling me that he no longer loved me. I would not see him, and so he begged my mother to plead with me. And because he was beside himself, I agreed, and he came. We spoke of you and our love for you. He told me his difficulties had been preying on his mind, and he spoke of a dread of being faithful to you.
Did he tell you everything that there was to tell, Naomi?
Yes.
I mean about how
He told me everything. He said, what Karen and I are is outside life. We shall fail. We cannot live what we are. I said, I believe love to make any life possible. She does not know me, he said.
Oh, he could not have been himself.
I am sure he was not. My mother then came into the room and suggested that a long interview might upset me, and she asked me to leave. Max looked at me like someone peering out through the bars of a death cell. My mother turned and said, so, Max, with Karen you have already secured your position. And he shouted at me, go, Naomi.
And then you left them alone?
Yes, in the salon.
Well, how long did they talk?
I don't know. I was trembling. I could hear her voice shouting at him. And then I heard him go out. But the step was not like his own. I felt something was wrong. The whole house had gone strangely quiet. I rushed down the stairs. In the salon, my mother spoke to me. Go after him, she said. You fool, he's dying. Then I saw the blood splashed on the parquet where he had stood and in a trail to the door. I saw his penknife with the long blade open, fallen between where he had stood and my mother sat. My mother said, Naomi, he has cut his wrist to hurt me. I ran from her into the street, but there was no trace of blood there. He must have held his wrist and crossed into the alley where he fell down. And as no trace led us there, when we discovered him, it was too late. Which was what he wished.
Your mother let him kill himself?
He did it so quietly as they talked, she was not aware of what he had done. He's nervously fondling his penknife, and it was not until after it had happened did she notice that he had turned away and and severed the artery in his wrist.
But what right had she to reproach him?
She said she did not. It was her commendation he could not bear.
Whatever she said must have turned me to dust for him. You were out of her power, Naomi. He'd given you up. It may have killed him to see his love for me in her hands. I told Max once that she loved him. Her age can only have made that more terrible for her. And made her more relentless. She saw him love you. And then me. She had only her own power. Oh, but I was wrong about her loving Max. Or at least there was more to it than that. It was her power she loved. Oh, and that time it overreached itself.
Have I told you too much? I cannot tell where to stop and spare people's feelings.
Oh, forgive me, but you see, I'm going to have Max's child.
Oh, I'm so sorry for you.
But why? I want him to be born. Now his birth is what I want most. Why should Max leave nothing?
Have you thought how he would live?
We could live together someplace, I suppose. Somewhere where no one knew us. Oh, but that would be exile. And if he's like Max and me, he would hate that. Hate exile, hate being nowhere. Hate being unexplained, hate having no place of his own. Oh, he'd hate me too, because of all that. Oh, he'd be better without me. In any place he could believe was his.
Where would this be?
Oh, Naomi. With you.
That is impossible because of my mother.
Oh, must you live with your mother always? She doesn't love you.
If she doesn't love me more, that is because she needs me. She does not care to need anyone as much as she needs me. And she and your child must not live in the same house.
You must know, Miss Fisher. Tell me why my mother isn't coming for me.
Whatever caused your mother to change her mind must have been unforeseen. You know, even grown-up people cannot always do what they want most. Oh, children, that is my mother calling from upstairs. Now that your mother isn't coming, Leopold, you might as well go up and see my mother now. She has been asking to see you.
I don't care particularly about seeing anybody now, least of all your mother.
Come here, my darling, and let us neaten you up a little first. My mother has never seen you before, you know, Leopold.
Well, Naomi. So this is Leopold.
He has come all the way from Italy.
I know that. How do you do, Leopold?
How do you do, Madame? Are you feeling better today?
No.
Do feel better, Mother?
You must please let me decide, Naomi.
I regret that you do not feel better, Madame.
At my age, one must expect to die soon. But Naomi takes such good care of her old mother that I am not allowed to die. Oh, there's somebody at the door. Why don't you see who it is, Naomi?
If you think that's my mother, Madame Fisher, she's not coming for me today.
Oh, indeed. Why don't you go anyway, Naomi?
I think it would be better if I stayed here.
I think it would be better if you went.
The maid can answer.
I insist. I would like to talk to Leopold alone.
But I thought we agreed that that would be unwise.
I have changed my mind. You understand, Naomi?
Very well, but I will be back in a few minutes. Behave yourself, Leopold.
Yes, Miss Fisher.
Well, Leopold, we meet. Come over here by the bed, where we can see each other better. This day has been hard for you, I suppose. Your mother not coming.
We will meet some other time.
We must not, of course, judge your mother. She always had courage, but could not always command what courage she had.
People change their minds. Can I ask you questions?
If you wish. But you must not embarrass me. It's not easy for me to talk to you naturally, for fear of perhaps inadvertently telling you something you do not know, and they mean you never to know.
Who are they?
Your good friends with whom you live in Italy, and my daughter, and your mother.
Those people in Italy, do they know anything about me?
That is the point. They cannot wish you to learn in this house more than they know themselves.
You mean people who knew me must not know that I was born, and people who knew that I was born must not know me?
Exactly.
Then no one except you here, and of course my mother, knows that I was born, do they?
And your mother's husband, so I'm told, Mr. Forestier.
Is my mother Mrs. Forestier?
Mrs. Ray Forestier.
Has my mother been Mrs. Ray Forestier long?
8 years. They were married the year after you were born. Forestier may have encouraged your mother to see you. He has a romantic mind which I will never understand.
Did you know my father, Madame Fisher?
Fairly well. You do not know anything of him?
I know one must have a father to have been born. The Americans in Italy said he was dead, though. That is true, I suppose.
Perfectly.
Then he must have known I was born.
Never. He was at the time he died still more ignorant of you than it is generally wished you should be of him.
Why did no one tell him about me?
Because he was dead. Oh, what a shame you are still a child. I will never live to enjoy you as I'd like. It's a pity.
Why?
I'm dying too early.
It's more a pity for me that I'm still a child, if I must go back to Italy now.
You must not allow yourself to mind that.
But I don't want to go back to Italy. Every Saturday, they weigh me like something to eat. Have they bought me, or what? Why should I have to kiss them? And I wish every time I have to do that their faces would fall off, like the outside of onions. Why was I given to them?
It was Naomi's suggestion.
So my mother let Naomi sell me to the Americans?
Your mother was very ill. She could not be consulted.
But didn't my mother care when this thing was done to me?
Your mother was a long time in getting well. It is possible that the death of Mr. Forestier's child may have closed her heart against you.
Someone's at the door.
Well, open it. If it's Naomi, tell her to go away.
It's Henrietta.
How do you do, Madame Fisher? I have a message for Leopold. He is to come downstairs at once.
Is that all?
Tell my daughter that Leopold and I are having a conversation.
She said that if you said that, I should tell you that there is a visitor for Leopold.
Is it my mother?
A man.
American?
English, I do believe. We weren't introduced. Miss Fisher kept the salon door closed until she looked out and asked me to come here and get you. I was sitting on the stairs.
Where is the man now?
In the salon, talking with Miss Fisher. I don't know what they were talking about, because they kept the door closed.
I'm sure you know what you're doing, Ray, but don't you think you're forcing Karen's hand?
In what respect, Naomi?
By coming here alone, after she changed her mind about seeing Leopold.
I don't believe she changed her mind. That's why I don't believe I'm changing it for her at all. She's been waiting to see Leopold for years.
Then why isn't she here now?
Oh, I think it was just too much for her. She wasn't quite up to it. So I've come.
But what did she say when you told her that you were coming to take Leopold and bring him back to her?
I didn't tell her. But she must have known when I left the hotel that I was going out to fetch him.
But if Karen was too upset to come here herself and just visit with him, how will she feel when you come back, bringing Leopold with you? I have it. Hello?
Naomi?
Karen, where are you?
In the Hotel Versailles. I'm sorry I couldn't come, Naomi. You got my message?
Yes.
I do hope you understand. My not explaining why I haven't come, that is. But I will. I'll write to you. Ray isn't there, is he?
Yes, Karen, he is.
Well, put Ray on, will you?
He's right here. Just a moment. It's Karen, for you, Ray.
I was afraid of this. Naomi, can you get Leopold's clothes ready?
Of course, right away. I'll get them now.
Hello, Karen.
Ray? Ray, I just heard what you said to Naomi. Oh, surely you don't mean you're bringing him.
If he wants to come, he may not want to.
But if he does,
Then I'll bring him.
must you really do this thing?
You talk as if I were doing something to you. He's only a little boy.
He's more than that. He's the enemy. Our own child would have lived if you'd wanted him. But you wanted your own ideas more. All you wanted was Leopold. Why must you feed your complicated emotion on what happened to me? Why can't you be a plain man?
Was Max a plain man?
I have no memory. You remember everything.
I only remember you're coming back, Karen.
No, what you remember is taking me back. Kissing me with that unborn child still with me. That was part of your complicated emotion.
But what do you want me to do? Hate the child?
No, I still want to be with you. Alone and not remembering. That's why you must not bring Leopold here.
We can never be alone, Karen, as long as there is a Leopold anywhere and you keep dreading him. If he were with us, he'd be simply a child, either in or out of the room. While he's someplace else, he's everywhere and always between us.
Let me worry about that. It isn't right for you to want him as much as you do.
But I love you, Karen. Would you want Leopold more if I wanted him less? Is that it?
No, I don't know. Why haven't you forgiven me?
But I have. What have I said?
You said nothing, that's just it. Forgiveness should be an act. With you, it's some kind of state. You forgive me for wanting Max, while there's my not wanting Leopold not to forgive me for. Oh, but if I gave in to wanting Leopold, you would bring Max back and refuse to forgive me for him. Oh, Ray, you don't want to forgive.
Karen.